Chapter 16, Part B of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part B. The Abbot listened to this list of complaints with great round eyes, which evinced no exact intelligence of the orator's meaning; and when the knight paused to take a breath, he looked with a doubtful and inquiring eye at the Sub Prior, not well knowing in what tone he should reply to an exordium so extraordinary. The Sub Prior accordingly stepped in to the relief of his principal. "We deeply sympathize with you, Sir Knight, in the several mortifications and hardships to which fate has subjected you, particularly in that which has thrown you into the society of those who, as they were conscious they deserved not such an honour, so neither did they at all desire it. But all this goes little way to expound the cause of this train of disasters, or, in plainer words, the reason which has compelled you into a situation having so few charms for you." "Gentle and reverend sir," replied the knight, "forgive an unhappy person who, in giving a history of his miseries, dilateth upon them extremely, even as he who, having fallen from a precipice, looketh forward to measure the height from which he hath been precipitated." "Yea, but," said Father Eustace, "methinks it were wiser in him to tell those who come to lift him up, which of his bones have been broken." "You, reverend sir," said the knight, "have, in the encounter of our wits, made a fair attaint, whereas I may be in some sort said to have broken my staff across." [Footnote: Attaint was a term of tilting used to express the champion's having attained his mark, or in other words struck his lance straight and fair against the helmet or breast of his adversary; whereas to break the lance across intimated a total failure in directing the point of the weapon on the object of his aim. End footnote. "Pardon me, grave sir, that I speak in the language of the tilt yard, which is doubtless strange to your reverend years. Ah, brave resort of the noble, the fair and the gay! Ah, throne of love and citadel of honour! Ah, celestial beauties, by whose bright eyes it is graced! Never more shall Piercie Shafton advance as the centre of your radiant glances, couch his lance, and spur his horse at the sound of the spirit-stirring trumpets, nobly called the voice of war. Never more shall he baffle his adversaries' encounter boldly, break his spear dexterously, and ambling around the lovely circle receive the rewards with which beauty honours chivalry." Here he paused, wrung his hands, looked upwards, and seemed lost in contemplation of his own fallen fortunes. "Mad, very mad," whispered the Abbot to the Sub Prior. "I would we were fairly rid of him, for of a truth I expect he will proceed from raving to mischief. Were it not better to call up the rest of the brethren?" But the Sub Prior knew better than his superior how to distinguish the jargon of affectation from the ravings of insanity; and although the extremity of the knight's passion seemed altogether fantastic, yet he was not ignorant to what extravagancies the fashion of the day can conduct its votaries. Allowing therefore 2 minutes' space to permit the knight's enthusiastic feelings to exhaust themselves, he again gravely reminded him that the Lord Abbot had taken a journey, unwonted to his age and habits, solely to learn in what he could serve Sir Piercie Shafton; that it was altogether impossible he could do so without his receiving distinct information of the situation in which he had now sought refuge in Scotland. The day wore on, he observed, looking at the window, and if the Abbot should be obliged to return to the Monastery without obtaining the necessary intelligence, the regret might be mutual, but the inconvenience was like to be all on Sir Piercie's own side. The hint was not thrown away. "O goddess of courtesy," said the knight, "can I so far have forgotten thy behests as to make this good prelate's ease and time a sacrifice to my vain complaints? Know then, most worthy, and not less worshipful, that I, your poor visitor and guest, am by birth nearly bound to the Piercie of Northumberland, whose fame is so widely blown through all the parts of the world where English worth hath been known. Now, this present Earl of Northumberland, of whom I would propose to give you the brief history—" "It is altogether unnecessary," said the Abbot. "We know him to be a good and true nobleman, and a sworn upholder of our Catholic faith, in the spite of the heretical woman who now sits upon the throne of England; and it is specially as his kinsman, and as knowing that ye partake with him in such devout and faithful belief and adherence to our Holy Mother Church, that we say to you, Sir Piercie Shafton, that ye be heartily welcome to us, and that we wist how we would labour to do you good service in your extremity." "For such kind offer I rest your most humble debtor," said Sir Piercie. "Nor need I at this moment say more than that my right honourable cousin of Northumberland, having devised with me and some others the choice and picked spirits of the age, how and by what means the worship of God, according to the Catholic Church, might be again introduced into this distracted kingdom of England, even as one deviseth by the assistance of his friend to catch and bridle a runaway steed, it pleased him so deeply to entrust me in those communications, that my personal safety becomes as it were entwined or complicated therewith. Natheless, as we have had sudden reason to believe, this Princess Elizabeth, who maintaineth around her a sort of counsellors skilful in tracking whatever schemes may be pursued for bringing her title into challenge, or for erecting again the discipline of the Catholic Church, has obtained certain knowledge of the trains which we had laid before we could give fire unto them. Wherefore my right honourable cousin of Northumberland, thinking it best belike that one man should take both blame and shame for the whole, did lay the burden of all this trafficking upon my back, which load I am the rather content to bear, in that he hath always shown himself my kind and honourable kinsman, as well as that my estate, I wot not how, hath of late been somewhat insufficient to maintain the expense of those braveries, wherewith it is incumbent on us, who are chosen and selected spirits, to distinguish ourselves from the vulgar." "So that possibly," said the Sub Prior, "your private affairs rendered a foreign journey less incommodious to you than it might have been to the noble Earl, your right worthy cousin?" "You are right, reverend sir," answered the courtier. "Remicue, you have touched the point with a needle. My cost and expenses had been indeed somewhat lavish at the late triumphs and tourneys, and the flat-capped citizens had shown themselves unwilling to furnish my pocket for new gallantries for the honour of the nation, as well as for mine own peculiar glory, and to speak truth, it was in some part the hope of seeing these matters amended that led me to desire a new world in England. So that the miscarriage of your public enterprise, with the derangement of your own private affairs," said the Sub Prior, "have induced you to seek Scotland as a place of refuge?" "Remicue once again," said Sir Piercie, "and not without good cause, since my neck, if I remained, might have been brought within the circumstances of a halter, and so speedy was my journey northward, that I had but time to exchange my peach-coloured doublet of Genoa velvet, thickly laid over with goldsmith's work, for this cuirass, which was made by Bonamico of Milan, and travelled northward with all speed, judging that I might do well to visit my right honourable cousin of Northumberland at one of his numerous castles. But as I posted towards Alnwick, even with the speed of a star, which, darting from its native sphere, shoots wildly downwards, I was met at Northallerton by one Henry Vaughan, a servant of my right honourable kinsman, who showed me that as then I might not with safety come to his presence, seeing that in obedience to orders from his court he was obliged to issue out letters for my incarceration." "This," said the Abbot, "seems but hard measure on the part of your honourable kinsman." "It might be so judged, my lord," replied Sir Piercie. "Nevertheless, I will stand to the death for the honour of my right honourable cousin of Northumberland. Also, Henry Vaughan gave me, from my said cousin, a good horse and a purse of gold, with 2 border prickers, as they are called, for my guides, who conducted me by such roads and bypaths as have never been seen since the days of Sir Lancelot and Sir Tristram, into this kingdom of Scotland, and to the house of a certain baron, or one who holds the style of such, called Julian Avenel, with whom I found such reception as the place and party could afford." "And that," said the Abbot, "must have been right wretched; for to judge from the appetite which Julian showeth when abroad, he hath not, I judge, overabundant provision at home." "You are right, sir, your reverence is in the right," continued Sir Piercie. "We had but Lenten fare, and what was worse, a score to clear at the departure; for though this Julian Avenel called us to no reckoning, yet he did so extravagantly admire the fashion of my poniard, the poignée being of silver exquisitely hatched, and indeed the weapon being altogether a piece of exceeding rare device and beauty, that in faith I would not, for very shame's sake, but pray his acceptance of it, words which he gave me not the trouble of repeating twice, before he had stuck it into his greasy buff belt, where, credit me, reverend sir, it showed more like a butcher's knife than a gentleman's dagger." "So goodly a gift might at least have purchased you a few days' hospitality," said Father Eustace. "Reverend sir," said Sir Piercie, "had I abidden with him, I should have been complimented out of every remnant of my wardrobe, actually flayed, by the hospitable gods I swear it. Sir, he secured my spare doublet, and had a pluck at my galligaskins. I was enforced to beat a retreat before I was altogether unrigged. That border knave, his serving man, had a pluck at me too, and usurped a scarlet cassock and steel cuirass belonging to the page of my body, whom I was fain to leave behind me. In good time I received a letter from my right honourable cousin, showing me that he had written to you in my behalf, and sent to your charge 2 mails filled with wearing apparel, namely, my rich crimson silk doublet, slashed out and lined with cloth of gold, which I wore at the last revels, with baldric and trimmings to correspond. Also 2 pair black silk slops, with hanging garters of carnation silk. Also the flesh-coloured silken doublet, with the trimmings of fur, in which I danced the salvage man at the Gray's Inn mummery. Also " "Sir Knight," said the Sub Prior, "I pray you to spare the farther inventory of your wardrobe. The monks of Saint Mary's are no freebooting barons, and whatever part of your vestments arrived at our house have been this day faithfully brought hither, with the mails which contained them. I may presume, from what has been said, as we have indeed been given to understand by the Earl of Northumberland, that your desire is to remain for the present as unknown and as unnoticed as may be consistent with your high worth and distinction?" "Alas, reverend father," replied the courtier, "a blade when it is in the scabbard cannot give lustre, a diamond when it is in the casket cannot give light, and worth, when it is compelled by circumstances to obscure itself, cannot draw observation. My retreat can only attract the admiration of those few to whom circumstances permit its displaying itself." "I conceive now, my venerable father and lord," said the Sub Prior, "that your wisdom will assign such a course of conduct to this noble knight as may be alike consistent with his safety, and with the weal of the community. For you wot well that perilous strides have been made in these audacious days to the destruction of all ecclesiastical foundations, and that our holy community has been repeatedly menaced. Hitherto they have found no flaw in our raiment, but a party, friendly as well to the Queen of England as to the heretical doctrines of the schismatical church, or even to worse and wilder forms of heresy, prevails now at the court of our sovereign, who dare not yield to her suffering clergy the protection she would gladly extend to them." "My lord and reverend sir," said the knight, "I will gladly relieve you of my presence, while you canvass this matter at your freedom. And to speak truly, I am desirous to see in what case the chamberlain of my noble kinsman hath found my wardrobe, and how he hath packed the same, and whether it has suffered from the journey. There are 4 suits of as pure and elegant device as ever the fancy of a fair lady doted upon, every one having a treble and appropriate change of ribbons, trimmings, and fringes, which, in case of need, may, as it were, renew each of them, and multiply the 4 into 12. There is also my sad coloured riding suit, and 3 cut-work shirts with falling bands. I pray you, pardon me, I must needs see how matters stand with them, without farther dallying." Thus speaking, he left the room, and the Sub Prior, looking after him significantly, added, "Where the treasure is, will the heart be also." "Saint Mary preserve our wits!" said the Abbot, stunned with the knight's abundance of words. "Were man's brains ever so stuffed with silk and broadcloth, cut work, and I wot not what besides? And what could move the Earl of Northumberland to assume for his bosom counsellor in matters of death and danger such a feather-brained coxcomb as this?" "Had he been other than what he is, venerable father," said the Sub Prior, "he had been less fitted for the part of scapegoat, to which his right honourable cousin had probably destined him from the commencement, in case of their plot failing. I know something of this Piercie Shafton. The legitimacy of his mother's descent from the Piercie family, the point on which he is most jealous, hath been called in question. If harebrained courage and an outrageous spirit of gallantry can make good his pretensions to the high lineage he claims, these qualities have never been denied him. For the rest, he is one of the ruffling gallants of the time, like Howland York, Stukely. [Footnote: York, says Camden, was a Londoner, a man of loose and dissolute behaviour, and desperately audacious, famous in his time amongst the common bullies and swaggerers, as being the first that, to the great admiration of many at his boldness, brought into England the bold and dangerous way of fencing with the rapier in duelling, whereas till that time the English used to fight with long swords and bucklers, striking with the edge, and thought it no part of man either to push or strike beneath the girdle. Having a command in the Low Countries, York revolted to the Spaniards, and died miserably, poisoned, as was supposed, by his new allies. 3 years afterwards his bones were dug up and gibbeted by the command of the States of Holland. Thomas Stukely, another distinguished gallant of the time, was bred a merchant, being the son of a rich clothier in the West. He wedded the daughter and heiress of a wealthy alderman of London named Curtis, after whose death he squandered the riches he thus acquired in all manner of extravagance. His wife, whose fortune supplied his waist, represented to him that he ought to make more of her. Stukely replied, "I will make as much of thee, believe me, as it is possible for any to do." And he kept his word in one sense, having stripped her even of her wearing apparel before he finally ran away from her. Having fled to Italy, he contrived to impose upon the Pope, with a plan of invading Ireland, for which he levied soldiers and made some preparations, but ended by engaging himself and his troops in the service of King Sebastian of Portugal. He sailed with that prince on his fatal voyage to Barbary, and fell with him at the battle of Alcazar. Stukely, as one of the first gallants of the time, has had the honour to be chronicled in song in Evans' Old Ballads, Volume 3, edition 1810. His fate is also introduced in a tragedy by George Peele, as has been supposed, called The Battle of Alcazar, from which play Dryden is alleged to have taken the idea of Don Sebastian. If so, it is surprising he omitted a character so congenial to King Charles II's time as the witty, brave, and profligate Thomas Stukely. And others who wear out their fortunes and endanger their lives in idle braveries, in order that they may be esteemed the only choice gallants of the time, and afterwards endeavour to repair their estate, by engaging in the desperate plots and conspiracies which wiser heads have devised. To use one of his own conceited similitudes, such courageous fools resemble hawks, which the wiser conspirator keeps hooded and blinded on his wrist until the quarry is on the wing, and who are then flown at them. "Saint Mary," said the Abbot, "he were an evil guest to introduce into our quiet household. Our young monks make bustle enough, and more than is beseeming God's servants about their outward attire already. This night were enough to turn their brains from the vestiarius down to the very scullion boy." "A worse evil might follow," said the Sub Prior. "In these bad days, the patrimony of the Church is bought and sold, forfeited and distrained, as if it were the unhallowed soil appertaining to a secular baron. Think what penalty awaits us, were we convicted of harbouring a rebel to her whom they call the Queen of England. There would neither be wanting Scottish parasites to beg the lands of the foundation, nor an army from England to burn and harry the Halidome. The men of Scotland were once Scotsmen, firm and united in the love of their country, and throwing every other consideration aside when the frontier was menaced. Now they are, what shall I call them, the one part French, the other part English, considering their dear native country merely as a prize-fighting stage, upon which foreigners are welcome to decide their quarrels." "Benedictine," replied the Abbot, "they are indeed slippery and evil times." "And therefore," said Father Eustace, "we must walk warily. We must not, for example, bring this man, this Sir Piercie Shafton, to our house of Saint Mary's." "But how then shall we dispose of him?" replied the Abbot. "Bethink thee that he is a sufferer for Holy Church's sake, that his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, hath been our friend, and that, lying so near to us, he may work us weal or woe according as we deal with his kinsman." "And accordingly," said the Sub Prior, "for these reasons, as well as for discharge of the great duty of Christian charity, I would protect and relieve this man. Let him not go back to Julian Avenel. That unconscientious baron would not stick to plunder the exiled stranger. Let him remain here. The spot is secluded, and if the accommodation be beneath his quality, discovery will become the less likely. We will make such means for his convenience as we can devise." "Will he be persuaded, thinkest thou?" said the Abbot. "I will leave my own travelling bed for his repose, and send up a suitable easy chair." "With such easements," said the Sub Prior, "he must not complain; and then, if threatened by any sudden danger, he can soon come down to the sanctuary, where we will harbour him in secret, until means can be devised of dismissing him in safety." "Were we not better," said the Abbot, "send him on to the court, and get rid of him at once?" "Ay, but at the expense of our friends. This butterfly may fold his wings, and lie under cover in the cold air of Glendearg, but were he at Holyrood, he would, did his life depend on it, expand his spangled drapery in the eyes of the Queen and court. Rather than fail of distinction, he would sue for love to our gracious sovereign. The eyes of all men would be upon him in the course of 3 short days, and the international peace of the 2 ends of the island endangered for a creature who like a silly moth can not abstain from fluttering round a light." "Thou hast prevailed with me, Father Eustace," said the Abbot, "and it will go hard but I improve on thy plan. I will send up in secret, not only household stuff, but wine and wassail bread. There is a young swanky here who shoots venison well. I will give him directions to see that the knight lacks none." "Whatever accommodation he can have, which infers not a risk of discovery," said the Sub Prior, "it is our duty to afford him." "Nay," said the Abbot, "we will do more, and will instantly dispatch a servant express to the keeper of our revestiary to send us such things as he may want, even this night. See it done, good father." "I will," answered Father Eustace; "but I hear the gull clamours for some one to truss his points." [Footnote: The points were the strings of cord or ribbon, so called because pointed, with metal like the laces of women's stays, which attached the doublet to the hose. They were very numerous, and required assistance to tie them properly, which was called trussing.] He will be fortunate if he lights on any one here who can do him the office of groom of the chamber." "I would he would appear," said the Abbot, "for here comes the refectioner with the collation. By my faith, the ride hath given me a sharp appetite." CHAPter 17 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. Chapter 17. I'll seek for other aid. Spirits, they say, flit round invisible, as thick as motes dance in the sunbeam. If that spell or necromancer's sigil can compel them, they shall hold counsel with me. James Duff. The reader's attention must be recalled to Halbert Glendinning, who had left the Tower of Glendearg immediately after his quarrel with its new guest, Sir Piercie Shafton. As he walked with a rapid pace up the glen, old Martin followed him, beseeching him to be less hasty. "Halbert," said the old man, "you will never live to have white hair, if you take fire thus at every spark of provocation." "And why should I wish it, old man," said Halbert, "if I am to be the butt that every fool may aim a shaft of scorn against? What avails it, old man, that you yourself move, sleep, and wake, eat thy niggard meal, and repose on thy hard pallet? Why art thou so well pleased that the morning should call thee up to daily toil, and the evening again lay thee down a wearied out wretch? Were it not better to sleep and wake no more, than to undergo this dull exchange of labour for insensibility, and of insensibility for labour?" "God help me," answered Martin, "there may be truth in what thou sayest, but walk slower, for my old limbs cannot keep pace with your young legs. Walk slower, and I will tell you why age, though unlovely, is yet endurable." "Speak on, then," said Halbert, slackening his pace, "but remember we must seek venison to refresh the fatigues of these holy men, who will this morning have achieved a journey of 10 miles, and if we reach not the Broxburn head, we are scarce like to see an antler." "Then know, my good Halbert," said Martin, "whom I love as my own son, that I am satisfied to live till death calls me, because my Maker wills it. Ay, and although I spend what men call a hard life, pinched with cold in winter and burnt with heat in summer, though I feel hard and sleep hard, and am held mean and despised, yet I bethink me, that were I of no use on the face of this fair creation, God would withdraw me from it." "Thou poor old man," said Halbert, "and can such a vain conceit as this of thy fancied use reconcile thee to a world where thou playest so poor a part?" "My part was nearly as poor," said Martin, "my person nearly as much despised, the day that I saved my mistress and her child from perishing in the wilderness." "Right, Martin," answered Halbert, "there, indeed, thou didst what might be a sufficient apology for a whole life of insignificance." "And do you account it for nothing, Halbert,
that I should have the power of giving you a lesson of patience and submission to the destinies of Providence? Methinks there is use for the grey hairs on the old scalp, were it but to instruct the green head by precept and by example." Halbert held down his face, and remained silent for a minute or two, and then resumed his discourse. "Martin, seest thou aught changed in me of late?" "Surely," said Martin. "I have always known you hasty, wild, and inconsiderate, rude, and prompt to speak at the volley and without reflection. But now methinks your bearing, without losing its natural fire, has something in it of force and dignity, which it had not before. It seems as if you had fallen asleep a carle, and awakened a gentleman." "Thou canst judge then of noble bearing?" said Halbert. "Surely," answered Martin. "In some sort I can, for I have travelled through court and camp and city with my master, Walter Avenel, although he could do nothing for me in the long run but give me room for 20 of sheep on the hill. And surely, even now, while I speak with you, I feel sensible that my language is more refined than it is my wont to use, and that, although I know not the reason, the rude northern dialect, so familiar to my tongue, has given place to a more town-bred speech." "And this change in thyself and me thou canst by no means account for?" said young Glendinning. "Change!" replied Martin. "By Our Lady, it is not so much a change which I feel, as a recalling and renewing sentiments and expressions which I had some 30 years since, ere Tib and I set up our humble household. It is singular that your society should have this sort of influence over me, Halbert, and that I should never have experienced it ere now." "Thinkest thou," said Halbert, "thou seest in me aught that can raise me from this base, low, despised state, into one where I may rank with those proud men who now despise my clownish poverty?" Martin paused an instant, and then answered, "Doubtless you may, Halbert. As broken a ship has come to land. Heard ye never of Hughie Dun, who left this Halidome some 35 years gone by? A deliverly fellow was Hughie, could read and write like a priest, and could wield brand and buckler with the best of the riders. I mind him, the like of him was never seen in the Halidome of St. Mary's, and so was seen of the preferment that God sent him." "And what was that?" said Halbert, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Nothing less," answered Martin, "than body servant to the Archbishop of St. Andrews." Halbert's countenance fell. A servant! And to a priest? Was this all that knowledge and activity could raise him to? Martin, in his turn, looked with wistful surprise in the face of his young friend. "And to what good fortune lead him farther?" answered he. "The son of a kirk feuar is not the stuff that lords and knights are made of. Courage and schoolcraft cannot change churl's blood into gentle blood, I trow. I have heard, forby, that Hughie Dun left a good 500 punds of Scots money to his only daughter, and that she married the Bailie of Pittenweem." At this moment, and while Halbert was embarrassed with devising a suitable answer, a deer bounded across their path. In an instant the crossbow was at the youth's shoulder. The bolt whistled, and the deer, after giving one bound upright, dropped dead on the green sward. "There lies the venison our dame wanted," said Martin. "Who would have thought of an outlying stag being so low down in the glen at this season? And it is a heart of grease, too, in full season, and 3 inches of fat on the brisket. Now this is all your luck, Halbert, that follows you, go where you like. Were you to put in for it, I would warrant you were made one of the Abbot's yeoman prickers, and ride about in a purple doublet as bold as the best." "Tush, man," answered Halbert, "I will serve the Queen or no one. Take thou care to have down the venison to the Tower, since they expect it. I will on to the moss. I have 2 or 3 bird bolts at my girdle, and it may be I shall find wild fowl." He hastened his pace, and was soon out of sight. Martin paused for a moment, and looked after him. "There goes the making of a right gallant stripling, and ambition have not the spoiling of him. Serve the Queen," said he. "By my faith, and she hath worse servants, from all that I e'er heard of him. And wherefore should he not keep a high head? They that ettle to the top of the ladder will at least get up some rounds. They that aim at a gown of gold will always get a sleeve of it. But come, sir," addressing the stag, You shall go to Glendearg on my 2 legs somewhat more slowly than you were frisking it even now on your own 4 nimble shanks. Nay, by my faith, if you be so heavy, I will content me with the best of you, and that's the haunch and the nombles, and e'en heave up the rest on the old oak tree yonder, and come back for it with one of the yauds. [Footnote: Yauds, horses, more particularly horses of labour. While Martin returned to Glendearg with the venison, Halbert prosecuted his walk, breathing more easily since he was free of his companion. The domestic of a proud and lazy priest, body squire to the Archbishop of St. Andrews, he repeated to himself, and this with the privilege of allying his blood with the Bailey of Pittenween, is thought a preferment worth a brave man struggling for, nay more, a preferment which, if allowed, should crown the hopes past, present, and to come, of the son of a kirk vassal. By heaven, but that I find in me a reluctance to practise their acts of nocturnal rapine, I would rather take the jack and lance, and join with the border riders. Something I will do. Here, degraded and dishonoured, I will not live the scorn of each whiffling stranger from the south, because forsooth he wears tinkling spurs on a tawny boot. This thing, this phantom, be it what it will, I will see it once more. Since I spoke with her, and touched her hand, thoughts and feelings have dawned on me of which my former life had not even dreamed. But shall I, who feel my father's glen too narrow for my expanding spirit, brook to be bearded in it by this vain gewgaw of a courtier, and in the sight, too, of Mary Avenel? I will not stoop to it, by heaven." As he thus spoke, he arrived in the sequestered glen of Corrynanshian, as it verged upon the hour of noon. A few moments he remained looking upon the fountain, and doubting in his own mind with what countenance the White Lady might receive him. She had not indeed expressly forbidden his again evoking her, but yet there was something like such a prohibition implied in the farewell, which recommended him to wait for another guide. Halbert Glendinning did not long, however, allow himself to pause. Hardihood was the natural characteristic of his mind, and under the expansion and modification which his feelings had lately undergone, it had been augmented rather than diminished. He drew his sword, undid the buskin from his foot, bowed 3 times with deliberation towards the fountain, and as often towards the tree, and repeated the same rhyme as formerly. "Thrice to the holy brake, thrice to the well, I bid thee awake, White Maid of Avenel. Noon gleams on the lake, noon glows on the fell, Wake thee, O wake, White Maid of Avenel." His eye was on the holly bush as he spoke the last line, and it was not without an involuntary shuddering that he saw the air betwixt his eye and that object become more dim, and condense, as it were, into the faint appearance of a form, through which, however, so thin and transparent was the first appearance of the phantom, he could discern the outline of the bush as through a veil of fine crape. But, gradually, it darkened into a more substantial appearance, and the White Lady stood before him with displeasure on her brow. She spoke, and her speech was still song, or rather measured chant, but as if now more familiar, it flowed occasionally in modulated blank verse, and at other times in the lyrical measure which she had used at their former meeting. "This is the day when the fairy kind sits weeping alone for their hopeless lot, and the wood maiden sighs to the sighing wind, and the mermaiden weeps in her crystal grot, for this is the day that a deed was wrought, in which we have neither part nor share. For the children of clay was salvation bought, but not for the forms of sea or air. And ever the mortal is most forlorn, who meeteth our race on the Friday morn." "Spirit," said Halbert Glendinning boldly, "it is bootless to threaten one who holds his life at no rate. Thine anger can but slay, nor do I think thy power extendeth, or thy will stretcheth so far. The terrors which your race produce upon others are vain against me. My heart is hardened against fear, as by a sense of despair. If I am, as thy words infer, of a race more peculiarly the care of Heaven than thine, it is mine to call, it must be thine to answer. I am the nobler being." As he spoke, the figure looked upon him with a fierce and ireful countenance, which, without losing the similitude of that which it usually exhibited, had a wilder and more exaggerated cast of features. The eyes seemed to contract and become more fiery, and slight convulsions passed over the face, as if it was about to be transformed into something hideous. The whole appearance resembled those faces which the imagination summons up when it is disturbed by laudanum, but which do not remain under the visionary's command, and, beautiful in their first appearance, become wild and grotesque ere we can arrest them. But when Halbert had concluded his bold speech, the White Lady stood before him with the same pale, fixed, and melancholy aspect which she usually bore. He had expected the agitation which she exhibited would conclude in some frightful metamorphosis. Folding her arms on her bosom, the phantom replied, "Daring youth! For thee it is well here calling me in the haunted dell, that thy heart has not quailed, nor thy courage failed, and that thou couldst brook the angry look of her of Avenel. Did one limb shiver, or an eyelid quiver, thou wert lost for ever. Though I am formed from the ether blue, and my blood's of the unfallen dew, and thou art framed of mud and dust, 'tis thine to speak, reply I must." "I demand of thee, then," said the youth, "by what charm it is that I am thus altered in mind and in wishes, that I think no longer of deer or dog, of bow or bolt, that my soul spurns the bounds of this obscure glen, that my blood boils at an insult from one by whose stirrup I would some days since have run for a whole summer's morn, contented and honoured by the notice of a single word? Why do I now seek to mate me with princes and knights and nobles? Am I the same, who but yesterday, as it were, slumbered in contented obscurity, but who am to-day awakened to glory and ambition? Speak, tell me, if thou canst, the meaning of this change. Am I spellbound? Or have I till now been under the influence of a spell, that I feel as another being, yet am conscious of remaining the same? Speak, and tell me, is it to thy influence that the change is owing?" The White Lady replied, "A mightier wizard far than I wields o'er the universe his power. Him owns the eagle in the sky, the turtle in the bower. Chanceful in shape, yet mightiest still, he wields the heart of a man at will, from ill to good, from good to ill, in cot and castle tower." "Speak not thus darkly," said the youth, colouring so deeply, that face, neck, and hands were in a sanguine glow. "Make me sensible of thy purpose." The spirit answered, "Ask thy heart, whose secret cell is filled with Mary Avenel. Ask thy pride, why scornful look in Mary's view it will not brook. Ask it, why thou seekest to rise among the mighty and the wise, why thou spurnest thy lowly lot, why thy pastimes are forgot, why thou wouldst in bloody strife mend thy luck or lose thy life. Ask thy heart, and it shall tell, sighing from its secret cell, 'tis for Mary Avenel." "Tell me then," said Halbert, his cheek still deeply crimsoned, "thou who hast said to me that which I dared not say to myself, by what means shall I urge my passion? By what means make it known?" The White Lady replied, "Do not ask me. On doubts like these thou canst not task me. We only see the passing show of human passions ebb and flow, and view the pageant's idle glance as mortals eye the northern dance, when thousand streamers flashing bright career it o'er the brow of night, and gazers mark their changeful gleams, but feel no influence from their beams." "Yet thine own fate," replied Halbert, "unless men greatly err, is linked with that of mortals?" The phantom answered, "By ties mysterious linked, our fated race holds strange connexion with the sons of men. The star that rose upon the house of Avenel, when Norman Ulric first assumed the name, that star, when culminating in its orbit, shot from its sphere a drop of diamond dew, and this bright font received it, and a spirit rose from the fountain, and her date of life hath coexistence with the house of Avenel, and with the star that rules it." "Speak yet more plainly," answered young Glendinning. "Of this I can understand nothing. Say what hath forged thy weirded fated link of destiny with the house of Avenel. Say, especially, what fate now overhangs that house." The White Lady replied, "Look on my girdle, on this thread of gold, 'tis fine as web of lightest gossamer, and, but there is a spell on it, would not bind, light as they are, the folds of my thin robe. But when 'twas donned, It was a massive chain, such as might bind the champion of the Jews, even when his looks were longest. It hath dwindled, hath minished in its substance and its strength, has sunk the greatness of the house of Avenel. When this frail thread gives way, I to the elements resign the principles of life they lent me. Ask me no more of this, the stars forbid it." "Then canst thou read the stars," answered the youth, "and mayest tell me the fate of my passion, if thou canst not aid it?" The White Lady again replied: "Dim burns the once bright star of Avenel, dim as the beacon when the morn is nigh, and the o'erwearied warder leaves the lighthouse. There is an influence sorrowful and fearful, that dogs its downward course. Disastrous passion, fierce hate and rivalry, are in the aspect that lowers upon its fortunes." "And rivalry?" repeated Glendinning. "It is, then, as I feared. But shall that English silkworm presume to beard me in my father's house, and in the presence of Mary Avenel? Give me to meet him, spirit. Give me to do away with the vain distinction of rank on which he refuses me the combat. Place us on equal terms, and gleam the stars with what aspect they will, the sword of my father shall control their influences." She answered as promptly as before: "Complain not of me, child of clay, if to thy harm I yield the way. We, who soar thy sphere above, know not aught of hate or love, as will or wisdom rules thy mood. My gifts to evil turn, or good." "Give me to redeem my honour," said Halbert Glendinning; "give me to retort on my proud rival the insults he has thrown on me, and let the rest fare as it will. If I cannot revenge my wrong, I shall sleep quiet, and know naught of my disgrace." The phantom failed not to reply: "When Piercie Shafton boasteth high, let this token meet his eye. The sun is westering from the dell, thy wish is granted. Fare thee well." As the White Lady spoke or chanted these last words, she undid from her locks a silver bodkin around which they were twisted, and gave it to Halbert Glendinning. Then shaking her dishevelled hair till it fell like a veil around her, the outlines of her form gradually became as diffuse as her flowing tresses, her countenance grew pale as the moon in her first quarter, her features became indistinguishable, and she melted into the air. Habit inures us to wonders. But the youth did not find himself alone by the fountain without experiencing, though in a much less degree, the revulsion of spirits which he had felt upon the phantom's former disappearance. A doubt strongly pressed upon his mind, whether it were safe to avail himself of the gifts of a spirit which did not even pretend to belong to the class of angels, and might, for aught he knew, have a much worse lineage than that which she was pleased to avow. "I will speak of it," he said, "to Edward, who is clerkly learned, and will tell me what I should do. And yet no, Edward is scrupulous and wary. I will prove the effect of her gift on Sir Piercie Shafton, if he again braves me, and by the issue I will be myself a sufficient judge whether there is danger in resorting to her counsel. Home, then, home, and we shall soon learn whether that home shall longer hold me, for not again will I brook insult, with my father's sword by my side, and Mary for the spectator of my disgrace." Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. I give thee 18 pence a day, and my bow shall thou bear, and over all the north country I make thee the chief rider. And I 13 pence a day, quoth the queen, by God and by my fay, come fetch thy payment when thou wilt, no man shall say thee nay. William of Cloudsley. The manners of the age did not permit the inhabitants of Glendearg to partake of the collation which was placed in the spence of that ancient tower, before the Lord Abbot and his attendants, and Sir Piercie Shafton. Dame Glendinning was excluded both by inferiority of rank and by sex, for, though it was a rule often neglected, the Superior of St. Mary's was debarred from taking his meals in female society. To Mary Avenel the latter, and to Edward Glendinning the former, incapacity attached; but it pleased his lordship to require their presence in the apartment, and to say sundry kind words to them upon the ready and hospitable reception which they had afforded him. The smoking haunch now stood upon the table. A napkin, white as snow, was with due reverence tucked under the chin of the Abbot by the Refectioner, and naught was wanting to commence the repast, save the presence of Sir Piercie Shafton, who at length appeared, glittering like the sun, in a carnation velvet doublet slashed and puffed out with cloth of silver, his hat of the newest block, surrounded by a hatband of goldsmith's work, while around his neck he wore a collar of gold, set with rubies and topazes so rich, that it vindicated his anxiety for the safety of his baggage from being founded upon his love of mere finery. This gorgeous collar or chain, resembling those worn by the knights of the highest orders of chivalry, fell down on his breast, and terminated in a medallion. "We waited for Sir Piercie Shafton," said the Abbot, hastily assuming his place in the great chair which the Kitchener advanced to the table with ready hand. "I pray your pardon, reverend father, and my good lord," replied that pink of courtesy. "I did but wait to cast my riding slough, and to transmew myself into some civil form meeter for this worshipful company." "I cannot but praise your gallantry, Sir Knight," said the Abbot, "and your prudence also, for choosing the fitting time to appear thus adorned. Certes, had that goodly chain been visible in some part of your late progress, there was risk that the lawful owner might have parted company therewith." "This chain, said your reverence?" answered Sir Piercie. "Surely it is but a toy, a trifle, a slight thing which shows but poorly with this doublet. Marry, when I wear that of the murrey-coloured, double-piled Genoa velvet, puffed out with cyprus, the gems being relieved and set off by the darker and more grave ground of the stuff, show like stars giving a lustre through dark clouds." "I nothing doubt it," said the Abbot, "but I pray you to sit down at the board." But Sir Piercie had now got into his element, and was not easily interrupted. "I own," he continued, "that slight as the toy is, it might perchance have had some captivation for Julian. Santa Maria!" said he, interrupting himself, "what was I about to say, and my fair and beauteous protection, or shall I rather term her my discretion, here in presence? Indiscreet hath it been in your affability, O most lovely discretion, to suffer a stray word to have broke out of the penfold of his mouth, that might overleap the fence of civility, and trespass on the manor of decorum." "Marry," said the Abbot, somewhat impatiently, "the greatest discretion that I can see in the matter is to eat our victuals, being hot. Father Eustace, say the Benedicite, and cut up the haunch." The Sub Prior readily obeyed the first part of the Abbot's injunction, but paused upon the second. "It is Friday, most reverend," he said in Latin, desirous that the hint should escape, if possible, the ears of the stranger. "We are travellers," said the Abbot in reply, "and viatoribus licitum est, you know the canon, a traveller must eat what food his hard fate sets before him. I grant you all a dispensation to eat flesh this day, conditionally that you, brethren, say the Confiteor at curfew time, that the knight give alms to his ability, and that all and each of you fast from flesh on such day within the next month that shall seem most convenient. Wherefore fall to and eat your food with cheerful countenances, and you, Father Refectioner, da mixtus." While the Abbot was thus stating the conditions on which his indulgence was granted, he had already half finished a slice of the noble haunch, and now washed it down with a flagon of Rhenish, modestly tempered with water. "Well is it said," he observed, as he required from the Refectioner another slice, "that virtue is its own reward; for though this is but humble fare, and hastily prepared, and eaten in a poor chamber, I do not remember me of having had such an appetite since I was a simple brother in the Abbey of Dundrennan, and was wont to labour in the garden from morning until nones, when our Abbot struck the cymbalum. Then would I enter keen with hunger, parched with thirst, da mihi vinem queso et mirum sit, and partake with appetite of whatever was set before us, according to our rule. Feast or fast day, caritas or penitentia, was the same to me. I had no stomach complaints then, which now crave both the aid of wine and choice cookery to render my food acceptable to my palate and easy of digestion." "It may be, holy father," said the Sub Prior, "an occasional ride to the extremity of Saint Mary's patrimony may have the same happy effect on your health as the air of the garden at Dundrennan." "Perchance, with our patroness's blessings, such progresses may advantage us," said the Abbot, "having an especial eye that our venison is carefully killed by some woodsman that is master of his craft." "If the Lord Abbot will permit me," said the Kitchener, "I think the best way to assure his lordship on that important point would be to retain as a yeoman pricker, or deputy ranger, the eldest son of this good woman, Dame Glendinning, who is here to wait upon us. I should know by mine office what belongs to killing of game, and I can safely pronounce, that never saw I, or any other coquinarius, a bolt so justly shot. It has cloven the very heart of the buck." "What speak you to us of one good shot, father?" said Sir Piercie. "I would advise you that such no more maketh a shooter than doth one swallow make a summer. I have seen this Springald of whom you speak, and if his hand can send forth his shafts as boldly as his tongue doth utter presumptuous speeches, I will own him as good an archer as Robin Hood." "Marry," said the Abbot, "and it is fitting we know the truth of this matter from the dame herself, for ill advised were we to give way to any rashness in this matter, whereby the bounties which Heaven and our patroness provide might be unskilfully mangled, and rendered unfit for worthy men's use. Stand forth, therefore, Dame Glendinning, and tell to us, as thy liege lord and spiritual superior, using plainness and truth, without either fear or favour, as being a matter wherein we are deeply interested, doth this son of thine use his bow as well as the Father Kitchener avers to us?" "So please your noble fatherhood," answered Dame Glendinning with a deep curtsy, "I should know somewhat of archery to my cost, seeing my husband, God assoilzie him, was slain in the field of Pinkie with an arrow shot, while he was fighting under Kirk's banner, as became a liege vassal of the Halidome. He was a valiant man, please your reverence, and an honest, and shifted for his living at a time, as border men will sometimes do. I wot not sin that he did, and yet, though I have paid for mass after mass to the matter of a 40 shilling, besides a quarter of wheat and 4 furlocks of rye, I can have no assurance yet that he has been delivered from purgatory." "Dame," said the Lord Abbot, "this shall be looked into heedfully; and since thy husband fell, as thou sayest, in the Kirk's quarrel, and under her banner, rely upon it that we will have him out of purgatory forthwith, that is, always provided he be there. But it is not of thy husband whom we now devise to speak, but of thy son, not of a shot Scotsman, but of a shot deer. Wherefore I say, answer me to the point, is thy son a practised archer, ay or no?" "Alack, my reverend lord," replied the widow, "and my croft would be better tilled, if I could answer your reverence that he is not. Practised archer! Marry, holy sir, I would he would practise something else. Crossbow and longbow, handgun and hackbutt, falconet and saker, he can shoot with them all. And if it would please this right honourable gentleman, our guest, to hold out his hat at the distance of 100 yards, our Halbert shall send shaft, bolt, or bullet through it, so that right honourable gentleman swerve not, but hold out steady, and I will forfeit a quarter of barley if he touch but a knot of his ribbons. I have seen our old Martin do as much, and so is our right reverend the Sub Prior, if he be pleased to remember it." "I am not like to forget it, dame," said Father Eustace, "for I knew not which most to admire, the composure of the young marksman, or the steadiness of the old Mark. Yet I presume not to advise Sir Piercie Shafton to subject his valuable beaver, and yet more valuable person, to such a risk, unless it should be his own special pleasure." "Be assured it is not," said Sir Piercie Shafton, somewhat hastily. "Be well assured, holy father, that it is not. I dispute not the lad's qualities, for which your reverence vouches. But bows are but wood, strings are but flax, or the silkworm excrement at best. Archers are but men, fingers may slip, eyes may dazzle, the blindest may hit the butt, the best marker may shoot a bow's length beside. Therefore will we try no perilous experiments." "Be that as you will, Sir Piercie," said the Abbot. "Meantime, we will name this youth bow bearer in the forest granted to us by good King David, that the chase might recreate our wearied spirits, the flesh of the deer improve our poor commons, and the hides cover the books of our library, thus tending at once to the sustenance of body and soul." "Kneel down, woman, kneel down," said the Refectioner and the Kitchener, with one voice, to Dame Glendinning, "and kiss his lordship's hand, for the grace which he has granted to thy son." They then, as if they had been chanting the service and the responses, set off in a sort of duetto, enumerating the advantages of the situation. "A green gown and a pair of leathern galligaskins every Pentecost," said the Kitchener. "4 marks by the year at Candlemas," answered the Refectioner. "A hogshead of ale at Martelmas, of the double strike, and single ale at pleasure, as he shall agree with the cellarer." "Who is a reasonable man," said the Abbot, "and will encourage an active servant of the convent." "A mess of broth and a dole of mutton or beef at the Kitchener's, on each high holiday," resumed the Kitchener. "The gang of 2 cows and a palfrey on Our Lady's meadow," answered his brother officer. "An ox hide to make buskins of yearly, because of the brambles," echoed the Kitchener. "And various other perquisites, quae nunc prescibere longum," said the Abbot, summing with his own lordly voice the advantages attached to the office of conventional bow bearer. Dame Glendinning was all this while on her knees, her head mechanically turning from the one church officer to the other, which, as they stood one on each side of her, had much the appearance of a figure moved by clockwork, and so soon as they were silent, most devotedly did she kiss the munificent hand of the Abbot. Conscious, however, of Halbert's intractability in some points, she could not help qualifying her grateful and reiterated thanks for the Abbot's bountiful proffer, with a hope that Halbert would see his wisdom and accept of it. "How," said the Abbot, bending his brows, "accept of it? Woman, is thy son in his right wits?" Elspeth, stunned by the tone in which this question was asked, was altogether unable to reply to it. Indeed, any answer she might have made could hardly have been heard, as it pleased the 2 office-bearers of the Abbot's table again to recommence their alternate dialogue. "Refuse?" said the Kitchener. "Refuse?" answered the Refectioner, echoing the other's word in a tone of still louder astonishment. "Refuse 4 marks by the year," said the one. "Ale and beer, broth and mutton, cow's grass and palfreys," shouted the Kitchener. "Gown and galligaskins," responded the Refectioner. "A moment's patience, my brethren," answered the Sub Prior, "and let us not be thus astonished before cause is afforded of our amazement. This good dame best knoweth the temper and spirit of her son. This much I can say, that it lieth not towards letters or learning, of which I have in vain endeavoured to instil into him some tincture. Nevertheless, he is a youth of no common spirit, but much like those, in my weak judgment, whom God raises up among a people when he meaneth that their deliverance shall be wrought out with strength of hand and valour of heart. Such men we have seen marked with a waywardness, and even an obstinacy of character, which hath appeared intractability and stupidity to those among whom they walked and were conversant, until the very opportunity hath arrived in which it was the will of Providence that they should be the fitting instrument of great things." "Now, in good time hast thou spoken, Father Eustace," said the Abbot, "and we will see this swanky before we decide upon the means of employing him. How say you, Sir Piercie Shafton, is it not the court fashion to suit the man to the office, and not the office to the man?" "So please your reverence and lordship," answered the Northumbrian knight, "I do partly, that is, in some sort, subscribe to what your wisdom hath delivered. Nevertheless, under reverence of the Sub Prior, we do not look for gallant leaders and national deliverers in the hovels of the mean common people. Credit me, that if there be some flashes of martial spirit about this young person, which I am not called upon to dispute, though I have seldom seen that presumption and arrogance were made good upon the upshot by deed and action, yet still these will prove insufficient to distinguish him, save in his own limited and lowly sphere, even as the glowworm, which makes a goodly show among the grass of the field, would be of little avail if deposited in a beacon grate." "Now in good time," said the Sub Prior, "and here comes the young huntsman to speak for himself." For, being placed opposite to the window, he could observe Halbert as he ascended the little mound on which the tower was situated. "Summon him to our presence," said the Lord Abbot, and with an obedient start the 2 attendant monks went off with emulous alertness. Dame Glendinning sprung away at the same moment, partly to gain an instant to recommend obedience to her son, partly to prevail with him to change his apparel before coming in presence of the Abbot. But the Kitchener and Refectioner, both speaking at once, had already seized each an arm, and were leading Halbert in triumph into the apartment, so that she could only ejaculate, "His will be done, but an he had but had on him his Sunday's hose."
Limited and humble as this desire was, the fates did not grant it, for Halbert Glendinning was hurried into the presence of the Lord Abbot and his party, without a word of explanation, and without a moment's time being allowed to assume his holiday hose, which, in the language of the time, implied both breeches and stockings. Yet, though thus suddenly presented amid the centre of all eyes, there was something in Halbert's appearance which commanded a certain degree of respect from the company into which he was so unceremoniously intruded, and the greater part of whom were disposed to consider him with hauteur, if not with absolute contempt. But his appearance and reception we must devote to another chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 19, Part A of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part A. Now choose thee, gallant, betwixt wealth and honour. There lies the pelf, in some to bear thee through the dance of youth, and the turmoil of manhood. Yet leave enough for age's chimney corner. But an thou grasp to it, farewell ambition, farewell each hope of bettering thy condition, and raising thy low rank above the churls that till the earth for bread. Old Play. It is necessary to dwell for some brief space on the appearance and demeanour of young Glendinning, ere we proceed to describe his interview with the Abbot of St. Mary's, at this momentous crisis of his life. Halbert was now about 19 years old, tall and active rather than strong, yet of that hardy conformation of limb and sinew which promises great strength when the growth shall be complete, and the system confirmed. He was perfectly well made, and, like most men who have that advantage, possessed a grace and natural ease of manner and carriage, which prevented his height from being the distinguished part of his external appearance. It was not until you had compared his stature with that of those amongst or near to whom he stood, that you became sensible that the young Glendinning was upwards of 6 feet high. In the combination of unusual height, with perfect symmetry, ease, and grace of carriage, the young heir of Glendearg, notwithstanding his rustic birth and education, had greatly the advantage even of Sir Piercie Shafton himself, whose stature was lower, and his limbs, though there was no particular point to object to, were on the whole less exactly proportioned. On the other hand, Sir Piercie's very handsome countenance afforded him as decided an advantage over the Scotsman as regularity of features and brilliance of complexion could give over traits which were rather strongly marked than beautiful, and upon whose complexion the skyey influences, to which he was constantly exposed, had blended the red and white into the purely nut-brown hue which coloured alike cheeks, neck, and forehead, and blushed only in a darker glow upon the former. Halbert's eyes supplied a marked and distinguished part of his physiognomy. They were large and of a hazel colour, and sparkled in moments of animation with such uncommon brilliancy, that it seemed as if they actually emitted light. Nature had closely curled the locks of dark brown hair, which relieved and set off the features, such as we have described them, displaying a bold and animated disposition, much more than might have been expected from his situation, or from his previous manners, which hitherto had seemed bashful, homely, and awkward. Halbert's dress was certainly not of that description which sets off to the best advantage a presence of itself prepossessing. His jerkin and hose were of coarse rustic cloth, and his cap of the same. A belt round his waist served at once to sustain the broadsword which we have already mentioned, and to hold 5 or 6 arrows and bird bolts, which were stuck into it on the right side, along with a large knife hilted with buckhorn, or, as it was then called, a dudgeon dagger. To complete his dress, we must notice his loose buskins of deer's hide, formed so as to draw up on the leg as high as the knee, or at pleasure to be thrust down lower than the calves. These were generally used at the period by such as either had their principal occupation, or their chief pleasure, in sylvan sports, as they served to protect the legs against the rough and tangled thickets into which the pursuit of game frequently led them. And these trifling particulars complete his external appearance. It is not easy to do justice to the manner in which young Glendinning's soul spoke through his eyes when ushered so suddenly into the company of those whom his earliest education
had taught him to treat with awe and reverence. The degree of embarrassment which his demeanour evinced had nothing in it either meanly servile or utterly disconcerted. It was no more than became a generous and ingenuous youth of a bold spirit, but totally inexperienced, who should for the first time be called upon to think and act for himself in such society and under such disadvantageous circumstances. There was not in his carriage a grain either of forwardness or of timidity, which a friend could have wished away. He kneeled and kissed the Abbot's hand, then rose, and retiring 2 paces, bowed respectfully to the circle around, smiling gently as he received an encouraging nod from the Sub Prior, to whom alone he was personally known, and blushing as he encountered the anxious look of Mary Avenel, who beheld with painful interest the sort of ordeal to which her foster brother was about to be subjected. Recovering from the transient flurry of spirits into which the encounter of her glance had thrown him, he stood composedly awaiting till the Abbot should express his pleasure. The ingenuous expression of countenance, noble form, and graceful attitude of the young man failed not to prepossess in his favour the churchmen in whose presence he stood. The Abbot looked round, and exchanged a gracious and approving glance with his counsellor Father Eustace, although probably the appointment of a ranger or bow bearer was one in which he might have been disposed to proceed without the Sub Prior's advice, were it but to show his own free agency. But the good mien of the young man now in nomination was such, that he rather hastened to exchange congratulation on meeting with so proper a subject of promotion, than to indulge any other feeling. Father Eustace enjoyed the pleasure which a well-constituted mind derives from seeing a benefit light on a deserving object; for as he had not seen Halbert since circumstances had made so material a change in his manner and feelings, he scarce doubted that the proffered appointment would, notwithstanding his mother's uncertainty, suit the disposition of a youth who had appeared devoted to woodland sports, and a foe alike to sedentary or settled occupation of any kind. The Refectioner and Kitchener were so well pleased with Halbert's prepossessing appearance, that they seemed to think that the salary, emoluments, and perquisites, the dole, the grazing, the gown, and the galligaskins, could scarce be better bestowed than on the active and graceful figure before them. Sir Piercie Shafton, whether from being more deeply engaged in his own cogitations, or that the subject was unworthy of his notice, did not seem to partake of the general feeling of approbation excited by the young man's presence. He sate with his eyes half shut, and his arms folded, appearing to be wrapped in contemplations of a nature deeper than those arising out of the scene before him. But, notwithstanding his seeming abstraction and absence of mind, there was a flutter of vanity in Sir Piercie's very handsome countenance, an occasional change of posture from one striking attitude, or what he conceived to be such, to another, and an occasional stolen glance at the female part of the company, to spy how far he succeeded in riveting their attention, which gave a marked advantage in comparison to the less regular and more harsh features of Halbert Glendinning, with their composed, manly, and deliberate expression of mental fortitude. Of the females belonging to the family of Glendearg, the miller's daughter alone had her mind sufficiently at leisure to admire, from time to time, the graceful attitudes of Sir Piercie Shafton, for both Mary Avenel and Dame Glendinning were waiting in anxiety and apprehension the answer which Halbert was to return to the Abbot's proposal, and fearfully anticipating the consequences of his probable refusal. The conduct of his brother Edward, for a lad constitutionally shy, respectful, and even timid, was at once affectionate and noble. This younger son of Dame Elspeth had stood unnoticed in a corner, after the Abbot, at the request of the Sub Prior, had honoured him with some passing notice, and asked him a few commonplace questions about his progress in Donatus and in the Promptuarium Parvulorum, without waiting for the answers. From his corner he now glided round to his brother's side, and keeping a little behind him, slid his right hand into the huntsman's left, and by a gentle pressure, which Halbert instantly and ardently returned, expressed at once his interest in his situation, and his resolution to share his fate. The group was thus arranged, when, After the pause of 2 or 3 minutes, which he employed in slowly sipping his cup of wine, in order that he might enter on his proposal with due and deliberate dignity, the Abbot at length expressed himself thus: "My son, we, your lawful Superior, and the Abbot, under God's favour, of the community of St. Mary's, have heard of your manifold good gifts, especially touching woodcraft, and the huntsman-like fashion in which you strike your game, truly and as a yeoman should, not abusing Heaven's good benefits by spoiling the flesh, as is too often seen in careless rangers." He made here a pause, but observing that Glendinning only replied to his compliment by a bow, he proceeded: "My son, we commend your modesty. Nevertheless, we will that thou shouldst speak freely to us touching that which we have premeditated for thine advancement, meaning to confer on thee the office of bow bearer and ranger, as well over the chases and forests wherein our house hath privilege by the gifts of pious kings and nobles, whose souls now enjoy the fruits of their bounties to the church as to those which belong to us in exclusive right of property and perpetuity. Thy knee, my son, that we may, with our own hand, and without loss of time, induct thee into office." "Kneel down," said the Kitchener on the one side, and "Kneel down," said the Refectioner on the other. But Halbert Glendinning remained standing. "Were it to show gratitude and good will for your reverend lordship's noble offer, I could not," he said, "kneel low enough, or remain long enough kneeling. But I may not kneel to take investure of your noble gift, my Lord Abbot, being a man determined to seek my fortune otherwise." "How is that, sir?" said the Abbot, knitting his brows. "Do I hear you speak aright? And do you, a born vassal of the Halidome, at the moment when I am destining to you such a noble expression of my good will, propose exchanging my service for that of any other?" "My lords," said Halbert Glendinning, "it grieves me to think you hold me capable of undervaluing your gracious offer, or of exchanging your service for another. But your noble proffer doth but hasten the execution of a determination which I have long since formed." "Ay, my son," said the Abbot, "is it indeed so? Right early have you learned to form resolutions without consulting those on whom you naturally depend. But what may it be, this sagacious resolution, if I may so far pray you?" "To yield up to my brother and mother," answered Halbert, "mine interest in the fief of Glendearg, lately possessed by my father, Simon Glendinning, and having prayed your lordship to be the same kind and generous master to them that your predecessors, the venerable abbots of St. Mary's, have been to my fathers in times past, for myself, I am determined to seek my fortune where I may best find it." Dame Glendinning here ventured, emboldened by maternal anxiety, to break silence with an exclamation of "Oh, my son!" Edward, clinging to his brother's side, half spoke, half whispered a similar ejaculation of "Brother! brother!" The Sub Prior took up the matter in a tone of grave reprehension, which, as he conceived the interest he had always taken in the family at Glendearg, required at his hand. "Wilful young man," he said, "what folly can urge thee to push back the hand that is stretched out to aid thee? What visionary aim hast thou before thee, that can compensate for the decent and sufficient independence which thou art now rejecting with scorn?" "4 marks by the year, duly and truly," said the Kitchener. "Cow's grass, doublet, and galligaskins," responded the Refectioner. "Peace, my brethren," said the Sub Prior, "and may it please your lordship, venerable father, upon my petition, to allow this headstrong youth a day for consideration, and it shall be my part so to indoctrinate him, as to convince him what is due on this occasion to your lordship, and to his family, and to himself." "Your kindness, reverend father," said the youth, "craves my dearest thanks. It is the continuance of a long train of benevolence towards me, for which I give you my gratitude, for I have nothing else to offer. It is my mishap, not your fault, that your intentions have been frustrated. But my present resolution is fixed and unalterable. I cannot accept the generous offer of the Lord Abbot. My fate calls me elsewhere, to scenes where I shall end it or mend it." End of chapter 19, part A. Chapter 19, Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part B. By Our Lady, said the Abbot, I think the youth be mad indeed, or that you, Sir Piercie, judged of him most truly when you prophesied that he would prove unfit for the promotion we designed him. It may be you knew something of this wayward humour before? By the mass, not I, answered Sir Piercie Shafton with his usual indifference, but I judged of him by his birth and breeding, for seldom doth a good hawk come out of a kite's egg. Thou art thyself a kite, and kestrel to boot, replied Halbert Glendinning, without a moment's hesitation. This in our presence, and to a man of worship? Said the Abbot, the blood rushing to his face. Yes, my lord, answered the youth. Even in your presence I return to this gay man's face the causeless dishonour, which he has flung on my name. My brave father, who fell in the cause of his country, demands that justice at the hands of his son. Unmannered boy, said the Abbot. Nay, my good lord, said the knight, praying pardon for the coarse interruption, let me entreat you not to be wroth with this rustical. Credit me, the north wind shall as soon puff one of your rocks from its bases, as aught which I hold so slight and inconsiderate as the churlish speech of an untaught churl shall move the spleen of Piercie Shafton. Proud as you are, Sir Knight, said Halbert, in your imagined superiority, be not too confident that you cannot be moved. Faith, by nothing that thou canst urge, said Sir Piercie. Knowest thou then this token? Said young Glendinning, offering to him the silver bodkin he had received from the White Lady. Never was such an instant change. From the most contemptuous serenity to the most furious state of passion as that which Sir Piercie Shafton exhibited. It was the difference between a cannon lying quiet in its embrasure and the same gun when touched by the linstock. He started up, every limb quivering with rage, and his features so inflamed and agitated by passion that he more resembled a demoniac than a man under the regulation of reason. He clenched both his fists, and thrusting them forward, offered them furiously at the face of Glendinning, who was even himself startled at the frantic state of excitation which his action had occasioned. The next moment he withdrew them, struck his open palm against his own forehead, and rushed out of the room in a state of indescribable agitation. The whole matter had been so sudden, that no person present had time to interfere. When Sir Piercie Shafton had left the apartment, there was a moment's pause of astonishment, and then a general demand that Halbert Glendinning should instantly explain by what means he had produced such a violent change in the deportment of the English cavalier. I did naught to him, answered Halbert Glendinning, but what you all saw. Am I to answer for his fantastic freaks of humour? Boy, said the Abbot in his most authoritative manner, these subterfuges shall not avail thee. This is not a man to be driven from his temperament without some sufficient cause. That cause was given by thee, and must have been known to thee. I command thee, as thou wilt save thyself from worst measure, to explain to me by what means thou hast moved our friend thus. We choose not that our vassal shall drive our guests mad in our very presence, and we remain ignorant of the means whereby that purpose is effected. So may it please your reverence, I did but show him this token, said Halbert Glendinning, delivering it at the same time to the Abbot, who looked at it with much attention, and then, shaking his head, gravely delivered it to the Sub-Prior without speaking a word. Father Eustace looked at the mysterious token with some attention, and then addressing Halbert in a stern and severe voice, said, Young man, if thou wouldst not have us suspect thee of some strange double-dealing in this matter, let us instantly know whence thou hadst this token, and how it possesses an influence on Sir Piercie Shafton. It would have been extremely difficult for Halbert, thus hard pressed, to have either evaded or answered so puzzling a question. To have avowed the truth might, in those times, have occasioned his being burnt at a stake, although in ours his confession would have only gained for him the credit of a liar beyond all rational credibility. He was fortunately relieved by the return of Sir Piercie Shafton himself, whose ear caught, as he entered, the sound of the Sub-Prior's question. Without waiting until Halbert Glendinning replied, he came forward, whispering to him as he passed, Be secret. Thou shalt have the satisfaction thou hast dared to seek for. When he returned to his place, there were still marks of discomposure on his brow, but, becoming apparently collected and calm, he looked around him, and apologized for the indecorum of which he had been guilty, which he ascribed to sudden and severe indisposition. All were silent, and looked at each other with some surprise. The Lord Abbot gave orders for all to retire from the apartment, save himself, Sir Piercie Shafton, and the Sub Prior. "And have an eye," he added, "on that bold youth, that he escape not, for if he hath practised by charm, or otherwise, on the health of our worshipful guest, I swear by the alb and mitre which I wear, that his punishment shall be most exemplary." "My lord and venerable father," said Halbert, bowing respectfully, "fear not but that I will abide my doom. I think you will best learn from the worshipful knight himself what is the cause of his distemperature, and how slight my share in it has been." "Be assured," said the knight, without looking up, however, while he spoke, "I will satisfy the Lord Abbot." With these words the company retired, and with them young Glendinning. When the Abbot, the Sub Prior, and the English knight were left alone, Father Eustace, contrary to his custom, could not help speaking the first. "Expound unto us, noble sir," he said, "by what mysterious means the production of this simple toy could so far move your spirit, and overcome your patience, after you had shown yourself proof to all the provocation offered by this self-sufficient and singular youth." The knight took the silver bodkin from the good father's hand, looked at it with great composure, and having examined it all over, returned it to the Sub Prior, saying at the same time, "In truth, venerable father, I cannot but marvel that the wisdom implied alike in your silver hairs and your eminent rank should, like a babbling hound, excuse the similitude, open thus loudly on a false scent. I were indeed more slight to be moved than the leaves of the aspen tree, which wag at the least breath of heaven, could I be touched by such a trifle as this, which in no way concerns me more than if the same quantity of silver were stricken into so many groats. Truth is, that from my youth upward I have been subjected to such a malady as you saw me visited with even now, a cruel and searching pain, which goeth through nerve and bone, even as a good brand in the hands of a brave soldier shears through limb and sinew, but it passes away speedily, as you yourselves may judge." "Still," said the Sub Prior, "this will not account for the youth offering to you this piece of silver as a token by which you were to understand something, and, as we must needs conjecture, something disagreeable." "Your reverence is to conjecture what you will," said Sir Piercie, "but I cannot pretend to lay your judgment on the right scent when I see it at fault. I hope I am not liable to be called upon to account for the foolish actions of a malapert boy." "Assuredly," said the Sub Prior, "we shall prosecute no inquiry which is disagreeable to our guest. Nevertheless," said he, looking to his superior, "this chance may, in some sort, alter the plan your lordship had formed for your worshipful guest's residence for a brief term in this tower, as a place alike of secrecy and security, both of which, in the terms which we now stand on with England, are circumstances to be desired." "In truth," said the Abbot, "and the doubt is well thought on, were it as well removed; for I scarce know in the Halidome so fitting a place of refuge. Yet see I not how to recommend it to our worshipful guest, considering the unrestrained petulance of this headstrong youth." "Tush, reverend sirs, what would you make of me?" said Sir Piercie Shafton. "I protest by mine honour I would abide in this house were I to choose. What, I take no exceptions at the youth for showing a flash of spirit, though the spark may light on mine own head. I honour the lad for it. I protest I will abide here, and he shall aid me in striking down a deer. I must needs be friends with him, and he be such a shot. And we will speedily send down to my Lord Abbot a buck of the first head, killed so artificially as shall satisfy even the Reverend Kitchener." This was said with such apparent ease and good humour, that the Abbot made no farther observation on what had passed, but proceeded to acquaint his guest with the details of furniture, hangings, provisions, and so forth, which he proposed to send up to the Tower of Glendearg for his accommodation. This discourse, seasoned with a cup or two of wine, served to prolong the time until the Reverend Abbot ordered his cavalcade to prepare for their return to the Monastery. "As we have," he said, "in the course of this our toilsome journey, lost our meridian, [Footnote: the hour of repose at noon, which in the Middle Ages was employed in slumber, and which the monastic rules of nocturnal vigils rendered necessary. Indulgence shall be given to those of our attendants who shall, from very weariness, be unable to attend the duty at prime. [Footnote: Prime was the midnight service of the monks.] And this by way of misericorde or indulgentia. [Footnote: Misericorde, according to the learned work of Fosbrook on British monachism, meant not only an indulgence or exoneration from particular duties, but also a particular apartment in a convent, where the monks assembled to enjoy such indulgences or allowances as were granted beyond the rule. Having benevolently intimated a boon to his faithful followers, which he probably judged would be far from unacceptable, the good Abbot, seeing all ready for his journey, bestowed his blessing on the assembled household, gave his hand to be kissed by Dame Glendinning, himself kissed the cheek of Mary Avenel and even of the miller's maiden, when they approached to render him the same homage, commanded Halbert to rule his temper, and to be aiding and obedient in all things to the English knight, admonished Edward to be discipulus impecher atque strenuus, then took a courteous farewell of Sir Piercie Shafton, advising him to lie close, for fear of the English borderers, who might be employed to kidnap him, and having discharged these various offices of courtesy, moved forth to the courtyard, followed by the whole establishment. Here, with a heavy sigh approaching to a groan, the venerable father heaved himself upon his palfrey, whose dark purple housings swept the ground, and, greatly comforted that the discretion of the animal's pace would be no longer disturbed by the gambadoes of Sir Piercie and his prancing war horse, he set forth at a sober and steady trot upon his return to the Monastery. When the Sub Prior had mounted to accompany his principal, his eye sought out Halbert, who, partly hidden by a projection of the outward wall of the court, stood apart from, and gazing upon, the departing cavalcade, and the group which assembled around them. Unsatisfied with the explanation he had received concerning the mysterious transaction of the silver bodkin, yet interesting himself in the youth, of whose character he had formed a favourable idea, the worthy monk resolved to take an early opportunity of investigating that matter. In the meanwhile, he looked upon Halbert with a serious and warning aspect, and held up his finger to him as he signed farewell, then joined the rest of the churchmen, and followed his superior down the valley. Chapter 19. Part B. Chapter 20, Part A of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part A. I hope you'll give me cause to think you noble, and do me right with your sword, sir, as becomes one gentleman of honour to another. All this is fair, sir. Let us make no days on't. I'll lead your way. Love's Pilgrimage. The look and sign of warning which the Sub Prior gave to Halbert Glendinning as they parted went to his heart, for although he had profited much less than Edward by the good man's instructions, he had a sincere reverence for his person, and even the short time he had for deliberation tended to show him he was embarked in a perilous adventure. The nature of the provocation which he had given to Sir Piercie Shafton he could not even conjecture, but he saw that it was of a mortal quality, and he was now to abide the consequences. That he might not force these consequences forward by any premature renewal of their quarrel, he resolved to walk apart for an hour, and consider on what terms he was to meet this haughty foreigner. The time seemed propitious for his doing so, without having the appearance of wilfully shunning the stranger, as all the members of the little household were dispersing either to perform such tasks as had been interrupted by the arrival of the dignitaries, or to put in order what had been deranged by their visit. Leaving the tower, therefore, and descending, unobserved as he thought, the knoll on which it stood, Halbert gained the little piece of level ground which extended betwixt the descent of the hill and the first sweep made by the brook after washing the foot of the eminence on which the tower was situated, where a few straggling birch and oak trees served to secure him from observation. But scarcely had he reached the spot, when he was surprised to feel a smart tap upon the shoulder, and, turning around, he perceived he had been closely followed by Sir Piercie Shafton, when, whether from our state of animal spirits, want of confidence in the justice of our cause, or any other motive, our own courage happens to be in a wavering condition, nothing tends so much altogether to disconcert us, as a great appearance of promptitude on the part of our antagonist. Halbert Glendinning, both morally and constitutionally intrepid, was nevertheless somewhat troubled at seeing the stranger, whose resentment he had provoked, appear at once before him, and with an aspect which boded hostility. But though his heart might beat somewhat thicker, he was too high-spirited to exhibit any external signs of emotion. "What is your pleasure, Sir Piercie?" he said to the English knight, enduring without apparent discomposure all the terrors which his antagonist had summoned into his aspect. "What is my pleasure?" answered Sir Piercie. "A goodly question after the part you have acted towards me. Young man, I know not what infatuation has led thee to place thyself in direct and insolent opposition to one who is a guest of thy liege Lord the Abbot, and who, even from the courtesy due to thy mother's roof, had a right to remain there without meeting insult. Neither do I ask, or care, by what means thou hast become possessed of the fatal secret by which thou hast dared to offer me open shame. But I must now tell thee, that the possession of it has cost thee thy life." "Not, I trust, if my hand and sword can defend it," replied Halbert, boldly. "True," said the Englishman, "I mean not to deprive thee of thy fair chance of self-defence. I am only sorry to think that, young and country bred as thou art, it can but little avail thee. But thou must be well aware, that in this quarrel I shall use no terms of quarter." "Rely on it, proud man," answered the youth, "that I shall ask none; and although thou speakest as if I lay already at thy feet, trust me, that as I am determined never to ask thy mercy, so I am not fearful of needing it." "Thou wilt then," said the knight, "do nothing to avert the certain fate which thou hast provoked with such wantonness?" "And how were that to be purchased?" replied Halbert Glendinning, more with the wish of obtaining some farther insight into the terms on which he stood with this stranger, than to make him the submission which he might require. "Explain to me instantly," said Sir Piercie, "without equivocation or delay, by what means thou wert enabled to wound my honour so deeply; and shouldst thou point out to me by so doing an enemy more worthy of my resentment, I will permit thine own obscure insignificance to draw a veil over thine insolence." "This is too high a flight," said Glendinning fiercely, "for thine own presumption to soar without being checked. Thou hast come to my father's house, as well as I can guess, a fugitive and an exile, and thy first greeting to its inhabitants has been that of contempt and injury. By what means I have been able to retort that contempt, let thine own conscience tell thee. Enough for me that I stand on the privilege of a free Scotchman, and will brook no insult unreturned, and no injury unrequited." "It is well then," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "we will dispute this matter to morrow morning with our swords. Let the time be daybreak, and do thou assign the place. We will go forth as if to strike a deer." "Content," replied Halbert Glendinning. "I will guide thee to a spot where 100 men might fight and fall without any chance of interruption." "It is well," answered Sir Piercie Shafton. "Here then we part. Many will say that in thus indulging the right of a gentleman to the son of a clod-breaking peasant, I derogate from my sphere, even as the blessed sun would derogate should he condescend to compare and match his golden beams with the twinkle of a pale, blinking, expiring, gross-fed taper. But no consideration of rank shall prevent my avenging the insult thou hast offered me. We bear a smooth face, observe me, Sir Villagio, before the worshipful inmates of yonder cabin, and to-morrow we try conclusions with our swords." So saying, he turned away towards the tower. It may not be unworthy of notice, that in the last speech only had Sir Piercie used some of those flowers of rhetoric which characterized the usual style of his conversation. Apparently, a sense of wounded honour, and the deep desire of vindicating his injured feelings, had proved too strong for the fantastic affectation of his acquired habits. Indeed, such is usually the influence of energy of mind, when called forth and exerted, that Sir Piercie Shafton had never appeared in the eyes of his youthful antagonist half so much deserving of esteem and respect as in this brief dialogue, by which they exchanged mutual defiance. As he followed him slowly to the tower, he could not help thinking to himself, that had the English knight always displayed this superior tone of bearing and feeling, he would not probably have felt so earnestly disposed to take offence at his hand. Mortal offence, however, had been exchanged, and the matter was to be put to mortal arbitrament. The family met at the evening meal, when Sir Piercie Shafton extended the benignity of his countenance and the graces of his conversation far more generally over the party than he had hitherto condescended to do. The greater part of his attention was, of course, still engrossed by his divine inimitable discretion, as he chose to term Mary Avenel. But nevertheless there were interjectional flourishes to the maid of the mill under the title of comely damsel, and to the dame under that of worthy matron. Nay, lest he should fail to excite their admiration by the graces of his rhetoric, he generously, and without solicitation, added those of his voice, and after regretting bitterly the absence of his viol de gamba, he regaled them with a song, which, said he, the inimitable Astrophel, whom mortals call Philip Sidney, composed in the nonage of his muse, to show the world what they are to expect from his riper years, and which will one day see the light in that not to be paralleled perfection of human wit, which he has addressed to his sister, the matchless Parthenope, whom men call Countess of Pembroke. A work, he continued, whereof his friendship hath permitted me, though unworthy, to be an occasional partaker, and whereof I may well say, that the deep afflictive tale which awakeneth our sorrows is so relieved with brilliant similitudes, dulcet descriptions, pleasant poems, and engaging interludes, that they seem as the stars of the firmament beautifying the dusky robe of night. And though I wot well how much the lovely and quaint language will suffer by my widowed voice, widowed in that it is no longer matched by my beloved viol de gamba, I will essay to give you a taste of the ravishing sweetness of the poesy of the unto-be imitated Astrophel." So saying, he sung without mercy or remorse about 500 verses, of which the 2 first and the 4 last may suffice for a specimen. What tongue can her perfections tell, on whose each part all pens may dwell, of whose high praise, arid praiseful bliss, goodness the pen, heaven paper is, the ink immortal fame doth send, as I began, so I must end. As Sir Piercie Shafton always sung with his eyes half shut, it was not until, agreeably to the promise of poetry, he had fairly made an end, that looking round he discovered that the greater part of his audience had, in the meanwhile, yielded to the charms of repose. Mary Avenel, indeed, from a natural sense of politeness, had contrived to keep awake through all the perplexities of the divine Astrophel, but Mysie was transported in dreams back to the dusty atmosphere of her father's mill. Edward himself, who had given his attention for some time, had at length fallen fast asleep, and the good dame's nose, could its tones have been put in regulation, might have supplied the bass of the lamented viol de gamba. Halbert, however, who had no temptation to give way to the charms of slumber, remained awake with his eyes fixed on the songster. Not that he was better entertained with the words, or more ravished with the execution, than the rest of the company, but rather because he admired, or perhaps envied, the composure which could thus spend the evening in interminable madrigals, when the next morning was to be devoted to deadly combat. Yet it struck his natural acuteness of observation, that the eye of the gallant cavalier did now and then, furtively as it were, seek a glance of his countenance, as if to discover how he was taking the exhibition of his antagonist's composure and serenity of mind. "He shall read nothing in my countenance," thought Halbert, proudly, "that can make him think my indifference less than his own." And taking from the shelf a bag full of miscellaneous matters collected for the purpose, he began with great industry to dress hooks, and had finished half a dozen of flies, we are enabled, for the benefit of those who admire the antiquities of the gentle art of angling, to state that they were brown hackles, by the time that Sir Piercie had arrived at the conclusion of his long-winded strophes of the divine Astrophel, so that he also testified a magnanimous contempt of that which to-morrow should bring forth. As it now waxed late, the family of Glendearg separated for the evening, Sir Piercie first saying to the dame that her son Albert "Halbert," said Elspeth with emphasis, "Halbert, after his good sire, Halbert Brydone." "Well, then, I have prayed your son, Halbert, that we may strive to-morrow with the sun's earliness to wake a stag from his lair, that I may see whether he be as prompt at that sport as fame bespeaks him." "Alas, sir," answered Dame Elspeth, "he is but too prompt. An you talk of promptitude, at anything that has steel at one end of it, and mischief at the other. But he is at your honourable disposal, and I trust you will teach him how obedience is due to our venerable father and lord the Abbot, and prevail with him to take the bow bearer's place in fee, for, as the two worthy monks said, it will be a great help to a widow woman." "Trust me, good dame," replied Sir Piercie, "it is my purpose to so indoctrinate him touching his conduct and bearing towards his betters, that he shall not lightly depart from the reverence due to them. We meet, then, beneath the birch trees in the plain," he said, looking to Halbert, "so soon as the eye of day hath opened its lids." Halbert answered with a sign of acquiescence, and the knight proceeded. "And now, having wished to my fairest Discretion those pleasant dreams which wave their pinions around the couch of sleeping beauty, and to this comely damsel the bounties of Morpheus, and to all others the common good night, I will crave you leave to depart to my place of rest, though I may say with the poet, "Ah, rest! no rest but change of place and posture. Ah, sleep! no sleep but worn out nature's swooning. Ah, bed! no bed but cushion filled with stones. Rest, sleep, nor bed await not on an exile." End of Chapter 20, Part A. Chapter 20, Part B, of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part B. With a delicate obeisance he left the room, evading Dame Glendinning, who hastened to assure him he would find his accommodations for repose much more agreeable than they had been the night before, there having been store of warm coverlets and a soft feather bed sent up from the Abbey. But the good knight probably thought that the grace and effect of his exit would be diminished, if he were recalled from his heroics to discuss such sublunary and domestic topics, and therefore hastened away without waiting to hear her out. "A pleasant gentleman," said Dame Glendinning, "but I will warrant him an humorous [Footnote: Humorous, full of whims. Thus Shakespeare, humorous as winter. The vulgar word humorsome comes nearest to the meaning.] and sings a sweet song, though it is somewhat of the longest. Well, I make mine avow he is goodly company. I wonder when he will go away." Having thus expressed her respect for her guest, not without intimation that she was heartily tired of his company, the good dame gave the signal for the family to disperse, and laid her injunctions on Halbert to attend Sir Piercie Shafton at daybreak, as he required. When stretched on his pallet by his brother's side, Halbert had no small cause to envy the sound sleep which instantly settled on the eyes of Edward, but refused him any share of its influence. He saw now too well what the spirit had darkly indicated, that, in granting the boon which he had asked so unadvisedly, she had contributed more to his harm than his good. He was now sensible, too late, of the various dangers and inconveniences with which his dearest friends were threatened, alike by his discomfiture or his success in the approaching duel. If he fell, he might say personally good night all, but it was not the less certain that he should leave a dreadful legacy of distress and embarrassment to his mother and family, an anticipation which by no means tended to render the front of death, in itself a grisly object, more agreeable to his imagination. The vengeance of the Abbot, his conscience told him, was sure to descend on his mother and brother, or could only be averted by the generosity of the victor. And Mary Avenel, he should have shown himself, if he succumbed in the present combat, as inefficient in protecting her, as he had been unnecessarily active in bringing disaster on her and on the house in which she had been protected from infancy. And to this view of the case were to be added all those embittered and anxious feelings with which the bravest men, even in a better or less doubtful quarrel, regard the issue of a dubious conflict, the first time when it has been their fate to engage in an affair of that nature. But however disconsolate the prospect seemed in the event of his being conquered, Halbert could expect from victory little more than the safety of his own life, and the gratification of his wounded pride. To his friends, to his mother and brother, especially to Mary Avenel, the consequences of his triumph would be more certain destruction than the contingency of his defeat and death. If the English knight survived, he might in courtesy extend his protection to them, but if he fell, nothing was likely to screen them from the vindictive measures which the Abbot and convent would surely adopt against the violation of the peace of the Halidome, and the slaughter of a protected guest by one of their own vassals, within whose house they had lodged him for shelter. These thoughts, in which neither view of the case augured aught short of ruin to his family, and that ruin entirely brought on by his own rashness, were thorns in Halbert Glendinning's pillow, and deprived his soul of peace and his eyes of slumber. There appeared to be no middle course, saving one which was marked by degradation, and which, even if he stooped to it, was by no means free of danger. He might, indeed, confess to the English knight the strange circumstances which led to his presenting him with that token which the White Lady, in her displeasure, as it now seemed, had given him, that he might offer it to Sir Piercie Shafton. But to this avowal his pride could not stoop, and reason, who was wonderfully ready to be of counsel with pride on such occasions, offered many arguments to show it would be useless as well as mean so far to degrade himself. If I tell a tale so wonderful, thought he, shall I not either be stigmatized as a liar or punished as a wizard? Were Sir Piercie Shafton generous, noble, and benevolent, as the champions of whom we hear in romance, I might indeed gain his ear, and without demeaning myself, escape from the situation in which I am placed. But as he is, or at least seems to be, self-conceited, arrogant, vain, and presumptuous, I should but humble myself in vain, and I will not humble myself," he said, starting out of bed, grasping his broadsword, and brandishing it in the light of the moon, which streamed through the deep niche that served them as a window; when, to his extreme surprise and terror, an airy form stood in the moonlight, but intercepted not the reflection on the floor. Dimly as it was expressed, the sound of the voice soon made him sensible he saw the White Lady. At no time had her presence seemed so terrific to him, for when he had invoked her, it was with the expectation of the apparition, and the determination to abide the issue. But now she had come uncalled, and her presence impressed him with a sense of approaching misfortune, and with the hideous apprehension that he had associated himself with a demon, over whose motions he had no control, and of whose powers and quality he had no certain knowledge. He remained, therefore, in mere terror, gazing on the apparition, which chanted or recited in cadence the following lines: "He whose heart for vengeance sued must not shrink from shedding blood. The knot that thou hast tied with word thou must loose by edge of sword." Said Halbert Glendinning, "I have bought thy advice too dearly already. Be gone in the name of God." The spirit laughed, and the cold unnatural sound of her laughter had something in it more fearful than the usually melancholy tones of her voice. She then replied, "You have summoned me once, you have summoned me twice, and without e'er a summons I come to you thrice. Unasked for, unsued for, you came to my glen. Unsued and unasked, I am with you again." Halbert Glendinning gave way for a moment to terror, and called on his brother, "Edward, waken, waken, for our Lady's sake." Edward awaked accordingly, and asked what he wanted. "Look out," said Halbert, "look up. Seest thou no one in the room?" "No, upon my good word," said Edward, looking out. "What, seest thou nothing in the moonshine upon the floor there?" "No, nothing," answered Edward, "save thyself resting on thy naked sword. I tell thee, Halbert, thou shouldst trust more to thy spiritual arms, and less to those of steel and iron. For this many a night hast thou started, and moaned, and cried out of fighting, and of spectres, and of goblins. Thy sleep hath not refreshed thee, thy waking hath been a dream. Credit me, dear Halbert, say the Pater and the Credo. Resign thyself to the protection of God, and thou wilt sleep sound and wake in comfort." "It may be," said Halbert slowly, and having his eyes still bent on the female form which to him seemed distinctly visible, "it may be. But tell me, dear Edward, seest thou no one in the chamber floor but me?" "No one," answered Edward, raising himself on his elbow. "Dear brother, lay aside thy weapon, say thy prayers, and lay thee down to rest." While he thus spoke, the spirit smiled at Halbert as if in scorn. Her wan cheek faded in the wan moonlight even before the smile had passed away, and Halbert himself no longer beheld the vision to which he had so anxiously solicited his brother's attention. "May God preserve my wits!" he said, as, laying aside his weapon, he again threw himself on his bed. "Amen, my dearest brother," answered Edward, "but we must not provoke that Heaven in our wantonness which we invoke in our misery. Be not angry with me, my dear brother. I know not why you have totally of late estranged yourself from me. It is true I am neither so athletic in body, nor so alert in courage, as you have been from your infancy. Yet till lately you have not absolutely cast off my society. Believe me, I have wept in secret, though I forbore to intrude myself on your privacy. The time has been, when you held me not so cheap, and when, if I could not follow the game so closely, or mark it so truly as you, I could fill up our intervals of pastime with pleasant tales of the olden times, which I had read or heard, and which excited even your attention as we sate and ate our provision by some pleasant spring. But now I have, though I know not why, lost thy regard and affection. Nay, toss not thy arms about thee thus wildly, said the younger brother. From thy strange dreams I fear some touch of fever hath affected thy blood. Let me draw closer around thee thy mantle. Forbear, said Halbert, your care is needless, your complaints are without reason, your fears on my account are in vain. Nay, but hear me, brother, said Edward, and now even your waking dreams are of beings which belong not to this world, or to our race. Our good Father Eustace says, that howbeit we may not do well to receive all idle tales of goblins and spectres, yet there is warrant from Holy Scripture to believe that the fiends haunt waste and solitary places, and that those who frequent such wildernesses alone are the prey or the sport of these wandering demons. And therefore I pray thee, brother, let me go with you when you go next up the glen, where, as you well know, there be places of evil reputation. Thou carest not for my escort, but, Halbert, such dangers are more safely encountered by the wise in judgment, than by the bold in bosom. And though I have small cause to boast of my own wisdom, yet I have that which ariseth from the written knowledge of elder times. There was a moment during this discourse, when Halbert had well nigh come to the resolution of disburdening his own breast, by entrusting Edward with all that weighed upon it. But when his brother reminded him that this was the morning of a high holiday, and that, setting aside all other business or pleasure, he ought to go to the monastery and shrive himself before Father Eustace, who would that day occupy the confessional, pride stepped in and confirmed his wavering resolution. I will not avow, he thought, a tale so extraordinary, that I may be considered as an impostor or something worse. I will not fly from this Englishman, whose arm and sword may be no better than my own. My fathers have faced his betters, were he as much distinguished in battle as he is by his quaint discourse. Pride, which has been said to save man, and woman too, from falling, has yet a stronger influence on the mind when it embraces the cause of passion, and seldom fails to render it victorious over conscience and reason. Halbert, once determined, though not to the better course, at length slept soundly, and was only awakened by the dawn of day. End of chapter 20. Part B. Chapter 21 of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Indifferent but indifferent, pshaw, he doth it not like one who is his craft's master. Nevertheless, I have seen a clown confer a bloody coxcomb on one who was a master of defence. Old Play. With the first grey peep of dawn, Halbert Glendinning arose and hastened to dress himself, girded on his weapon, and took a crossbow in his hand, as if his usual sport had been his sole object. He groped his way down the dark and winding staircase, and undid, with as little noise as possible, the fastenings of the inner door, and of the exterior iron grate. At length he stood free in the courtyard, and looking up to the tower, saw a signal made with a handkerchief from the window. Nothing doubting that it was his antagonist, he paused, expecting him. But it was Mary Avenel, who glided like a spirit from under the low and rugged portal. Halbert was much surprised, and felt, he knew not why, like one caught in the act of a meditated trespass. The presence of Mary Avenel had till that moment never given him pain. She spoke, too, in a tone where sorrow seemed to mingle with reproach, while she asked him with emphasis what he was about to do. He showed his crossbow, and was about to express the pretext he had meditated, when Mary interrupted him. "Not so, Halbert. That evasion were unworthy of one whose word has hitherto been truth. You meditate not the destruction of the deer. Your hand and your heart are aimed at other game. You seek to do battle with this stranger." "And wherefore should I quarrel with our guest?" answered Halbert, blushing deeply. "There are indeed many reasons why you should not," replied the maiden, "nor is there one of avail wherefore you should. Yet, nevertheless, such a quarrel you are now searching after." "Why should you suppose so, Mary?" said Halbert, endeavouring to hide his conscious purpose. "He is my mother's guest. He is protected by the Abbot and the community, who are our masters. He is of high degree also, and wherefore should you think that I can, or dare, resent a hasty word, which he has perchance thrown out against me more from the wantonness of his wit than the purpose of his heart?" "Alas!" answered the maiden, "the very asking that question puts your resolution beyond a doubt. Since your childhood you were ever daring, seeking danger rather than avoiding it, delighting in whatever had the air of adventure and of courage, and it is not from fear that you will now blench from your purpose. O, let it be from pity, Halbert, to your aged mother, whom your death or victory will alike deprive of the comfort and stay of her age." "She has my brother Edward," said Halbert, turning suddenly from her. "She has indeed," said Mary Avenel, "the calm, the noble-minded, the considerate Edward, who has thy courage, Halbert, without thy fiery rashness, thy generous spirit with more of reason to guide it. He would not have heard his mother, would not have heard his adopted sister beseech him in vain not to ruin himself, and tear up their future hopes of happiness and protection." Halbert's heart swelled as he replied to this reproach. "Well, what avails it speaking? You have him that is better than me, wiser, more considerate, braver for aught I know. You are provided with a protector, and need care no more for me." Again he turned to depart, but Mary Avenel laid her hand on his arm so gently that he scarce felt her hold, yet felt that it was impossible for him to strike it off. There he stood, one foot advanced to leave the court yard, but so little determined on departure, that he resembled a traveller arrested by the spell of a magician, and unable either to quit the attitude of motion, or to proceed on his course. Mary Avenel availed herself of his state of suspense. "Hear me," she said, "hear me, Halbert. I am an orphan, and even Heaven hears the orphan. I have been the companion of your infancy, and, if you will not hear me for an instant, from whom may Mary Avenel claim so poor a boon?" "I hear you," said Halbert Glendinning, "but be brief, dear Mary. You mistake the nature of my business. It is but a morning of summer sport which we propose." "Say not thus," said the maiden, interrupting him, "say not thus to me. Others thou mayest deceive, but me thou canst not. There has been in me from the earliest youth which fraud flies from, and which imposture cannot deceive. For what fate has given me such a power I know not. But bred an ignorant maiden in this sequestered valley, mine eyes can too often see what man would most willingly hide. I can judge of the dark purpose, though it is hid under the smiling brow, and a glance of the eye says more to me than oaths and protestations do to others." "Then," said Halbert, "if thou canst so read the human heart, say, dear Mary, what dost thou see in mine? Tell me that. Say that what thou seest, what thou readest in this bosom, does not offend thee. Say but that, and thou shalt be the guide of my actions, and mould me now and henceforward to honour or to dishonour at thy own free will." Mary Avenel became first red, and then deadly pale, as Halbert Glendinning spoke, but, when turning round at the close of his address, he took her hand, she gently withdrew it, and replied, "I cannot read the heart, Halbert, and I would not of my will know aught of yours, save what beseems us both. I only can judge of signs, words, and actions of little outward import, more truly than those around me, as my eyes, thou knowest, have seen objects not presented to those of others." "Let them gaze, then, on one whom they shall never see more," said Halbert, once more turning from her, and rushing out of the court yard without again turning back. Mary Avenel gave a faint scream, and clasped both her hands firmly on her forehead and eyes. She had been a minute in this attitude, when she was thus greeted by a voice from behind. "Generously done, my most clement Discretion, to hide those brilliant eyes from the far inferior beams which even now begin to gild the eastern horizon. Certes, peril there were that Phoebus, outshone in splendour, might in very shamefacedness turn back his ear, and rather leave the world in darkness than incur the disgrace of such an encounter. Credit me, lovely Discretion. But as Sir Piercie Shafton, the reader will readily set down these flowers of eloquence to the proper owner, attempted to take Mary Avenel's hand, in order to proceed in his speech, she shook him abruptly off, and, regarding him with an eye which evinced terror and agitation, rushed past him into the tower. The knight stood looking after her with a countenance in which contempt was strongly mingled with mortification. "By my knighthood," he ejaculated, "I have thrown away upon this rude rustic fidel a speech which the proudest beauty at the court of Felicia, so let me call the Elysium from which I am banished, might have termed the very matins of Cupid. Hard and inexorable was the fate that sent thee thither, Piercie Shafton, to waste thy wit upon country wenches, and thy valour upon hobnailed clowns. But that insult, that affront, had it been offered to me by the lowest plebeian, he must have died for it by my hand. In respect the enormity of the offence both countervail the inequality of him by whom it is given. I trust I shall find this clownish roisterer not less willing to deal in blows than in taunts." While he held this conversation with himself, Sir Piercie Shafton was hastening to the little tuft of birch trees which had been assigned as the place of meeting. He greeted his antagonist with a courtly salutation, followed by this commentary: "I pray you to observe, that I doff my hat to you, though so much my inferior in rank, without derogation on my part, inasmuch as my having so far honoured you in receiving and admitting your defiance, doth, in the judgment of the best martialists, in some sort and for the time, raise you to a level with me, an honour which you may and ought to account cheaply purchased, even with the loss of your life, if such should chance to be the issue of this duello." "For which condescension," said Halbert, "I have to thank the token which I presented to you." The knight changed colour, and grinded his teeth with rage. "Draw your weapon," said he to Glendinning. "Not in this spot," answered the youth; "we should be liable to interruption. Follow me, and I will bring you to a place where we shall encounter no such risk." He proceeded to walk up the glen, resolving that their place of combat should be in the entrance of the Corri-nan-shian, both because the spot, lying under the reputation of being haunted, was very little frequented, and also because he regarded it as a place which to him might be termed fated, and which he therefore resolved should witness his death or victory. They walked up the glen for some time in silence, like honourable enemies who did not wish to contend with words, and who had nothing friendly to exchange with each other. Silence, however, was always an irksome state with Sir Piercie, and, moreover, his anger was usually a hasty and short-lived passion. As therefore he went forth, in his own idea, in all love and honour towards his antagonist, he saw not any cause for submitting longer to the painful restraint of positive silence. He began by complimenting Halbert on the alert activity with which he surmounted the obstacles and impediments of the way. "Trust me," said he, "worthy rustic, we have not a lighter or a firmer step in our court-like revels, and if duly set forth by a silk hose, and trained into that stately exercise, your leg would make an indifferent good show in a pavin or a galliard. And I doubt nothing," he added, "that you have availed yourself of some opportunity to improve yourself in the art of fence, which is more akin than dancing to our present purpose." "I know nothing more of fencing," said Halbert, "than hath been taught me by an old shepherd of ours, called Martin, and at whiles a lesson from Christie of the Clinthill. For the rest, I must trust to good sword, strong arm, and sound heart." "Marry, and I am glad of it, young Audacity. I will call you my Audacity, and you will call me your Condescension, while we are on these terms of unnatural equality. I am glad of your ignorance with all my heart, for we martialists proportion the punishments which we inflict upon our opposites to the length and hazard of the efforts wherewith they oppose themselves to us. And I see not why you, being but a tyro, may not be held sufficiently punished for your outrequidance and orgulous presumption, by the loss of an ear, an eye, or even a finger, accompanied by some flesh wound of depth and severity, suited to your error, whereas, had you been able to stand more effectually on your defence, I see not how less than your life could have atoned sufficiently for your presumption." "Now, by God and our Lady," said Halbert, unable any longer to restrain himself, "thou art thyself over presumptuous, who speakest thus daringly of the issue of a combat which is not yet even begun. Are you a god, that you already dispose of my life and limbs? Or are you a judge in the justice air, telling at your ease and without risk how the head and quarters of a condemned criminal are to be disposed of?" "Not so, O thou, whom I have well permitted to call thyself my Audacity. I, thy condescension, am neither a god to judge the issue of the combat before it is fought, nor a judge to dispose at my ease and in safety of the limbs and head of a condemned criminal. But I am an indifferent good master of fence, being the first pupil of the first master of the first school of fence that our royal England affords, the said master being no other than the truly noble, and all unutterably skilful Vincentio Saviola, from whom I learned the firm step, quick eye, and nimble hand, of which qualities thou, O my most rustical Audacity, art full like to reap the fruits so soon as we shall find a piece of ground fitting for such experiments." They had now reached the gorge of the ravine, where Halbert had at first intended to stop, but when he observed the narrowness of the level ground, he began to consider that it was only by superior agility that he could expect to make up his deficiency in the science, as it was called, of defence. He found no spot which afforded sufficient room to traverse for this purpose, until he gained the well-known fountain, by whose margin, and in front of the huge rock from which it sprung, was an amphitheatre of level turf, of small space indeed, compared with the great height of the cliffs, with which it was surrounded on every point save that from which the rivulet issued forth, yet large enough for their present purpose. When they had reached this spot of ground, fitted well by its gloom and sequestered situation to be a scene of mortal strife, both were surprised to observe that a grave was dug close by the foot of the rock with great neatness and regularity, the green turf being laid down upon the one side, and the earth thrown out in a heap upon the other. A mattock and shovel lay by the verge of the grave. Sir Piercie Shafton bent his eye with unusual seriousness upon Halbert Glendinning, as he asked him sternly, "Does this bode treason, young man? And have you purpose to set upon me here, as in an emboscata or place of vantage?" "Not on my part, by heaven," answered the youth. "I told no one of our purpose, nor would I for the throne of Scotland take odds against a single arm." "I believe thou wouldst not, mine Audacity," said the knight, resuming the affected manner which was become a second nature to him. "Nevertheless, this fosse is certainly well shaped, and might be the masterpiece of nature's last bedmaker, I would say the sexton, wherefore let us be thankful to chance or some unknown friend, who hath thus provided for one of us the decencies of sepulture, and let us proceed to determine which shall have the advantage of enjoying this place of undisturbed slumber." So saying, he stripped off his doublet and cloak, which he folded up with great care, and deposited upon a large stone, while Halbert Glendinning, not without some emotion, followed his example. Their vicinity to the favourite haunt of the White Lady led him to form conjectures concerning the incident of the grave. It must have been her work, he thought. The spirit foresaw and has provided for the fatal event of the combat. I must return from this place a homicide, or I must remain here for ever. The bridge seemed now broken down behind him, and the chance of coming off honourably without killing or being killed, the hope of which issue has cheered the sinking heart of many a duellist, seemed now altogether to be removed. Yet the very desperation of his situation gave him, on an instant's reflection, both firmness and courage, and presented to him one sole alternative, conquest, namely, or death. "As we are here," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "unaccompanied by any patrons or seconds, it were well you should pass your hands over my sides, as I shall over yours. Not that I suspect you to use any quaint device of privy armour, but in order to comply with the ancient and laudable custom practised on all such occasions." While complying with his antagonist's humour, Halbert Glendinning went through this ceremony. Sir Piercie Shafton did not fail to solicit his attention to the quality and fineness of his wrought and embroidered shirt. "In this very shirt," said he, "O mine Audacity, I say in this very garment, in which I am now to combat a Scottish rustic like thyself, it was my envied lot to lead the winning party at that wondrous match at Ballon, made betwixt the divine Astrophel, our matchless Sidney, and the right honourable my very good Lord of Oxford. All the beauties of Felicia, by which name I distinguish our beloved England, stood in the gallery, waving their kerchiefs at each turn of the game, and cheering the winners by their plaudits. After which noble sport we were refreshed by a suitable banquet, whereat it pleased the noble Urania, being the unmatched Countess of Pembroke, to accommodate me with her fan for the cooling of my somewhat too much inflamed visage, to requite which courtesy, I said, casting my features into a smiling yet melancholy fashion, O divinest Urania, which not like the zephyr cooleth, but like the hot breath of the sirocco, heateth yet more that which is already inflamed. Whereupon, looking upon me somewhat scornfully, yet not so but what the experienced courtier might perceive a certain cast of approbative affection. Here the knight was interrupted by Halbert, who had waited with courteous patience for some little time, till he found, that far from drawing to a close, Sir Piercie seemed rather inclined to wax prolix in his reminiscences. "Sir Knight," said the youth, "if this matter be not very much to the purpose, we will, if you object not, proceed to that which we have in hand. You should have abidden in England, had you desired to waste time in words, for here we spend it in blows." "I crave your pardon, most rusticated Audacity," answered Sir Piercie. "Truly I become oblivious of every thing beside, when the recollections of the divine court of Felicia press upon my wakened memory, even as a saint is dazzled when he bethinks him of the beatific vision. Ah, felicitas Feliciana! Delicate nurse of the fair, chosen abode of the wise, the birthplace and cradle of nobility, the temple of courtesy, the fane of sprightly chivalry, ah, heavenly court, or rather courtly heaven, cheered with dances, lulled asleep with harmony, wakened with sprightly sports and tourneys, decored with silks and tissues, glittering with diamonds and jewels, standing on end with double-piled velvets, satins, and satinettas." "The token, Sir Knight, the token!" exclaimed Halbert Glendinning, who, impatient of Sir Piercie's interminable oratory, reminded him of the ground of their quarrel, as the best way to compel him to the purpose of their meeting. And he judged right, for Sir Piercie Shafton no sooner heard him speak than he exclaimed, "Thy death hour has struck, betake thee to thy sword Vaya!" Both swords were unsheathed, and the combatants commenced their engagement. Halbert became immediately aware that, as he had expected, he was far inferior to his adversary in the use of his weapon. Sir Piercie Shafton had taken no more than his own share of real merit, when he termed himself an absolutely good fencer, and Glendinning soon found that he should have great difficulty in escaping with life and honour from such a master of the sword. The English knight was master of all the mystery of the stoccata, imbroccata, punto reverso, incartata, and so forth, which the Italian masters of defence had lately introduced into general practice. But Glendinning, on his part, was no novice in the principles of the art, according to the old Scottish fashion, and possessed the first of all qualities, a steady and collected mind. At first, being desirous to try the skill and become acquainted with the play of his enemy, he stood on his defence, keeping his foot, hand, eye, and body in perfect unison, and holding his sword short, and with the point towards his antagonist's face, so that Sir Piercie, in order to assail him, was obliged to make actual passes, and could not avail himself of his skill in making feints. While, on the other hand, Halbert was prompt to parry these attacks, either by shifting his ground or with the sword. The consequence was, that after 2 or 3 sharp attempts on the part of Sir Piercie, which were evaded or disconcerted by the address of his opponent, he began to assume the defensive in his turn, fearful of giving some advantage by being repeatedly the assailant. But Halbert was too cautious to press on a swordsman whose dexterity had already more than once placed him within a hair's breadth of death, which he had only escaped by uncommon watchfulness and agility. When each had made a feint or two, there was a pause in the conflict, both as if by one assent dropping their sword's point, and looking on each other for a moment without speaking. At length Halbert Glendinning, who felt perhaps more uneasy on account of his family than he had done before he had displayed his own courage, and proved the strength of his antagonist, could not help saying, "Is the subject of our quarrel, Sir Knight, so mortal, that one of our 2 bodies must needs fill up that grave? Or may we, with honour, having proved ourselves against each other, sheathe our swords and depart friends?" "Valiant and most rustical Audacity," said the Southron knight, "to no man on earth could you have put a question in the code of honour, who is more capable of rendering you a reason. Let us pause for the space of 1 venue, until I give you my opinion on this dependence. [Footnote: Dependence, a phrase among the brethren of the sword for an existing quarrel.] For certain it is, that brave men should not run upon their fate like brute and furious wild beasts, but should slay each other deliberately, decently, and with reason.
Therefore, if we coolly examine the state of our dependents, we may the better apprehend whether the sisters three have doomed one of us to expiate the same with his blood. Dost thou understand me?" "I have heard Father Eustace," said Halbert, after a moment's recollection, "speak of the three Furies, with their thread and their shears." "Enough, enough," interrupted Sir Piercie Shafton, crimsoning with a new fit of rage, "the thread of thy life is spun." And with these words he attacked with the utmost ferocity the Scottish youth, who had but just time to throw himself into a posture of defence. But the rash fury of the assailant, as frequently happens, disappointed its own purpose; for, as he made a desperate thrust, Halbert Glendinning avoided it, and ere the knight could recover his weapon, requited him, to use his own language, with a resolute stoccata, which passed through his body, and Sir Piercie Shafton fell to the ground. Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Yes, life hath left him. Every busy thought, each fiery passion, every strong affection, all sense of outward ill and inward sorrow, are fled at once from the pale trunk before me, and I have given that which spoke and moved, thought, acted, suffered as a living man, to be a ghastly form of bloody clay, soon the foul food for reptiles. Old Play. I believe few successful duellists, if the word successful can be applied to a superiority so fatal, have beheld their dead antagonist stretched on the earth at their feet, without wishing they could redeem with their own blood that which it has been their fate to spill. Least of all could such indifference be the lot of so young a man as Halbert Glendinning, who, unused to the sight of human blood, was not only struck with sorrow, but with terror, when he beheld Sir Piercie Shafton lie stretched on the green sword before him, vomiting gore as if impelled by the strokes of a pump. He threw his bloody sword on the ground, and hastened to kneel and support him, vainly striving, at the same time, to stanch his wound, which seemed rather to bleed inwardly than externally. The unfortunate knight spoke at intervals, when the syncope would permit him, and his words, so far as intelligible, partook of his affected and conceited, yet not ungenerous character. "Most rustical youth," he said, "thy fortune hath prevailed over knightly skill, and audacity hath overcome condescension, even as the kite hath sometimes hawked at and struck down the falcon gentle. Fly and save thyself. Take my purse, it is in the nether pocket of my carnation coloured hose, and is worth a clown's acceptance. See that my mails, with my vestments, be sent to the Monastery of St. Mary's." Here his voice grew weak, and his mind and recollection seemed to waver. "I bestow the cut velvet jerkin with close breeches conforming for, oh, the good of my soul." "Be of good comfort, sir," said Halbert, half distracted with his agony of pity and remorse. "I trust you shall yet do well. Oh, for a leech! Were there 20 physicians, O most generous audacity, and that were a grave spectacle, I might not survive. My life is ebbing fast. Commend me to the rustical nymph whom I called my discretion. O Clara Diana, true empress of this bleeding heart, which now bleedeth in sad earnest, place me on the ground at my length, most rustical victor, born to quench the pride of the burning light of the most felicitous court of Feliciana. O saints and angels, knights and ladies, masks and theatres, quaint devices, chain work and broidery, love, honour, and beauty." While muttering these last words, which slid from him, as it were unawares, while doubtless he was calling to mind the glories of the English court, the gallant Sir Piercie Shafton stretched out his limbs, groaned deeply, shut his eyes, and became motionless. The victor tore his hair for very sorrow, as he looked on the pale countenance of his victim. Life, he thought, had not utterly fled, but without better aid than his own, he saw not how it could be preserved. "Why," he exclaimed in vain penitence, "why did I provoke him to an issue so fatal?
Would to God I had submitted to the worst insult man could receive from man, rather than be the bloody instrument of this bloody deed! And doubly cursed be this evil boding spot, which, haunted as I knew it to be by a witch or a devil, I yet chose for the place of combat. In any other place, save this, there had been help to be gotten by speed of foot, or by uplifting of voice. But here there is no one to be found by search, no one to hear my shouts, save the evil spirit who has counselled this mischief. It is not her hour. I will essay the spell howsoever, and if she can give me aid, she shall do it, or know of what a madman is capable, even against those of another world." He spurned his bloody shoe from his foot, and repeated the spell with which the reader is well acquainted. But there was neither voice, apparition, nor signal of answer. The youth, in the impatience of his despair, and with the rash hardihood which formed the basis of his character, shouted aloud, "Witch! Sorceress! Fiend! Art thou deaf to my cries of help, and so ready to appear and answer those of vengeance? Arise and speak to me, or I will choke up thy fountain, tear down thy holly bush, and leave thy haunt as waste and bare as thy fatal assistance has made me waste of comfort and bare of counsel." This furious and raving invocation was suddenly interrupted by a distant sound, resembling a holloa, from the gorge of the ravine. "Now may Saint Mary be praised," said the youth, hastily fastening his sandal. "I hear the voice of some living man, who may give me counsel and help in this fearful extremity." Having donned his sandal, Halbert Glendinning, hallooing at intervals in answer to the sound which he had heard, ran with the speed of a hunted buck down the rugged defile, as if paradise had been before him, hell and all her furies behind, and his eternal happiness or misery had depended upon the speed which he exerted. In a space incredibly short for any one but a Scottish mountaineer, having his nerves strung by the deepest and most passionate interest, the youth reached the entrance of the ravine, through which the rill that flows down Corri discharges itself, and unites with the brook that waters the little valley of Glendearg. Here he paused, and looked around him, upwards and downwards through the glen, without perceiving a human form. His heart sank within him, but the windings of the glen intercepted his prospect, and the person, whose voice he had heard, might, therefore, be at no great distance, though not obvious to his sight. The branches of an oak tree, which shot straight out from the face of a tall cliff, proffered to his bold spirit, steady head, and active limbs, the means of ascending it as a place of outlook, although the enterprise was what most men would have shrunk from. But by one bound from the earth, the active youth caught hold of the lower branch, and swung himself up into the tree, and in a minute more gained the top of the cliff, from which he could easily descry a human figure descending the valley. It was not that of a shepherd, or of a hunter, and scarcely any others used to traverse this deserted solitude, especially coming from the north, since the reader may remember that the brook took its rise from an extensive and dangerous morass which lay in that direction. But Halbert Glendinning did not pause to consider who the traveller might be, or what might be the purpose of his journey. To know that he saw a human being, and might receive, in the extremity of his distress, the countenance and advice of a fellow creature, was enough for him at the moment. He threw himself from the pinnacle of the cliff once more into the arms of the projecting oak tree, whose boughs waved in middle air, anchored by the roots in a huge rift or chasm of the rock. Catching at the branch which was nearest to him, he dropped himself from that height upon the ground, and such was the athletic springiness of his youthful sinews, that he pitched there as lightly and with as little injury as the falcon stooping from her wheel. To resume his race at full speed up the glen was the work of an instant, and as he turned angle after angle of the indented banks of the valley, without meeting that which he sought, he became half afraid that the form which he had seen at such a distance had already melted into thin air, and was either a deception of his own imagination, or of the elementary spirits by which the valley was supposed to be haunted. But to his inexpressible joy, as he turned round the base of a huge and distinguished crag, he saw, straight before him and very near to him, a person, whose dress, as he viewed it hastily, resembled that of a pilgrim. He was a man of advanced life, and wearing a long beard, having on his head a large slouched hat, without either band or brooch. His dress was a tunic of black serge, which, like those commonly called hussar cloaks, had an upper part, which covered the arms and fell down on the lower. A small scrip and bottle, which hung at his back, with a stout staff in his hand, completed his equipage. His step was feeble, like that of one exhausted by a toilsome journey. "Save ye, good father," said the youth. "God and Our Lady have sent you to my assistance." "And in what, my son, can so frail a creature as I am be of service to you?" said the old man, not a little surprised at being thus accosted by so handsome a youth, his features discomposed by anxiety, his face flushed with exertion, his hands and much of his dress stained with blood. "A man bleeds to death in the valley here, hard by. Come with me, come with me. You are aged, you have experience, you have at least your senses, and mine have well nigh left me." "A man, and bleeding to death, and here in this desolate spot?" said the stranger. "Stay not to question it, father," said the youth, "but come instantly to his rescue. Follow me, without an instant's delay." "Nay, but my son," said the old man, "we do not lightly follow the guides who present themselves thus suddenly in the bosom of a howling wilderness. Ere I follow thee, thou must expound to me thy name, thy purpose, and thy cause." "There is no time to expound anything," said Halbert. "I tell thee, a man's life is at stake, and thou must come to aid him, or I will carry thee thither by force." "Nay, thou shalt not need," said the traveller. "If it indeed be as thou sayest, I will follow thee of free will. The rather that I am not wholly unskilled in leechcraft, and have in my scrip that which may do thy friend a service. Yet walk more slowly, I pray thee, for I am already well nigh forspent with travel." With the indignant impatience of the fiery steed when compelled by his rider to keep pace with some slow drudge upon the highway, Halbert accompanied the wayfarer, burning with anxiety, which he endeavoured to subdue, that he might not alarm his companion, who was obviously afraid to trust him. When they reached the place where they were to turn off the wider glen into the quarry, the traveller made a doubtful pause, as if unwilling to leave the broader path. "Young man," he said, "if thou meanest aught but good to these grey hairs, thou wilt gain little by thy cruelty. I have no earthly treasure to tempt either robber or murderer." "And I," said the youth, "am neither, and yet, God of heaven, I may be a murderer, unless your aid comes in time to this wounded wretch." "Is it even so?" said the traveller; "and do human passions disturb the breast of nature even in her deepest solitude? Yet why should I marvel that where darkness abides, the works of darkness should abound? By its fruits is the tree known. Lead on, unhappy youth, I follow thee." And with better will to the journey than he had evinced hitherto, the stranger exerted himself to the uttermost, and seemed to forget his own fatigue in his efforts to keep pace with his impatient guide. What was the surprise of Halbert Glendinning, when, upon arriving at the fatal spot, he saw no appearance of the body of Sir Piercie Shafton. The traces of the fray were otherwise sufficiently visible. The knight's cloak had indeed vanished as well as his body, but his doublet remained where he'd laid it down, and the turf on which he had been stretched was stained with blood in many a dark crimson spot. As he gazed around him, in terror and astonishment, Halbert's eyes fell upon the place of sepulture, which had so lately appeared to gape for a victim. It was no longer open, and it seemed that earth had received the expected tenant, for the usual narrow hillock was piled over what had lately been an open grave, and the green sod was adjusted over all with the accuracy of an experienced sexton. Halbert stood aghast. The idea rushed on his mind irresistibly, that the earth heap before him enclosed what had lately been a living, moving, and sentient fellow creature, whom on little provocation his fell act had reduced to a clod of the valley, as senseless and as cold as the turf under which he rested. The hand that scooped the grave had completed its work, and whose hand could it be, save that of the mysterious being of doubtful quality, whom his rashness had invoked, and whom he had suffered to intermingle in his destinies? As he stood with clasped hands and uplifted eyes, bitterly ruing his rashness, he was roused by the voice of the stranger, whose suspicions of his guide had again been awakened by finding the scene so different from what Halbert had led him to expect. "Young man," he said, Hast thou baited thy tongue with falsehood to cut perhaps only a few days from the life of one whom nature will soon call home, without guilt on thy part to hasten his journey?" "By the blessed Heaven, by our dear Lady," ejaculated Halbert. "Swear not at all," said the stranger, interrupting him. "Neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by earth, for it is his footstool, nor by the creatures whom he hath made, for they are but earth and clay, as we are. Let thy yea be yea, and thy nay, nay. Tell me in a word, why and for what purpose thou hast feigned a tale, to lead a bewildered traveller yet farther astray." "As I am a Christian man," said Glendinning, "I left him here bleeding to death, and now I know where spy him, and much I doubt that the tomb that thou seest has closed on his mortal remains." "And who is he for whose fate thou art so anxious?" said the stranger. "Or how is it possible that this wounded man could have been either removed from, or interred in, a place so solitary?" "His name," said Halbert, after a moment's pause, "is Piercie Shafton. There on that very spot I left him bleeding, and what power has conveyed him hence, I know no more than thou dost." "Piercie Shafton?" said the stranger. "Sir Piercie Shafton of Wilverton, a kinsman, as it is said, of the great Piercie of Northumberland? If thou hast slain him, to return to the territories of the proud Abbot is to give thy neck to the gallows. He is well known, that Piercie Shafton, the meddling tool of wiser plotters, a harebrained trafficker in treason, a champion of the Pope, employed as a forlorn hope by those more politic heads, who have more will to work mischief than valour to encounter danger. Come with me, youth, and save thyself from the evil consequences of this deed. Guide me to the castle of Avenel, and thy reward shall be protection and safety." Again Halbert paused, and summoned his mind to a hasty counsel. The vengeance with which the Abbot was likely to visit the slaughter of Shafton, his friend, and in some measure his guest, was likely to be severe. Yet, in the various contingencies which he had considered previous to their duel, he had unaccountably omitted to reflect what was to be his line of conduct in case of Sir Piercie falling by his hand. If he returned to Glendearg, he was sure to draw on his whole family, including Mary Avenel, the resentment of the Abbot and community; whereas it was possible that flight might make him be regarded as the sole author of the deed, and might avert the indignation of the monks from the rest of the inhabitants of his paternal tower. Halbert recollected also the favour expressed for the household, and especially for Edward, by the Sub Prior, and he conceived that he could, by communicating his own guilt to that worthy ecclesiastic, when at a distance from Glendearg, secure his powerful interposition in favour of his family. These thoughts rapidly passed through his mind, and he determined on flight. The stranger's company and his promised protection came in aid of that resolution, but he was unable to reconcile the invitation which the old man gave him to accompany him for safety to the castle of Avenel, with the connections of Julian, the present usurper of that inheritance. "Good father," he said, "I fear that you mistake the man with whom you wish me to harbour. Avenel guided Piercie Shafton into Scotland, and his henchman, Christie of the Clinthill, brought the Southern hither." "Of that," said the old man, "I am well aware. Yet if thou wilt trust to me, as I have shown no reluctance to confide in thee, thou shalt find with Julian Avenel welcome, or at least safety." "Father," replied Halbert, "though I can ill reconcile what thou sayest with what Julian Avenel hath done, yet caring little about the safety of a creature so lost as myself, and as thy words seem those of truth and honesty, and finally, as thou didst render thyself frankly up to my conduct, I will return the confidence thou hast shown, and accompany thee to the castle of Avenel by a road which thou thyself couldst never have discovered." He led the way, and the old man followed for some time in silence. Chapter 23 of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. 'Tis when the wound is stiffening with the cold, the warrior first feels pain. 'Tis when the heat and fiery fever of his soul is past, the sinner feels remorse. Old Play. The feelings of compunction with which Halbert Glendinning was visited upon this painful occasion were deeper than belonged to an age and country in which human life was held so cheap. They fell far short, certainly, of those which might have afflicted a mind regulated by better religious precepts, and more strictly trained under social laws. But still they were deep and severely felt, and divided in Halbert's heart even the regret with which he parted from Mary Avenel and the tower of his fathers. The old traveller walked silently by his side for some time, and then addressed him. "My son, it has been said that sorrow must speak or die. Why art thou so much cast down? Tell me thy unhappy tale, and it may be that my grey head may devise counsel and aid for your young life." "Alas," said Halbert Glendinning, "can you wonder why I am cast down? I am at this instant a fugitive from my father's house, from my mother, and from my friends, and I bear on my head the blood of a man who injured me but in idle words, which I have thus bloodily requited. My heart now tells me I have done evil. It were harder than these rocks if it could bear unmoved the thought that I have sent this man to a long account, unhouselled and unshrieved." "Pause there, my son," said the traveller. "That thou hast defaced God's image in thy neighbour's person, that thou hast sent dust to dust in idle wrath or idler pride, is indeed a sin of the deepest dye. That thou hast cut short the space which Heaven might have allowed him for repentance, makes it yet more deadly. But for all this there is balm in Gilead." "I understand you not, father," said Halbert, struck by the solemn tone which was assumed by his companion. The old man proceeded. "Thou hast slain thine enemy. It was a cruel deed. Thou hast cut him off, perchance, in his sins. It is a fearful aggravation. Do yet by my counsel, and in lieu of him, whom thou hast perchance consigned to the kingdom of Satan, let thine efforts wrest another subject from the reign of the evil one." "I understand you, father," said Halbert. "Thou wouldst have me atone for my rashness by doing service to the soul of my adversary. But how may this be? I have no money to purchase masses, and gladly would I go barefoot to the Holy Land to free his spirit from purgatory, only that—" "My son," said the old man, interrupting him, "the sinner for whose redemption I entreat you to labour, is not the dead but the living. It is not for the soul of thine enemy I would exhort thee to pray. That has already had its final doom from a judge as merciful as he is just. Nor, wert thou to coin that rock into ducats and obtain a mass for each one, would it avail the departed spirit. Where the tree hath fallen, it must lie. But the sapling, which hath in it yet the vigour and juice of life, may be bended to the point to which it ought to incline." "Art thou a priest, father?" said the young man, "or by what commission dost thou talk of such high matters?" "By that of my Almighty Master," said the traveller, "under whose banner I am an enlisted soldier." Halbert's acquaintance with religious matters was no deeper than could be derived from the Archbishop of St. Andrew's Catechism, and the pamphlet called the Twapenny Faith, both which were industriously circulated and recommended by the monks of St. Mary's. Yet, however indifferent and superficial a theologian, he began to suspect that he was now in company with one of the Gospelers, or heretics, before whose influence the ancient system of religion now tottered to the very foundation. Bred up, as may well be presumed, in a holy horror against these formidable sectaries, the youth's first feelings were those of a loyal and devoted church vassal. "Old man," he said, "wert thou able to make good with thy hand the words that thy tongue hath spoken against our Holy Mother Church, we should have tried upon this moor which of our creeds hath the better champion." "Nay," said the stranger, "if thou art a true soldier of Rome, thou wilt not pause from thy purpose because thou hast the odds of years and of strength on thy side. Hearken to me, my son. I have showed thee how to make peace with Heaven, and thou hast rejected my proffer. I will now show thee how thou shalt make thy reconciliation with the powers of this world. Take this grey head from the frail body which supports it, and carry it to the chair of proud Abbot Boniface.
And when thou tellest him thou hast slain Piercie Shafton, and his ire rises at the deed, lay the head of Henry Warden at his foot, and thou shalt have praise instead of censure."
Halbert Glendinning stepped back in surprise. "What! Are you that Henry Warden so famous among the heretics, that even Knox's name is scarce more frequently in their mouths? Art thou he, and darest thou to approach the Halidome of St. Mary's?"
"I am Henry Warden of a surety," said the old man, "far unworthy to be named in the same breath with Knox, but yet willing to venture on whatever dangers my master's service may call me to."
"Hearken to me, then," said Halbert. "To slay thee I have no heart. To make thee prisoner were equally to bring thy blood on my head. To leave thee in this wild without a guide were little better. I will conduct thee, as I promised, in safety to the castle of Avenel. But breathe not, while we are on the journey, a word against the doctrines of the Holy Church, of which I am an unworthy, but though an ignorant, a zealous member. When thou art there arrived, beware of thyself. There is a high price upon thy head, and Julian Avenel loves the glance of gold bonnet pieces." [Footnote: A gold coin of James V., the most beautiful of the Scottish series, so called because the effigy of the sovereignty is represented wearing a bonnet.] "Yet thou sayest not," answered the Protestant preacher, for such he was, "that for lucre he would sell the blood of his guest?" "Not if thou comest an invited stranger, relying on his faith," said the youth. "Even as Julian may be, he dare not break the rites of hospitality; for, loose as we on these marches may be in all other ties, these are respected amongst us even to idolatry, and his nearest relations would think it incumbent on them to spill his blood themselves, to efface the disgrace such treason would bring upon their name and lineage. But if thou goest self-invited, and without assurance of safety, I promise thee thy risk is great." "I am in God's hand," answered the preacher. "It is on his errand that I traverse these wilds amongst dangers of every kind. While I am useful for my master's service, they shall not prevail against me; and when, like the barren fig tree, I can no longer produce fruit, what imports it, when or by whom the axe is laid to the root?" "Your courage and devotion," said Glendinning, "are worthy of a better cause."
"That," said Warden, "cannot be. Mine is the very best."
They continued their journey in silence, Halbert Glendinning tracing with the utmost accuracy the mazes of the dangerous and intricate morasses and hills which divided the Halidome from the barony of Avenel. From time to time he was obliged to stop, in order to assist his companion to cross the black intervals of quaking bog, called in the Scottish dialect hags, by which the firmer parts of the morass were intersected. "Courage, old man," said Halbert, as he saw his companion almost exhausted with fatigue; "we shall soon be upon hard ground. And yet, soft as this moss is, I have seen the merry falconers go through it as light as deer when the quarry was upon the flight." "True, my son," answered Warden, "for so I will still call you, though you term me no longer father; and even so doth headlong youth pursue its pleasures, without regard to the mire and peril of the paths through which they are hurried." "I have already told thee," answered Halbert Glendinning sternly, "that I will hear nothing from thee that savours of doctrine." "Nay, but, my son," answered the Warden, "thy spiritual father himself would surely not dispute the truth of what I have now spoken for your edification." Glendinning stoutly replied, "I know not how that may be; but I wot well it is the fashion of your brotherhood to bait your hook with fair discourse, and to hold yourselves up as angels of light, that you may the better extend the kingdom of darkness." "May God," replied the preacher, "pardon those who have thus reported of his servants! I will not offend thee, my son, by being instant out of season. Thou speakest but as thou art taught. Yet sure I trust that so goodly a youth will be still rescued, like a brand from the burning." While he thus spoke, the verge of the morass was attained, and their path lay on the declivity. Greensward it was, and viewed from a distance checkered with its narrow and verdant line the dark brown heath which it traversed, though the distinction was not so easily traced when they were walking on it. [Footnote: This sort of path visible when looked at from a distance, but not to be seen when you are upon it, is called on the border by the significant name of a blind road. The old man pursued his journey with comparative ease, and unwilling again to awaken the jealous zeal of his young companion for the Roman faith, he discoursed on other matters. The tone of his conversation was still grave, moral, and instructive. He had travelled much, and knew both the language and the manners of other countries, concerning which Halbert Glendinning, already anticipating the possibility of being obliged to leave Scotland for the deed he had done, was naturally and anxiously desirous of information. By degrees he was more attracted by the charms of the stranger's conversation than repelled by the dread of his dangerous character as a heretic, and Halbert had called him father more than once ere the turrets of Avenel Castle came in view. The situation of this ancient fortress was remarkable. It occupied a small rocky islet in a mountain lake, or tarn, as such a piece of water is called in Westmoreland. The lake might be about a mile in circumference, surrounded by hills of considerable height, which, except where old trees and brushwood occupied the ravines that divided them from each other, were bare and heathy. The surprise of the spectator was chiefly excited by finding a piece of water situated in that high and mountainous region, and the landscape around had features which might rather be termed wild, than either romantic or sublime. Yet the scene was not without its charms. Under the burning sun of summer, the clear azure of the deep, unruffled lake refreshed the eye, and impressed the mind with a pleasing feeling of deep solitude. In winter, when the snow lay on the mountains around, these dazzling masses appeared to ascend far beyond their wonted and natural height, while the lake, which stretched beneath, and filled their bosom with all its frozen waves, lay like the surface of a darkened and broken mirror around the black and rocky islet, and the walls of the grey castle with which it was crowned. As the castle occupied, either with its principal buildings or with its flanking and outward walls, every projecting point of rock, which served as its site, it seemed as completely surrounded by water as the nest of a wild swan, save where a narrow causeway extended betwixt the islet and the shore. But the fortress was larger in appearance than in reality, and of the buildings which it actually contained, many had become ruinous and uninhabitable. In the times of the grandeur of the Avenel family, these had been occupied by a considerable garrison of followers and retainers, but they were now in a great measure deserted, and Julian Avenel would probably have fixed his habitation in a residence better suited to his diminished fortunes, had it not been for the great security which the situation of the old castle afforded to a man of his precarious and perilous mode of life. Indeed, in this respect, the spot could scarce have been more happily chosen, for it could be rendered almost completely inaccessible at the pleasure of the inhabitant. The distance betwixt the nearest shore and the islet was not indeed above 100 yards, but then the causeway which connected them was extremely narrow, and completely divided by two cuts, one in the midway between the islet and shore, and another close under the outward gate of the castle. These formed a formidable and almost insurmountable interruption to any hostile approach. Each was defended by a drawbridge, one of which, being that nearest to the castle, was regularly raised at all times during the day, and both were lifted at night. [Footnote: It is in vain to search near Melrose for any such castle as is here described. The lakes at the head of the Yarrow, and those at the rise of the Water of Ale, present no object of the kind. But in Vethholm Loch, a romantic sheet of water, in the Dry March, as it is called, there are the remains of a fortress called Lochside Tower, which, like the supposed castle of Avenel, is built upon an island, and connected with the land by a causeway. It is much smaller than the castle of Avenel is described, consisting only of a single tower. The situation of Julian Avenel, engaged in a variety of feuds, and a party to almost every dark and mysterious transaction which was on foot in that wild and military frontier, required all these precautions for his security. His own ambiguous and doubtful course of policy had increased these dangers, for as he made professions to both parties in the state, and occasionally united more actively with either the one or the other, as chanced best to serve his immediate purpose, He could not be said to have either firm allies and protectors, or determined enemies. His life was a life of expedience and of peril, and while in pursuit of his interest he made all the doubles which he thought necessary to attain his object, he often overran his prey, and missed that which he might have gained by observing a straighter course. Chapter 24. Part A of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Part A. I'll walk on tiptoe, arm my eye with caution, my heart with courage, and my hand with weapon, like him who ventures on a lion's den. Old Play. When issuing from the gorge of a pass which terminated upon the lake, the travellers came in sight of the ancient castle of Avenel. The old man looked with earnest attention upon the scene before him. The castle was, as we have said, in many places ruinous, as was evident, even at this distance, by the broken, rugged, and irregular outline of the walls and of the towers. In others it seemed more entire, and a pillar of dark smoke, which ascended from the chimneys of the donjon and spread its long dusky pennon through the clear ether, indicated that it was inhabited. But no cornfields or enclosed pasture grounds on the side of the lake showed that provident attention to comfort and subsistence which usually appeared near the houses of the greater, and even of the lesser, barons. There were no cottages with their patches of infield, and their crofts and gardens surrounded by rows of massive sycamores; no church with its simple tower in the valley; no herds of sheep among the hills; no cattle on the lower ground; nothing which intimated the occasional prosecution of the arts of peace and of industry. It was plain that the inhabitants, whether few or numerous, must be considered as the garrison of the castle, living within its defended precincts, and subsisting by means which were other than peaceful. Probably it was with this conviction that the old man, gazing on the castle, muttered to himself, "Lapis offensionis et petra scandali," and then, turning to Halbert Glendinning, he added, "We may say of yonder fort as King James did of another fastness in this province, that he who built it was a thief in his heart." [Footnote: It was of Lochwood, the hereditary fortress of the Johnstones of Aunandale, a strong castle situated in the centre of a quaking bog, that James VI. made this remark.] "But it was not so," answered Glendinning. "Yonder castle was built by the old Lords of Avenel, men as much beloved in peace as they were respected in war. They were the bulwark of the frontiers against foreigners, and the protectors of the natives from domestic oppression. The present usurper of their inheritance no more resembles them than the night prowling owl resembles a falcon, because she builds on the same rock." "This Julian Avenel, then, holds no high place in the love and regard of his neighbours?" said Warden. "So little," answered Halbert, "that besides the jackmen and riders with whom he has associated himself, and of whom he has many at his disposal, I know a few who voluntarily associate with him. He has been more than once outlawed both by England and Scotland, his lands declared forfeited, and his head set at a price. But in these unquiet times, a man so daring as Julian Avenel has ever found some friends willing to protect him against the penalties of the law, on condition of his secret services." "You describe a dangerous man," replied Warden. "You may have experience of that," replied the youth, "if you deal not the more warily; though it may be that he also has forsaken the community of the church, and gone astray in the path of heresy." "What your blindness terms the path of heresy," answered the reformer, "is indeed the straight and narrow way, wherein he who walks turns not aside, whether for worldly wealth or for worldly passions. Would to God this man were moved by no other and no worse spirit than that which prompts my poor endeavours to extend the kingdom of heaven. This Baron of Avenel is personally unknown to me, is not of our congregation or of our council, yet I bear to him charges touching my safety from those whom he must fear if he does not respect them, and upon that assurance I will venture upon his hold. I am now sufficiently refreshed by these few minutes of repose."
"Take then this advice for your safety," said Halbert, "and believe that it is founded upon the usage of this country and its inhabitants. If you can better shift for yourself, go not to the Castle of Avenel. If you do risk going thither, obtain from him, if possible, his safe conduct, and beware that he swears it by the Black Rood. And lastly, observe whether he eats with you at the board, or pledges you in the cup, for if he gives you not these signs of welcome, his thoughts are evil towards you." "Alas!" said the preacher, "I have no better earthly refuge for the present than these frowning towers, but I go thither trusting to aid which is not of this earth. But thou, good youth, needest thou trust thyself in this dangerous den?" "I," answered Halbert, "am in no danger. I am well known to Christie of the Clinthill, the henchman of this Julian Avenel, and, what is a yet better protection, I have nothing either to provoke malice or to attempt plunder." The tramp of a steed, which clattered along the shingly banks of the loch, was now heard behind them, and when they looked back, a rider was visible, his steel cap and the point of his long lance glancing in the setting sun, as he rode rapidly towards them. Halbert Glendinning soon recognized Christie of the Clinthill, and made his companion aware that the henchman of Julian Avenel was approaching. "Ha, youngling!" said Christie to Halbert, as he came up to them, "thou hast made good my word at last, and come to take service with my noble master, hast thou not? Thou shalt find a good friend and a true, and ere Saint Barnaby come round again, thou shalt know every pass betwixt Milburn Plain and Netherby, as if thou hadst been born with a jack on thy back and a lance in thy hand. What old carl hast thou with thee? He is not of the brotherhood of Saint Mary's, at least he has not the buist, [Footnote: Buist, the brand or mark set upon sheep or cattle by their owners.] of these black cattle?" "He is a wayfaring man," said Halbert, "who has concerns with Julian of Avenel. For myself, I intend to go to Edinburgh to see the court and the queen, and when I return hither we will talk of your proffer. Meantime, as thou hast often invited me to the castle, I crave hospitality there to night for myself and my companion." "For thyself and welcome, young comrade," replied Christie; "but we harbour no pilgrims, nor aught that looks like a pilgrim." "So please you," said Warden, "I have letters of commendation to thy master from a sure friend, whom he will right willingly oblige in higher matters than in affording me a brief protection. And I am no pilgrim, but renounce the same, with all its superstitious observances." He offered his letters to the horseman, who shook his head. "These," he said, "are matters for my master, and it will be well if he can read them himself. For me, sword and lance are my book and psalter, and have been since I was 12 years old. But I will guide you to the castle, and the Baron of Avenel will himself judge of your errand." By this time the party had reached the causeway, along which Christie advanced at a trot, intimating his presence to the warders within the castle by a shrill and peculiar whistle. At this signal the farther drawbridge was lowered. The horseman passed it, and disappeared under the gloomy portal which was beyond it. Glendinning and his companion, advancing more leisurely along the rugged causeway, stood at length under the same gateway, over which frowned in dark red freestone the ancient armorial bearings of the house of Avenel, which represented a female figure, shrouded and muffled, which occupied the whole field. The cause of their assuming so singular a device was uncertain, but the figure was generally supposed to represent the mysterious being called the White Lady of Avenel. [Footnote: There is an ancient English family, I believe, which bears, or did bear, a ghost or spirit passant sable in a field argent. This seems to have been a device of a punning or canting herald.] The sight of this mouldering shield awakened in the mind of Halbert the strange circumstances which had connected his fate with that of Mary Avenel, and with the doings of the spiritual being who was attached to her house, and whom he saw here, represented in stone, as he had before seen her effigy upon the seal ring of Walter Avenel, which, with other trinkets formerly mentioned, had been saved from pillage, and brought to Glendearg, when Mary's mother was driven from her habitation. "You sigh, my son," said the old man, observing the impression made on his youthful companion's countenance, but mistaking the cause. "If you fear to enter, we may yet return."
"That can ye not," said Christie of the Clinthill, who emerged at that instant from the side door under the archway. "Look yonder, and choose whether you will return skimming the water like a wild duck, or winging the air like a plover." They looked, and saw that the drawbridge which they had just crossed was again raised, and now interposed its planks betwixt the setting sun and the portal of the castle, deepening the gloom of the arch under which they stood. Christie laughed and bid them follow him, saying by way of encouragement in Halbert's ear, "Answer boldly and readily to whatever the Baron asks you. Never stop to pick your words, and above all, show no fear of him. The devil is not so black as he is painted." As he spoke thus, he introduced them into the large stone hall, at the upper end of which blazed a huge fire of wood. The long oaken table, which, as usual, occupied the midst of the apartment, was covered with rude preparations for the evening meal of the Baron and his chief domestics, 5 or 6 of whom, strong, athletic, savage-looking men, paced up and down the lower end of the hall, which rang to the jarring clang of their long swords that clashed as they moved, and to the heavy tramp of their high-heeled jack-boots. Iron jacks, or coats of buff, formed the principal part of their dress, and steel bonnets, or large slouched hats with Spanish plumes drooping backwards, were their head attire. The Baron of Avenel was one of those tall, muscular, martial figures, which are the favourite subjects of Salvator Rosa. He wore a cloak which had been once gaily trimmed, but which, by long wear and frequent exposure to the weather, was now faded in its colours. Thrown negligently about his tall person, it partly hid and partly showed a short doublet of buff, under which was in some places visible that light shirt of mail which was called a secret, because worn instead of more ostensible armour to protect against private assassination. A leathern belt sustained a large and heavy sword on one side, and on the other that gay poniard which had once called Sir Piercie Shafton master, of which the hatchments and gildings were already much defaced, either by rough usage or neglect. Notwithstanding the rudeness of his apparel, Julian Avenel's manner and countenance had far more elevation than those of the attendants who surrounded him. He might be 50 or upwards, for his dark hair was mingled with grey, but age had neither tamed the fire of his eye nor the enterprise of his disposition. His countenance had been handsome, for beauty was an attribute of the family, but the lines were roughened by fatigue and exposure to the weather, and rendered coarse by the habitual indulgence of violent passions. He seemed in deep and moody reflection, and was pacing at a distance from his dependents along the upper end of the hall, sometimes stopping from time to time to caress and feed a goshawk, which sat upon his wrist, with its jesses, in other words, the leathern straps fixed to its legs, wrapped around his hand. The bird, which seemed not insensible to its master's attention, answered his caresses by ruffling forward its feathers and pecking playfully at his finger. At such intervals the Baron smiled, but instantly resumed the darksome air of sullen meditation. He did not even deign to look upon an object, which few could have passed and repassed so often without bestowing on it a transient glance. This was a woman of exceeding beauty, rather gaily than richly attired, who sat on a low seat close by the huge hall chimney. The gold chains round her neck and arms, the gay gown of green which swept the floor, the silver embroidered girdle with its bunch of keys, depending in housewifely pride by a silver chain, the yellow silken couvre-chef, scotis, kerch, which was disposed around her head, and partly concealed her dark profusion of hair, above all, the circumstances so delicately touched in the old ballad that the girdle was too short, the gown of green all too strait, for the wearer's present shape, would have intimated the Baron's lady. But then the lowly seat, the expression of deep melancholy, which was changed into a timid smile whenever she saw the least chance of catching the eye of Julian Avenel, the subdued look of grief, and the starting tear for which that constrained smile was again exchanged when she saw herself entirely disregarded, these were not the attributes of a wife, or they were those of a dejected and afflicted female who had yielded her love on less than legitimate terms. Julian Avenel, as we have said, continued to pace the hall without paying any of that mute attention which is rendered to almost every female either by affection or courtesy. He seemed totally unconscious of her presence, or of that of his attendants, and was only roused from his own dark reflections by the notice he paid to the falcon, to which, however, the lady seemed to attend, as if studying to find either an opportunity of speaking to the Baron, or of finding something enigmatical in the expressions which she used to the bird. All this the strangers had time enough to remark, for no sooner had they entered the apartment than their usher, Christie of the Clinthill, after exchanging a significant glance with the menials or troopers at the lower end of the apartment, signed to Halbert Glendinning and to his companion to stand still near the door, while he himself, advancing nearer the table, placed himself in such a situation as to catch the Baron's observation when he should be disposed to look around, but without presuming to intrude himself on his master's notice. Indeed, the look of this man, naturally bold, hardy, and audacious, seemed totally changed when he was in presence of his master, and resembled the dejected and cowering manner of a quarrelsome dog when rebuked by his owner, or when he finds himself obliged to deprecate the violence of a superior adversary of his own species. In spite of the novelty of his own situation, and every painful feeling connected with it, Halbert felt his curiosity interested in the female, who sate by the chimney unnoticed and unregarded. He marked with what keen and trembling solicitude she watched the broken words of Julian, and how her glance stole towards him, ready to be averted upon the slightest chance of his perceiving himself to be watched. Meantime he went on with his dalliance with his feathered favourite, now giving, now withholding, the morsel with which he was about to feed the bird, and so exciting its appetite and gratifying it by turns. "What, more yet, thou foul kite? Thou wouldst never have done. Give thee part, thou wilt have all. Ay, prune thy feathers, and prink thyself gay, much thou wilt make of it now. Dost think I know thee not? Dost think I see not, that all that ruffling and pluming of wing and feathers is not for thy master, but to try what thou canst make of him, thou greedy gled? Well, there, take it then, and rejoice thyself. Little boon goes far with thee, and with all thy sex, and so it should." He ceased to look on the bird, and again traversed the apartment. Then taking another small piece of raw meat from the trencher, on which it was placed ready cut for his use, he began once again to tempt and tease the bird by offering and withdrawing it, until he awakened its wild and bold disposition. What, struggling, fluttering, aiming at me with beak and single? [Footnote: In the kindly language of hawking, as Lady Juliana Berners terms it, hawks' talons are called their singles.] Sola, sola, wouldst mount? Wouldst fly? The jesses are round thy clutches, fool. Thou canst neither stir nor soar but by my will. Beware thou come to reclaim, wench, else I will wring thy head off one of these days. Well have it then, and well fare thou with it. So ho, Jenkin." One of the attendants stepped forward. "Take the foul gled hence to the mew, or stay, leave her, but look well to her casting and to her bathing. We will see her fly to morrow. How now, Christie, so soon returned?" Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Part B of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Part B. Christie advanced to his master, and gave an account of himself and his journey, in the way in which a police officer holds communication with his magistrate, that is, as much by signs as by words. "Noble sir," said the worthy satellite, "the Laird of" he named no place, but pointed with his finger in a southwestern direction, "may not ride with you the day he purposed, because the Lord Warden has threatened that he will" here another blank, intelligibly enough made up by the speaker touching his own neck with his left forefinger, and leaning his head a little to one side. "Cowardly caitiff," said Julian, "by heaven, the whole world turns sheer naught. It is not worth a brave man's living in. Ye may ride a day and night, and never see a feather wave, or hear a horse prance. The spirit of our fathers is dead amongst us. The very brutes are degenerated. The cattle we bring at our life's risk are mere carrion. Our hawks are riflers." [Footnote: So called when they only caught their prey by the feathers.] Our hounds are turnspits and trindletails. Our men are women, and our women are He looked at the female for the first time, and stopped short in the midst of what he was about to say, though there was something so contemptuous in the glance, that the blank might have been thus filled up. "Our women are such as she is." He said it not, however, and as if desirous of attracting his attention, at all risks, and in whatever manner, she rose and came forward to him, but with a timorousness ill disguised by affected gaiety. "Our women, Julian! What would you say of the women?" "Nothing," answered Julian Avenel, "at least nothing but that they are kind-hearted wenches like thyself, Kate." The female coloured deeply, and returned to her seat. "And what strangers hast thou brought with thee, Christie, that stand yonder like two stone statues?" said the Baron. "The taller," answered Christie, "is, so please you, a young fellow called Halbert Glendinning, the eldest son of the old widow at Glendearg." "What brings him here?" said the Baron. "Hath he any message from Mary Avenel?" "Not as I think," said Christie. "The youth is roving the country. He was always a wild slip, for I have known him since he was the height of my sword." "What qualities hath he?" said the Baron. "All manner of qualities," answered his follower. "He can strike a buck, track a deer, fly a hawk, halloo to a hound. He shoots in the long and cross bow to a hair's breadth, wields a lance or sword like myself nearly, backs a horse manfully and fairly. I wot not what more a man need to do to make him a gallant companion." "And who," said the Baron, "is the old miser?" [Footnote: Miser used in the sense in which it often occurs in Spenser, and which is indeed its literal import, wretched old man.] "Who stands beside him?" "Some cast of a priest, as I fancy. He says he is charged with letters to you." "Bid them come forward," said the Baron, and no sooner had they approached him more nearly, than, struck by the fine form and strength displayed by Halbert Glendinning, he addressed him thus: "I am told, young swankie, that you are roaming the world to seek your fortune. If you will serve Julian Avenel, you may find it without going farther." "So please you," answered Glendinning, "something has chanced to me that makes it better I should leave this land, and I am bound for Edinburgh." "What? Thou hast stricken some of the king's deer, I warrant, or lightened the meadows of Saint Mary's of some of their beeves, or thou hast taken a moonlight leap over the border." "No, sir," said Halbert, "my case is entirely different." "Then I warrant thee," said the Baron, "thou hast stabbed some brother churl in a fray about a wench. Thou art a likely lad to wrangle in such a cause." Ineffably disgusted at his tone and manner, Halbert Glendinning remained silent, while the thought darted across his mind, what would Julian Avenel have said, had he known the quarrel of which he spoke so lightly, had arisen on account of his own brother's daughter. "But be thy cause of flight what it will," said Julian, in continuation, "dost thou think the law or its emissaries can follow thee into this island, or arrest thee under the standard of Avenel? Look at the depth of the lake, the strength of the walls, the length of the causeway. Look at my men, and think if they are likely to see a comrade injured, or if I, their master, am a man to desert a faithful follower, in good or evil. I tell thee, it shall be an eternal day of truce betwixt thee and justice, as they call it, from the instant thou hast put my colours into thy cap. Thou shalt ride by the warden's nose as thou wouldst pass an old market woman, and ne'er a cur which follows him shall dare to bay at thee." "I thank you for your offers, noble sir," replied Halbert, "but I must answer in brief that I cannot profit by them. My fortunes lead me elsewhere." "Thou art a self willed fool for thy pains," said Julian, turning from him, and signing Christie to approach, he whispered in his ear, "There is promise in that young fellow's looks, Christie, and we want men of limbs and sinews so compacted. Those thou hast brought to me of late are the mere refuse of mankind, wretches scarce worth the arrow that ends them. This youngster is limbed like Saint George. Ply him with wine and wassail. Let the wenches weave their meshes about him like spiders. Thou understandest?" Christie gave a sagacious nod of intelligence, and fell back to a respectful distance from his master. "And thou, old man," said the Baron, turning to the elder traveller, "hast thou been roaming the world after fortune too? It seems not she has fallen into thy way." "So please you," replied Warden, "I were perhaps more to be pitied than I am now, had I indeed met with that fortune, which, like others, I have sought in my greener days." "Nay, understand me, friend," said the Baron; "if thou art satisfied with thy buckram gown and long staff, I also am well content thou shouldst be as poor and contemptible as is good for the health of thy body and soul. All I care to know of thee is the cause which hath brought thee to my castle, where few crows of thy kind care to settle. Thou art, I warrant thee, some ejected monk of a suppressed convent, paying in his old days the price of the luxurious idleness in which he spent his youth. Ay, or it may be some pilgrim with a budget of lies from St. James of Compostella, or Our Lady of Loretto. Or thou mayest be some pardoner with his budget of relics from Rome, forgiving sins at a penny a dozen, and one to the tale. Ay, I guess why I find thee in this boy's company, and doubtless thou wouldst have such a strapping lad as he to carry thy wallet, and relieve thy lazy shoulders. But by the mass I will cross thy cunning. I make my vow to sun and moon, I will not see a proper lad so misled as to run the country with an old knave like Simi and his brother. [Footnote: Two questionnaire, or begging friars, whose accoutrements and roguery make the subject of an old Scottish satirical poem.] Away with thee," he added, rising in wrath, and speaking so fast as to give no opportunity of answer, being probably determined to terrify the elder guest into an abrupt flight. "Away with thee, with thy clouted coat, scrip, and scallop shell, or, by the name of Avenel, I will have them loose the hounds on thee." Warden waited with the greatest patience until Julian Avenel, astonished that the threats and violence of his language made no impression on him, paused in a sort of wonder, and said in a less imperious tone, "Why the fiend dost thou not answer me?" "When you have done speaking," said Warden, in the same composed manner, "it will be full time to reply." "Say on, man, in the devil's name, but take heed. Beg not here. Were it but for the rinds of cheese, the refuse of the rats, or a morsel that my dogs would turn from, neither a grain of meal, nor the 19th part of a grey groat, will I give to any feigned limmer of thy coat." "It may be," answered Warden, "that you would have less quarrel with my coat if you knew what it covers. I am neither a friar nor a mendicant, and would be right glad to hear thy testimony against these foul deceivers of God's church, and usurpers of his rights over the Christian flock, were it given in Christian charity." "And who or what art thou, then," said Avenel, "that thou comest to this border land, and art neither monk, nor soldier, nor broken man?" "I am an humble teacher of the holy word," answered Warden. "This letter from a most noble person will speak why I am here at this present time." He delivered the letter to the Baron, who regarded the seal with some surprise, and then looked on the letter itself, which seemed to excite still more. He then fixed his eyes on the stranger, and said in a menacing tone, "I think thou darest not betray me or deceive me?" "I am not the man to attempt either," was the concise reply. Julian Avenel carried the letter to the window, where he perused, or at least attempted to peruse it more than once, often looking from the paper and gazing on the stranger who had delivered it, as if he meant to read the purport of the missive in the face of the messenger. Julian at length called to the female. "Catherine, bestir thee, and fetch me presently that letter which I bade thee keep ready at hand in my casket, having no sure lockfast place of my own." Catherine went with the readiness of one willing to be employed, and as she walked, the situation which requires a wider gown and a longer girdle, and in which woman claims from man a double portion of the most anxious care, was still more visible than before. She soon returned with the paper, and was rewarded with a cold "I thank thee, wench, thou art a careful secretary." This second paper he also perused and reperused more than once, and still, as he read it, bent from time to time a wary and observant eye upon Henry Warden. This examination and re-examination, though both the man and the place were dangerous, the preacher endured with the most composed and steady countenance, seeming, under the eagle, or rather the vulture eye of the Baron, as unmoved as under the gaze of an ordinary and peaceful peasant. At length Julian Avenel folded both papers, and having put them into the pocket of his cloak, cleared his brow, and coming forward, addressed his female companion. "Catherine," said he, "I have done this good man injustice, when I mistook him for one of the drones of Rome. He is a preacher, Catherine, a preacher of the new doctrine of the lords of the congregation." "The doctrine of the blessed Scriptures," said the preacher, "purified from the devices of men." "Sayest thou?" said Julian Avenel. Well, thou mayest call it what thou lists. But to me it is recommended, because it flings off all those sottish dreams about saints and angels and devils, and unhorses lazy monks that have ridden us so long, and spurgalled us so hard. No more masses and corpse gifts, no more tithes and offerings to make men poor, no more prayers or psalms to make men cowards, no more christenings and penances and confessions and marriages." "So please you," said Henry Warden, "it is against the corruptions, not against the fundamental doctrines of the Church, which we desire to renovate and not to abolish." "Prithee, peace, man," said the Baron. "We of the laity care not what you set up, so you pull merrily down what stands in our way. Specially it suits well with us of the Southland fells, for it is our profession to turn the world upside down, and we live ever the blithest life when the downer side is uppermost." Warden would have replied, but the Baron allowed him not time, striking the table with the hilt of his dagger, and crying out, "Ha! You loitering knaves, bring our supper meal quickly. See you not this holy man is exhausted for lack of food? Heard ye ever of priest or preacher that devoured not his 5 meals a day?" The attendants bustled to and fro, and speedily brought in several large smoking platters filled with huge pieces of beef, boiled and roasted, but without any variety whatsoever, without vegetables, and almost without bread, though there was at the upper end a few oat cakes in a basket. Julian Avenel made a sort of apology to Warden. "You have been commended to our care, Sir Preacher, since that is your style, by a person whom we highly honour." "I am assured," said Warden, "that the most noble lord—" "Prithee, peace, man," said Avenel. "What need of naming names, so we understand each other? I meant but to speak in reference to your safety and comfort, of which he desires us to be chary. Now for your safety, look at my walls and water. But touching your comfort, we have no corn of our own, and the meal gurnels of the south are less easily transported than their beeves, seeing they have no legs to walk upon. But what though? A stoup of wine thou shalt have, and of the best. Thou shalt sit betwixt Catherine and me at the board end, and Christie, do thou look to the young Springald, and call to the cellarer for a flagon of the best." The Baron took his wonted place at the upper end of the board. His Catherine sate down, and courteously pointed to a seat betwixt them for their reverend guest. But notwithstanding the influence both of hunger and fatigue, Henry Warden retained his standing posture. CHAPter 25, Part A of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Part A. When lovely woman stoops to folly, and finds too late that men betray. Julian Avenel saw with surprise the demeanour of the reverend stranger. "Beshrew me," he said, "these new-fashioned religioners have fast days, I warrant me. The old ones used to confer these blessings chiefly on the laity." "We acknowledge no such rule," said the preacher. "We hold that our faith consists not in using or abstaining from special meats on special days, and in fasting we rend our hearts and not our garments." The better for yourselves, and the worse for Tom Tailor," said the Baron. "But come, sit down, or, if thou needs must e'en give us a cast of thy office, mutter thy charm." "Sir Baron," said the preacher, "I am in a strange land, where neither mine office nor my doctrine are known, and where it would seem both are greatly misunderstood. It is my duty so to bear me, that in my person, however unworthy, my master's dignity may be respected, and that sin may not take confidence from relaxation of the bonds of discipline." "Hola, halt there," said the Baron. "Thou wert sent hither for thy safety, but not, I think, to preach to me, or control me. What is it thou wouldst have, Sir Preacher? Remember thou speakest to one somewhat short of patience, who loves a short health and a long draught." "In a word, then," said Henry Warden, "that lady—" "How?" said the Baron, starting, "what of her? What hast thou to say of that dame?" "Is she thy house dame?" said the preacher, after a moment's pause, in which he seemed to seek for the best mode of expressing what he had to say. "Is she, in brief, thy wife?" The unfortunate young woman pressed both her hands on her face, as if to hide it, but the deep blush, which crimsoned her brow and neck, showed that her cheeks were also glowing, and the bursting tears which found their way betwixt her slender fingers bore witness to her sorrow, as well as to her shame. "Now, by my father's ashes," said the Baron, rising and spurning from him his footstool with such violence that it hit the wall on the opposite side of the apartment. Then instantly constraining himself, he muttered, "What need to run myself into trouble for a fool's word?" Then resuming his seat, he answered coldly and scornfully, "No, Sir Priest, or Sir Preacher, Catherine is not my wife. Cease thy whimpering, thou foolish wench. She is not my wife, but she is handfasted with me, and that makes her as honest a woman." "Handfasted?" repeated Warden. "Knowest thou not that right, holy man?" said Avenel in the same tone of derision. "Then I will tell thee. We Border men are more wary than your inland clowns of Fife and Lothian. No jump in the dark for us, no clenching the fetters around our wrists till we know how they will wear with us. We take our wives like our horses, upon trial. When we are handfasted, as we term it, we are man and wife for a year and day. That space gone by, each may choose another mate, or, at their pleasure, may call the priest to marry them for life, and this we call handfasting." [Footnote: This custom of handfasting actually prevailed in the upland days. It arose partly from the want of priests. While the convents subsisted, monks were detached on regular circuits through the wilder districts to marry those who had lived in this species of connexion. A practice of the same kind existed in the Isle of Portland.] "Then," said the preacher, "I tell thee, noble Baron, in brotherly love to thy soul, it is a custom licentious, gross, and corrupted, and if persisted in, dangerous, yea, damnable. It binds thee to the frailer being while she is the object of desire. It relieves thee when she is most the subject of pity. It gives all to brutal sense, and nothing to generous and gentle affection. I say to thee, that he who can meditate the breach of such an engagement, abandoning the deluded woman and the helpless offspring, is worse than the birds of prey, for of them the males remain with their mates until the nestlings can take wing. Above all, I say it is contrary to the pure Christian doctrine, which assigns woman to man as the partner of his labour, the soother of his evil, his helpmate in peril, his friend in affliction, not as the toy of his looser hours, or as a flower which once cropped he may throw aside at pleasure." "Now, by the saints, a most virtuous homily," said the Baron, "quaintly conceived, and curiously pronounced, and to a well chosen congregation. Hark ye, Sir Gospeller, trow ye to have a fool in hand? Know I not that your sect rose by bluff Henry Tudor merely because ye aided him to change his Kate? And wherefore should I not use the same Christian liberty with mine? Tush, man! Bless the good food, and meddle not with what concerns thee not. Thou hast no gull in Julian Avenel." "He hath gulled and cheated himself," said the preacher, "should he even incline to do that poor sharer of his domestic cares the imperfect justice that remains to him. Can he now raise her to the rank of a pure and uncontaminated matron? Can he deprive his child of the misery of owing birth to a mother who is erred? He can indeed give them both the rank, the state of married wife and of lawful son. But in public opinion their names will be smirched and sullied with a stain which his tardy efforts cannot entirely efface. Yet render it to them, Baron of Avenel, render to them this late and imperfect justice. Bid me bind you together for ever, and celebrate the day of your bridal, not with feasting or wassail, but with sorrow for past sin, and the resolution to commence a better life. Happy then will have the chance been that has drawn me to this castle, though I come driven by calamity, and unknowing where my course is bound, like a leaf travelling in the north wind." The plain and even coarse features of the zealous speaker were warmed at once and ennobled by the dignity of his enthusiasm, and the wild Baron, lawless as he was, and accustomed to spurn at the control whether of religious or moral law, felt for the first time perhaps in his life that he was under subjection to a mind superior to his own. He sat mute and suspended in his deliberations, hesitating betwixt anger and shame, yet borne down by the weight of the just rebuke thus boldly fulminated against him. The unfortunate young woman, conceiving hopes from her tyrant's silence and apparent indecision, forgot both her fear and shame in her timid expectation that Avenel would relent, and fixing upon him her anxious and beseeching eyes, gradually drew near and nearer to his seat, till at length, laying a trembling hand on his cloak, she ventured to utter, "O noble Julian, listen to the good man!" The speech and the motion were ill timed, and wrought on that proud and wayward spirit the reverse of her wishes. The fierce Baron started up in a fury, exclaiming, "What! thou foolish callet, thou art confederate with this strolling vagabond, whom thou hast seen beard me in my own hall. Hence with thee, and think that I am proof to both male and female hypocrisy." The poor girl started back, astounded at his voice of thunder and looks of fury, and turning pale as death, endeavoured to obey his orders, and tottered towards the door. Her limbs failed in the attempt, and she fell on the stone floor in a manner which her situation might have rendered fatal. The blood gushed from her face. Halbert Glendinning brooked not a sight so brutal, but uttering a deep imprecation, started from his seat, and laid his hand on his sword, under the strong impulse of passing it through the body of the cruel and hard-hearted ruffian. But Christie of the Clinthill, guessing his intention, threw his arms around him, and prevented him from stirring to execute his purpose. The impulse to such an act of violence was indeed but momentary, as it instantly appeared that Avenel himself, shocked at the effects of his violence, was lifting up and endeavouring to soothe in his own way the terrified Catherine. "Peace," he said, "prithee peace, thou silly minion. Why, Kate, though I listen not to this tramping preacher, I said not what might happen an thou dost bear me a stout boy. There, there, dry thy tears. Call thy women. Soho, where be these queens? Christie, Raleigh, Hutcheon, drag them hither by the hair of the head." A half dozen of startled and wild looking females rushed into the room, and bore out her who might be either termed their mistress or their companion. She showed little sign of life, except by groaning faintly and keeping her hand on her side. No sooner had this luckless female been conveyed from the apartment, than the Baron, advancing to the table, filled and drank a deep goblet of wine. Then, putting an obvious restraint on his passions, turned to the preacher, who stood horror-struck at the scene he had witnessed, and said, "You have borne too hard on us, Sir Preacher; but coming with the commendations which you have brought me, I doubt not but your meaning was good. But we are a wilder folk than you inland men of Fife and Lothian. Be advised, therefore, by me, spur not an unbroken horse, put not your ploughshare too deep into new land. Preach to us spiritual liberty, and we will hearken to you, but we will give no way to spiritual bondage. Sit therefore down, and pledge me in old sack, and we will talk over these matters." "It is from spiritual bondage," said the preacher, in the same tone of admonitory reproof, "that I came to deliver you. It is from a bondage more fearful than that of the heaviest earthly gyves. It is from your own evil passions." "Sit down," said Avenel fiercely, "sit down while the play is good, else by my father's crest and my mother's honour " "Now," whispered Christie of Clinthill to Halbert, "if he refuse to sit down, I would not give a grey groat for his head." "Lord Baron," said Warden, "thou hast placed me in extremity; but if the question be whether I am to hide the light which I am commanded to show forth, or to lose the light of this world, my choice is made. I say to thee, like the holy Baptist to Herod, it is not lawful for thee to have this woman. And I say it though bonds and death be the consequence, counting my life as nothing in comparison of the ministry to which I am called." Julian Avenel, enraged at the firmness of this reply, flung from his right hand the cup in which he was about to drink to his guest, and from the other cast off the hawk, which flew wildly through the apartment. His first motion was to lay hand upon his dagger, but changing his resolution, he exclaimed, "To the dungeon with this insolent stroller! I will hear no man speak a word for him. Look to the falcon, Christie, thou fool, and she escape I will dispatch you after her every man. Away with that hypocritical dreamer! Drag him hence if he resist." He was obeyed in both points. Christie of the Clinthill arrested the hawk's flight by putting his foot on her jesses, and so holding her fast, while Henry Warden was led off without having shown the slightest symptoms of terror, by two of the Baron's satellites. Julian Avenel walked the apartment for a short time in sullen silence, and dispatching one of his attendants with a whispered message, which probably related to the health of the unfortunate Catherine, he said aloud, "These rash and meddling priests, by heaven, they make us worse than we would be without them." [Footnote: If it were necessary to name a prototype for this brutal, licentious, and cruel Border chief, in an age which showed but too many such, the Laird of Black Ormiston might be selected for that purpose. He was a friend and confidant of Bothwell, and an agent in Henry Darnley's murder. At his last stage, he was, like other great offenders, a seeming penitent, and, as his confession bears, divers gentlemen and servants being in the chamber, he said, "For God's sake, sit down and pray for me, for I have been a great sinner otherwise," that is, besides his share in Darnley's death, "for the which God is this day punishing me. For of all men on the earth I have been one of the proudest, and most high-minded, and most unclean of my body. But specially I have shed the innocent blood of one Michael Hunter with my own hands. The last, therefore, because the said Michael, having me lying on my back, having a fork in his hand, might have slain me if he had pleased, and did it not, which of all things grieves me most in conscience. Also in a rage I hanged a poor man for a horse, with many other wicked deeds, for whilk I ask my God mercy. It is not marvel that I have been wicked, considering the wicked company that ever I have been in, but specially within the 7 years bypast, in which I never saw 2 good men or 1 good deed, but all kind of wickedness, and yet God would not suffer me to be lost. See the whole confession in the State Trials. End of chapter 25, Part A. Chapter 25, Part B, of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Part B. Another worthy of the Borders, called Geordie Bourne, of somewhat subordinate rank, was a similar picture of profligacy. He had fallen into the hands of Sir Robert Carey, then Warden of the English East Marches, who gives the following account of his prisoner's confession. When all things were quiet, and the watch set at night after supper, about 10 of the clock, I took one of my men's liveries, and put it about me, and took 2 other of my servants with me in their liveries. And we 3, as the warden's men, came to the provost marshal's, where Bourne was, and were led into his chamber. We sate down by him, and told him that we were desirous to see him, because we heard he was stout and valiant and true to his friend, and that we were sorry our master could not be moved to save his life. He voluntarily of himself said, that he had lived long enough to do so many villainies as he had done, and withal told us that he had lain with above 40 men's wives, what in England, what in Scotland, and that he had killed 7 Englishmen with his own hands, cruelly murdering them, and that he had spent his whole time in whoring, drinking, stealing, and taking deep revenge for slight offences. He seemed to be very penitent, and much desired a minister for the comfort of his soul. We promised him to let our master know his desire, who, we knew, would promptly grant it. We took leave of him, and presently I took order that Mr. Selby, a very honest preacher, should go to him, and not stir from him till his execution the next morning. For after I had heard his own confession, I was resolved no conditions should save his life, and so took order that at the gates opening the next morning he should be carried to execution, which accordingly was performed. Memoirs of Sir Robert Carey, Earl of Monmouth. The answer which he presently received seemed somewhat to pacify his angry mood, and he took his place at the board, commanding his retinue to the like. All sat down in silence, and began the repast. During the meal, Christie in vain attempted to engage his youthful companion in carousal, or at least in conversation. Halbert Glendinning pleaded fatigue, and expressed himself unwilling to take any liquor stronger than the heather ale, which was at that time frequently used at meals. Thus every effort at joviality died away, until the Baron, striking his hand against the table, as if impatient of the long unbroken silence, cried out aloud, "What ho, my masters! Are ye border riders, and sit as mute over your meal as a mess of monks and friars? Some one sing, if no one list to speak. Much eaten without either mirth or music is ill of digestion. Lewis," he added, speaking to one of the youngest of his followers, "thou art ready enough to sing when no one bids thee." The young man looked first at his master, then up to the arched roof of the hall, then drank off the horn of ale, or wine, which stood beside him, and with a rough, yet not unmelodious voice, sung the following ditty to the ancient air of Blue Bonnets over the Border. March, march, Ettrick and Teviotdale, why the deil dinna ye march forward in order? March, march, Exdale and Liddesdale, all the Blue Bonnets are bound for the Border. Many a banner spread flutters above your head, many a crest that is famous in story. Mount and make ready then, sons of the mountain glen, fight for the Queen and the old Scottish glory. Come from the hills where the hirsels are grazing, come from the glen of the buck and the roe, come to the crag where the beacon is blazing, come with the buckler, the lance, and the bow. Trumpets are sounding, war steeds are bounding, stand to your arms then, and march in good order. England shall many a day tell of the bloody fray, when the Blue Bonnets came over the Border. The song, rude as it was, had in it that warlike character which at any other time would have roused Halbert's spirit. But at present the charm of minstrelsy had no effect upon him. He made it his request to Christie to suffer him to retire to rest, a request with which that worthy person, seeing no chance of making a favourable impression on his intended proselyte in his present humour, was at length pleased to comply. But no Sergeant Kite, who ever practised the profession of recruiting, was more attentive that his object should not escape him, than was Christie of the Clinthill. He indeed conducted Halbert Glendinning to a small apartment overlooking the lake, which was accommodated with a truckle bed. But before quitting him, Christie took special care to give a look to the bars which crossed the outside of the window, and when he left the apartment he failed not to give the key a double turn, circumstances which convinced young Glendinning that there was no intention of suffering him to depart from the castle of Avenel at his own time and pleasure. He judged it, however, most prudent to let these alarming symptoms pass without observation. No sooner did he find himself in undisturbed solitude, than he ran rapidly over the events of the day in his recollection, and to his surprise found that his own precarious fate, and even the death of Piercie Shafton, made less impression on him than the singularly bold and determined conduct of his companion, Henry Warden. Providence, which suits its instruments to the end they are to achieve, had awakened in the cause of reformation in Scotland a body of preachers of more energy than refinement, bold in spirit and strong in faith, contemners of whatever stood betwixt them and their principal object, and seeking the advancement of the great cause in which they laboured by the roughest road, provided it were the shortest. The soft breeze may wave the willow, but it requires the voice of the tempest to agitate the boughs of the oak, and accordingly, to milder hearers, and in a less rude age, their manners would have been ill adapted, but they were singularly successful in their mission to the rude people to whom it was addressed. Owing to these reasons, Halbert Glendinning, who had resisted and repelled the arguments of the preacher, was forcibly struck by the firmness of his demeanour in the dispute with Julian Avenel. It might be discourteous, and most certainly it was incautious, to choose such a place and such an audience for upbraiding with his transgressions a baron, whom both manners and situation placed in full possession of independent power. But the conduct of the preacher was uncompromising, firm, manly, and obviously grounded upon the deepest conviction which duty and principle could afford. And Glendinning, who had viewed the conduct of Avenel with the deepest abhorrence, was proportionally interested in the brave old man, who had ventured life rather than withhold the censure due to guilt. This pitch of virtue seemed to him to be in religion what was demanded by chivalry of her votaries in war, an absolute surrender of all selfish feelings, and a combination of every energy proper to the human mind, to discharge the task which duty demanded. Halbert was at the period when youth was most open to generous emotions, and knows best how to appreciate them in others, and he felt, although he hardly knew why, that, whether Catholic or heretic, the safety of this man deeply interested him. Curiosity mingled with the feeling, and led him to wonder what the nature of those doctrines could be, which stole their votary so completely from himself, and devoted him to chains or to death as their sworn champion. He had indeed been told of saints and martyrs of former days who had braved for their religious faith the extremity of death and torture, but their spirit of enthusiastic devotion had long slept in the ease and indolent habits of their successors, and their adventures, like those of knights errant, were rather read for amusement than for edification. A new impulse had been necessary to rekindle the energies of religious zeal, and that impulse was now operating in favour of a purer religion, with one of whose steadiest votaries the youth had now met for the first time. The sense that he himself was a prisoner, under the power of this savage chieftain, by no means diminished Halbert's interest in the fate of his fellow sufferer, while he determined at the same time so far to emulate his fortitude, that neither threats nor suffering should compel him to enter into the service of such a master. The possibility of escape next occurred to him, and though with little hope of effecting it in that way, Glendinning proceeded to examine more particularly the window of the apartment. The apartment was situated in the first story of the castle, and was not so far from the rock on which it was founded, but that an active and bold man might with little assistance descend to a shelf of rock which was immediately below the window, and from thence either leap or drop himself down into the lake which lay before his eye, clear and blue in the placid light of a full summer's moon. Were I once placed on that ledge, thought Glendinning, Julian Avenel and Christie had seen the last of me. The size of the window favoured such an attempt, but the stanchions or iron bars seemed to form an insurmountable obstacle. While Halbert Glendinning gazed from the window with that eagerness of hope which was prompted by the energy of his character and his determination not to yield to circumstances, his ear caught some sounds from below, and listening with more attention, he could distinguish the voice of the preacher engaged in his solitary devotions. To open a correspondence with him became immediately his object, and failing to do so by less marked sounds, he at length ventured to speak, and was answered from beneath. "Is it thou, my son?" The voice of the prisoner now sounded more distinctly than when it was first heard, for Warden had approached the small aperture, which, serving his prison for a window, opened just betwixt the wall and the rock, and admitted a scanty portion of light through a wall of immense thickness. This soupirait being placed exactly under Halbert's window, the contiguity permitted the prisoners to converse in a low tone, when Halbert declared his intention to escape, and the possibility he saw of achieving his purpose, but for the iron stanchions of the window. "Prove thy strength, my son, in the name of God," said the preacher. Halbert obeyed him more in despair than hope, but to his great astonishment, and somewhat to his terror, the bar parted asunder near the bottom, and the longer part being easily bent outwards, and not secured with lead in the upper socket, dropped out into Halbert's hand. He immediately whispered, but as energetically as a whisper could be expressed, "By Heaven, the bar has given way in my hand!" "Thank Heaven, my son, instead of swearing by it," answered the warden from his dungeon. With little effort, Halbert Glendinning forced himself through the opening thus wonderfully effected, and using his leathern sword belt as a rope to assist him, let himself safely drop upon the shelf of rock upon which the preacher's window opened. But through this no passage could be effected, being scarce larger than a loophole for musketry, and apparently constructed for that purpose. "Are there no means by which I can assist your escape, my father?" said Halbert. "There are none, my son," answered the preacher, "but if thou wilt ensure my safety, that may be in thy power." "I will labour earnestly for it," said the youth. "Take then a letter which I will presently write, for I have the means of light and writing materials in my scrip. Hasten towards Edinburgh, and on the way thou wilt meet a body of horse marching southwards. Give this to their leader, and acquaint him of the state in which thou hast left me. It may hap that thy doing so will advantage thyself." In a minute or two the light of a taper gleamed through the shot hole, and very shortly after, the preacher, with the assistance of his staff, pushed a billet to Glendinning through the window. "God bless thee, my son," said the old man, "and complete the marvellous work which he has begun." "Amen," answered Halbert with solemnity, and proceeded on his enterprise. He hesitated a moment whether he should attempt to descend to the edge of the water, but the steepness of the rock, and the darkness of the night, rendered the enterprise too dangerous. He clasped his hands above his head, and boldly sprung from the precipice, shooting himself forward into the air as far as he could for fear of sunken rocks, and alighted on the lake, head foremost, with such force as sunk him for a minute below the surface. But strong, long-breathed, and accustomed to such exercise, Halbert, even though encumbered with his sword, dived and rose like a sea-fowl, and swam across the lake in the northern direction. When he landed and looked back on the castle, he could observe that the alarm had been given, for lights glanced from window to window, and he heard the drawbridge lowered, and the tread of horses' feet upon the causeway. But, little alarmed for the consequence of a pursuit during the darkness, he wrung the water from his dress, and plunging into the moors, directed his course to the northeast by the assistance of the polar star. End of chapter 25, Part B. Chapter 26, Part A, of The Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, Part A. Why, what an intricate impeach is this! I think you all have drank of Circe's cup. If here you housed him, here he would have been. If he were mad, he would not plead so coldly. Comedy of Errors. The course of our story, leaving for the present Halbert Glendinning to the guidance of his courage and his fortune, returns to the Tower of Glendearg, where matters in the meanwhile fell out, with which it is most fitting that the reader should be acquainted. The meal was prepared at noontide with all the care which Elspeth and Tibb, assisted by the various accommodations which had been supplied from the Monastery, could bestow on it. Their dialogue ran on as usual in the intervals of their labour, partly as between mistress and servant, partly as maintained by gossips of nearly equal quality. "Look to the minced meat, Tibb," said Elspeth, "and turn the broach even, thou good-for-nothing simmy. Thy wits are harrying birds' nests, child. Weel, Tibb, this is a fashious job, this Sir Piercie lying leaguer with us up here, and wha kens for how lang?" "A fashious job indeed," answered her faithful attendant, "and little good did the name ever bring to fair Scotland. Ye may have your hands fuller of them than they are yet. Many a sair heart have the Piercies given to Scots wife and bairns with their pricking on the borders. There was Hotspur and many more of that bloody kindred have sate in our skirts since Malcolm's time, as Martin says." "Martin should keep a well scrappit tongue in his head," said Elspeth, "and not slander the kin of anybody that quarters at Glendearg; forby that Sir Piercie Shafton is much respected with the holy fathers of the community, and they will make up to us ony fasherie that we may have with him, either by good word or good deed, I'se warrant them. He is a considerate lord, the Lord Abbot." "And weel he likes a saft seat to his hinder end," said Tibb. "I have seen a belted baron sit on a bare bench, and find nae fault. But an ye are pleased, mistress, I am pleased. Now, in good time, here comes Mysie of the mill. And where are ye been, lass? For a's gane wrang without you," said Elspeth. "I just gaed a blink up the burn," said Mysie, "for the young lady has been down on her bed, and is no just that weel, so I gaed a gliff up the burn." "To see the young lads come hame frae the sport, I will warrant you," said Elspeth. "Ay, ay, Tibb, that's the way the young folk guide us, Tibbie, leave us to do the wark, and out to the play themsells." "Ne'er a bit of that, mistress," said the maid of the mill, stripping her round pretty arms, and looking actively and good humouredly round for some duty that she could discharge. "But just, I thought ye might like to ken if they were coming back, just to get the dinner forward." "And saw ye aught of them, then?" demanded Elspeth. "Not the least tokening," said Mysie, "though I got to the head of a no, and though the English knight's beautiful white feather could have been seen all over the bushes in the shaw." "The knight's white feather!" said Dame Glendinning. "Ye are a silly hempie. My Halbert's high head will be seen farther than his feather, let it be as white as it like, I trow." Mysie made no answer, but began to knead dough for a wastel cake with all despatch, observing that Sir Piercie had partaken of that dainty, and commended it upon the preceding day, and presently, in order to place on the fire the girdle or iron plate on which these cakes were to be baked, she displaced a stew pan in which one of Tibb's delicacies were submitted to the action of the kitchen fire. Tibb muttered betwixt her teeth, "And it is the broth for my sick bairn, that maun make room for the dainty Southron's wastel bread. It was a blithe time in White Wallace's day, or good King Robert's, when the pock puddings gat naething there but hard strakes and bloody crowns. But we will see how it will a' end." Elspeth did not think it proper to notice these discontented expressions of Tibbie, but they sunk into her mind, for she was apt to consider her as a sort of authority in matters of war and policy, with which her former experience as bower woman at Avenel Castle made her better acquainted than were the peaceful inhabitants of Halidome. She only spoke, however, to express her surprise that the hunters did not return. "And they come not back the sooner," said Tibb, "they will fare the waur, for the meat will be roasted to a cinder, and there is poor Simmy that can turn the spit nae langer. The bairn is melting like an icicle in warm water. Gang awa, bairn, and take a mouthful of the caller air, and I will turn the broach till ye come back." "Rin up to the bartizan at the tower head, callant," said Dame Glendinning; "the air will be callerer there than ony gate else, and bring us word if our Halbert and the gentlemen are coming down the glen." The boy lingered long enough to allow his substitute, Tibb Tacket, heartily to tire of her own generosity, and of his cricket stool by the side of a huge fire. He at length returned with the news that he had seen nobody. The matter was not so remarkable as far as Halbert Glendinning was concerned, for, patient alike of want and of fatigue, it was no uncommon circumstance for him to remain in the wilds till curfew time. But nobody had given Sir Piercie Shafton credit for being so keen a sportsman, and the idea of an Englishman preferring the chase to his dinner was altogether inconsistent with their preconceptions of the national character. Amidst wondering and conjecturing, the usual dinner hour passed away, and the inmates of the tower, taking a hasty meal themselves, adjourned their more solemn preparations until the hunters' return at night, since it seemed now certain that their sport had either carried them to a greater distance, or engaged them for a longer time than had been expected. About 4 hours after noon arrived, not the expected sportsman, but an unlooked-for visitant, the Sub Prior from the Monastery. The scene of the preceding day had dwelt on the mind of Father Eustace, who was of that keen and penetrating cast of mind which loves not to leave unascertained whatever of mysterious is subjected to its inquiry. His kindness was interested in the family of Glendearg, which he had now known for a long time, and besides, the community was interested in the preservation of the peace betwixt Sir Piercie Shafton and his youthful host, since whatever might draw public attention on the former could not fail to be prejudicial to the Monastery, which was already threatened by the hand of power. He found the family assembled, all but Mary Avenel, and was informed that Halbert Glendinning had accompanied the stranger on a day's sport. So far was well. They had not returned, but when did youth and sport conceive themselves bound by set hours? And the circumstance excited no alarm in his mind. While he was conversing with Edward Glendinning touching his progress in the studies he had pointed out to him, they were startled by a shriek from Mary Avenel's apartment, which drew the whole family thither in headlong haste. They found her in a swoon in the arms of old Martin, who was bitterly accusing himself of having killed her. So indeed it seemed, for her pale features and closed eyes argued rather a dead corpse than a living person. The whole family were instantly in tumult. Snatching her from Martin's arms with the eagerness of affectionate terror, Edward bore her to the casement, that she might receive the influence of the open air. The Sub Prior, who, like many of his profession, had some knowledge of medicine, hastened to prescribe the readiest remedies which occurred to him, and the terrified females contended with and impeded each other in their rival efforts to be useful. "It has been ane of her weary ghaists," said Dame Glendinning. "It's just a trembling on her spirits as her blessed mother used to have," said Tibb. "It's some ill news has come over her," said the miller's maiden, while burnt feathers, cold water, and all the usual means of restoring suspended animation were employed alternately and with little effect. At length a new assistant, who had joined the group unobserved, tendered his aid in the following terms: "How is this? my most fair discretion? What cause hath moved the ruby current of life to rush back to the citadel of the heart, leaving pale those features in which it should have delighted to meander for ever? Let me approach her," he said, "with this sovereign essence distilled by the fair hands of the divine Urania, and powerful to recall fugitive life, even if it were trembling on the verge of departure." Thus speaking, Sir Piercie Shafton knelt down, and most gracefully presented to the nostrils of Mary Avenel a silver pouncet box, exquisitely chased, containing a sponge dipped in the essence which he recommended so highly. Yes, gentle reader, it was Sir Piercie Shafton himself, who thus unexpectedly proffered his good offices, his cheeks indeed very pale, and some part of his dress stained with blood, but not otherwise appearing different from what he was on the preceding evening. But no sooner had Mary Avenel opened her eyes, and fixed them on the figure of the officious courtier, than she screamed faintly, and exclaimed, "Secure the murderer!" Those present stood aghast with astonishment, and none more so than the Euphuist, who found himself so suddenly and so strangely accused by the patient whom he was endeavouring to succour, and who repelled his attempts to yield her assistance, with all the energy of abhorrence. "Take him away!" she exclaimed. "Take away the murderer!" "Now, by my knighthood," answered Sir Piercie, "your lovely faculties either of mind or body are, O my most fair discretion, obnubilated by some strange hallucination. For either your eyes do not discern that it is Piercie Shafton, your most devoted affability, who now stands before you, or else your eyes discerning truly, your mind hath most erroneously concluded that he hath been guilty of some delict or violence to which his hand is a stranger. No murder, O most scornful discretion, hath been this day done, saving but that which your angry glances are now performing on your most devoted captive." He was here interrupted by the Sub Prior, who had, in the meantime, been speaking with Martin apart, and had received from him an account of the circumstances, which, suddenly communicated to Mary Avenel, had thrown her into this state. "Sir Knight," said the Sub Prior, in a very solemn tone, yet with some hesitation, "circumstances have been communicated to us of a nature so extraordinary, that, reluctant as I am to exercise such authority over a guest of our venerable community, I am constrained to request from you an explanation of them. You left this tower early in the morning, accompanied by a youth, Halbert Glendinning, the eldest son of this good dame, and you return hither without him. Where, and at what hour, did you part company from him?" The English knight paused for a moment, and then replied, "I marvel that your reverence employs so grave a tone to enforce so light a question. I parted with the villagio, whom you call Halbert Glendinning, some hour or twain after sunrise." Chapter 26. Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Chapter 26, Part B. "And at what place, I pray you?" said the monk. "In a deep ravine, where a fountain rises at the base of a huge rock, an earth-born Titan, which heaveth up its grey head, even as—" "Spare us farther description," said the Sub Prior. "We know the spot, but that youth hath not since been heard of, and it will fall on you to account for him." "My bairn, my bairn!" exclaimed Dame Glendinning. "Yes, holy father, make the villain account for my bairn." "I swear, good woman, by bread and by water, which are the props of our life." "Swear by wine and wastel bread, for these are the props of thy life, thou greedy Southron," said Dame Glendinning. "A base belly god to come here to eat the best, and practise on our lives that give it to him." "I tell thee, woman," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "I did but go with thy son to the hunting." "A black hunting it has been to him, poor bairn," replied Tibb, "and sae I said it wad prove since I first saw the false Southron snout of thee. Little good comes of a Piercie's hunting from Chevy Chase till now." "Be silent, woman," said the Sub Prior, "and rail not upon the English knight. We do not yet know of anything beyond suspicion." "We will have his heart's blood," said Dame Glendinning, and, seconded by the faithful Tibbie, she made such a sudden onslaught on the unlucky Euphuist, as must have terminated in something serious, had not the monk, aided by Mysie Happer, interposed to protect him from their fury. Edward had left the apartment the instant the disturbance broke out, and now entered, sword in hand, followed by Martin and Jasper, the one having a hunting spear in his hand, the other a crossbow. "Keep the door," he said to his two attendants. "Shoot him or stab him without mercy, should he attempt to break forth. If he offers an escape, by heaven he shall die." "How now, Edward?" said the Sub Prior; "how is this that you so far forget yourself? Meditating violence to a guest, and in my presence, who represent your liege lord?" Edward stepped forward with his drawn sword in his hand. "Pardon me, reverend father," he said, "but in this matter the voice of nature speaks louder and stronger than yours. I turn my sword's point against this proud man, and I demand of him the blood of my brother, the blood of my father's son, of the heir of our name. If he denies to give me a true account of him, he shall not deny me vengeance." Embarrassed as he was, Sir Piercie Shafton showed no personal fear. "Put up thy sword," he said, "young man. Not in the same day does Piercie Shafton contend with two peasants." "Hear him, he confesses the deed, holy father," said Edward. "Be patient, my son," said the Sub Prior, endeavouring to soothe the feelings which he could not otherwise control. "Be patient. Thou wilt attain the ends of justice better through my means than thine own violence. And you, women, be silent. Tibb, remove your mistress and Mary Avenel." While Tibb, with the assistance of the other females of the household, bore the poor mother and Mary Avenel into separate apartments, and while Edward, still keeping his sword in his hand, hastily traversed the room, as if to prevent the possibility of Sir Piercie Shafton's escape, the Sub Prior insisted upon knowing from the perplexed knight the particulars which he knew respecting Halbert Glendinning. His situation became extremely embarrassing, for what he might with safety have told of the issue of their combat was so revolting to his pride, that he could not bring himself to enter into the detail; and of Halbert's actual fate he knew, as the reader is well aware, absolutely nothing. The father, in the meanwhile, pressed him with remonstrances, and prayed him to observe he would greatly prejudice himself by declining to give a full account of the transactions of the day. "You cannot deny," he said, "that yesterday you seemed to take the most violent offence at this unfortunate youth, and that you suppressed your resentment so suddenly as to impress us all with surprise. Last night you proposed to him this day's hunting party, and you set out together by break of day. You parted, you said, at the fountain near the rock, about an hour or twain after sunrise, and it appears that before you parted you had been at strife together." "I said not so," replied the knight. "Here is a coil indeed about the absence of a rustical bondsman, who, I dare say, hath gone off, if he be gone, to join the next rascally band of freebooters. Ye ask me, a knight of the Piercies' lineage, to account for such an insignificant fugitive, and I answer, let me know the price of his head, and I will pay it to your convent treasurer." "You admit, then, that you have slain my brother?" said Edward, interfering once more. "I will presently show you at what price we Scots rate the lives of our friends." "Peace, Edward, peace, I entreat, I command thee," said the Sub Prior. "And you, Sir Knight, think better of us than to suppose you may spend Scottish blood, and reckon for it as for wine spilt in a drunken revel. This youth was no bondsman, thou well knowest, that in thine own land thou hadst not dared to lift thy sword against the meanest subject of England, but her laws would have called thee to answer for the deed. Do not hope it will be otherwise here, for you will but deceive yourself." "You drive me beyond my patience," said the Euphuist, "even as the overdriven ox is urged into madness. What can I tell you of a young fellow whom I have not seen since the second hour after sunrise?" "But can you explain in what circumstances you parted with him?" said the monk. "What are the circumstances, in the devil's name, which you desire should be explained? For although I protest against this constraint as alike unworthy and inhospitable, yet would I willingly end this fray, provided that by words it may be ended," said the knight. "If these end it not," said Edward, "blows shall, and that full speedily." "Peace, impatient boy," said the Sub Prior. "And do you, Sir Piercie Shafton, acquaint me why the ground is bloody by the verge of the fountain in Corrinan Shian, where, as you say yourself, you parted from Halbert Glendinning." Resolute not to avow his defeat if possibly he could avoid it, the knight answered in a haughty tone, that he supposed it was no unusual thing to find the turf bloody where hunters had slain a deer. "And did you bury your game as well as kill it?" said the monk. We must know from you who is the tenant of that grave, that newly made grave, beside the very fountain whose margin is so deeply crimsoned with blood. Thou seest thou canst not evade me. Therefore be ingenuous, and tell us the fate of this unhappy youth, whose body is doubtless lying under that bloody turf." "If it be," said Sir Piercie, "they must have buried him alive, for I swear to thee, reverend father, that this rustic juvenal parted from me in perfect health. Let the grave be searched, and if his body be found, then deal with me as ye list." "It is not my sphere to determine thy fate, Sir Knight, but that of the Lord Abbot, and the right reverend chapter. It is but my duty to collect such information as may best possess their wisdom with the matters which have chanced." "Might I presume so far, reverend father," said the knight, "I should wish to know the author and evidence of all these suspicions, so unfoundedly urged against me." "It is soon told," said the Sub Prior, "nor do I wish to disguise it, if it can avail you in your defence. This maiden, Mary Avenel, apprehending that you nourished malice against her foster brother, under a friendly brow, did advisedly send up the old man, Martin Tacket, to follow your footsteps and to prevent mischief. But it seems that your evil passions had outrun precaution, for when he came to the spot, guided by your footsteps upon the dew, he found but the bloody turf and the new covered grave. And after long and vain search through the wilds after Halbert and yourself, he brought back the sorrowful news to her who had sent him." "Saw he not my doublet, I pray you?" said Sir Piercie; "for when I came to myself, I found that I was wrapped in my cloak, but without my undergarment, as your reverence may observe." So saying, he opened his cloak, forgetting, with his characteristical inconsistency, that he showed his shirt stained with blood. "How cruel, man!" said the monk, when he observed this confirmation of his suspicions. "Wilt thou deny the guilt even while thou bearest on thy person the blood thou hast shed? Wilt thou longer deny that thy rash hand has robbed a mother of a son, our community of a vassal, the Queen of Scotland of a liege subject? And what canst thou expect, but that, at the least, we deliver thee up to England, as undeserving our farther protection?" "By the saints," said the knight, now driven to extremity, "if this blood be the witness against me, it is but rebel blood, since this morning at sunrise it flowed within my own veins." "How were that possible, Sir Piercie Shafton," said the monk, "since I see no wound from whence it can have flowed?" "That," said the knight, "is the most mysterious part of the transaction. See here." So saying, he undid his shirt collar, and, opening his bosom, showed the spot through which Halbert's sword had passed, but already cicatrized, and bearing the appearance of a wound lately healed. "This exhausts my patience, Sir Knight," said the Sub Prior, "and is adding insult to violence and injury. Do you hold me for a child or an idiot, that you pretend to make me believe that the fresh blood, with which your shirt is stained, flowed from a wound which has been healed for weeks or months? Unhappy mocker, thinkest thou thus to blind us? Too well do we know that it is the blood of your victim, wrestling with you in the desperate and mortal struggle, which has thus dyed your apparel." The knight, after a moment's recollection, said in reply, "I will be open with you, my father. Bid these men stand out of earshot, and I will tell you all I know of this mysterious business. And muse not, good father, though it may pass thy wit to expound it, for I vouch to you it is too dark for mine own." The monk commanded Edward and the two men to withdraw, assuring the former that his conference with the prisoner should be brief, and giving him permission to keep watch at the door of the apartment, without which allowance he might perhaps have had some difficulty in procuring his absence. Edward had no sooner left the chamber, than he dispatched messengers to one or two families of the Halidome, with whose sons his brother and he sometimes associated, to tell them that Halbert Glendinning had been murdered by an Englishman, and to require them to repair to the Tower of Glendearg without delay. The duty of revenge in such cases was held so sacred, that he had no reason to doubt they would instantly come with such assistance as would ensure the detention of the prisoner. He then locked the doors of the tower, both inner and outer, and also the gate of the courtyard. Having taken these precautions, he made a hasty visit to the females of the family, exhausting himself in efforts to console them, and in protestations that he would have vengeance for his murdered brother. Chapter 26. Chapter 27, Part A, of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Part A. Now, by Our Lady, Sheriff, 'tis hard reckoning, that I, with every odds of birth and barony, should be detained here for the casual death of a wild forester, whose utmost having is but the brazen buckle of the belt in which he sticks his hedge knife. Old Play. While Edward was making preparations for securing and punishing the supposed murderer of his brother, with an intense thirst for vengeance, which had not hitherto shown itself as part of his character, Sir Piercie Shafton made such communications as it pleased him to the Sub Prior, who listened with great attention, though the knight's narrative was none of the clearest, especially as his self-conceit led him to conceal or abridge the details which were necessary to render it intelligible. "You are to know," he said, "reverend father, that this rustical juvenal, having chosen to offer me, in the presence of your venerable Superior, yourself, and other excellent and worthy persons, besides the damsel Mary Avenel, whom I term my discretion in all honour and kindness, a gross insult, rendered yet more intolerable by the time and place, my just resentment did so gain the mastery over my discretion, that I resolved to allow him the privileges of an equal, and to indulge him with the combat." "But, Sir Knight," said the Sub Prior, "you still leave two matters very obscure. First, why the token he presented to you gave you so much offence, as I with others witnessed; and then again, how the youth, whom you then met for the first, or at least the second time, knew so much of your history as enabled him so greatly to move you." The knight coloured very deeply. "For your first query," he said, "most reverend father, we will, if you please, pretermit it as nothing essential to the matter in hand; and for the second, I protest to you that I know as little of his means of knowledge as you do, and that I am well nigh persuaded he deals with Sathanas, of which more anon. Well, sir, in the evening I failed not to veil my purpose with a pleasant brow, as is the custom amongst us martialists, who never display the bloody colours of defiance in our countenance until our hand is armed to fight under them. I amused the fair discretion with some canzonets and other toys, which could not but be ravishing to her inexperienced ears. I arose in the morning, and met my antagonist, who, to say the truth, for an inexperienced villagio, comported himself as stoutly as I could have desired. So, coming to the encounter, reverend sir, I did try his mettle with some half a dozen of downright passes, with any one of which I could have been through his body, only that I was loath to take so fatal an advantage; but rather, mixing mercy with my just indignation, studied to inflict upon him some flesh wound of no very fatal quality. But, sir, in the midst of my clemency, he, being instigated, I think, by the devil, did follow up his first offence with some insult of the same nature. Whereupon, being eager to punish him, I made an estramazone, and my foot slipping at the same time, not from any fault of fence on my part, or any advantage of skill on his, but the devil having, as I said, taken up the matter in hand, and the grass being slippery, ere I recovered my position I encountered his sword, which he had advanced, with my undefended person, so that, as I think, I was in some sort run through the body. My juvenal, being beyond measure appalled at his own unexpected and unmerited success in this strange encounter, takes the flight and leaves me there, and I fall into a dead swoon for the lack of the blood I had lost so foolishly. And when I awake, as from a sound sleep, I find myself lying, and, like you, wrapped up in my cloak at the foot of one of the birch trees which stand together in a clump near to this place. I feel my limbs and experience little pain, but much weakness. I put my hand to the wound. It was whole and skinned over as you now see it. I rise and come hither, and in these words you have my whole day's story." "I can only reply to so strange a tale," answered the monk, "that it is scarce possible that Sir Piercie Shafton can expect me to credit it. Here is a quarrel, the cause of which you conceal; a wound received in the morning, of which there is no recent appearance at sunset; a grave filled up, in which no body is deposited; the vanquished found alive and well, the victor departed no man knows whither. These things, Sir Knight, hang not so well together, that I should receive them as gospel." "Reverend father," answered Sir Piercie Shafton, I pray you in the first place to observe, that if I offer peaceful and civil justification of that which I have already averred to be true, I do so only in devout deference to your dress and to your order, protesting, that to any other opposite, saving a man of religion, a lady or my liege prince, I would not deign to support that which I had once attested, otherwise than with the point of my good sword. And so much being premised, I have to add, that I can but gauge my honour as a gentleman, and my faith as a Catholic Christian, that the things which I have described to you have happened to me as I have described them, and not otherwise." "It is a deep assertion, Sir Knight," answered the Sub Prior; "yet, bethink you, it is only an assertion, and that no reason can be alleged why things should be believed which are so contrary to reason. Let me pray you to say whether the grave, which has been seen at your place of combat, was open or closed when your encounter took place." "Reverend father," said the knight, "I will veil from you nothing, but show you each secret of my bosom, even as the pure fountain revealeth the smallest pebble which graces the sand at the bottom of its crystal mirror, and as—" "Speak in plain terms, for the love of Heaven," said the monk; "these holiday phrases belong not to solemn affairs. Was the grave open when the conflict began?" "It was," answered the knight, "I acknowledge it, even as he that acknowledgeth—" "Nay, I pray you, fair son, forbear these similitudes, and observe me. On yesterday at even, no grave was found in that place, for old Martin chanced, contrary to his wont, to go thither in quest of a strayed sheep. At break of day, by your own confession, a grave was opened in that spot, and there a combat was fought. Only one of the combatants appears, and he is covered with blood, and to all appearance woundless." Here the knight made a gesture of impatience. "Nay, fair son, hear me but one moment. The grave is closed and covered by the sod. What can we believe, but that it conceals the bloody corpse of the fallen duellist?" "By Heaven, it cannot," said the knight, "unless the juvenal hath slain himself and buried himself, in order to place me in the predicament of his murderer. The grave shall doubtless be explored, and that by tomorrow's dawn," said the monk, "I will see it done with mine own eyes." "But," said the prisoner, "I protest against all evidence which may arise from its contents, and do insist beforehand, that whatever may be found in that grave shall not prejudice me in my defence. I have been so haunted by diabolical deceptions in this matter, that what do I know but that the devil may assume the form of this rustical juvenal, in order to procure me farther vexation? I protest to you, holy father, it is my very thought that there is witchcraft in all that hath befallen me. Since I entered into this northern land, in which men say that sorceries do abound, I, who am held in awe and regard even by the prime gallants in the court of Feliciana, have been here bearded and taunted by a clod-treading clown. I, whom Vincentio Saviola termed his nimblest and most agile disciple, was, to speak briefly, foiled by a cowboy, who knew no more of fence than is used at every country wake. I am run, as it seemed to me, through the body, with a very sufficient stoccata, and faint on the spot. And yet, when I recover, I find myself without either wem or wound, and lacking nothing of my apparel, saving my murrey-coloured doublet, slashed with satin, which I will pray may be inquired after, lest the devil who transported me should have dropped it in his passage among some of the trees or bushes, it being a choice and most fanciful piece of raiment, which I wore for the first time at the Queen's pageant in Southwark." "Sir Knight," said the monk, "you do again go astray from this matter. I inquire of you respecting that which concerns the life of another man, and it may be touches your own also, and you answer me with the tale of an old doublet." "Old!" exclaimed the knight; "now, by the gods and saints, if there be a gallant at the British court more fancifully considerate, and more considerately fanciful, but quaintly curious, and more curiously quaint, in frequent changes of all rich articles of vesture, becoming one who may be accounted point de vis a courtier, I will give you leave to term me a slave and a liar." The monk thought, but did not say, that he had already acquired right to doubt the veracity of the Euphuist, considering the marvellous tale which he had told. Yet his own strange adventure, and that of Father Philip, rushed on his mind, and forbade his coming to any conclusion. He contented himself, therefore, with observing, that these were certainly strange incidents, and requested to know if Sir Piercie Shafton had any other reason for suspecting himself to be in a manner so particularly selected for the sport of sorcery and witchcraft. "Sir Sub Prior," said the Euphuist, "the most extraordinary circumstance remains behind, which alone, had I neither been bearded in dispute, nor foiled in combat, nor wounded and cured in the space of a few hours, would nevertheless of itself, and without any other corroborative, have compelled me to believe myself the subject of some malevolent fascination. Reverend sir, it is not to your ears that men should tell tales of love and gallantry, nor is Sir Piercie Shafton one who, to any ears whatsoever, is wont to boast of his fair acceptance with the choice and prime beauties of the court. Insomuch that a lady, none of the least resplendent constellations which revolve in that hemisphere of honour, pleasure, and beauty, but whose name I here pretermit, was wont to call me her taciturnity. Nevertheless, truth must be spoken, and I cannot but allow, as the general report of the court, allowed in camps, and echoed back by city and country, that in the alacrity of the accost, the tender delicacy of the regard, the facetiousness of the address, the adopting and pursuing of the fancy, the solemn close and the graceful fall off, Piercie Shafton was accounted the only gallant of the time, and so well accepted among the choicer beauties of the age, that no silk-hosed reveller of the presence chamber, or plumed jouster of the tilt yard, approached him by a bow's length in the lady's regard, being the mark at which every well-born and generous juvenile aimeth his shaft. Nevertheless, reverend sir, having found in this rude place something which by blood and birth might be termed a lady, and being desirous to keep my gallant humour in exercise, as well as to show my sworn devotion to the sex in general, I did shoot off some arrows of compliment at this Mary Avenel, terming her my discretion, with other quaint and well-imagined courtesies, rather bestowed out of my bounty than warranted by her merit, or perchance like unto the boyish fowler, who rather than not exercise his bird piece, will shoot at crows or magpies for lack of better game. "Mary Avenel is much obliged by your notice," answered the monk. "But to what does all this detail of past and present gallantry conduct us?" "Marry, to this conclusion," answered the knight, "that either this my discretion, or I myself, am little less than bewitched. For instead of receiving my accost with gratifying bow, answering my regard with a suppressed smile, accompanying my falling off or departure with a slight sigh, honours with which I protest to you the noblest dancers and proudest beauties in Feliciana have graced my poor services, she hath paid me as little and as cold regard as if I had been some hobnailed clown of these bleak mountains. Nay, this very day, while I was in the act of kneeling at her feet to render her the succours of this pungent quintessence, of purest spirit distilled by the fairest hands of the court of Feliciana, she pushed me from her with looks which savoured of repugnance, and, as I think, thrust at me with her foot as if to spurn me from her presence. These things, reverend father, are strange, portentous, unnatural, and befall not in the current of mortal affairs, but are symptomatic of sorcery and fascination. So that having given to your reverence a perfect, simple, and plain account of all that I know concerning this matter, I leave it to your wisdom to solve what may be found soluble in the same, it being my purpose to morrow, with the peep of dawn, to set forward towards Edinburgh." "I grieve to be an interruption to your designs, Sir Knight," said the monk, "but that purpose of thine may hardly be fulfilled." "How, reverend father?" said the knight with an air of the utmost surprise. "If what you say respects my departure, understand that it must be, for I have so resolved it." "Sir Knight," reiterated the Sub Prior, "I must once more repeat, this cannot be, until the Abbot's pleasure be known in the matter." "Reverend sir," said the knight, drawing himself up with great dignity, "I desire my hearty and thankful commendations to the Abbot, but in this matter I have nothing to do with his reverend pleasure, designing only to consult my own." "Pardon me," said the Sub Prior, "the Lord Abbot hath in this matter a voice potential." Sir Piercie Shafton's colour began to rise. "I marvel," he said, "to hear your reverence talk thus. What? Will you, for the imagined death of a rude, low-born frampler and wrangler, venture to impinge upon the liberty of the kinsman of the house of Piercie?" "Sir Knight," returned the Sub Prior civilly, Your high lineage and your kindling anger will avail you nothing in this matter. You shall not come here to seek a shelter, and then spill our blood as if it were water." "I tell you," said the knight, "once more, as I have told you already, that there was no blood spilled but mine own." "That remains to be proved," replied the Sub Prior. "We of the community of Saint Mary's of Kennaquhair use not to take fairy tales in exchange for the lives of our liege vassals." "We of the house of Piercie," answered Shafton, "brook neither threats nor restraint. I say I will travel to morrow, happen what may." "And I," answered the Sub Prior in the same tone of determination, "say that I will break your journey, come what may." "Who shall gainsay me," said the knight, "if I make my way by force?" "You will judge wisely to think ere you make such an attempt," answered the monk, with composure. "There are men enough in the Halidome to vindicate its rights over those who dare infringe them." "My cousin of Northumberland will know how to revenge this usage to a beloved kinsman so near to his blood," said the Englishman. "The Lord Abbot will know how to protect the rights of his territory, both with the temporal and the spiritual sword," said the monk. "Besides, consider, were we to send you to your kinsman at Alnwick or Warkworth tomorrow, he dare do nothing but transmit you in fetters to the Queen of England. Bethink, Sir Knight, that you stand on slippery ground, and will act most wisely in reconciling yourself to be a prisoner in this place, until the Abbot shall decide the matter. There are armed men enow to countervail all your efforts at escape. Let patience and resignation, therefore, arm you to a necessary submission." So saying, he clapped his hands, and called aloud. Edward entered, accompanied by two young men who had already joined him, and were well armed. "Edward," said the Sub Prior, "you will supply the English knight here in this spence with suitable food and accommodation for the night, treating him with as much kindness as if nothing had happened between you. But you will place a sufficient guard, and look carefully that he make not his escape. Should he attempt to break forth, resist him to the death, but in no other case harm a hair of his head, as you shall be answerable." Edward Glendinning replied, "That I may obey your commands, reverend sir, I will not again offer myself to this person's presence, for shame it were to me to break the peace of the Halidome, but not less shame to leave my brother's death unavenged." Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Part B of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Part B. As he spoke, his lips grew livid, the blood forsook his cheek, and he was about to leave the apartment, when the Sub Prior recalled him, and said in a solemn tone, "Edward, I have known you from infancy. I have done what lay within my reach to be of use to you. I say nothing of what you owe me as the representative of your spiritual superior. I say nothing of the duty from the vassal to the Sub Prior. But Father Eustace expects from the pupil whom he has nurtured, he expects from Edward Glendinning, that he will not by any deed of sudden violence, however justified in his own mind by the provocation, break through the respect due to public justice, or that which he has an especial right to claim from him. Fear nothing, my reverend father, for so in 100 senses may I well term you," said the young man. Fear not, I would say, that I will in any thing diminish the respect I owe to the venerable community by whom we have so long been protected, far less that I will do aught which can be personally less than respectful to you. But the blood of my brother must not cry for vengeance in vain. Your reverence knows our border creed." "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and I will requite it," answered the monk. "The heathenish custom of deadly feud which prevails in this land, through which each man seeks vengeance at his own hand when the death of a friend or kinsman has chanced, hath already deluged our vales with the blood of Scottish men, spilled by the hands of countrymen and kindred. It were endless to count up the fatal results. On the eastern border the Homes are at feud with the Swintons and Cockburns. In our middle marches, the Scots and Kerrs have spilled as much brave blood in domestic feud as might have fought a pitched field in England, could they have but forgiven and forgotten a casual re-encounter that placed their names in opposition to each other. On the west frontier, the Johnstones are at war with the Maxwells, the Jardines with the Bells, drawing with them the flower of the country, which should place their breasts as a bulwark against England, into private and bloody warfare, of which it is the only end to waste and impair the forces of the country, already divided in itself. Do not, my dear son Edward, permit this bloody prejudice to master your mind. I cannot ask you to think of the crime supposed as if the blood spilled had been less dear to you. Alas, I know that is impossible. But I do require you, in proportion to your interest in the supposed sufferer, for as yet the whole is matter of supposition, to bear on your mind the evidence on which the guilt of the accused person must be tried. He hath spoken with me, and I confess his tale is so extraordinary, that I should have, without a moment's hesitation, rejected it as incredible, but that an affair which chanced to myself in this very glen, more of that another time. Suffice it for the present to say that from what I have myself experienced, I deem it possible that, extraordinary as Sir Piercie Shafton's story may seem, I hold it not utterly impossible." "Father," said Edward Glendinning, when he saw that his preceptor paused, unwilling farther to explain upon what grounds he was inclined to give a certain degree of credit to Sir Piercie Shafton's story, while he admitted it as improbable, "Father, to me you have been in every sense. You know that my hand grasped more readily to the book than to the sword, and that I lacked utterly the ready and bold spirit which distinguished—" Here his voice faltered, and he paused for a moment, and then went on with resolution and rapidity. "I would say that I was unequal to Halbert in promptitude of heart and of hand. But Halbert is gone, and I stand his representative, and that of my father, his successor in all his rights." While he said this, his eyes shot fire. "And bound to assert and maintain them as he would have done. Therefore I am a changed man, increased in courage as in my rights and pretensions. And, reverend father, respectfully, but plainly and firmly do I say, his blood, if it has been shed by this man, shall be atoned. Halbert shall not sleep neglected in his lonely grave, as if with him the spirit of my father had ceased for ever. His blood flows in my veins, and while his has been poured forth unrequited, mine will permit me no rest. My poverty and meanness of rank shall not avail the lordly murderer. My calm nature and peaceful studies shall not be his protection. Even the obligations, holy father, which I acknowledge to you, shall not be his protection. I wait with patience the judgment of the Abbot and Chapter, for the slaughter of one of their most anciently descended vassals. If they do right to my brother's memory, it is well. But mark me, father, if they shall fail in rendering me that justice, I bear a heart and a hand which, though I love not such extremities, are capable of remedying such an error. He who takes up my brother's succession must avenge his death." The monk perceived with surprise that Edward, with his extreme diffidence, humility, and obedient assiduity, for such were his general characteristics, had still boiling in his veins the wild principles of those from whom he was descended, and by whom he was surrounded. His eyes sparkled, his frame was agitated, and the extremity of his desire for vengeance seemed to give a vehemence to his manner resembling the restlessness of joy. "May God help us," said Father Eustace, "for frail wretches as we are, we cannot help ourselves under sudden and strong temptation. Edward, I will rely on your word that you do nothing rashly." "That will I not," said Edward; "that, my better than father, I surely will not. But the blood of my brother, the tears of my mother, and of Mary Avenel, shall not be shed in vain. I will not deceive you, father. If this Piercie Shafton hath slain my brother, he dies, if the whole blood of the whole house of Piercie were in his veins." There was a deep and solemn determination in the utterance of Edward Glendinning, expressive of a rooted resolution. The Sub Prior sighed deeply, and for a moment yielded to circumstances, and urged the acquiescence of his pupil no farther. He commanded lights to be placed in the lower chamber, which for a time he paced in silence. A thousand ideas, and even differing principles, debated with each other in his bosom. He greatly doubted the English knight's account of the duel, and of what had followed it. Yet the extraordinary and supernatural circumstances which had befallen the Sacristan and himself in that very glen, prevented him from being absolutely incredulous on the score of the wonderful wound and recovery of Sir Piercie Shafton, and prevented him from at once condemning as impossible that which was altogether improbable. Then he was at a loss how to control the fraternal affections of Edward, with respect to whom he felt something like the keeper of a wild animal, a lion's whelp or a tiger's cub, which he has held under his command from infancy, but which, when grown to maturity, on some sudden provocation, displays his fangs and talons, erects his crest, resumes his savage nature, and bids defiance at once to his keeper and to all mankind. How to restrain and mitigate an ire, which the universal example of the times rendered deadly and inveterate, was sufficient cause of anxiety to Father Eustace. But he had also to consider the situation of his community, dishonoured and degraded by submitting to suffer the slaughter of a vassal to pass unavenged; a circumstance which of itself might in those times have afforded pretext for a revolt among their wavering adherents, or, on the other hand, exposed the community to imminent danger, should they proceed against a subject of England of high degree, connected with the house of Northumberland, and other northern families of high rank, who, as they possessed the means, could not be supposed to lack inclination to wreak upon the patrimony of Saint Mary of Kennaquhair any violence which might be offered to their kinsman. In either case, the Sub Prior well knew that the ostensible cause of feud, insurrection, or incursion being once afforded, the case would not be ruled either by reason or by evidence; and he groaned in spirit when, upon counting up the chances which arose in this ambiguous dilemma, he found he had only a choice of difficulties. He was a monk, but he felt also as a man, indignant at the supposed slaughter of young Glendinning by one skilful in all the practice of arms, in which the vassal of the Monastery was most likely to be deficient. And to aid the resentment which he felt for the loss of a youth whom he had known from infancy, came in full force the sense of dishonour arising to his community from passing over so gross an insult unavenged. Then the light in which it might be viewed by those who at present presided in the stormy court of Scotland, attached as they were to the Reformation, and allied by common faith and common interest with Queen Elizabeth, was a formidable subject of apprehension. The Sub Prior well knew how they lusted after the revenues of the Church, to express it in the ordinary phrase of the religious of the time, and how readily they would grasp at such a pretext for encroaching on those of Saint Mary's, as would be afforded by the suffering to pass unpunished the death of a native Scottishman by a Catholic Englishman, a rebel to Queen Elizabeth. On the other hand, to deliver up to England, or, which was nearly the same thing, the Scottish administration, an English knight leagued with the Piercie by kindred and political intrigue, a faithful follower of the Catholic Church, who had fled to the Halidome for protection, was, in the estimation of the Sub Prior, an act most unworthy in itself, and meriting the malediction of Heaven, besides being, moreover, fraught with great temporal risk. If the government of Scotland was now almost entirely in the hands of the Protestant party, the Queen was still a Catholic, and there was no knowing when, amid the sudden changes which agitated that tumultuous country, she might find herself at the head of her own affairs, and able to protect those of her own faith. Then, if the court of England and its Queen were zealously Protestant, the northern counties, whose friendship or enmity were of most consequence in the first instance to the community of Saint Mary's, contained many Catholics, the heads of whom were able, and must be supposed willing, to avenge any injury suffered by Sir Piercie Shafton. On either side, the Sub Prior, thinking according to his sense of duty, most anxiously for the safety and welfare of his monastery, saw the greatest risk of damage, blame, inroad, and confiscation. The only course on which he could determine was to stand by the helm like a resolute pilot, watch every contingence, do his best to weather each reef and shoal, and commit the rest to Heaven and his patroness. As he left the apartment, the knight called after him, beseeching he would order his trunk mails to be sent into his apartment, understanding he was to be guarded there for the night, as he wished to make some alteration in his apparel. Footnote: Sir Piercie Shafton's extreme love of dress was an attribute of the coxcombs of this period. The display made by their forefathers was in the numbers of their retinue, but as the actual influence of the nobility began to be restrained both in France and England by the increasing power of the crown, the indulgence of vanity in personal display became more inordinate. There are many allusions to this change of custom in Shakespeare and other dramatic writers, where the reader may find mention of bonds entered into for gay apparel against the triumph day. Johnson informs us that for the first entrance of a gallant, 'twere good you turned 400 or 500 acres of your best land into 2 or 3 trunks of apparel. Every man out of his humour. In the memory of the Somerville family, a curious instance occurs of this fashionable species of extravagance. In the year 1537, when James V. brought over his short-lived bride from France, the Lord Somerville of the day was so profuse in the expense of his apparel, that the money which he borrowed on the occasion was compensated by a perpetual annuity of 60 pounds Scottish, payable out of the barony of Carnworth till doomsday, which was assigned by the creditor to Saint Magdalen's chapel. By this deep expense the Lord Somerville had rendered himself so glorious in apparel, that the king, who saw so brave a gallant enter the gate of Holyrood, followed by only 2 pages, called upon several of the courtiers to ascertain who it could be who was so richly dressed and so slightly attended, and he was not recognized until he entered the presence chamber. "You are very brave, my lord," said the king as he received his homage, "but where are all your men and attendants?" The Lord Somerville readily answered, "If it please your majesty, here they are," pointing to the lace that was on his own and his page's clothes. Whereat the king laughed heartily, and having surveyed the finery more nearly, bade him have away with it all, and let him have his stout band of spears again. There is a scene in Jonson's Every Man out of his Humour, Act 4, Scene 6, in which a euphuist of the time gives an account of the effects of a duel on the clothes of himself and his opponent, and never departs a syllable from the catalogue of his wardrobe. We shall insert it in evidence that the foppery of our ancestors was not inferior to that of our own time. Fastidious. Good faith, Signor, now you speak of a quarrel, I'll acquaint you with a difference that happened between a gallant and myself, Sir Puntarvolo. You know him if I should name him, Señor Luculento. Puntarvolo. Luculento! What inauspicious chance interposed itself to your 2 lives? Fastidious. Faith, sir, the same that sundered Agamemnon and great Thetis' son. But let the cause escape, sir. He sent me a challenge, mixed with some few braves, which I restored, and in fine we met. Now indeed, sir, I must tell you, he did offer at first very desperately, but without judgment. For look you, sir, I cast myself into this figure. Now he came violently on, and withal advancing his rapier to strike, I thought to have took his arm, for he had left his body to my election, and I was sure he could not recover his guard. Sir, I missed my purpose in his arm, rashed his doublet sleeves, ran him close by the left cheek and through his hair. He, again, light me here. I had on a gold cable hatband, then new come up, about a Murray French hat I had. Cuts my hatband, and yet it was massy goldsmith's work, cuts my brim, which by good fortune being thick embroidered with gold twist and spangles, disappointed the force of the blow. Nevertheless, it grazed on my shoulder, takes me away 6 pearls of an Italian cut-work band I wore, cost me 3 pounds in the exchange but 3 days before. Puntarvolo. This was a strange encounter. Fastidious. Nay, you shall hear, sir. With this we both fell out and breathed. Now upon the second sign of his assault, I betook me to my former manner of defence. He, on the other side, abandoned his body to the same danger as before, and follows me still with blows. But I, being loath to take the deadly advantage that lay before me of his left side, made a kind of stramazoun, ran him up to the hilt, through the doublet, through the shirt, and yet missed the skin. He, making a reverse blow, falls upon my embossed girdle. I had thrown off the hangers a little before, strikes off a skirt of a thick-laced satin doublet I had, lined with 4 taffetas, cuts off 2 panes embroidered with pearl, rends through the drawings out of tissue, enters the linings, and spicks the flesh. Car. I wonder he speaks not of his wrought shirt. Fastidious. Here, in the opinion of mutual damage, we paused. But ere I proceed, I must tell you, señor, that in the last encounter, not having leisure to put off my silver spurs, one of the rowels catched hold of the ruffles of my boot, and being Spanish leather and subject to tear, overthrows me, rends me 2 pair of silk stockings that I put on, being somewhat of a raw morning, a peach colour and another, and strikes me some half-inch deep into the side of the calf. He, seeing the blood come, presently takes horse and away, I having bound up my wound with a piece of my wrought shirt. Car. Oh, comes it in there? Fastidious. Ride after him, and lighting at the court gate both together, embraced and marched hand in hand up to the presence. Was not this business well carried? Mysie. Well, yes, and by this we can guess what apparel the gentleman wore. Puntarvolo. For valour. It was a designment begun with much resolution, maintained with as much prowess, and ended with more humanity. Ay, ay, said the monk, muttering as he went up the winding stair, carry him his trumpery with all despatch. Alas, that man with so many noble objects of pursuit will amuse himself like a jackanape, with a laced jerkin and a cap and bells. I must now to the melancholy work of consoling that which is well nigh inconsolable, a mother weeping for her firstborn. Advancing, after a gentle knock, into the apartment of the women, he found that Mary Avenel had retired to bed, extremely indisposed, and that Dame Glendinning and Tibb were indulging their sorrows by the side of a decaying fire, and by the light of a small iron lamp, or cruize, as it was termed. Poor Elspeth's apron was thrown over her head, and bitterly did she sob and weep for her beautiful, her brave, the very image of her dear Simon Glendinning, the stay of her widowhood, and the support of her old age. The faithful Tibb echoed her complaints, and more violently clamorous, made deep promises of revenge on Sir Piercie Shafton. If there were a man left in the south who could draw a whinger, or a woman that could thraw a rape. The presence of the Sub Prior imposed silence on these clamours. He sate down by the unfortunate mother, and essayed, by such topics as his religion and reason suggested, to interpret the current of Dame Glendinning's feeling. But the attempt was in vain. She listened, indeed, with some little interest, while he pledged his word and his influence with the Abbot, that the family which had lost their eldest born by means of a guest received at his command, should experience particular protection at the hands of the community, and that the fief which belonged to Simon Glendinning should, with extended bounds and added privileges, be conferred on Edward. But it was only for a very brief space that the mother's sobs were apparently softer, and her grief more mild. She soon blamed herself for casting a moment's thought upon world's gear, while poor Halbert was lying stretched in his bloody shirt. The Sub Prior was not more fortunate, when he promised that Halbert's body should be removed to hallowed ground, and his soul secured by the prayers of the Church in his behalf. Grief would have its natural course, and the voice of the Comforter was wasted in vain. End of chapter 27. Part B. Chapter 28, Part A, of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Part A. He is at liberty. I have ventured for him. If the law find and condemn me for't, some living wenches, some honest-hearted maids, will sing my dirge, and tell to memory my death was noble, dying almost a martyr. The Two Noble Kinsmen. The Sub Prior of St. Mary's, in taking his departure from the spence which Sir Piercie Shafton was confined, and in which some preparations were made for his passing the night as the room which might be most conveniently guarded, left more than one perplexed person behind him. There was connected with this chamber, and opening into it, a small outshot or projecting part of the building, occupied by a sleeping apartment, which upon ordinary occasions was that of Mary Avenel, and which, in the unusual number of guests who had come to the Tower on the former evening, had also accommodated Mysie Happer, the miller's daughter. For anciently, as well as in the present day, a Scottish house was always rather too narrow and limited for the extent of the owner's hospitality, and some shift and contrivance was necessary, upon any unusual occasion, to ensure the accommodation of all the guests. The fatal news of Halbert Glendinning's death had thrown all former arrangements into confusion. Mary Avenel, whose case required immediate attention, had been transported into the apartment hitherto occupied by Halbert and his brother, as the latter proposed to watch all night, in order to prevent the escape of the prisoner. Poor Mysie had been altogether overlooked, and had naturally enough betaken herself to the little apartment which she had hitherto occupied, ignorant that the spence, through which lay the only access to it, was to be the sleeping chamber of Sir Piercie Shafton. The measures taken for securing him there had been so sudden that she was not aware of it, until she found that the other females had been removed from the spence by the Sub Prior's direction, and having once missed the opportunity of retreating along with them, bashfulness, and the high respect which she was taught to bear to the monks, prevented her venturing forth alone, and intruding herself on the presence of Father Eustace, while in secret conference with the Southron. There appeared no remedy but to wait till their interview was over, and as the door was thin, and did not shut very closely, she could hear every word that passed betwixt them. It thus happened, that without any intended intrusion on her part, she became privy to the whole conversation of the Sub Prior and the English knight, and could also observe from the window of her little retreat, that more than one of the young men summoned by Edward arrived successively at the Tower. These circumstances led her to entertain most serious apprehension that the life of Sir Piercie Shafton was in great and instant peril. Woman is naturally compassionate, and not less willingly so, when youth and fair features are on the side of him who claims her sympathy. The handsome presence, elaborate dress, and address of Sir Piercie Shafton, which had failed to make any favourable impression on the grave and lofty character of Mary Avenel, had completely dazzled and bewildered the poor maid of the mill. The knight had perceived this result, and, flattered by seeing that his merit was not universally underrated, he had bestowed on Mysie a good deal more of his courtesy than, in his opinion, her rank warranted. It was not cast away, but received with a devout sense of his condescension, and with gratitude for his personal notice, which, joined to her fears for his safety, and the natural tenderness of her disposition, began to make wild work in her heart. To be sure, it was very wrong in him to slay Halbert Glendinning, it was thus she argued the case with herself, but then he was a gentleman born, and a soldier, and so gentle and courteous withal, that she was sure the quarrel had been all of young Glendinning's own seeking, for it was well known that both these lads were so taken up with that Mary Avenel, that they never looked at another lass in the Halidome, more than if they were of a different degree. And then Halbert's dress was as clownish as his manners were haughty, and this poor young gentleman, who was habited like any prince, banished from his own land, was first drawn into a quarrel by a rude brangler, and then persecuted and like to be put to death by his kin and allies. Mysie wept bitterly at the thought, and then her heart rising against such cruelty and oppression to a defenceless stranger, who dressed with so much skill, and spoke with so much grace, she began to consider whether she should not render him some assistance in this extremity. Her mind was now entirely altered from its original purpose. At first her only anxiety had been to find the means of escaping from the interior apartment, without being noticed by any one. But now she began to think that Heaven had placed her there for the safety and protection of the persecuted stranger. She was of a simple and affectionate, but at the same time an alert and enterprising character, possessing more than female strength of body, and more than female courage, though with feelings as capable of being bewildered with gallantry of dress and language, as a fine gentleman of any generation would have desired to exercise his talents upon. I will save him, she thought. That is the first thing to be resolved. And then I wonder what he will say to the poor miller's maiden, that has done for him what all the dainty dames in London or Holyrood would have been afraid to venture upon. Prudence began to pull her sleeve as she indulged speculations so hazardous, and hinted to her that the warmer Sir Piercie Shafton's gratitude might prove, it was the more likely to be fraught with danger to his benefactress. Alas, poor Prudence, thou mayest say with our moral teacher, I preach for ever, but I preach in vain. The miller's maiden, while you pour your warning into her unwilling bosom, has glanced her eye on the small mirror by which she has placed her little lamp, and it returns to her a countenance and eyes, pretty and sparkling at all times, but ennobled at present with the energy of expression proper to those who have dared to form, and stand prepared to execute, deeds of generous audacity. Will these features, will these eyes, joined to the benefit I am about to confer upon Sir Piercie Shafton, do nothing towards removing the distance of rank between us? Such was the question which female vanity asked of fancy, and though even fancy dared not answer in a ready affirmative, a middle conclusion was adopted. Let me first succour the gallant youth, and trust to fortune for the rest. Banishing, therefore, from her mind everything that was personal to herself, the rash but generous girl turned her whole thoughts to the means of executing this enterprise. The difficulties which interposed were of no ordinary nature. The vengeance of the men of that country, in cases of deadly feud, that is, in cases of a quarrel excited by the slaughter of any of their relations, was one of their most marked characteristics, and Edward, however gentle in other respects, was so fond of his brother, that there could be no doubt that he would be as signal in his revenge as the customs of the country authorized. There were to be passed the inner door of the apartment, the 2 gates of the tower itself, and the gate of the courtyard, ere the prisoner was at liberty. And then a guide and means of flight were to be provided, otherwise ultimate escape was impossible. But where the will of woman is strongly bent on the accomplishment of such a purpose, her wit is seldom baffled by difficulties, however embarrassing. The Sub Prior had not long left the apartment ere Mysie had devised a scheme for Sir Piercie Shafton's freedom, daring indeed, but likely to be successful if dexterously conducted. It was necessary, however, that she should remain where she was till so late an hour that all in the tower should have betaken themselves to repose, excepting those whose duty made them watchers. The interval she employed in observing the movements of the person in whose service she was thus boldly a volunteer. She could hear Sir Piercie Shafton pace the floor to and fro, in reflection doubtless on his own untoward fate and precarious situation. By and by she heard him making a rustling among his trunks, which, agreeable to the order of the Sub Prior, had been placed in the apartment to which he was confined, and which he was probably amusing more melancholy thoughts by examining and arranging. Then she could hear him resume his walk through the room, and, as if his spirits had been somewhat relieved and elevated by the survey of his wardrobe, she could distinguish that at one turn he half recited a sonnet, at another half whistled a galliard, and at the third hummed a saraband. At length she could understand that he extended himself on the temporary couch which had been allotted to him, after muttering his prayers hastily, and in a short time she concluded he must be fast asleep. She employed the moment which intervened in considering her enterprise under every different aspect, and dangerous as it was, the steady review which she took of the various perils accompanying her purpose, furnished her with plausible devices for obviating them. Love and generous compassion, which give singly such powerful impulse to the female heart, were in this case united, and championed her to the last extremity of hazard. It was an hour past midnight. All in the tower slept sound but those who had undertaken to guard the English prisoner; or, if sorrow and suffering drove sleep from the bed of Dame Glendinning and her foster daughter, they were too much wrapped in their own griefs to attend to external sounds. The means of striking light were at hand in the small apartment, and thus the miller's maid was enabled to light and trim a small lamp. With a trembling step and throbbing heart, she undid the door which separated her from the apartment in which the Southron knight was confined, and almost flinched from her fixed purpose, when she found herself in the same room with the sleeping prisoner. She scarcely trusted herself to look upon him, as he lay wrapped in his cloak, and fast asleep upon the pallet bed, but turned her eyes away while she gently pulled his mantle with no more force than was just equal to awaken him. He moved not until she had twitched his cloak a second and a third time, and then at length, looking up, was about to make an exclamation in the suddenness of his surprise. Mysie's bashfulness was conquered by her fear. She placed her fingers on her lips, in token that he must observe the most strict silence, and then pointed to the door to intimate that it was watched. Sir Piercie Shafton now collected himself, and sat upright on his couch. He gazed with surprise on the graceful figure of the young woman who stood before him. Her well-formed person, her flowing hair, and the outline of her features, showed dimly, and yet to advantage, by the partial and feeble light which she held in her hand. The romantic imagination of the gallant would soon have coined some compliment proper for the occasion, but Mysie left him not time. End of chapter 28, Part A. Chapter 28, Part B of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Part B. "I come," she said, "to save your life, which is else in great peril. If you answer me, speak as low as you can, for they have sentinelled your door with armed men." "Comeliest of miller's daughters," answered Sir Piercie, who by this time was sitting upright on his couch, "dread nothing for my safety. Credit me that, as in very truth I have not spilled the red puddle, which these villagios call the blood, of their most uncivil relation, so I am under no apprehension whatever for the issue of this restraint, seeing that it cannot but be harmless to me. Natheless, to thee, O most Melendinar beauty, I return the thanks which thy courtesy may justly claim." "Nay, but Sir Knight," answered the maiden, in a whisper as low as it was tremulous, "I deserve no thanks unless you will act by my counsel. Edward Glendinning hath sent for Dan of the Howlet Hurst, and young Aidy of Aikenshaw, and they are come with 3 men more, and with bow, and jack, and spear, and I heard them say to each other, and to Edward, as they alighted in the court, that they would have amends for the death of their kinsmen, if the monk's cowl should smoke for it. And the vassals are so wilful now, that the Abbot himself dare not control them, for fear they turn heretics, and refuse to pay their few duties." "In faith," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "it may be a shrewd temptation, and perchance the monks may rid themselves of trouble and cumber by handing me over the march to Sir John Foster or Lord Hunson, the English wardens, and so make peace with their vassals and with England at once. Fairest Molinara, I will for once walk by thy rede, and if thou dost contrive to extricate me from this vile kennel, I will so celebrate thy wit and beauty, that the baker's nymph of Raphael d'Urbino shall seem but a gipsy in comparison of my Molinara." "I pray you, then, be silent," said the miller's daughter, "for if your speech betrays that you are awake, my scheme fails utterly, and it is Heaven's mercy, and Our Lady's, that we are not already overheard and discovered." "I am silent," replied the Southern, "even as the starless night. But yet, if this contrivance of thine should endanger thy safety, fair and no less kind than fair damsel, it were utterly unworthy of me to accept it at thy hand." "Do not think of me," said Mysie hastily. "I am safe. I will take thought for myself, if I once saw you out of this dangerous dwelling. If you would provide yourself with any part of your apparel or goods, lose no time." The knight did, however, lose some time, ere he could settle in his own mind what to take and what to abandon of his wardrobe, each article of which seemed endeared to him by recollection of the feasts and revels at which it had been exhibited. For some little while Mysie left him to make his selections at leisure, for she herself had also some preparations to make for flight. But when, returning from the chamber into which she had retired, with a small bundle in her hand, she found him still indecisive, she insisted in plain terms that he should either make up his baggage for the enterprise, or give it up entirely. Thus urged, the disconsolate knight hastily made up a few clothes into a bundle, regarded his trunk mails with a mute expression of parting sorrow, and intimated his readiness to wait upon his kind guide. She led the way to the door of the apartment, having first carefully extinguished her lamp, and motioning to the knight to stand close behind her, tapped once or twice at the door. She was at length answered by Edward Glendinning, who demanded to know who knocked within, and what was desired. "Speak low," said Mysie Happer, "or you will awaken the English knight. It is I, Mysie Happer, who knock. I wish to get out. You have locked me up, and I was obliged to wait till the Southron slept." "Lock you up!" replied Edward in surprise. "Yes," answered the miller's daughter, "you have locked me up into this room. I was in Mary Avenel's sleeping apartment." "And can you not remain there till morning?" replied Edward, "since it has so chanced?" "What!" said the miller's daughter in a tone of offended delicacy, "I remain here a moment longer than I can get out without discovery? I would not, for all the Halidome of Saint Mary's, remain a minute longer in the neighbourhood of a man's apartment than I can help it. For whom, or for what, do you hold me? I promise you my father's daughter has been better brought up than to put in peril her good name." "Come forth, then, and get to thy chamber in silence," said Edward. So saying, he undid the bolt. The staircase without was in utter darkness, as Mysie had before ascertained. So soon as she stepped out, she took hold of Edward as if to support herself, thus interposing her person betwixt him and Sir Piercie Shafton, by whom she was closely followed. Thus screened from observation, the Englishman slipped past on tiptoe, unshod and in silence, while the damsel complained to Edward that she wanted a light. "I cannot give you a light," said he, "for I cannot leave this post, but there is a fire below." "I will sit below till morning," said the maid of the mill; and, tripping down stairs, heard Edward bolt and bar the door of the now tenantless apartment with vain caution. At the foot of the stair which she descended, she found the object of her care waiting her farther directions. She recommended to him the most absolute silence, which, for once in his life, he seemed not unwilling to observe, conducted him, with as much caution as if he were walking on cracked ice, to a dark recess, used for depositing wood, and instructed him to ensconce himself behind the faggots. She herself lighted her lamp once more at the kitchen fire, and took her distaff and spindle, that she might not seem to be unemployed, in case any one came into the apartment. From time to time, however, she stole towards the window on tiptoe, to catch the first glance of the dawn, for the farther prosecution of her adventurous project. At length she saw, to her great joy, the first peep of the morning brighten upon the grey clouds of the east, and, clasping her hands together, thanked Our Lady for the sight, and implored protection during the remainder of her enterprise. Ere she had finished her prayer, she started at feeling a man's arm across her shoulder, while a rough voice spoke in her ear. "What! menseful Mysie of the mill so soon at her prayers? Now, benison on the bonny eyes that open so early, I'll have a kiss for good morrow's sake." Dan of the Howlethurst, for he was the gallant who paid Mysie this compliment, suited the action with the word, and the action, as is usual in such cases of rustic gallantry, was rewarded with a cuff, which Dan received as a fine gentleman receives a tap with a fan, but which, delivered by the energetic arm of the miller's maiden, would have certainly astonished a less robust gallant. "How now, Sir Coxcomb?" said she, "and must you be away from your guard over the English knight, to plague quiet folks with your horse tricks?" "Truly you are mistaken, pretty Mysie," said the clown, "for I have not yet relieved Edward at his post, and were it not a shame to let him stay any longer, by my faith, I could find it in my heart not to quit you these 2 hours." "Oh, you have hours and hours enough to see any one," said Mysie, "but you must think of the distress of the household, even now, and get Edward to sleep for a while, for he has kept watch this whole night." "I will have another kiss first," answered Dan of the Howlethurst. But Mysie was now on her guard, and, conscious of the vicinity of the wood hole, offered such strenuous resistance, that the swain cursed the nymph's bad humour with very unpastoral phrase and emphasis, and ran up stairs to relieve the guard of his comrade. Stealing to the door, she heard the new sentinel hold a brief conversation with Edward, after which the latter withdrew, and the former entered upon the duties of his watch. Mysie suffered him to walk there a little while undisturbed, until the dawning became more general, by which time she supposed he might have digested her coyness, and then, presenting herself before the watchful sentinel, demanded of him the keys of the outer tower and of the courtyard gate. "And for what purpose?" answered the warder. "To milk the cows, and drive them out to their pasture," said Mysie. "You would not have the poor beasts kept in the byre all morning, and the family in such distress that there is nae ane fit to do a turn but the byre woman and myself?" "And where is the byre woman?" said Dan. "Sitting with me in the kitchen, in case these distressed folks want anything." "There are the keys, then, Mysie Dorts," said the sentinel. "Many thanks, Dan Ne'er do weel," answered the maid of the mill, and escaped downstairs in a moment. To hasten to the wood hole, and there to robe the English knight in a short gown and petticoat, which she had provided for the purpose, was the work of another moment. She then undid the gates of the tower, and made towards the byre or cow house, which stood in one corner of the courtyard. Sir Piercie Shafton remonstrated against the delay which this would occasion. "Fair and generous Molinara," he said, "had we not better undo the outward gate and make the best of our way hence, even like a pair of sea mews who make towards shelter of the rocks as the storm waxes high?" "We must drive out the cows first," said Mysie, "for a sin it were to spoil the poor widow's cattle, both for her sake and the poor beast's own. And I have no mind any one shall leave the tower in a hurry to follow us. Besides, you must have your horse, for you will need a fleet one ere all be done." So saying, she locked and double locked both the inward and outward door of the tower, proceeded to the cow house, turned out the cattle, and giving the knight his own horse to lead, drove them before her out at the courtyard gate, intending to return for her own palfrey. But the noise attending the first operation caught the wakeful attention of Edward, who, starting to the bartizan, called to know what the matter was. Mysie answered with great readiness that she was driving out the cows, for that they would be spoiled for want of looking to. "I thank thee, kind maiden," said Edward; "and yet," he added, after a moment's pause, "what damsel is that thou hast with thee?" Mysie was about to answer, when Sir Piercie Shafton, who apparently did not desire that the great work of his liberation should be executed without the interposition of his own ingenuity, exclaimed from beneath, "I am she, O most bucolical juvenal, under whose charge are placed the milky mothers of the herd." "Hell and darkness!" exclaimed Edward, in a transport of fury and astonishment. "It is Piercie Shafton! What! treason, treason! Ho! Dan, Jasper, Martin, the villain escapes!" To horse!" cried Mysie, and in an instant mounted behind the knight, who was already in the saddle. Edward caught up a crossbow and let fly a bolt, which whistled so near Mysie's ear that she called to her companion, "Spur, spur, Sir Knight! The next will not miss us. Had it been Halbert instead of Edward who bent that bow, we had been dead." The knight pressed his horse, which dashed past the cows and down the knoll on which the tower was situated. Then, taking the road down the valley, the gallant animal, reckless of its double burden, soon conveyed them out of hearing of the tumult and alarm with which their departure filled the Tower of Glendearg. Thus it strangely happened that two men were flying in different directions at the same time, each accused of being the other's murderer. End of chapter 28, Part B. Chapter 29, Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, Part A. "Sure he cannot be so unmanly as to leave me here. If he do, maids will not so easily trust men again." The Two Noble Kinsmen. The knight continued to keep the good horse at a pace as quick as the road permitted, until they had cleared the valley of Glendearg, and entered upon the broad dale of the Tweed, which now rolled before them in crystal beauty, displaying on its opposite bank the huge grey Monastery of St. Mary's, whose towers and pinnacles were scarce yet touched by the newly risen sun, so deeply the edifice lies shrouded under the mountains which rise to the southward. Turning to the left, the knight continued his road down to the northern bank of the river, until they arrived nearly opposite to the weir, or dam dyke, where Father Philip concluded his extraordinary aquatic excursion. Sir Piercie Shafton, whose brain seldom admitted more than one idea at a time, had hitherto pushed forward without very distinctly considering where he was going. But the sight of the Monastery so near to him reminded him that he was still on dangerous ground, and that he must necessarily provide for his safety by choosing some settled plan of escape. The situation of his guide and deliverer also occurred to him, for he was far from being either selfish or ungrateful. He listened, and discovered that the miller's daughter was sobbing and weeping bitterly as she rested her head on his shoulder. "What ails thee?" he said, "my generous Molinara? Is there aught that Piercie Shafton can do which may show his gratitude to his deliverer?" Mysie pointed with her finger across the river, but ventured not to turn her eyes in that direction. "Nay, but speak plain, most generous damsel," said the knight, who for once was puzzled as much as his own elegance of speech was wont to puzzle others. "For I swear to you that I comprehend naught by the extension of thy fair digit." "Yonder is my father's house," said Mysie, in a voice interrupted by the increased burst of her sorrow. "And I was carrying thee discourteously to a distance from thy habitation?" said Shafton, imagining he had found out the source of her grief. "Woe worth the hour that Piercie Shafton, in attention to his own safety, neglected the accommodation of any female, far less of his most beneficent liberatress. Dismount, then, O lovely Molinara, unless thou wouldst rather that I should transport thee on horseback to the house of thy Molendinary father, which, if thou sayest the word, I am prompt to do, defying all dangers which may arise to me personally, whether by monk or miller." Mysie suppressed her sobs, and with considerable difficulty muttered her desire to alight, and take her fortune by herself. Sir Piercie Shafton, too devoted a squire of dames to consider the most lowly as exempted from a respectful attention, independent of the claims which the miller's maiden possessed over him, dismounted instantly from his horse, and received in his arms the poor girl who still wept bitterly, and, when placed on the ground, seemed scarce able to support herself, or at least still clung, though, as it appeared, unconsciously, to the support he had afforded. He carried her to a weeping birch tree, which grew on the greensward bank around which the road winded, and placing her on the ground beneath it, exhorted her to compose herself. A strong touch of natural feeling struggled with, and half overcame, his acquired affectation, while he said, "Credit me, most generous damsel, the service you have done to Piercie Shafton he would have deemed too dearly bought, had he foreseen it was to cost you these tears and singles. Show me the cause of your grief, and if I can do aught to remove it, believe that the rights you have acquired over me will make your commands sacred as those of an empress. Speak then, fair Molinara, and command him, whom fortune hath rendered at once your debtor and your champion. What are your orders?" "Only that you will fly and save yourself," said Mysie, mustering up her utmost efforts to utter these few words. "Yet," said the knight, "let me not leave you without some token of remembrance." Mysie would have said there needed none, and most truly would she have spoken, could she have spoken for weeping. "Piercie Shafton is poor," he continued, "but let this chain testify he is not ungrateful to his deliverer." He took from his neck the rich chain and medallion we have formerly mentioned, and put it into the powerless hand of the poor maiden, who neither received nor rejected it, but, occupied with more intense feelings, seemed scarce aware of what he was doing. "We shall meet again," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "at least I trust so. Meanwhile, weep no more, fair Molinara, and thou lovest me." The phrase of conjuration was but used as an ordinary commonplace expression of the time, but bore a deeper sense to poor Mysie's ear. She dried her tears, and when the knight, in all kind and chivalrous courtesy, stooped to embrace her at their parting, she rose humbly up to receive the proffered honour, in a posture of more deference, and meekly and gratefully accepted the offered salute. Sir Piercie Shafton mounted his horse, and began to ride off, but curiosity, or perhaps a stronger feeling, soon induced him to look back, when he beheld the miller's daughter standing still motionless on the spot where they had parted, her eyes turned after him, and the unheeded chain hanging from her hand. It was at this moment that a glimpse of the real state of Mysie's affections, and of the motive from which she had acted in the whole matter, glanced on Sir Piercie Shafton's mind. The gallants of that age, disinterested, aspiring, and lofty-minded, even in their coxcombry, were strangers to those degrading and mischievous pursuits which are usually termed low amours. They did not chase the humble maidens of the plain, or degrade their own rank, to deprive rural innocence of peace and virtue. It followed, of course, that, as conquests in this class were no part of their ambition, they were in most cases totally overlooked and unsuspected, left unimproved, as a modern would call it, where, as on the present occasion, they were casually made. The companion of Astrophel, and flower of the tilt-yard of Feliciana, had no more idea that his graces and good parts could attach the love of Mysie Happer, than a first-rate beauty in the boxes dreams of the fatal wound which her charms may inflict on some attorney's romantic apprentice in the pit. I suppose, in any ordinary case, the pride of rank and distinction would have pronounced on the humble admirer the doom which Beau Fielding denounced against the whole female world, "Let them look and die." But the obligations under which he lay to the enamoured maiden, miller's daughter as she was, precluded the possibility of Sir Piercie's treating the matter en cavalier, and much embarrassed, yet a little flattered at the same time, he rode back to try what could be done for the damsel's relief. The innate modesty of poor Mysie could not prevent her showing too obvious signs of joy at Sir Piercie Shafton's return. She was betrayed by the sparkle of the rekindling eye, and a caress which, however timidly bestowed, she could not help giving to the neck of the horse which brought back the beloved rider. "What farther can I do for you, kind Molinara?" said Sir Piercie Shafton himself, hesitating and blushing. For, to the grace of Queen Bess's age be it spoken, her courtiers wore more iron on their breasts than brass on their foreheads, and even amid their vanities preserved still the decaying spirit of chivalry, which inspired of yore the very gentle knight of Chaucer, who in his port was modest as a maid. Mysie blushed deeply, with her eyes fixed on the ground, and Sir Piercie proceeded in the same tone of embarrassed kindness. "Are you afraid to return home alone, my kind Molinara? Would you that I should accompany you?" "Alas!" said Mysie, looking up, and her cheek changing from scarlet to pale, "I have no home left." "How, no home?" said Shafton. "Says my generous Molinara she hath no home, when yonder stands the house of her father, and but a crystal stream between." "Alas!" answered the miller's maiden, "I have no longer either home or father. He is a devoted servant to the Abbey. I have offended the Abbot, and if I return home my father will kill me." "He dare not injure thee, by Heaven!" said Sir Piercie. "I swear to thee, by my honour and knighthood, that the forces of my cousin of Northumberland shall lay the Monastery so flat, that a horse shall not stumble as he rides over it, if they should dare to injure a hair of your head. Therefore be hopeful and content, kind Mysinda, and know you have obliged one who can and will avenge the slightest wrong offered to you." He sprung from his horse as he spoke, and in the animation of his argument grasped the willing hand of Mysie, or Mysinda as he had now christened her. He gazed too upon full black eyes, fixed upon his own with an expression which, however subdued by maidenly shame, it was impossible to mistake on cheeks where something like hope began to restore the natural colour, and on two lips which, like double rosebuds, were kept a little apart by expectation, and showed within a line of teeth as white as pearl. All this was dangerous to look upon, and Sir Piercie Shafton, after repeating with less and less force his request that the fair Mysinda would allow him to carry her to her father's, ended by asking the fair Mysinda to go along with him. "At least," he added, "until I shall be able to conduct you to a place of safety." Mysie Happer made no answer, but blushing scarlet betwixt joy and shame, mutely expressed her willingness to accompany the Southron knight, by knitting her bundle closer, and preparing to resume her seat en croupe. "And what is your pleasure that I should do with this?" she said, holding up the chain, as if she had been for the first time aware that it was in her hand. "Keep it, fairest Mysinda, for my sake," said the knight. "Not so, sir," answered Mysie gravely. "The maidens of my country take no such gifts from their superiors, and I need no token to remind me of this morning." Most earnestly and courteously did the knight urge her acceptance of the proposed guerdon, but on this point Mysie was resolute, feeling, perhaps, that to accept of any thing bearing the appearance of reward, would be to place the service she had rendered him on a mercenary footing. In short, she would only agree to conceal the chain, lest it might prove the means of detecting the owner, until Sir Piercie should be placed in perfect safety. They mounted and resumed their journey, of which Mysie, as bold and sharp-witted in some points as she was simple and susceptible in others, now took in some degree the direction, having only inquired its general destination, and learned that Sir Piercie Shafton desired to go to Edinburgh, where he hoped to find friends and protection. Possessed of this information, Mysie availed herself of her local knowledge to get as soon as possible out of the bounds of the Halidome and into those of a temporal baron supposed to be addicted to the reformed doctrines, and upon whose limits, at least, she thought their pursuers would not attempt to hazard any violence. She was not indeed very apprehensive of a pursuit, reckoning with some confidence that the inhabitants of the Tower of Glendearg would find it a matter of difficulty to surmount the obstacles arising from their own bolts and bars, with which she had carefully secured them before setting forth on the retreat. They journeyed on, therefore, in tolerable security, and Sir Piercie Shafton found leisure to amuse the time in high-flown speeches and long anecdotes of the court of Feliciana, to which Mysie bent an ear not a whit less attentive that she did not understand one word out of 3 which was uttered by her fellow traveller. She listened, however, and admired upon trust, as many a wise man has been contented to treat the conversation of a handsome but silly mistress. As for Sir Piercie, he was in his element, and well assured of the interest and full approbation of his auditor, he went on spouting euphuism of more than usual obscurity, and at more than usual length. Thus passed the morning, and noon brought them within sight of a winding stream, on the side of which arose an ancient baronial castle, surrounded by some large trees. At a small distance from the gate of the mansion extended, as in those days was usual, a straggling hamlet, having a church in the centre. "There are 2 hostelries in this kirk town," said Mysie, "but the worst is best for our purpose, for it stands apart from the other houses, and I ken the man weel, for he has dealt with my father for malt." This causa scientiae, to use a lawyer's phrase, was ill chosen for Mysie's purpose, for Sir Piercie Shafton had, by dint of his own loquacity, been talking himself all this while into a high esteem for his fellow traveller, and, pleased with the gracious reception which she afforded to his powers of conversation, had well nigh forgotten that she was not herself one of those high-born beauties of whom he was recounting so many stories, when this unlucky speech at once placed the most disadvantageous circumstances attending her lineage under his immediate recollection. He said nothing, however. What indeed could he say? Nothing was so natural as that a miller's daughter should be acquainted with publicans who dealt with her father for malt, and all that was to be wondered at was the concurrence of events which had rendered such a female the companion and guide of Sir Piercie Shafton of Wilverton, kinsman of the great Earl of Northumberland, whom princes and sovereigns themselves termed cousin, because of the Piercie blood. Froissart tells us somewhere, the readers of romances are indifferent to accurate reference, that the King of France called one of the Piercies cousin, because of the blood of Northumberland. He felt the disgrace of strolling through the country with a miller's maiden on the crupper behind him, and was even ungrateful enough to feel some emotions of shame when he halted his horse at the door of the little inn. But the alert intelligence of Mysie Happer spared him farther sense of derogation, by instantly springing from his horse, and cramming the ears of mine host, who came out with his mouth agape to receive a guest of the night's appearance, with an imagined tale, in which circumstance on circumstance were huddled so fast, as to astonish Sir Piercie Shafton, whose own invention was none of the most brilliant. She explained to the publican that this was a great English knight travelling from the Monastery to the court of Scotland, after having paid his vows to Saint Mary, and that she had been directed to conduct him so far on the road, and that Ball, her palfrey, had fallen by the way, because he had been overwrought with carrying home the last melder of meal to the portioner of Langhope, and that she had turned in Ball to graze in the Taskers' Park, near Cripplecross, for he had stood as still as Lot's wife with very weariness, and that the knight had courteously insisted she should ride behind him, and that she had brought him to her kenned friend's hostelry rather than to proud Peter Peddy's, who got his malt at the Mellerstein Mills, and that he must get the best that the house afforded, and that he must get it ready in a moment of time, and that she was ready to help in the kitchen. All this ran glibly off the tongue without pause on the part of Mysie Happer, or doubt on that of the landlord. The guest's horse was conducted to the stable, and he himself installed in the cleanest corner and best seat which the place afforded. Mysie, ever active and officious, was at once engaged in preparing food, in spreading the table, and in making all the better arrangements which her experience could suggest for the honour and comfort of her companion. He would fain have resisted this, for while it was impossible not to be gratified with the eager and alert kindness which was so active in his service, he felt an undefinable pain in seeing Mysinda engaged in these menial services, and discharging them, moreover, as one to whom they were but too familiar. Yet this jarring feeling was mixed with, and perhaps balanced by, the extreme grace with which the neat-handed maiden executed these tasks, however mean in themselves, and gave to the wretched corner of a miserable inn of the period the air of a bower in which an enamoured fairy, or at least a shepherdess of Arcadia, was displaying with unavailing solicitude her designs on the heart of some knight, destined by fortune to higher thoughts and a more splendid union. The lightness and grace with which Mysie covered the little round table with a snow-white cloth, and arranged upon it the hastily roasted capon, with its accompanying stoup of Bordeaux, were but plebeian graces in themselves, but yet there were very flattering ideas excited by each glance. She was so very well made, agile at once and graceful, with her hand and arm as white as snow, and her face in which a smile contended with a blush, and her eyes, which looked ever at Shafton when he looked elsewhere, and were dropped at once when they encountered his, that she was irresistible. In fine, the affectionate delicacy of her whole demeanour, joined to the promptitude and boldness she had so lately evinced, tended to ennoble the services she had rendered, as if some sweet engaging grace put on some clothes to come abroad, and took a waiter's place. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Part B, of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, Part B. But, on the other hand, came the damning reflection that these duties were not taught her by love, to serve the beloved only, but arose from the ordinary and natural habits of a miller's daughter, accustomed, doubtless, to render the same service to every wealthier churl who frequented her father's mill. This stopped the mouth of vanity, and of the love which vanity had been hatching, as effectually as a peck of literal flour would have done. Amidst this variety of emotions, Sir Piercie Shafton forgot not to ask the object of them to sit down and partake the good cheer which she had been so anxious to provide and to place in order. He expected that this invitation would have been bashfully, perhaps, but certainly most thankfully accepted, but he was partly flattered and partly piqued by the mixture of deference and resolution with which Mysie declined his invitation. Immediately after, she vanished from the apartment, leaving the Euphuist to consider whether he was most gratified or displeased by her disappearance. In fact, this was a point on which he would have found it difficult to make up his mind, had there been any necessity for it. As there was none, he drank a few cups of claret, and sang to himself a strophe or two of the canzonets of the divine Astrophel. But in spite both of wine and of Sir Philip Sidney, the connexion in which he now stood, and that which he was in future to hold, with the lovely Molinara, or Mysinda, as he had been pleased to denominate Mysie Happer, recurred to his mind. The fashion of the times, as we have already noticed, fortunately coincided with his own natural generosity of disposition, which indeed amounted almost to extravagance, in prohibiting, as a deadly sin, alike against gallantry, chivalry, and morality, his rewarding the good offices he had received from this poor maiden, by abusing any of the advantages which her confidence in his honour had afforded. To do Sir Piercie justice, it was an idea which never entered into his head, and he would probably have dealt the most scientific imbroccata, stoccata, or punto reverso, which the school of Vincent Saviola had taught him, to any man who had dared to suggest to him such selfish and ungrateful meanness. On the other hand, he was a man, and foresaw various circumstances which might render their journey together in this intimate fashion a scandal and a snare. Moreover, he was a coxcomb and a courtier, and felt there was something ridiculous in travelling the land with a miller's daughter behind his saddle, giving rise to suspicions not very creditable to either, and to ludicrous constructions, so far as he himself was concerned. "I would," he said half aloud, "that if such might be done without harm or discredit to the too ambitious, yet too well distinguishing Molinara, she and I were fairly severed, and bound on our different courses. Even as we see the goodly vessel bound for the distant seas hoist sails and bear away into the deep, while the humble fly boat carries to shore those friends, who with wounded hearts and watery eyes have committed to their higher destinies the more daring adventurers by whom the fair frigate is manned." He had scarce uttered the wish when it was gratified, for the host entered to say that his worshipful knighthood's horse was ready to be brought forth as he had desired, and on his inquiry for the damsel, that is, the young woman, "Mysie Happer," said the landlord, "has returned to her father's. But she bade me say, you could not miss the road for Edinburgh, in respect it was neither far way nor foul gate." It is seldom we are exactly blessed with the precise fulfilment of our wishes at the moment when we utter them. Perhaps, because Heaven wisely withholds what, if granted, would be often received with ingratitude. So at least it chanced in the present instance. For when mine host said that Mysie was returned homeward, the knight was tempted to reply with an ejaculation of surprise and vexation, and a hasty demand, whither and when she had departed. The first emotions his prudence suppressed, the second found utterance. "Where is she gane?" said the host, gazing on him, and repeating his question. "She is gane hame to her father's, it is like, and she gaed just when she gave orders about your worship's horse, and saw it well fed. She might have trusted me, but millers and millers' kin think a body as thief like themselves. And she's 3 miles on the gate by this time." "Is she gone then?" muttered Sir Piercie, making 2 or 3 hasty strides through the narrow apartment. "Is she gone? Well, then let her go. She could have had but disgrace by abiding by me, and I little credit by her society. That I should have thought there was such difficulty in shaking her off. I warrant she is by this time laughing with some clown she has encountered. And my rich chain will prove a good dowry, and ought it not to prove so? And has she not deserved it, were it 10 times more valuable? Piercie Shafton, Piercie Shafton, dost thou grudge thy deliverer the guerdon she hath so dearly won? The selfish air of this northern land hath infected thee, Piercie Shafton, and blighted the blossoms of thy generosity, even as it is said to shrivel the flowers of the mulberry. Yet I thought," he added after a moment's pause, "that she would not so easily and voluntarily have parted from me, but it skills not thinking of it. Cast my reckoning, mine host, and let your groom lead forth my nag." The good host seemed also to have some mental point to discuss, for he answered not instantly, debating perhaps whether his conscience would bear a double charge for the same guests. Apparently his conscience replied in the negative, though not without hesitation, for he at length replied, "It's daffing to lee. I winna deny that the lawing is clean paid. Ne'ertheless, if your worshipful knighthood pleases to give aught for increase of trouble—" "How?" said the knight, "the reckoning paid? And by whom, I pray you?" "E'en by Mysie Happer, if truth maun be spoken, as I said before," answered the honest landlord, with as many compunctious visitings for telling the verity as another might have felt for making a lie in the circumstances. "And out of the moneys supplied for your honour's journey by the Abbot, as she told to me. And laith were I to surcharge any gentleman that darkens my doors." He added in the confidence of honesty which his frank avowal entitled him to entertain, "Nevertheless, as I said before, if it pleases your knighthood of free good will to consider extraordinary trouble—" The knight cut short his argument by throwing the landlord a rose noble, which probably doubled the value of a Scottish reckoning, though it would have defrayed but a half one at the Three Cranes or the Vintry. The bounty so much delighted mine host, that he ran to fill the stirrup cup, for which no charge was ever made, from a butt yet charier than that which he had pierced for the former stoup. The knight paced slowly to horse, partook of his courtesy, and thanked him with the stiff condescension of the court of Elizabeth, then mounted and followed the northern path, which was pointed out as the nearest to Edinburgh, and which, though very unlike a modern highway, bore yet so distinct a resemblance to a public and frequented road, as not to be easily mistaken. "I shall not need her guidance, it seems," said he to himself as he rode slowly onward, "and I suppose that was one reason of her abrupt departure, so different from what one might have expected. Well, I am well rid of her. Do we not pray to be liberated from temptation? Yet that she should have erred so much in estimation of her own situation and mine, as to think of defraying the reckoning! I would I saw her once more, but to explain to her the solecism of which her inexperience hath rendered her guilty. And I fear," he added, as he emerged from some straggling trees, and looked out upon a wild moorish country, composed of a succession of swelling lumpish hills, "I fear I shall soon want the aid of this Ariadne, who might afford me a clue through the recesses of yonder mountainous labyrinth." As the knight thus communed with himself, his attention was caught by the sound of a horse's footsteps, and a lad, mounted on a little grey Scottish nag, about 14 hands high, coming along a path which led from behind the trees, joined him on the high road, if it could be termed such. The dress of the lad was completely in village fashion, yet neat and handsome in appearance. He had a jerkin of grey cloth, slashed and trimmed, with black hose of the same, with deerskin rullions or sandals, and handsome silver spurs. A cloak of a dark mulberry colour was closely drawn round the upper part of his person, and the cape in part muffled his face, which was also obscured by his bonnet of black velvet cloth, and its little plume of feathers. Sir Piercie Shafton, fond of society, desirous also to have a guide, and moreover prepossessed in favour of so handsome a youth, failed not to ask him whence he came, and whither he was going. The youth looked another way as he answered, that he was going to Edinburgh to seek service in some nobleman's family. "I fear me you have run away from your last master," said Sir Piercie, "since you dare not look me in the face while you answer my question." "Indeed, sir, I have not," answered the lad bashfully, while, as if with reluctance, he turned round his face, and instantly withdrew it. It was a glance, but the discovery was complete. There was no mistaking the dark full eye, the cheek in which much embarrassment could not altogether disguise an expression of comic humour, and the whole figure at once betrayed, under her metamorphosis, the maid of the mill. The recognition was joyful, and Sir Piercie Shafton was too much pleased to have regained his companion to remember the very good reasons which had consoled him for losing her. To his questions respecting her dress, she answered that she had obtained it in the Kirktown from a friend. It was the holiday suit of a son of hers, who had taken the field with his liege lord, the Baron of the land. She had borrowed the suit under pretence she meant to play in some mumming or rural masquerade. She had left, she said, her own apparel in exchange, which was better worth 10 crowns than this was worth 4. "And the nag, my ingenious Molinara?" said Sir Piercie. "Whence comes the nag?" "I borrowed him from our host at the Gled's Nest," she replied, and added, half stifling a laugh, "he is sent to get, instead of it, our ball, which I left in the Taskers' Park at Cripplecross. He will be lucky if he find it there." "But then the poor man will lose his horse, most argute Mysinda," said Sir Piercie Shafton, whose English notions of property were a little startled at a mode of acquisition more congenial to the ideas of a miller's daughter, and he a border miller to boot, than with those of an English person of quality. "And if he does lose his horse," said Mysie, laughing, "surely he is not the first man on the marches who has had such a mischance. But he will be no loser, for I warrant he will stop the value out of moneys which he has owed my father this many a day." "But then your father will be the loser," objected yet again the pertinacious uprightness of Sir Piercie Shafton. "What signifies it now to talk of my father?" said the damsel pettishly. Then instantly changing to a tone of deep feeling, she added, "My father has this day lost that which will make him hold light the loss of all the gear he has left." Struck with the accents of remorseful sorrow in which his companion uttered these few words, the English knight felt himself bound both in honour and conscience to expostulate with her as strongly as he could, on the risk of the step which she had now taken, and on the propriety of her returning to her father's house. The manner of his discourse, though adorned with many unnecessary flourishes, was honourable both to his head and heart. The maid of the mill listened to his flowing periods, with her head sunk on her bosom as she rode, like one in deep thought or deeper sorrow. When he had finished, she raised up her countenance, looked full on the knight, and replied with great firmness, "If you are weary of my company, Sir Piercie Shafton, you have but to say so, and the miller's daughter will be no farther cumber to you. And do not think I will be a burden to you if we travel together to Edinburgh. I have wit enough and pride enough to be a willing burden to no man. But if you reject not my company at present, and fear not it will be burdensome to you hereafter, speak no more to me of returning back. All that you can say to me, I have said to myself, and that I am now here is a sign that I have said it to no purpose. Let this subject therefore be forever ended betwixt us. I have already in some small fashion been useful to you, and the time may come I may be more so. For this is not your land of England, where men say justice is done with little fear or favour to great and to small. But it is a land where men do by the strong hand, and defend by the ready wit, and I know better than you the perils you are exposed to." Sir Piercie Shafton was somewhat mortified to find that the damsel conceived her presence useful to him as a protectress as well as guide, and said something of seeking protection of naught save his own arm and his good sword. Mysie answered very quietly, that she nothing doubted his bravery, but it was that very quality of bravery which was most likely to involve him in danger. Sir Piercie Shafton, whose head never kept very long in any continued train of thinking, acquiesced without much reply, resolving in his own mind that the maiden only used this apology to disguise her real motive of affection to his person. The romance of the situation flattered his vanity and elevated his imagination, as placing him in the situation of one whose romantic heroes, of whom he had read the histories, where similar transformations made a distinguished figure. He took many a sidelong glance at his page, whose habits of country sport and country exercise had rendered her quite adequate to sustain the character she had assumed. She managed the little nag with dexterity, and even with grace, nor did anything appear that could have betrayed her disguise, except when a bashful consciousness of her companion's eye being fixed on her, gave her an appearance of temporary embarrassment, which greatly added to her beauty. The couple rode forward, as in the morning, pleased with themselves and with each other, until they arrived at the village where they were to repose for the night, and where all the inhabitants of the little inn, both male and female, joined in extolling the good grace and handsome countenance of the English knight, and the uncommon beauty of his youthful attendant. It was here that Mysie Happer first made Sir Piercie Shafton sensible of the reserved manner in which she proposed to live with him. She announced him as her master, and waiting upon him with the reverent demeanour of an actual domestic, permitted not the least approach to familiarity, not even such as the knight might with the utmost innocence have ventured upon. For example, Sir Piercie, who as we know was a great connoisseur in dress, was detailing to her the advantageous change which he proposed to make in her attire as soon as they should reach Edinburgh, by arraying her in his own colours of pink and carnation. Mysie Happer listened with great complacency to the unction with which he dilated upon welts, laces, slashes, and trimmings, until, carried away by the enthusiasm with which he was asserting the superiority of the falling band over the Spanish ruff, he approached his hand, in the way of illustration, towards the collar of his page's doublet. She instantly stepped back, and gravely reminded him that she was alone and under his protection. "You cannot but remember the cause which has brought me here," she continued. "Make the least approach to any familiarity which you would not offer to a princess surrounded by her court, and you have seen the last of the miller's daughter. She will vanish as the chaff disappears from the shieling hill. [Footnote: The place where corn was winnowed, while that operation was performed by the hand, was called in Scotland the shieling hill.] When the west wind blows." "I do protest, fair Molinara," said Sir Piercie Shafton, but the fair Molinara had disappeared before his protest could be uttered. "A most singular wench," he said to himself, "and by this hand, as discreet as she is fair featured, certes shame it were to offer her scathe or dishonour. She makes similes too, though somewhat savouring of her condition. Had she but read Euphues, and forgotten that accursed mill and shieling hill, it is my thought that her converse would be broidered with as many and as choice pearls of compliment as that of the most rhetorical lady in the court of Feliciana. I trust she means to return to bear me company." But that was no part of Mysie's prudential scheme. It was then drawing to dusk, and he saw her not again until the next morning, when the horses were brought to the door that they might prosecute their journey. But our story here necessarily leaves the English knight and his page, to return to the Tower of Glendearg. End of chapter 29, part B. Chapter 30 of The Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. You call it an ill angel, it may be so, but sure I am, among the ranks which fell, 'tis the first fiend e'er counselled man to rise, and win the bliss the sprite himself had forfeited. Old Play. We must resume our narrative at the period when Mary Avenel was conveyed to the apartment which had been formerly occupied by the two Glendinnings, and when her faithful attendant, Tibbie, had exhausted herself in useless attempts to compose and to comfort her. Father Eustace also dealt forth with well-meant kindness those apothegms and dogmata of consolation, which friendship almost always offers to grief, though they are uniformly offered in vain. She was at length left to indulge in the desolation of her own sorrowful feelings. She felt as those who, loving for the first time, have lost what they loved, before time and repeated calamity have taught them that every loss is to a certain extent reparable or endurable. Such grief may be conceived better than it can be described, as is well known to those who have experienced it. But Mary Avenel had been taught by the peculiarity of her situation to regard herself as the child of destiny, and the melancholy and reflecting turn of her disposition gave to her sorrows a depth and breadth peculiar to her character. The grave, and it was a bloody grave, had closed, as she believed, over the youth to whom she was secretly but most warmly attached. The force and ardour of Halbert's character bearing a singular correspondence to the energy of which her own was capable. Her sorrow did not exhaust itself in sighs and tears, but when the first shock had passed away, concentrated itself with deep and steady meditation, to collect and calculate, like a bankrupt debtor, the full amount of her loss. It seemed as if all that connected her with earth had vanished with this broken tie. She had never dared to anticipate the probability of an ultimate union with Halbert. Yet now his supposed fall seemed that of the only tree which was to shelter her from the storm. She respected the more gentle character and more peaceful attainments of the younger Glendinning, but it had not escaped her, what never indeed escaped woman in such circumstances, that he was disposed to place himself in competition with what she, the daughter of a proud and warlike race, deemed the more manly qualities of his elder brother. And there was no time when a woman does so little justice to the character of a surviving lover, as when comparing him with the preferred rival of whom she has been recently deprived. The motherly but coarse kindness of Dame Glendinning, and the doting fondness of her old domestic, seemed now the only kind feeling of which she formed the object, and she could not but reflect how little these were to be compared with the devoted attachment of a high-souled youth, whom the least glance of her eye could command, as the high-mettled steed is governed by the bridle of the rider. It was when plunged among these desolating reflections, that Mary Avenel felt the void of mind, arising from the narrow and bigoted ignorance in which Rome then educated the children of her church. Their whole religion was a ritual, and their prayers were the formal iteration of unknown words, which, in the hour of affliction, could yield but little consolation to those who, from habit, resorted to them. Unused to the practice of mental devotion, and of personal approach to the divine presence by prayer, she could not help exclaiming in her distress, "There is no aid for me on earth, and I know not how to ask it from heaven." As she spoke thus, in an agony of sorrow, she cast her eyes into the apartment, and saw the mysterious spirit, which waited upon the fortunes of her house, standing in the moonlight in the midst of the room. The same form, as the reader knows, had more than once offered itself to her sight, and either her native boldness of mind, or some peculiarity attached to her from her birth, made her now look upon it without shrinking. But the White Lady of Avenel was now more distinctly visible and more closely present than she had ever before seemed to be, and Mary was appalled by her presence. She would, however, have spoken, but there ran a tradition that, though others who had seen the White Lady had asked questions and received answers, yet those of the house of Avenel who had ventured to speak to her had never long survived the colloquy. The figure, besides, as sitting up in her bed, Mary Avenel gazed on it intently, seemed by its gestures to caution her to keep silence, and at the same time to bespeak attention. The White Lady then seemed to press one of the planks of the floor with her foot, while in her usual low, melancholy, and musical chant, she repeated the following verses: Maiden, whose sorrows wail the living dead, whose eyes shall commune with the dead alive, maiden, attend. Beneath my foot lies hid the word, the law, the path, which thou dost strive to find and canst not find. Could spirits shed tears for their lot, it were my lot to weep, showing the road which I shall never tread, though my foot points it. Sleep, eternal sleep, dark, long, and cold forgetfulness, my lot. But do not thou at human ills repine. Secure there lies full guerdon in this spot for all the woes that wait frail Adam's line. Stoop then, and make it yours. I may not make it mine. The phantom stooped towards the floor as she concluded, as if with the intention of laying her hand on the board on which she stood. But ere she had completed the gesture, her form became indistinct, was presently only like the shade of a fleecy cloud, which passed betwixt earth and moon, and was soon altogether invisible. A strong impression of fear, the first which she had experienced in her life to any agitating extent, seized upon the mind of Mary Avenel, and for a minute she felt a disposition to faint. She repelled it, however, mustered her courage, and addressed herself to saints and angels, as her church recommended. Broken slumbers at length stole on her exhausted mind and frame, and she slept until the dawn was about to rise, when she was awakened by the cry of "Treason! Treason! Follow! Follow!" which arose in the tower, when it was found that Piercie Shafton had made his escape. Apprehensive of some new misfortune, Mary Avenel hastily arranged the dress which she had not laid aside, and venturing to quit her chamber, learned from Tibb, who with her grey hairs dishevelled like those of a sibyl, was flying from room to room, that the bloody Southron villain had made his escape, and that Halbert Glendinning, poor bairn, would sleep unrevenged and unquiet in his bloody grave. In the lower apartments the young men were roaring like thunder, and venting in oaths and exclamations against the fugitives the rage which they experienced in finding themselves locked up within the tower, and debarred from their vindictive pursuit by the wily precautions of Mysie Happer. The authoritative voice of the Sub Prior commanding silence was next heard, upon which Mary Avenel, whose tone of feeling did not lead her to enter into council or society with the rest of the party, again retired to her solitary chamber. The rest of the family held council in the spence, Edward almost beside himself with rage, and the Sub Prior in no small degree offended at the effrontery of Mysie Happer in attempting such a scheme, as well as at the mingled boldness and dexterity with which it had been executed. But neither surprise nor anger availed aught. The windows, well secured with iron bars for keeping assailants out, proved now as effectual for detaining the inhabitants within. The battlements were open, indeed, but without ladder or ropes to act as a substitute for wings, there was no possibility of descending from them. They easily succeeded in alarming the inhabitants of the cottages beyond the precincts of the court, but the men had been called in to strengthen the guard for the night, and only women and children remained who could contribute nothing in the emergency, except their useless exclamations of surprise, and there were no neighbours for miles around. Dame Elspeth, however, though drowned in tears, was not so unmindful of external affairs, but that she could find voice enough to tell the women and children without to leave their skirling and look after the cows that she couldna get minded, what with the awful distraction of her mind, what with that fause slut having locked them up in their ain tower as fast as if they had been in the Jeddart Tolbooth. Meanwhile, the men, finding other modes of exit impossible, unanimously concluded to force the doors with such tools as the house afforded for that purpose. These were not very proper for the occasion, and the strength of the doors was great. The interior one, formed of oak, occupied them for 3 mortal hours, and there was little prospect of the iron door being forced in double the time. While they were engaged in this ungrateful toil, Mary Avenel had with much less labour acquired exact knowledge of what the spirit had intimated in her mystic rhyme. On examining the spot, which the phantom had indicated by her gestures, it was not difficult to discover that a board had been loosened, which might be raised at pleasure. On removing this piece of plank, Mary Avenel was astonished to find the black book, well remembered by her as her mother's favourite study, of which she immediately took possession, with as much joy as her present situation rendered her capable of feeling. Ignorant in a great measure of its contents, Mary Avenel had been taught from her infancy to hold this volume in sacred veneration. It is probable that the deceased lady of Walter Avenel only postponed initiating her daughter into the mysteries of the divine word, until she should be better able to comprehend both the lessons which it taught, and the risk at which, in those times, they were studied. Death interposed, and removed her before the times became favourable to the reformers, and before her daughter was so far advanced in age as to be fit to receive religious instruction of this deep import. But the affectionate mother had made preparations for the earthly work which she had most at heart. There were slips of paper inserted in the volume, in which, by an appeal to, and a comparison of, various passages in Holy Writ, the errors and human inventions with which the Church of Rome had defaced the simple edifice of Christianity, as erected by its divine architect, were pointed out. These controversial topics were treated with a spirit of calmness and Christian charity, which might have been an example to the theologians of the period, but they were clearly, fairly, and plainly argued, and supported by the necessary proofs and references. Other papers there were which had no reference whatever to polemics, but were the simple effusions of a devout mind communing with itself. Among these was one frequently used, as it seemed from the state of the manuscript, on which the mother of Mary had transcribed and placed together those affecting texts to which the heart has recourse in affliction, and which assures us at once of the sympathy and protection afforded to the children of the promise. In Mary Avenel's state of mind, these attracted her above all the other lessons, which, coming from a hand so dear, had reached her at a time so critical, and in a manner so touching. She read the affecting promise, "I will never leave thee nor forsake thee," and the consoling exhortation, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee." She read them, and her heart acquiesced in the conclusion, "Surely this is the word of God." There are those to whom a sense of religion has come in storm and tempest. There are those whom it is summoned amid scenes of revelry and idle vanity. There are those, too, who have heard its still small voice amid rural leisure and placid contentment. But perhaps the knowledge which causeth not to err is most frequently impressed upon the mind during seasons of affliction, and tears are the softened showers which cause the seed of heaven to spring and take root in the human breast. At least it was thus with Mary Avenel. She was insensible to the discordant noise which rang below, the clang of bars and the jarring symphony of the levers which they used to force them, the measured shouts of the labouring inmates as they combined their strength for each heave, and gave time with their voices to the exertion of their arms, and their deeply muttered vows of revenge on the fugitives who had bequeathed them at their departure a task so toilsome and difficult. Not all this din, combined in hideous concert, and expressive of aught but peace, love, and forgiveness, could divert Mary Avenel from the new course of study on which she had so singularly entered. "The serenity of heaven," she said, "is above me. The sounds which are around are but those of earth and earthly passion." And little impression was made on the iron grate, when they who laboured at it received a sudden reinforcement by the unexpected arrival of Christie of the Clinthill. He came at the head of a small party, consisting of 4 horsemen, who bore in their caps the sprig of holly, which was the badge of Avenel. "What ho, my masters!" he said, "I bring you a prisoner." "You had better have brought us liberty," said Dan of the Howlet Hurst. Christie looked at the state of affairs with great surprise. "An I were to be hanged for it," he said, "as I may for as little a matter, I could not forbear laughing at seeing men peeping through their own bars like so many rats in a rat trap, and he with the beard behind, like the oldest rat in the cellar." "Hush, thou unmannered knave," said Edward, "it is the Sub Prior, and this is neither time, place, nor company for your ruffian jests." "What ho! Is my young master malapert?" said Christie. "Why, man, were he my own carnal father, instead of being father to half the world, I would have my laugh out. And now it is over, I must assist you, I reckon, for you are setting very greenly about this gear. Put the pinch nearer the staple, man, and hand me an iron crow through the grate, for that's the fowl to fly away with a wicket on its shoulders. I have broke into as many grates as you have teeth in your young head. ay, and broke out of them too, as the captain of the castle of Lochmaben knows full well." Christie did not boast more skill than he really possessed, for, applying their combined strength, under the direction of that experienced engineer, bolt and staple gave way before them, and in less than half an hour the grate, which had so long repelled their force, stood open before them. "And now," said Edward, "to horse, my mates, and pursue the villain Shafton." "Halt there," said Christie of the Clinthill; "pursue your guest, my master's friend and my own? There go two words to that bargain. What the foul fiend would you pursue him for?" "Let me pass," said Edward vehemently. "I will be stayed by no man. The villain has murdered my brother." "What says he?" said Christie, turning to the others. "Murdered? Who is murdered, and by whom?" "The Englishman, Sir Piercie Shafton," said Dan of the Howlethurst, "has murdered young Halbert Glendinning yesterday morning, and we have all risen to the fray." "It is a bedlam business, I think," said Christie. "First I find you all locked up in your own tower, and next I am come to prevent you revenging a murder that was never committed." "I tell you," said Edward, "that my brother was slain and buried yesterday morning by this false Englishman." "And I tell you," answered Christie, "that I saw him alive and well last night. I would I knew his trick of getting out of the grave. Most men find it more hard to break through a green sod than a grated door." Everybody now paused, and looked on Christie in astonishment, until the Sub Prior, who had hitherto avoided communication with him, came up and required earnestly to know whether he meant really to maintain that Halbert Glendinning lived. "Father," he said, with more respect than he usually showed to any one save his master, "I confess I may sometimes jest with those of your coat, but not with you, because, as you may partly recollect, I owe you a life. It is certain as the sun is in heaven, that Halbert Glendinning supped at the house of my master the Baron of Avenel last night, and that he came thither in company with an old man, of whom more anon." "And where is he now?" "The devil only can answer that question," replied Christie, "for the devil has possessed the whole family, I think. He took fright, the foolish lad, at something or other which our baron did in his moody humour, and so he jumped into the lake and swam ashore like a wild duck. Robin of Redcastle spoiled a good gelding in chasing him this morning." "And why did he chase the youth?" asked the Sub Prior. "What harm had he done?" "None that I know of," said Christie; "but such was the Baron's order, being in his mood, and all the world having gone mad, as I have said before." "Whither away so fast, Edward?" said the monk. "To Corri Shion, father," answered the youth. "Martin and Dan, take pickaxe and mattock, and follow me if you be men." "Right," said the monk, "and fail not to give us instant notice what you find." "If you find aught there like Halbert Glendinning," said Christie, hallooing after Edward, "I will be bound to eat him unsalted. 'Tis a sight to see how that fellow takes the bent. It is in the time of action men see what lads are made of. Halbert was aye skipping up and down like a roo, and his brother used to sit in the chimney nook with his book and sick like trash. But the lad was like a loaded hackbutt, which will stand in the corner as quiet as an old crutch until ye draw the trigger, and then there is nothing but flash and smoke. But here comes my prisoner; and setting other matters aside, I must pray a word with you, Sir Sub Prior, respecting him. I came on before to treat about him, but I was interrupted with this fasherie." As he spoke, two more of Avenel's troopers rode into the court yard, leading betwixt them a horse, on which, with his hands bound to his side, sate the reformed preacher, Henry Warden. Chapter 30. Chapter 31, Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, Part A. At school I knew him, a sharp-witted youth, grave, thoughtful, and reserved among his mates, turning the hours of sport and food to labour, starving his body to inform his mind. Old Play. The Sub Prior, at the Borderer's request, had not failed to return to the tower, into which he was followed by Christie of the Clinthill, who, shutting the door of the apartment, drew near, and began his discourse with great confidence and familiarity. "My master," he said, "sends me with his commendations to you, Sir Sub Prior, above all the community of Saint Mary's, and more specially than even to the Abbot himself, for though he be termed my lord, and so forth, all the world knows that you are the tongue of the trump." "If you have aught to say to me concerning the community," said the Sub Prior, "it were well you proceeded in it without farther delay. Time presses, and the fate of young Glendinning dwells on my mind." "I will be cautioned for him, body for body," said Christie. "I do protest to you, as sure as I am a living man, so surely is he one." "Should I not tell his unhappy mother the joyful tidings?" said Father Eustace; "and yet better wait till they return from searching the grave. Well, Sir Jackman, your message to me from your master?" "My lord and master," said Christie, "hath good reason to believe that, from the information of certain back friends, whom he will reward at more leisure, your reverend community hath been led to deem him ill attached to Holy Church, allied with heretics and those who favour heresy, and a hungerer after the spoils of your abbey." "Be brief, good henchman," said the Sub Prior, "for the devil is ever most to be feared when he preacheth." "Briefly, then, my master desires your friendship, and to excuse himself from the maligner's calumnies, he sends to your Abbot that Henry Warden, whose sermons have turned the world upside down, to be dealt with as Holy Church directs, and as the Abbot's pleasure may determine." The Sub Prior's eyes sparkled at the intelligence, for it had been accounted a matter of great importance that this man should be arrested, possessed as he was known to be of so much zeal and popularity, that scarcely the preaching of Knox himself had been more awakening to the people, and more formidable to the Church of Rome. In fact, that ancient system, which so well accommodated its doctrines to the wants and wishes of a barbarous age, had, since the art of printing and the gradual diffusion of knowledge, lain floating like some huge leviathan, into which 10,000 reforming fishers were darting their harpoons. The Roman Church of Scotland, in particular, was at her last gasp, actually blowing blood and water, yet still with unremitted though animal exertions, maintaining the conflict with the assailants, who on every side were plunging their weapons into her bulky body. In many large towns the monasteries had been suppressed by the fury of the populace. In other places their possessions had been usurped by the power of the reformed nobles, but still the hierarchy made a part of the common law of the realm, and might claim both its property and its privileges wherever it had the means of asserting them. The community of St. Mary's of Kennaquhair was considered as being particularly in this situation. They had retained, undiminished, their territorial power and influence, and the great barons in the neighbourhood, partly from their attachment to the party in the state who still upheld the old system of religion, partly because each grudged the share of the prey which the others must necessarily claim, had as yet abstained from despoiling the Halidome. The community was also understood to be protected by the powerful Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, whose zealous attachment to the Catholic faith caused at a later period the great rebellion of the 10th of Elizabeth. Thus happily placed, it was supposed by the friends of the decaying cause of the Roman Catholic faith, that some determined example of courage and resolution, exercised where the franchises of the Church were yet entire, and her jurisdiction undisputed, might awe the progress of the new opinions into activity, and, protected by the laws which still existed, and by the favour of the sovereign, might be the means of securing the territory which Rome yet preserved in Scotland, and perhaps of recovering that which she had lost. The matter had been considered more than once by the northern Catholics of Scotland, and they had held communication with those of the south. Father Eustace, devoted by his public and private vows, had caught the flame, and had eagerly advised that they should execute the doom of heresy on the first reformed preacher, or, according to his sense, on the first heretic of eminence, who should venture within the precincts of the Halidome. A heart, naturally kind and noble, was, in this instance, as it has been in many more, deceived by its own generosity. Father Eustace would have been a bad administrator of the inquisitorial power of Spain, where that power was omnipotent, and where judgment was exercised without danger to those who inflicted it. In such a situation his rigour might have relented in favour of the criminal, whom it was at his pleasure to crush or to place at freedom. But in Scotland, during this crisis, the case was entirely different. The question was, whether one of the spirituality dared, at the hazard of his own life, to step forward to assert and exercise the rights of the Church. Was there any who would venture to wield the thunder in her cause, or must it remain like that in the hand of a painted Jupiter, the object of derision instead of terror? The crisis was calculated to awake the soul of Eustace, for it comprised the question, whether he dared, at all hazards to himself, to execute with stoical severity a measure which, according to the general opinion, was to be advantageous to the Church, and, according to ancient law, and to his firm belief, was not only justifiable, but meritorious. While such resolutions were agitated amongst the Catholics, chance placed a victim within their grasp. Henry Warden had, with the animation proper to the enthusiastic reformers of the age, transgressed, in the vehemence of his zeal, the bounds of the discretional liberty allowed to his sect so far, that it was thought the Queen's personal dignity was concerned in bringing him to justice. He fled from Edinburgh, with recommendations, however, from Lord James Stewart, afterwards the celebrated Earl of Murray, to some of the border chieftains of inferior rank, who were privately conjured to procure him safe passage into England. One of the principal persons to whom such recommendation was addressed was Julian Avenel, for as yet, and for a considerable time afterwards, the correspondence and interest of Lord James lay rather with the subordinate leaders than with the chiefs of great power, and men of distinguished influence upon the border. Julian Avenel had intrigued without scruple with both parties, yet, bad as he was, he certainly would not have practised aught against the guest whom Lord James had recommended to his hospitality, had it not been for what he termed the preacher's officious intermeddling in his family affairs. But when he had determined to make Warden rue the lecture he had read him, and the scene of public scandal which he had caused in his hall, Julian resolved, with the constitutional shrewdness of his disposition, to combine his vengeance with his interest. And therefore, instead of doing violence on the person of Henry Warden within his own castle, he determined to deliver him up to the community of St. Mary's, and at once make them the instruments of his own revenge, and found a claim of personal recompense, either in money, or in a grant of abbey lands at a low quit rent, which last began now to be the established form in which the temporal nobles plundered the spirituality. The Sub-Prior, therefore, of St. Mary's, unexpectedly saw the steadfast, active, and inflexible enemy of the Church delivered into his hand, and felt himself called upon to make good his promises to the friends of the Catholic faith, by quenching heresy in the blood of one of its most zealous professors. To the honour more of Father Eustace's heart than of his consistency, the communication that Henry Warden was placed within his power struck him with more sorrow than triumph, but his next feelings were those of exultation. "It is sad," he said to himself, "to cause human suffering. It is awful to cause human blood to be spilled, but the judge to whom the sword of St. Paul, as well as the keys of St. Peter, are confided, must not flinch from his task. Our weapon returns into our own bosom, if not wielded with a steady and unrelenting hand against the irreconcilable enemies of the Holy Church. Pereat ist. It is the doom he has incurred, and were all the heretics in Scotland armed and at his back, they should not prevent its being pronounced, and, if possible, enforced. Bring the heretic before me," he said, issuing his commands aloud, and in a tone of authority. Henry Warden was led in, his hands still bound, but his feet at liberty. "Clear the apartment," said the Sub Prior, "of all but the necessary guard on the prisoner." All retired except Christie of the Clinthill, who, having dismissed the inferior troopers whom he commanded, unsheathed his sword, and placed himself beside the door, as if taking upon him the character of sentinel. The judge and the accused met face to face, and in that of both was enthroned the noble confidence of rectitude. The monk was about, at the utmost risk to himself and his community, to exercise what in his ignorance he conceived to be his duty. The preacher, actuated by a better informed, yet not a more ardent zeal, was prompt to submit to execution for God's sake, and to seal, were it necessary, his mission with his blood. Placed at such a distance of time as better enables us to appreciate the tendency of the principles on which they severally acted, we cannot doubt to which the palm ought to be awarded. But the zeal of Father Eustace was as free from passion and personal views as if it had been exerted in a better cause. They approached each other, armed each and prepared for intellectual conflict, and each intently regarding his opponent, as if either hoped to spy out some defect, some chasm in the armour of his antagonist. As they gazed on each other, old recollections began to awake in either bosom, at the sight of features long unseen and much altered, but not forgotten. The brow of the Sub-Prior dismissed by degrees its frown of command, the look of calm yet stern defiance gradually vanished from that of Warden, and both lost for an instant that of gloomy solemnity. They had been ancient and intimate friends in youth at a foreign university, but had been long separated from each other, and the change of name, which the preacher had adopted from motives of safety, and the monk from the common custom of the convent, had prevented the possibility of their hitherto recognizing each other in the opposite parts which they had been playing in the great polemical and political drama. But now the Sub-Prior exclaimed, "Henry Wellwood!" and the preacher replied, "William Allen!" and stirred by the old familiar names, and never to be forgotten recollections of college studies and college intimacy, their hands were for a moment locked in each other. "Remove his bonds," said the Sub-Prior, and assisted Christie in performing that office with his own hands, although the prisoner scarcely would consent to be unbound, repeating with emphasis that he rejoiced in the cause for which he suffered shame. When his hands were at liberty, however, he showed his sense of the kindness by again exchanging a grasp and a look of affection with the Sub-Prior. The salute was frank and generous on either side, yet it was but the friendly recognition and greeting which are wont to take place betwixt adverse champions, who do nothing in hate, but all in honour. As each felt the pressure of the situation in which they stood, he quitted the grasp of the other's hand and fell back, confronting each other with looks more calm and sorrowful than expressive of any other passion. The Sub-Prior was the first to speak. "And is this, then, the end of that restless activity of mind, that bold and indefatigable love of truth that urged investigation into its utmost limits, and seemed to take heaven itself by storm? Is this the termination of Wellwood's career? And having known and loved him during the best years of our youth, do we meet in our old age as judge and criminal?" "Not as judge and criminal," said Henry Warden, for to avoid confusion we describe him by his later and best known name. "Not as judge and criminal do we meet, but as a misguided oppressor and his ready and devoted victim. I too may ask, are these the harvest of the rich hopes excited by the classical learning, acute logical powers, and varied knowledge of William Allen, that he should sink to be the solitary drone of a cell, graced only above the swarm with the high commission of executing Roman malice on all who oppose Roman imposture?" "Not to thee," answered the Sub-Prior, "be assured, not unto thee, nor unto mortal man, will I render an account of the power with which the Church may have invested me. It was granted but as a deposit for her welfare. For her welfare it shall at every risk be exercised, without fear and without favour." "I expected no less from your misguided zeal," answered the preacher, "and in me have you met one on whom you may fearlessly exercise your authority, secure that his mind at least will defy your influence, as the snows of that Mont Blanc, which we saw together, shrink not under the heat of the hottest summer sun." "I do believe thee," said the Sub-Prior, "I do believe that thine is indeed metal unmalleable by force. Let it yield then to persuasion. Let us debate these matters of faith, as we once were wont to conduct our scholastic disputes, when hours, nay days, glided past in the mutual exercise of our intellectual powers. It may be thou mayest yet hear the voice of the shepherd, and return to the universal fold." End of chapter 31, part A. Chapter 31, Part B of The Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, Part B. "No, Allen," replied the prisoner, "this is no vain question devised by dreaming scholiasts, on which they may whet their intellectual faculties until the very metal be wasted away. The errors which I combat are like those fiends which are only cast out by fasting and prayer. Alas! not many wise, not many learned, are chosen. The cottage and the hamlet shall in our days bear witness against the schools and their disciples. Thy very wisdom, which is foolishness, hath made thee, as the Greeks of old, hold as foolishness that which is the only true wisdom." "This," said the Sub Prior, sternly, "is the mere cant of ignorant enthusiasm, which appealeth from learning and from authority, from the sure guidance of that lamp which God hath afforded us in the councils and in the fathers of the Church, to a rash, self-willed, and arbitrary interpretation of the Scriptures, rested according to the private opinion of each speculating heretic." "I disdain to reply to the charge," replied Warden. "The question at issue between your church and mine is, whether we will be judged by the Holy Scriptures, or by the devices and decisions of men not less subject to error than ourselves, and who have defaced our holy religion with vain devices, reared up idols of stone and wood, in form of those, who, when they lived, were but sinful creatures, to share the worship due only to the Creator, established a toll house betwixt heaven and hell, that profitable purgatory of which the Pope keeps the keys, like an iniquitous judge commutes punishment for bribes, and—" "Silence, blasphemer," said the Sub Prior sternly, "or I will have thy blatant obloquy stopped with a gag." "Ay," replied Warden, "such is the freedom of the Christian conference to which Rome's priests so kindly invite us. The gag, the rack, the axe, is the ratio ultima Romae. But know thou, mine ancient friend, that the character of thy former companion is not so changed by age, but that he still dares to endure for the cause of truth all that thy proud hierarchy shall dare to inflict." "Of that," said the monk, "I nothing doubt. Thou wert ever a lion to turn against the spear of the hunter, not a stag to be dismayed at the sound of his bugle." He walked through the room in silence. "Wellwood," he said at length, "we can no longer be friends. Our faith, our hope, our anchor on futurity, is no longer the same." "Deep is my sorrow that thou speakest truth. May God so judge me," said the reformer, "as I would buy the conversion of a soul like thine with my dearest heart's blood." "To thee, and with better reason, do I return the wish," replied the Sub Prior. "It is such an arm as thine that should defend the bulwarks of the Church, and it is now directing the battering ram against them, and rendering practicable the breach through which all that is greedy, and all that is base, and all that is mutable and hot-headed in this innovating age, already hope to advance to destruction and to spoil. But since such is our fate, that we can no longer fight side by side as friends, let us at least act as generous enemies. You cannot have forgotten O gran bonta Dei cavalieri antiqui, erano nemesi eran de fede diversa. Although perhaps," he added, stopping short in his quotation, "your new faith forbids you to reserve a place in your memory even for what high poets have recorded of loyal faith and generous sentiment." "The faith of Buchanan," replied the preacher, "the faith of Buchanan and of Beza, cannot be unfriendly to literature. But the poet you have quoted affords strains fitter for a dissolute court than for a convent." "I might retort on your Theodore Beza," said the Sub Prior, smiling, "but I hate the judgment that, like the flesh fly, skims over whatever is sound, to detect and settle upon some spot which is tainted. But to the purpose. If I conduct thee or send thee a prisoner to Saint Mary's, thou art to night a tenant of the dungeon, to morrow a burden to the gibbet tree. If I were to let thee go hence at large, I were thereby wronging the Holy Church, and breaking mine own solemn vow. Other resolutions may be adopted in the capital, or better times may speedily ensue. Wilt thou remain a true prisoner upon thy parole, rescue or no rescue, as is the phrase amongst the warriors of this country? Wilt thou solemnly promise that thou wilt do so, and at my summons thou wilt present thyself before the Abbot and Chapter at Saint Mary's, and that thou wilt not stir from this house above a quarter of a mile in any direction? Wilt thou, I say, engage me thy word for this? and such is the sure trust which I repose in thy good faith, that thou shalt remain here unharmed and unsecured, a prisoner at large, subject only to appear before our court when called upon." The preacher paused. "I am unwilling," he said, "to fetter my native liberty by any self-adopted engagement. But I am already in your power, and you may bind me to my answer. By such promise, to abide within a certain limit, and to appear when called upon, I renounce not any liberty which I at present possess, and am free to exercise. But, on the contrary, being in bonds and at your mercy, I acquire thereby a liberty which I at present possess not. I will therefore accept thy proffer, as what is courteously offered on thy part, and may be honourably accepted on mine." "Stay yet," said the Sub Prior, "one important part of thy engagement is forgotten. Thou art farther to promise, that while thus left at liberty, thou wilt not preach or teach, directly or indirectly, any of those pestilent heresies by which so many souls have been in this our day won over from the kingdom of light to the kingdom of darkness." "There we break off our treaty," said Warden, firmly. "Woe unto me if I preach not the gospel." The Sub Prior's countenance became clouded, and he again paced the apartment, and muttered, "A plague upon the self-willed fool!" then stopped short in his walk, and proceeded in his argument. "Why, by thine own reasoning, Henry, thy refusal here is but peevish obstinacy. It is in my power to place you where your preaching can reach no human ear. In promising, therefore, to abstain from it, you grant nothing which you have it in your power to refuse." "I know not that," replied Henry Warden. "Thou mayest, indeed, cast me into a dungeon; but can I foretell that my master hath not task work for me to perform even in that dreary mansion? The chains of saints have, ere now, been the means of breaking the bonds of Satan. In a prison, holy Paul found the jailor whom he brought to believe the word of salvation, he and all his house." "Nay," said the Sub Prior, in a tone betwixt anger and scorn, "if you match yourself with the blessed apostle, it were time we had done. Prepare to endure what thy folly, as well as thy heresy, deserves. Bind him, soldier." With proud submission to his fate, and regarding the Sub Prior with something which almost amounted to a smile of superiority, the preacher placed his arms so that the bonds could be again fastened round him. "Spare me not," he said to Christie, for even that ruffian hesitated to draw the cord straitly. The Sub Prior, meanwhile, looked at him from under his cowl, which he had drawn over his head, and partly over his face, as if he wished to shade his own emotions. They were those of a huntsman within point-blank shot of a noble stag, who was yet too much struck with his majesty of front and of antler to take aim at him. They were those of a fowler, who, levelling his gun at a magnificent eagle, is yet reluctant to use his advantage when he sees the noble sovereign of the birds pruning himself in proud defiance of whatever may be attempted against him. The heart of the Sub Prior, bigoted as he was, relented, and he doubted if he ought to purchase, by a rigorous discharge of what he deemed his duty, the remorse he might afterwards feel for the death of one so nobly independent in thought and character, the friend, besides, of his own happiest years, during which they had, side by side, striven in the noble race of knowledge, and indulged their intervals of repose in lighter studies of classical and general letters. The Sub Prior's hand pressed his half o'ershadowed cheek, and his eye, more completely obscured, was bent on the ground, as if to hide the workings of his relenting nature. "Were but Edward safe from the infection," he thought to himself, "Edward, whose eager and enthusiastic mind presses forward in the chase of all that hath even the shadow of knowledge, I might trust this enthusiast with the women, after due caution to them that they cannot without guilt attend to his reveries." As the Sub Prior revolved these thoughts, and delayed the definitive order which was to determine the fate of the prisoner, a sudden noise at the entrance of the tower diverted his attention for an instant, and, his cheek and brow inflamed with all the glow of heat and determination, Edward Glendinning rushed into the room. Chapter 31. Part B. Chapter 32 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 32. Then in my gown of sober grey along the mountain path I'll wander, and wind my solitary way to the sad shrine that courts me yonder. There, in the calm monastic shade, all injuries may be forgiven, and there for thee, obdurate maid, my orisons shall rise to heaven. The Cruel Lady of the Mountains. The first words which Edward uttered were, "My brother is safe, reverend father, he is safe, thank God, and lives. There is not in Corrinanshian a grave nor a vestige of a grave. The turf around the fountain has neither been disturbed by pickaxe, spade, nor mattock, since the deer's hair first sprang there. He lives as surely as I live." The earnestness of the youth, the vivacity with which he looked and moved, the springy step, outstretched hand, and ardent eye, reminded Henry Warden of Halbert, so lately his guide. The brothers had indeed a strong family resemblance, though Halbert was far more athletic and active in his person, taller and better knit in the limbs, and though Edward had, on ordinary occasions, a look of more habitual acuteness and more profound reflection, the preacher was interested as well as the Sub Prior. "Of whom do you speak, my son?" he said in a tone as unconcerned as if his own fate had not been at the same instant trembling in the balance, and as if a dungeon and death did not appear to be his instant doom. "Of whom, I say, speak you? If of a youth somewhat older than you seem to be, brown-haired, open-featured, taller and stronger than you appear, yet having much of the same air and of the same tone of voice, if such a one is the brother whom you seek, it may be I can tell you news of him." "Speak then, for heaven's sake," said Edward. "Life or death lies on thy tongue." The Sub Prior joined eagerly in the same request, and without waiting to be urged, the preacher gave so minute an account of the circumstances under which he met the elder Glendinning, with so exact a description of his person, that there remained no doubt as to his identity. When he mentioned that Halbert Glendinning had conducted him to a dell in which they found the grass bloody, and a grave newly closed, and told how the youth accused himself of the slaughter of Sir Piercie Shafton, the Sub Prior looked on Edward with astonishment. "Didst thou not say, even now," he said, "that there was no vestige of a grave in that spot?" "No more vestige of the earth having been removed, than if the turf had grown there since the days of Adam," replied Edward Glendinning. "It is true," he added, "that the adjacent grass was trampled and bloody." "These are delusions of the enemy," said the Sub Prior, crossing himself. "Christian men may no longer doubt of it." "But an it be so," said Warden, "Christian men might better guard themselves by the sword of prayer than by the idle form of a cabalistical spell." "The badge of our salvation," said the Sub Prior, "cannot be so termed. The sign of the cross disarmeth all evil spirits." "Ay," answered Henry Warden, apt and armed for controversy, "but it should be borne in the heart, not scored with the fingers in the air. That very impassive air, through which your hand passes, shall as soon bear the imprint of your action, as the external action shall avail the fond bigot who substitutes vain motions of the body, idle genuflections, and signs of the cross, for the living and heart-born duties of faith and good works." "I pity thee," said the Sub Prior, as actively ready for polemics as himself, "I pity thee, Henry, and reply not to thee. Thou mayest as well winnow forth and measure the ocean with a sieve, as mete out the power of holy words, deeds, and signs by the erring gauge of thine own reason." "Not by mine own reason would I meet them," said Warden, "but by his holy word, that unfading and unerring lamp of our paths, compared to which human reason is but as a glimmering and fading taper, and your boasted tradition only a misleading wildfire. Show me your scripture warrant for ascribing virtue to such vain signs and motions." "I offered thee a fair field of debate," said the Sub Prior, "which thou didst refuse. I will not at present resume the controversy." "Were these my last accents," said the reformer, "and were they uttered at the stake, half choked with smoke, and as the faggots kindled into a blaze around me, with that last utterance I would testify against the superstitious devices of Rome." The Sub Prior suppressed with pain the controversial answer which arose to his lips, and turning to Edward Glendinning, he said, "There could be now no doubt that his mother ought presently to be informed that her son lived." "I told you that 2 hours since," said Christie of the Clinthill, "and you would have believed me. But it seems you are more willing to take the word of an old grey sorner, whose life has been spent in pattering heresy, than mine, though I never rode a foray in my life without duly saying my paternoster." "Go then," said Father Eustace to Edward, "let thy sorrowing mother know that her son is restored to her from the grave, like the child of the widow of Zarephath, at the intercession," he added, looking at Henry Warden, "of the blessed saint whom I invoked in his behalf." "Deceived thyself," said Warden instantly, "thou art a deceiver of others. It was no dead man, no creature of clay, whom the blessed Tishbite invoked, when, stung by the reproach of the Shunammite woman, he prayed that her son's soul might come into him again." "It was by his intercession, however," repeated the Sub Prior; "for what says the Vulgate? Thus it is written, Et exaudivit Dominus vocem Heli, et reversa est anima pueri intra cum et revixit. And thinkest thou the intercession of a glorified saint is more feeble than when he walks on earth shrouded in a tabernacle of clay, and seeing but with the eye of flesh?" During this controversy, Edward Glendinning appeared restless and impatient, agitated by some internal feeling, but whether of joy, grief, or expectation, his countenance did not expressly declare. He took now the unusual freedom to break in upon the discourse of the Sub Prior, who, notwithstanding his resolution to the contrary, was obviously kindling in the spirit of controversy, which Edward diverted by conjuring his reverence to allow him to speak a few words with him in private. "Remove the prisoner," said the Sub Prior to Christie. "Look to him carefully that he escape not, but for thy life do him no injury." His commands being obeyed, Edward and the monk were left alone, when the Sub Prior thus addressed him: "What hath come over thee, Edward, that thy eye kindles so wildly, and thy cheek is thus changing from scarlet to pale? Why didst thou break in so hastily and unadvisedly upon the argument with which I was prostrating yonder heretic? And wherefore dost thou not tell thy mother that her son is restored to her by the intercession, as Holy Church well warrants us to believe, of blessed Saint Benedict, the patron of our order? For if ever my prayers were put forth to him with zeal, it hath been in behalf of this house, and thine eyes have seen the result. Go tell it to thy mother." "I must tell her then," said Edward, "that if she has regained one son, another is lost to her." "What meanest thou, Edward? What language is this?" said the Sub Prior. "Father," said the youth, kneeling down to him, "my sin and my shame shall be told thee, and thou shalt witness my penance with thine own eyes." "I comprehend thee not," said the Sub Prior. "What canst thou have done to deserve such self accusation? Hast thou too listened," he added, knitting his brows, "to the demon of heresy, ever most effectual tempter of those who, like yonder unhappy man, are distinguished by their love of knowledge?" "I am guiltless in that matter," answered Glendinning, "nor have presumed to think otherwise than thou, my kind father, hast taught me, and than the Church allows." "And what is it then, my son," said the Sub Prior kindly, "which thus afflicts thy conscience? Speak it to me, that I may answer thee in the words of comfort. For the Church's mercy is great to those obedient children who doubt not her power." "My confession will require her mercy," replied Edward. "My brother Halbert, so kind, so brave, so gentle, who spoke not, thought not, acted not but in love to me, whose hand had aided me in every difficulty, whose eye watched over me like the eagle's over her nestlings, when they proved their first flight from the eyrie, this brother, so kind, so gently affectionate, I heard of his sudden, his bloody, his violent death, and I rejoiced. I heard of his unexpected restoration, and I sorrowed." "Edward," said the father, "thou art beside thyself. What could urge thee to such odious ingratitude? In your hurry of spirits, you have mistaken the confused tenor of your feelings. Go, my son, pray and compose thy mind. We will speak of this another time." "No, father, no," said Edward vehemently, "now or never. I will find the means to tame this rebellious heart of mine, or I will tear it out of my bosom. Mistake its passions? No, father, grief can ill be mistaken for joy. All wept, all shrieked around me, my mother, the menials, she too, the cause of my crime, all wept, and I could hardly disguise my brutal and insane joy under the appearance of revenge. Brother, I said, I cannot give thee tears, but I will give thee blood. Yes, father, as I counted hour after hour, while I kept watch upon the English prisoner, and said, I am an hour nearer to hope and to happiness." "I understand thee not, Edward," said the monk, "nor can I conceive in what way thy brother's supposed murder should have affected thee with such unnatural joy. Surely the sordid desire to succeed him in his small possessions—" "Perish the paltry trash," said Edward, with the same emotion. "No, father, it was rivalry, it was jealous rage, it was the love of Mary Avenel that rendered me the unnatural wretch I confess myself." "Of Mary Avenel!" said the priest, "of a lady so high above either of you in name and in rank? How dared Halbert, how dared you, to presume to lift your eye to her but in honour and respect, as a superior of another degree from yours?" "When did love wait for the sanction of heraldry?" replied Edward. "And in what but a line of dead ancestors was Mary, our mother's guest and foster child, different from us, with whom she was brought up? Enough, we loved, we both loved her. But the passion of Halbert was requited. He knew it not, he saw it not, but I was sharper eyed. I saw that even when I was more approved, Halbert was more beloved. With me she would sit for hours at our common task with the cold simplicity and indifference of a sister, but with Halbert she trusted not herself. She changed colour, she was fluttered when he approached her, and when he left her she was sad, pensive, and solitary. I bore all this. I saw my rival's advancing progress in her affections. I bore it, father, and yet I hated him not. I could not hate him." "And well for thee that thou didst not," said the father. "Wild and headstrong as thou art, wouldst thou hate thy brother for partaking in thine own folly?" "Father," replied Edward, "the world esteems thee wise, and holds thy knowledge of mankind high. But thy question shows that thou hast never loved. It was by an effort that I saved myself from hating my kind and affectionate brother, who, all unsuspicious of my rivalry, was perpetually loading me with kindness. Nay, there were moods of my mind in which I could return that kindness for a time with energetic enthusiasm. Never did I feel this so strongly as on the night which parted us. But I could not help rejoicing when he was swept from my path, could not help sorrowing when he was again restored to be a stumbling block in my paths." "May God be gracious to thee, my son," said the monk. "This is an awful state of mind. Even in such evil mood did the first murderer rise up against his brother, because Abel's was the more acceptable sacrifice." "I will wrestle with the demon which has haunted me, father," replied the youth firmly. "I will wrestle with him, and I will subdue him. But first I must remove from the scenes which are to follow here. I cannot endure that I should see Mary Avenel's eyes again flash with joy at the restoration of her lover. It were a sight to make indeed a second Cain of me. My fierce, turbid, and transitory joy discharged itself in a thirst to commit homicide, and how can I estimate the frenzy of my despair?" "Madman!" said the Sub Prior, "at what dreadful crime does thy fury drive?" "My lot is determined, father," said Edward in a resolute tone. "I will embrace the spiritual state which you have so oft recommended. It is my purpose to return with you to Saint Mary's, and, with the permission of the Holy Virgin and of Saint Benedict, to offer my profession to the Abbot." "Not now, my son," said the Sub Prior, "not in this distemperature of mind. The wise and good accept not gifts which are made in heat of blood, and which may be after repented of. And shall we make our offerings to wisdom and to goodness itself with less of solemn resolution and deep devotion of mind, than is necessary to make them acceptable to our own frail companions in this valley of darkness? This I say to thee, my son, not as meaning to deter thee from the good path thou art now inclined to prefer, but that thou mayest make thy vocation and thine election sure." "There are actions, father," returned Edward, "which brook no delay, and this is one. It must be done this very now, or it may never be done. Let me go with you. Let me not behold the return of Halbert into this house. Shame, and the sense of the injustice I have already done him, will join with these dreadful passions which urge me to do him yet farther wrong. Let me then go with you." "With me, my son," said the Sub Prior, "thou shalt surely go. But our rule, as well as reason and good order, require that you should dwell a space with us as a probationer or novice, before taking upon thee those final vows which, sequestering thee for ever from the world, dedicate thee to the service of heaven." "And when shall we set forth, father?" said the youth, as eagerly as if the journey which he was now undertaking led to the pleasures of a summer holiday.
"Even now, if thou wilt," said the Sub Prior, yielding to his impetuosity.
"Go, then, and command them to prepare for our departure. Yet stay," he said, as Edward, with all the awakened enthusiasm of his character, hastened from his presence. "Come hither, my son, and kneel down." Edward obeyed, and kneeled down before him. Notwithstanding his slight figure and thin features, the Sub Prior could, from the energy of his tone and the earnestness of his devotional manner, impress his pupils and his penitents with no ordinary feelings of personal reverence. His heart always was, as well as seemed to be, in the duty which he was immediately performing, and the spiritual guide who thus shows a deep conviction of the importance of his office, seldom fails to impress a similar feeling upon his hearers. Upon such occasions as the present, his puny body seemed to assume more majestic stature. His spare and emaciated countenance bore a bolder, loftier, and more commanding port. His voice, always beautiful, trembled as labouring under the immediate impulse of the divinity, and his whole demeanour seemed to bespeak not the mere ordinary man, but the organ of the Church in which she had vested her high power for delivering sinners from their load of iniquity. "Hast thou, my fair son," said he, "faithfully recounted the circumstances which have thus suddenly determined thee to a religious life?" "The sins I have confessed, my father," answered Edward; "but I have not yet told of a strange appearance, which, acting in my mind, hath, I think, aided to determine my resolution." "Tell it then now," returned the Sub Prior; "it is thy duty to leave me uninstructed in naught, so that thereby I may understand the temptation that besets thee." "I tell it with unwillingness," said Edward; "for although, God wot, I speak but the mere truth, yet even while my tongue speaks it as truth, my own ears receive it as fable." "Yet say the whole," said Father Eustace; "neither fear rebuke from me, seeing I may know reasons for receiving as true that which others might regard as fabulous." "Know then, father," replied Edward, "that betwixt hope and despair and heavens, what a hope! The hope to find the corpse mangled and crushed hastily in amongst the bloody clay which the foot of the scornful victor had trod down upon my good, my gentle, my courageous brother, I sped to the glen called Corrinan Shian. But, as your reverence has been already informed, neither the grave, which my unhallowed wishes had, in spite of my better self, longed to see, nor any appearance of the earth having been opened, was visible in the solitary spot where Martin had, at morning yesterday, seen the fatal hillock. You know your dalesmen, father. The place hath an evil name, and this deception of the sight inclined them to leave it. My companions became affrighted, and hastened down the glen as men caught in trespass. My hopes were too much blighted, my mind too much agitated, to fear either the living or the dead. I descended the glen more slowly than they, often looking back, and not ill pleased with the poltroonery of my companions, which left me to my own perplexed and moody humour, and induced them to hasten into the broader dale. They were already out of sight, and lost amongst the windings of the glen, when, looking back, I saw a female form standing beside the fountain. How, my fair son," said the Sub Prior, "beware you jest not with your present situation." "I jest not, father," answered the youth. "It may be I shall never jest again, surely not for many a day. I saw, I say, the form of a female clad in white, such as the spirit which haunts the house of Avenel is supposed to be. Believe me, my father, for by heaven and earth I say naught but what I saw with these eyes." "I believe thee, my son," said the monk. "Proceed in thy strange story." "The apparition," said Edward Glendinning, "sung and thus ran her lay, for, strange as it may seem to you, her words abide by my remembrance as if they had been sung to me from infancy upward. Thou who seekest my fountain lone, with thoughts and hopes thou darest not own, whose heart within leaped wildly glad when most his brow seemed dark and sad, hie thee back, thou findest not here corpse or coffin, grave or bier. The dead alive is gone and fled, go thou and join the living dead. The living dead, whose sober brow oft shrouds such thoughts as thou hast now,
whose hearts within are seldom cured of passions by their vows abjured, where, under sad and solemn show, vain hopes are nursed, wild wishes glow. Seek the convent's vaulted room, prayer and vigil be thy doom. Doff the green and don the grey, to the cloister hence away. "'Tis a wild lay," said the Sub Prior, "and chanted, I fear me, with no good end. But we have power to turn the machinations of Satan to his shame. Edward, thou shalt go with me as thou desirest. Thou shalt prove the life for which I have long thought thee best fitted. Thou shalt aid, my son, this trembling hand of mine to sustain the holy ark, which bold unhallowed men press rashly forward to touch and to profane. Wilt thou not first see thy mother?" "I will see no one," said Edward hastily. "I will risk nothing that may shake the purpose of my heart. From Saint Mary's they shall learn my destination, all of them shall learn it. My mother, Mary Avenel, my restored and happy brother, they shall all know that Edward lives no longer to the world to be a clog on their happiness. Mary shall no longer need to constrain her looks and expressions to coldness because I am nigh. She shall no longer—" "My son," said the Sub Prior, interrupting him, "it is not by looking back on the vanities and vexations of this world that we fit ourselves for the discharge of duties which are not of it. Go, get our horses ready, and as we descend the glen together, I will teach thee the truths through which the fathers and wise men of old had that precious alchemy which can convert suffering into happiness." Chapter 33 Part A of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33 Part A. Now, on my faith, this gear is all entangled, like to the yarn clue of the drowsy knitter, dragged by the frolic kitten through the cabin, while the good dame sits nodding o'er the fire. Masters, attend, 'twill crave some skill to clear it. Old Play. Edward, with the speed of one who doubts the steadiness of his own resolution, hastened to prepare the horses for their departure, and at the same time thanked and dismissed the neighbours who had come to his assistance, and who were not a little surprised both at the suddenness of his proposed departure and at the turn affairs had taken. "Here's cold hospitality," quoth Dan of the Howlet Hurst to his comrades. "I trow the Glendinnings may die and come alive right oft, ere I put foot in stirrup again for the matter." Martin soothed them by placing food and liquor before them. They ate sullenly, however, and departed in bad humour. The joyful news that Halbert Glendinning lived was quickly communicated through the sorrowing family. The mother wept and thanked Heaven alternately, until her habits of domestic economy awakening as her feelings became calmer, she observed, "It would be an unco task to mend the yetts, and what were they to do while they were broken in that fashion? At open doors dogs come in." Tibb remarked, "She aye thought Albert was ower gleg at his weapon to be killed sae easily by ony Sir Piercie of them a'. They might say of these Southrons as they liked, but they had not the pith and wind of a canny Scot when it came to close grips." On Mary Avenel the impression was inconceivably deeper. She had but newly learned to pray, and it seemed to her that her prayers had been instantly answered, that the compassion of Heaven, which she had learned to implore in the words of Scripture, had descended upon her after a manner almost miraculous, and recalled the dead from the grave at the sound of her lamentations. There was a dangerous degree of enthusiasm in this strain of feeling, but it originated in the purest devotion. A silken and embroidered muffler, one of the few articles of more costly attire which she possessed, was devoted to the purpose of wrapping up and concealing the sacred volume, which henceforth she was to regard as her chiefest treasure, lamenting only that, for want of a fitting interpreter, much must remain to her a book closed and a fountain sealed. She was unaware of the yet greater danger she incurred, of putting an imperfect or even false sense upon some of the doctrines which appeared most comprehensible, but Heaven had provided against both these hazards. While Edward was preparing the horses, Christie of the Clinthill again solicited his orders respecting the reformed preacher, Henry Warden, and again the worthy monk laboured to reconcile in his own mind
the compassion and esteem which, almost in spite of him, he could not help feeling for his former companion, with the duty he owed to the church. The unexpected resolution of Edward had removed, he thought, the chief objection to his being left at Glendearg. "If I carry this Wellwood or Warden to the Monastery," he thought, "he must die in his heresy, perish body and soul. And though such a measure was once thought advisable, to strike terror into the heretics, yet such is now their daily increasing strength, that it may rather rouse them to fury and to revenge. True, he refuses to pledge himself to abstain from sowing his tares among the wheat, but the ground here is too barren to receive them. I fear not his making impression on these poor women, the vassals of the church, and bred up in due obedience to her behests. The keen, searching, inquiring, and bold disposition of Edward might have afforded fuel to the fire, but that is removed, and there is nothing left which the flame may catch to. Thus shall he have no power to spread his evil doctrines abroad, and yet his life shall be preserved, and it may be his soul rescued as a prey from the fowler's net. I will myself contend with him in argument, for when we studied in common I yielded not to him, and surely the cause for which I struggle will support me, were I yet more weak than I deem myself. Were this man reclaimed from his errors, an hundredfold more advantage would arise to the church from his spiritual regeneration than from his temporal death." Having finished these meditations, in which there was at once goodness of disposition and narrowness of principle, a considerable portion of self-opinion, and no small degree of self-delusion, the Sub Prior commanded the prisoner to be brought into his presence. "Henry," he said, "whatever a rigid sense of duty may demand of me, ancient friendship and Christian compassion forbid me to lead thee to assured death. Thou wert wont to be generous, though stern and stubborn in thy resolves. Let not thy sense of what thine own thoughts term duty draw thee farther than mine have done. Remember that every sheep whom thou shalt here lead astray from the fold will be demanded in time and through eternity of him who hath left thee the liberty of doing such evil. I ask no engagement of thee, save that thou remain a prisoner, on thy word, at this tower, and wilt appear when summoned." "Thou hast found an invention to bind my hands," replied the preacher, "more sure than would have been the heaviest shackles in the prison of thy convent. I will not rashly do what may endanger thee with thy unhappy superiors, and I will be the more cautious, because, if we had farther opportunity of conference, I trust thine own soul may yet be rescued as a brand from the burning, and that, casting from thee the livery of Antichrist, that trader in human sins and human souls, I may yet assist thee to lay hold on the Rock of Ages." The Sub Prior heard the sentiment, so similar to that which had occurred to himself, with the same kindly feelings with which the gamecock hears and replies to the challenge of his rival. "I bless God and Our Lady," said he, drawing himself up, "that my faith is already anchored on that rock on which Saint Peter founded his church." "It is a perversion of the text," said the eager Henry Warden, "grounded on a vain play upon words, a most idle paronomasia. The controversy would have been rekindled, and in all probability, for what can ensure the good temper and moderation of polemics, might have ended in the preacher's being transported a captive to the Monastery, had not Christie of the Clinthill observed that it was growing late, and that he, having to descend the glen, which had no good reputation, cared not greatly for travelling there after sunset. The Sub Prior, therefore, stifled his desire of argument, and again telling the preacher that he trusted to his gratitude and generosity, he bade him farewell. "Be assured, my old friend," replied Warden, "that no willing act of mine shall be to thy prejudice. But if my master shall place work before me, I must obey God rather than man." These two men, both excellent from natural disposition and acquired knowledge, had more points of similarity than they themselves would have admitted. In truth, the chief distinction betwixt them was, that the Catholic, defending a religion which afforded little interest to the feelings, had, in his devotion to the cause he espoused, more of the head than of the heart, and was politic, cautious, and artful; while the Protestant, acting under the strong impulse of more lately adopted conviction, and feeling, as he justly might, a more animated confidence in his cause, was enthusiastic, eager, and precipitate in his desire to advance it. The priest would have been contented to defend, the preacher aspired to conquer, and of course the impulse by which the latter was governed was more active and more decisive. They could not part from each other without a second pressure of hands, and each looked in the face of his old companion, as he bade him adieu, with a countenance strongly expressive of sorrow, affection, and pity. Father Eustace then explained briefly to Dame Glendinning that this person was to be her guest for some days, forbidding her and her whole household, under high spiritual censures, to hold any conversation with him on religious subjects, but commanding her to attend to his wants in all other particulars. "May Our Lady forgive me, reverend father," said Dame Glendinning, somewhat dismayed at this intelligence, "but I must needs say, that our money guests have been the ruin of many a house, and I trow they will bring down Glendearg. First came the Lady of Avenel, her soul be at rest, she meant nae ill, but she brought with her as mony bogles and fairies as ha' kept the house in care ever since, say that we have been living as it were in a dream. And then came that English knight, if it please you, and if he hasna killed my son outright, he has chased him aff the gate, and it may be lang enough ere I see him again, for by the damage done to outer door and inner door. And now your reverence has given me the charge of a heretic who, it is like, may bring the great horned devil himself down upon us all, and they say that it is neither door nor window will serve him, but he will take away the side of the old tower along with him. Nevertheless, reverend father, your pleasure is doubtless to be done to our power." "Go to, woman," said the Sub Prior, "send for workmen from the clachan, and let them charge the expense of their repairs to the community, and I will give the treasurer warrant to allow them. Moreover, in settling the rental mails and few duties, thou shalt have allowance for the trouble and charges to which thou art now put, and I will cause strict search to be made after thy son." The dame curtsied deep and low at each favourable expression, and when the Sub Prior had done speaking, she added her farther hope that the Sub Prior would hold some communing with her gossip the miller concerning the fate of his daughter, and expound to him that the chance had by no means happened through any negligence on her part. "I sair doubt me, father," she said, "whether Mysie finds her way back to the mill in a hurry. But it was all her father's own fault that let her run lamping about the country, riding on bare-backed nags, and never settling to do a turn of work within doors, unless it were to dress dainties at dinner time for his ain kite." "You remind me, dame, of another matter of urgency," said Father Eustace, "and God knows too many of them press on me at this moment. This English knight must be sought out, and explanation given to him of these most strange chances. The giddy girl must also be recovered. If she hath suffered in reputation by this unhappy mistake, I will not hold myself innocent of the disgrace." Chapter 33 Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33 Part B. Yet how to find them out, I know not. "So please you," said Christie of the Clinthill, "I am willing to take the chase, and bring them back by fair means or foul. For though you have always looked as black as night at me, whenever we have foregathered, yet I have not forgotten that had it not been for you, my neck would have kenned the weight of my 4 quarters. If any man can track the tread of them, I will say in the face of both Merse and Teviotdale, and take the forest to boot, I am that man. But first I have matters to treat of on my master's score, if you will permit me to ride down the glen with you." "Nay, but, my friend," said the Sub Prior, "thou shouldst remember I have but slender cause to trust thee for a companion through a place so solitary." "Tush, tush," said the jackman, "fear me not. I had the worst too surely to begin that sport again. Besides, have I not said a dozen of times I owe you a life? And when I owe a man either a good turn or a bad, I never fail to pay it sooner or later. Moreover, beshrew me if I dare to go alone down the glen, or even with my troopers, who are, every loon of them, as much devil's bairns as myself. Whereas, if your reverence, since that is the word, take beads and psalter, and I come along with jack and spear, you will make the devils take the air, and I will make all human enemies take the earth." Edward here entered, and told his reverence that his horse was prepared. At this instant his eye caught his mother's, and the resolution which he had so strongly formed was staggered when he recollected the necessity of bidding her farewell. The Sub Prior saw his embarrassment, and came to his relief. "Dame," said he, "I forgot to mention that your son Edward goes with me to St. Mary's, and will not return for 2 or 3 days. You be wishing to help him to recover his brother? May the saints reward your kindness." The Sub Prior returned the benediction, which, in this instance, he had not very well deserved, and he and Edward set forth on their route. They were presently followed by Christie, who came up with his followers at such a speedy pace, as intimated sufficiently that his wish to obtain spiritual convoy through the glen was extremely sincere. He had, however, other matters to stimulate his speed, for he was desirous to communicate to the Sub Prior a message from his master Julian, connected with the delivery of the prisoner Warden; and having requested the Sub Prior to ride with him a few yards before Edward, and the troopers of his own party, he thus addressed him, sometimes interrupting his discourse in a manner testifying that his fear of supernatural beings was not altogether lulled to rest by his confidence in the sanctity of his fellow traveller. "My master," said the rider, "deemed he had sent you an acceptable gift in that old heretic preacher, but it seems, from the slight care you have taken of him, that you make small account of the boon." "Nay," said the Sub Prior, "do not thus judge of it. The community must account highly of the service, and will reward it to thy master in goodly fashion. But this man and I are old friends, and I trust to bring him back from the paths of perdition." "Nay," said the moss trooper, "when I saw you shake hands at the beginning, I counted that you would fight it all out in love and honour, and that there would be no extreme dealings betwixt ye. However, it is all one to my master. Saint Mary, what call you yon, Sir Monk?" "The branch of a willow streaming across the path betwixt us and the sky." "Beshrew me," said Christie, "if it look not like a man's hand holding a sword. But touching my master, he, like a prudent man, hath kept himself aloof in these broken times, until he could see with precision what footing he was to stand upon. Right tempting offers he hath had from the lords of congregation, whom you call heretics, and at one time he was minded, to be plain with you, to have taken their way, for he was assured that the Lord James [Footnote: Lord James Stewart, afterwards the Regent Murray.] was coming this road at the head of a round body of cavalry, and accordingly Lord James did so far reckon upon him, that he sent this man Warden, or whatsoever be his name, to my master's protection as an assured friend; and moreover, with tidings that he himself was marching hitherward at the head of a strong body of horse." "Now Our Lady forfend," said the Sub Prior. "Amen," answered Christie, in some trepidation. "Did your reverence see aught?" "Nothing whatever," replied the monk. "It was thy tale which wrested me from that exclamation." "And it was some cause," replied he of the Clinthill, "for if Lord James should come hither, your Halidome would smoke for it. But be of good cheer, that expedition is ended before it was begun. The Baron of Avenel had sure news that Lord James has been fain to march westward with his merry men, to protect Lord Semple against Cassilis and the Kennedys. By my faith, it will cost him a brush; for wot ye what they say of that name? Twixt Wigton and the town of Ayr, Portpatrick and the Creeves of Cree, no man need think for to bide there, unless he court Saint Kennedy." "Then," said the Sub Prior, "the Lord James's purpose of coming southwards being broken, cost this person, Henry Warden, a cold reception at Avenel Castle." "It would not have been altogether so rough a one," said the moss trooper, "for my master was in heavy thought what to do in these unsettled times, and would scarce have hazarded misusing a man sent to him by so terrible a leader as the Lord James. But, to speak the truth, some busy devil tempted the old man to meddle with my master's Christian liberty of handfasting with Catherine of Newport. So that broke the wand of peace between them, and now ye may have my master, and all the force he can make, at your devotion, for Lord James never forgave wrong done to him, and if he come by the upper hand, he will have Julian's head, if there were never another of the name, as it is like there is not, excepting the bit slip of a lassie yonder. And now I have told you more of my master's affairs than he would thank me for, but you have done me a frank turn once, and I may need one at your hands again." "Thy frankness," said the Sub Prior, "shall surely advantage thee, for much it concerns the church in these broken times to know the purposes and motives of those around us. But what is it that thy master expects from us in reward of good service? For I esteem him one of those who are not willing to work without their hire." "Nay, that I can tell you flatly, for Lord James had promised him, in case he would be of his faction in these parts, an easy tack of the tane sheaves of his own barony of Avenel, together with the lands of Cranberry Moor, which lie intersected with his own, and he will look for no less at your hand." "But there is old Gilbert of Cranberry Moor," said the Sub Prior. "What are we to make of him? The heretic Lord James may take on him to dispone upon the goods and lands of the Halidome at his pleasure, because, doubtless, but for the protection of God, and the baronage which yet remain faithful to their creed, he may despoil us of them by force. But while they are the property of the community, we may not take steadings from ancient and faithful vassals, to gratify the covetousness of those who serve God only from the lucre of gain." "By the mast," said Christie, "it is well talking, Sir Priest; but when you consider that Gilbert has but 2 half-starved cowardly peasants to follow him, and only an old jaded aver to ride upon, fitter for the plough than for manly service, and that the Baron of Avenel never rides with fewer than 10 jackmen at his back, and oftener with 50, bowden in all that affairs to war, as if they were to do battle for a kingdom, and mounted on nags that nicker at the clash of the sword as if it were the clank of the lid of a corn chest, I say, when ye have computed all this, ye may guess what course will best serve your monastery." "Friend," said the monk, "I would willingly purchase thy master's assistance on his own terms, since times leave us no better means of defence against sacrilegious spoliation of heresy. But to take from a poor man his patrimony—" "For that matter," said the rider, "his seat would scarce be a soft one, if my master thought that Gilbert's interest stood betwixt him and what he wishes. The Halidome has land enough, and Gilbert may be quartered elsewhere." "We will consider the possibility of so disposing the matter," said the monk, "and will expect in consequence your master's most active assistance, with all the followers he can make, to join in the defence of the Halidome against any force by which it may be threatened." "A man's hand and a mailed glove on that," said the jackman. They [Footnote: As some atonement for their laxity of morals on most occasions, the Borderers were severe observers of the faith which they had pledged, even to an enemy. If any person broke his word so plighted, the individual to whom faith had not been observed used to bring to the next Border meeting a glove hung on the point of a spear, and proclaim to Scots and English the name of the defaulter. This was accounted so great a disgrace to all connected with him, that his own clansmen sometimes destroyed him, to escape the infamy he had brought on them. Constable, a spy engaged by Sir Ralph Sadler, talks of 2 Border thieves whom he used as his guides; that they would not care to steal, and yet that they would not betray any man that trusts in them, for all the gold in Scotland or France. They are my guides and outlaws. If they would betray me, they might get their pardons, and cause me to be hanged. But I have tried them ere this." Sadler's Letters during the Northern Insurrection. Call us marauders, thieves, and what not, but the side we take we hold by, and I will be blithe when my Baron comes to appoint which side he will take, for the castle is a kind of hell Our Lady forgive me for naming such a word in this place while he is in his mood, studying how he may best advantage himself. And now, Heaven be praised, we are in the open valley, and I may swear a round oath should aught happen to provoke it." "My friend," said the Sub Prior, "thou hast little merit in abstaining from oaths or blasphemy, if it be only out of fear of evil spirits." "Nay, I am not quite a church vassal yet," said the jackman; "and if you link the curb too tight on a young horse, I promise you he will rear. Why, it is much for me to forbear old customs on any account whatever." The night being fine, they forded the river at the spot where the Sacristan met with his unhappy encounter with the spirit. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the Monastery, the porter, in waiting eagerly, exclaimed, "Reverend Father, the Lord Abbot is most anxious for your presence." "Let these strangers be carried to the great hall," said the Sub Prior, "and be treated with the best by the cellarer, reminding them, however, of that modesty and decency of conduct which becometh guests in a house like this." "But the Lord Abbot demands you instantly, my venerable brother," said Father Philip, arriving in great haste. "I have not seen him more discouraged or desolate of counsel since the field of Pinkie Cleugh was stricken." "I come, my good brother, I come," said Father Eustace. "I pray thee, good brother, let this youth, Edward Glendinning, be conveyed to the chamber of the novices, and placed under their instructor. God hath touched his heart, and he proposeth, laying aside the vanities of the world, to become a brother of our holy order, which, if his good parts be matched with fitting docility and humility, he may one day live to adorn." "My very venerable brother," exclaimed old Father Nicholas, who came hobbling with a third summons to the Sub Prior, "I pray thee to hasten to our worshipful Lord Abbot. The holy patroness be with us. Never saw I Abbot of the House of St. Mary's in such consternation. And yet I remember me well when Father Ingelram had the news of Flodden Field." I come, venerable brother," said Father Eustace; and having repeatedly ejaculated, "I come," he at last went to the Abbot in good earnest. Chapter 33. Part B. Chapter 34, Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34, Part A. It is not texts will do it. Church artillery are silenced soon by real ordnance, and cannons are but vain opposed to cannon. Go, coin your crosier, melt your church plate down, bid the starved soldier banquet in your halls, and quaff your long-saved hogsheads. Turn them out, thus primed with your good cheer, to guard your wall, and they will venture for it. Old Play. The Abbot received his counsellor with a tremulous eagerness of welcome, which announced to the Sub Prior an extreme agitation of spirits, and the utmost need of good counsel. There was neither mazer dish nor standing cup upon the little table, at the elbow of his huge chair of state. His beads alone lay there, and it seemed as if he had been telling them in his extremity of distress. Beside the beads was placed the mitre of the Abbot, of an antique form, and blazing with precious stones, and the rich and highly embossed crosier rested against the same table. The Sacristan and old Father Nicholas had followed the Sub Prior into the Abbot's apartment, perhaps with the hope of learning something of the important matter which seemed to be in hand. They were not mistaken, for after having ushered in the Sub Prior, and being themselves in the act of retiring, the Abbot made them a signal to remain. "My brethren," he said, "it is well known to you with what painful zeal we have overseen the weighty affairs of this house committed to our unworthy hand. Your bread hath been given to you, and your water hath been sure. I have not wasted the revenues of the convent on vain pleasures, as hunting or hawking, or in change of rich cope or alb, or in feasting idle bards and jesters, saving those who according to old wont were received in time of Christmas and Easter. Neither have I enriched either mine own relations nor strange women, at the expense of the patrimony." "There hath not been such a Lord Abbot," said Father Nicholas, "to my knowledge, since the days of Abbot Ingelram, who" At that portentous word, which always preluded a long story, the Abbot broke in, "May God have mercy on his soul! We talk not of him now. What I would know of ye, my brethren, is whether I have, in your mind, faithfully discharged the duties of mine office. There has never been subject of complaint, answered the Sub-Prior. The sacristan, more diffuse, enumerated the various acts of indulgence and kindness which the mild government of Abbot Boniface had conferred on the Brotherhood of St. Mary's, the indulgentiae, the gratias, the biberes, the weekly mess of boiled almonds, the enlarged accommodation of the refectory, the better arrangement of the cellarage, the improvement of the revenue of the monastery, the diminution of the privations of the brethren. "You might have added, my brother," said the Abbot, listening with melancholy acquiescence to the detail of his own merits, "that I caused to be built that curious screen which secureth the cloisters from the northeast wind. But all these things avail nothing, as we read in holy Maccabee, capta est civitas per voluntatem Dei. It hath cost me no little thought, no common toil, to keep these weighty matters in such order as you have seen them. There was both barn and bin to be kept full, infirmary, dormitory, guest hall, and refectory, to be looked to, processions to be made, confessions to be heard, strangers to be entertained, veniae to be granted or refused, and I warrant me, when every one of you was asleep in your cell, the Abbot hath lain awake for a full hour by the bell, thinking how these matters might be ordered seemly and suitably." "May we ask, reverend my lord," said the Sub Prior, "what additional care has now been thrown upon you, since your discourse seems to point that way?" "Marry, this is it," said the Abbot; "the talk is not now of biberes." [Footnote: The biberes, caritas, and boiled almonds, of which Abbot Boniface speaks, were special occasions for enjoying luxuries, afforded to the monks by grants from different sovereigns, or from other benefactors to the convent. There is one of these charters called De Pintantia Centum Librarem. By this charter, which is very curious, our Robert Bruce, on the 10th of January, and in the 12th year of his reign, assigns out of the customs of Berwick, and failing them, out of the customs of Edinburgh or Haddington, the sum of 100 pounds, at the half-yearly terms of Pentecost and St. Martin's in winter, to the Abbot and community of the monks of Melrose. The precise purpose of this annuity is to furnish to each of the monks of the said monastery, while placed at food in the refectory, an extra mess of rice boiled with milk, or of almonds, or peas, or other pulse of that kind which could be procured in the country. This addition to their commons is to be entitled the King's Mess, and it is declared, that although any monk should, from honest apology, want appetite or inclination to eat of the King's Mess, his share should, nevertheless, be placed on the table with those of his brethren, and afterwards carried to the gate and given to the poor. "Neither is it our pleasure," continues the bountiful sovereign, "that the dinner, which is or ought to be served up to the said monks according to their ancient rule, should be diminished in quantity, or rendered inferior in quality, on account of this our mess, so furnished as aforesaid. It is moreover provided, that the Abbot, with the consent of the most sage of his brethren, shall name a prudent and decent monk for receiving, directing, and expending all matters concerning this annuity for the benefit of the community, agreeably to the royal desire and intention, rendering a faithful account thereof to the Abbot and superiors of the same convent. And the same charter declares the King's farther pleasure, that the said men of religion should be bound yearly and for ever, in acknowledgment of the above donation, to clothe 15 poor men at the feast of St. Martin in winter, and to feed them on the same day, delivering to each of them 4 ells of large or broad, or 6 ells of narrow cloth, and to each also a new pair of shoes or sandals, according to their order. And if the said monks shall fail in their engagements, or any of them, it is the King's will that the fault shall be redeemed by a double performance of what has been omitted, to be executed at the sight of the chief forester of Ettrick for the time being, and before the return of St. Martin's Day succeeding that on which the omission has taken place. Of this charter, respecting the pittance of 100, I assigned to furnish the monks of Melrose with a daily mess of boiled rice, almonds, or other pulse, to mend their commons. The antiquarian reader will be pleased, doubtless, to see the original.
Carta Regis Roberti Primus abbati et conventui de Melros. Carta de Pitancia 100 librarum. Robertus Dei gratia Rex Scotorum omnibus probis hominibus totius terre sue salutem. Sciatis nos pro salute anime nostre et pro salute animarum antecessorum et successorum nostrorum regum Scotiae dedisse concessisse et ac presenti carta nostra confirmasse Deo et Beate Mariae Virgini et religiosis viris abbati et conventui de Melros et eorum successoribus in perpetuum 100 libras sterlingorum annui reditus singulis annis percipiendas de firmis nostris burgi bervici super. Tuedam ad terminos Pentecostis et Sancti Martini in iemme pro equali portione vel de nova custuma nostra burgi predictis firme nostre predicte ad dictam summam pecuniae sufficiere non poterunt vel de nova custuma nostra burgorum nostrorum de Edinburgh et de Haddington si firme nostre et custuma nostra vile bervici aliquo casu contingente ad hoc forte non sufficiant. Ita quod dicta summa pecuniae 100 librarum eis annuatim integre et absque contradictione aliqua plenarie persolvatur precunctis aliis, qui buscunque assignationibus per nos factis seu faciendis ad inveniendum in perpetuum singulis diebus quilibet monaco monasterii predicti comedenti in refectorio unum sufficiens ferculum risarum factarum cum lacte amygdalarum vel pissarum sive aliorum ciborum consimilis conditionis inventorum in patria et illud ferculum regis vocabitur in aeternum. Et si aliquis monachus ex aliqua causa honesta de dicto ferculo comedere noluerit, vel refici non poterit non minus atamen sibi de dicto ferculo ministretur et ad portam pro pauperibus deportetur. Nec volumus quod occasione ferculi nostri predicti prandium dicti conventus de quo antiquitus communiter eis deserviri sive ministrari solevat in aliquo pejoretur seu diminuatur. Volum us in super et ordinamus quod abbas eiusdem monasterii qui pro tempore fuerit de consensu saniorum de conventu specialiter constituat unum monachum providum et discretum ad recipiendum ordinandum et expendendum totam summam pecuniae memorate pro utilitate conventus secundum votum et intentionem mentis nostre superius annotatum et ad redendum fidele compotum coram abbate et maioribus de conventu singulis annis de pecunia sic recepta. Et volumus, quod dicti religiosi teneantur annuatim in perpetuum pro predicta donatione nostra ad perpetuam nostri memoriam vestire 15 pauperes ad festum Sancti Martini in ieme et eosdem civare eodem die liberando eorum quilibet quatuor ulnas panni grossi et lati vel sex ulnas panni stricti et eorum quilibet unum novum par sotularium de ordine suo. Et si dicti religiosi in premissis vel aliquo premissorum aliquo anno defecerint volumus quod illud quod minus per impletum fuerit duplicetur diebus magis necessariis per visum capitalis forestarii nostri de Selkirk, qui pro tempore fuerit, et quod dicta duplicatio fiat ante Natale Domini proximo sequens festum Sancti Martini predictum, in cuius rei testimonium presenti carte nostre sigillum nostrum precipimus apponi. Testibus venerabilibus in Christo patribus Willielmo, Ioanne, Willielmo et David, Sancti Andrei, Glasguensis, Dunkeldensis et Moraviensis ecclesiarum Dei Gratia Episcopis Bernardo Abbate de Abirbrotoc, Cancellario Duncano Malicio et Ugone de Fif de Stratin et de Ros, comitibus Waltero Senescalo Scoccie, Jacobo Domini de Douglas et Alexandro Fraser camerario nostro socie militibus. Apud Abirbrotoc 10 die Januarii anno regni nostri 20.
End footnote. Or of Caritas, or of boiled almonds, but of an English band coming against us from Hexham, commanded by Sir John Foster. Nor is it of the screening us from the east wind, but how to escape Lord James Stuart, who cometh to lay waste and destroy with his heretic soldiers. I thought that purpose had been broken by the feud between Semple and the Kennedys, said the Sub-Prior hastily. They have accorded that matter at the expense of the church as usual, said the Abbot. The Earl of Cassilis is to have the 10 sheaves of his lands, which were given to the house of Crossraguel, and he has stricken hands with Stuart, who is now called Murray. Principis convenerant unum adversus dominum. There are the letters. The Sub-Prior took the letters, which had come by an express messenger from the Primate of Scotland, who still laboured to uphold the tottering fabric of the system under which he was at length buried, and, stepping towards the lamp, read them with an air of deep and settled attention. The Sacristan and Father Nicholas looked as helplessly at each other as the denizens of the poultry yard when the hawk soars over it. The Abbot seemed bowed down with the extremity of sorrowful apprehension, but kept his eye timorously fixed on the Sub-Prior, as if striving to catch some comfort from the expression of his countenance. When at length he beheld that, after a second intent perusal of the letters, he remained still silent and full of thought, he asked him in an anxious tone, "What is to be done?" "Our duty must be done," answered the Sub-Prior, "and the rest is in the hands of God." "Our duty! Our duty?" answered the Abbot impatiently. "Doubtless we are to do our duty, but what is that duty? Or how will it serve us? Will bell, book, and candle drive back the English heretics? Or will Murray care for psalms and antiphonars? Or can I fight for the Halidome, like Judas Maccabeus, against those profane Nicanors? Or send the sacristan against this new Holofernes, to bring back his head in a basket?" "True, my Lord Abbot," said the Sub Prior, "we cannot fight with carnal weapons, it is alike contrary to our habit and vow. But we can die for our convent and for our order. Besides, we can arm those who will and can fight. The English are but few in number, trusting, as it would seem, that they will be joined by Murray, whose march has been interrupted. If Foster, with his Cumberland and Hexham bandits, ventures to march into Scotland, to pillage and despoil our house, we will levy our vassals, and I trust shall be found strong enough to give him battle." "In the blessed name of Our Lady," said the Abbot, "think you that I am Petrus Eremita, to go forth the leader of an host?" "Nay," said the Sub Prior, "let some man skilled in war lead our people. There is Julian Avenel, an approved soldier." "But a scoffer, a debauched person, and in brief a man of Belial," quoth the Abbot. Chapter 34 Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34, Part B. "Still," said the monk, "we must use his ministry in that to which he has been brought up. We can guerdon him richly, and indeed I already know the price of his service. The English, it is expected, will presently set forth, hoping here to seize upon Piercie Shafton, whose refuge being taken with us, they make the pretext of this unheard of inroad." "Is it even so?" said the Abbot. "I never judged that his body of satin and his brain of feathers boded us much good." "Yet we must have his assistance, if possible," said the Sub Prior. "He may interest in our behalf the great Piercie, of whose friendship he boasts, and that good and faithful lord may break Foster's purpose. I will dispatch the jackman after him with all speed. Chiefly, however, I trust to the military spirit of the land, which will not suffer peace to be easily broken on the frontier. Credit me, my lord, it will bring to our side the hands of many, whose hearts may have gone astray after strange doctrines. The great chiefs and barons will be ashamed to let the vassals of peaceful monks fight unaided against the old enemies of Scotland." "It may be," said the Abbot, "that Foster will wait for Murray, whose purpose hitherward is but delayed for a short space." "By the rood, he will not," said the Sub Prior. "We know this Sir John Foster, a pestilent heretic, he will long to destroy the church. Born a borderer, he will thirst to plunder her of her wealth. A border warden, he will be eager to ride in Scotland. There are too many causes to urge him on. If he joins with Murray, he will have at best but an auxiliary share of the spoil. If he comes hither before him, he will reckon on the whole harvest of depredation as his own. Julian Avenel also has, as I have heard, some spite against Sir John Foster. They will fight, when they meet, with double determination. Sacristan, send for our bailiff. Where is the roll of fencible men, liable to do suit and service to the Halidome? Send off to the Baron of Megalot, he can raise 80 horse and better. Say to him the Monastery will compound with him for the customs of his bridge, which have been in controversy, if he will show himself a friend at such a point. And now, my lord, let us compute our possible numbers, and those of the enemy, that human blood be not spilled in vain. Let us therefore calculate—" "My brain is dizzied with the emergency," said the poor Abbot. "I am not, I think, more a coward than others, so far as my own person is concerned. But speak to me of marching, and collecting soldiers, and calculating forces, and you may as well tell of it to the youngest novice of a nunnery. But my resolution is taken. Brethren," he said, rising up and coming forward with that dignity which his comely person enabled him to assume, "hear for the last time the voice of your Abbot Boniface. I have done for you the best that I could. In quieter times I had perhaps done better, for it was for quiet that I sought the cloister, which has been to me a place of turmoil, as much as if I had sate in the receipt of custom, or ridden forth as leader of an armed host. But now matters turn worse and worse, and I, as I grow old, am less able to struggle with them. Also, it becomes me not to hold a place, whereof the duties, through my default or misfortune,
may be but imperfectly filled by me. Wherefore I have resolved to demit this mine high office, so that the order of these matters may presently devolve upon Father Eustatius here present, our well-beloved Sub-Prior. And I now rejoice that he hath not been provided according to his merits elsewhere, seeing that I well hope he will succeed to the mitre and staff which it is my present purpose to lay down." "In the name of Our Lady, do nothing hastily, my lord," said Father Nicholas. "I do remember that when the worthy Abbot Ingelram, being in his 90th year, for I warrant you he could remember when Benedict the 13th was deposed, and being ill at ease and bedrid, the brethren rounded in his ear that he were better resign his office. And what said he, being a pleasant man? Marry, that while he could crook his little finger, he would keep hold of the crosier with it." The Sacristan also strongly remonstrated against the resolution of his Superior, and set down the insufficiency he pleaded to the native modesty of his disposition. The Abbot listened in downcast silence. Even flattery could not win his ear. Father Eustace took a nobler tone with his disconcerted and dejected Superior. "My Lord Abbot," he said, "if I have been silent concerning the virtues with which you have governed this house, do not think that I am unaware of them. I know that no man ever brought to your high office a more sincere wish to do well to all mankind, and if your rule has not been marked with the bold lines which sometimes distinguished your spiritual predecessors, their faults have equally been strangers to your character." "I did not believe," said the Abbot, turning his looks to Father Eustace with some surprise, "that you, father, of all men, would have done me this justice." "In your absence," said the Sub Prior, "I have even done it more fully. Do not lose the good opinion which all men entertain of you, by renouncing your office when your care is most needed." "But, my brother," said the Abbot, "I leave a more able in my place." "That you do not," said Eustace, "because it is not necessary you should resign in order to possess the use of whatever experience or talent I may be accounted master of. I have been long enough in this profession to know that the individual qualities, which any of us may have, are not his own, but the property of the community, and only so far useful when they promote the general advantage. If you care not in person, my lord, to deal with this troublesome matter, let me implore you to go instantly to Edinburgh, and make what friends you can in our behalf, while I in your absence will, as Sub Prior, do my duty in defence of the Halidome. If I succeed, may the honour and praise be yours, and if I fail, let the disgrace and shame be mine own." The Abbot mused for a space, and then replied, "No, Father Eustatius, you shall not conquer me by your generosity. In times like these, this house must have a stronger pilotage than my weak hands afford, and he who steers the vessel must be chief of the crew. Shame were it to accept the praise of other men's labours, and in my poor mind, all the praise which can be bestowed on him who undertakes a task so perilous and perplexing is a meed beneath his merits. Misfortune to him would deprive him of an iota of it. Assume, therefore, your authority tonight, and proceed in the preparations you judge necessary. Let the chapter be summoned tomorrow, after we have heard mass, and all shall be ordered as I have told you. Benedicite, my brethren. Peace be with you. May the new Abbot expectant sleep as sound as he who is about to resign his mitre." They retired, affected even to tears. The good Abbot had shown a point of his character to which they were strangers. Even Father Eustace had held his spiritual superior hitherto as a good-humoured, indolent, self-indulgent man, whose chief merit was the absence of gross faults. So that this sacrifice of power to a sense of duty, even if a little alloyed by the meaner motives of fear and apprehended difficulties, raised him considerably in the Sub Prior's estimation. He even felt an aversion to profit by the resignation of the Abbot Boniface, and in a manner to rise on his ruins. But this sentiment did not long contend with those which led him to recollect higher considerations. It could not be denied that Boniface was entirely unfit for his situation in the present crisis, and the Sub Prior felt that he himself, acting merely as a delegate, could not well take the decisive measures which the time required. The weal of the community therefore demanded his elevation. If, besides, there crept in a feeling of high dignity obtained, and the native exultation of a haughty spirit called to contend with the imminent dangers attached to a post of such distinction, These sentiments were so cunningly blended and amalgamated with others of a more disinterested nature, that, as the Sub Prior himself was unconscious of their agency, we, who have a regard for him, are not solicitous to detect it. The Abbot-elect carried himself with more dignity than formerly, when giving such directions as the pressing circumstances of the times required, and those who approached him could perceive an unusual kindling of his falcon eye, and an unusual flush upon his pale and faded cheek. With briefness and precision he wrote and dictated various letters to different barons, acquainting them with the meditated invasion of the Halidome by the English, and conjuring them to lend aid and assistance as in a common cause. The temptation of advantage was held out to those whom he judged less sensible of the cause of honour, and all were urged by the motives of patriotism and ancient animosity to the English. The time had been when no such exhortations would have been necessary, but so essential was Elizabeth's aid to the reformed party in Scotland, and so strong was that party almost everywhere, that there was reason to believe a great many would observe neutrality on the present occasion, even if they did not go the length of uniting with the English against the Catholics. When Father Eustace considered the number of the immediate vassals of the Church, whose aid he might legally command, his heart sunk at the thoughts of ranking them under the banner of the fierce and profligate Julian Avenel. Were the young enthusiast Halbert Glendinning to be found, thought Father Eustace in his anxiety, I would have risked the battle under his leading, young as he is, and with better hope of God's blessing. But the bailiff is now too infirm, nor know I a chief of name whom I might trust in this important matter better than this Avenel. He touched a bell which stood on the table, and commanded Christie of the Clinthill to be brought before him. "Thou owest me a life," said he to that person on his entrance, "and I may do thee another good turn if thou beest sincere with me." Christie had already drained 2 standing cups of wine, which would, on another occasion, have added to the insolence of his familiarity; but at present there was something in the augmented dignity of manner of Father Eustace which imposed a restraint on him, yet his answers partook of his usual character of undaunted assurance. He professed himself willing to return a true answer to all inquiries. "Has the Baron, so styled, of Avenel, any friendship with Sir John Foster, Warden of the West Marches of England?" "Such friendship as is between the wild cat and the terrier," replied the rider. "Will he do battle with him should they meet?" "As surely," answered Christie, "as ever cock fought on Shrovetide even." "And would he fight with Foster in the Church's quarrel?" "On any quarrel, or upon no quarrel whatever," replied the jackman. "We will then write to him, letting him know, that if upon occasion of an apprehended incursion by Sir John Foster, he will join his force with ours, he shall lead our men, and be gratified for doing so to the extent of his wish. Yet one word more. Thou didst say thou couldst find out where the English knight, Sir Piercie Shafton, has this day fled to?" "That I can, and bring him back too, by fair means or force, as best likes your reverence." "No force must be used upon him. Within what time wilt thou find him out?" "Within 30 hours, so he have not crossed the Lothian Firth. If it is to do you a pleasure, I will set off directly, and wind him as a sleuth dog tracks the moss trooper," answered Christie. "Bring him hither, then, and thou wilt deserve good at our hands, which I may soon have free means of bestowing on thee." "Thanks to your reverence, I put myself in your reverence's hands. We of the spear and snaffle walk something recklessly through life; but if a man were worse than he is, your reverence knows he must live, and that's not to be done without shifting, I trow." "Peace, sir, and begone on thine errand. Thou shalt have a letter from us to Sir Piercie." Christie made 2 steps towards the door; then turning back and hesitating, like one who would make an impertinent pleasantry if he dared, he asked what he was to do with the wench Mysie Happer, whom the Southron knight had carried off with him. "Am I to bring her hither, please your reverence?" "Hither, you malapert knave," said the churchman; "remember to whom you speak." "No offence meant," replied Christie; "but if such is not your will, I would carry her to Avenel Castle, where a well favoured wench was never unwelcome." "Bring the unfortunate girl to her father's, and break no scurril jests here," said the Sub Prior. "See that thou guide her in all safety and honour." "In safety, surely," said the rider, "and in such honour as her outbreak has left her. I bid your reverence farewell. I must be on horse before cock crow." "What, in the dark? How knowest thou which way to go?" "I tracked the knight's horse tread as far as near to the ford, as we rode along together," said Christie, "and I observed the track turn to the northward. He is for Edinburgh, I will warrant you. So soon as daylight comes I will be on the road again. It is a kenspeckle hoof mark, for the shoe was made by old Eckie of Cannobie. I would swear to the curve of the caulker." So saying, he departed. "Hateful necessity," said Father Eustace, looking after him, "that obliges us to use such implements as these. But assailed as we are on all sides, and by all conditions of men, what alternative is left us? But now let me to my most needful task." The Abbot elect accordingly sate down to write letters, arrange orders, and take upon him the whole charge of an institution which tottered to its fall, with the same spirit of proud and devoted fortitude wherewith the commander of a fortress, reduced nearly to the last extremity, calculates what means remain to him to protract the fatal hour of successful storm. In the meanwhile, Abbot Boniface, having given a few natural sighs to the downfall of the preeminence he had so long enjoyed amongst his brethren, fell fast asleep, leaving the whole cares and toils of office to his assistant. End of chapter 34, Part B. Chapter 35 of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. And when he came to broken briggs, he slacked his bow and swam, and when he came to grass growing, set down his feet and ran. Gil Maurice. We return to Halbert Glendinning, who, as our readers may remember, took the high road to Edinburgh. His intercourse with the preacher Henry Warden, from whom he received a letter at the moment of his deliverance, had been so brief that he had not even learned the name of the nobleman to whose care he was recommended. Something like a name had been spoken, indeed, but he had only comprehended that he was to meet the chief advancing towards the south at the head of a party of horse. When day dawned on his journey he was in the same uncertainty. A better scholar would have been informed by the address of the letter, but Halbert had not so far profited by Father Eustace's lessons as to be able to decipher it. His mother wit taught him that he must not, in such uncertain times, be too hasty in asking information of any one; and when, after a long day's journey, night surprised him near a little village, he began to be dubious and anxious concerning the issue of his journey. In a poor country, hospitality is generally exercised freely, and Halbert, when he requested a night's quarters, did nothing either degrading or extraordinary. The old woman, to whom he made this request, granted it the more readily, that she thought she saw some resemblance between Halbert and her son Saunders, who had been killed in one of the frays so common in the time. It is true, Saunders was a short square-made fellow, with red hair and a freckled face, and somewhat bandy-legged, whereas the stranger was of a brown complexion, tall, and remarkably well made. Nevertheless, the widow was clear that there existed a general resemblance betwixt her guest and Saunders, and kindly pressed him to share of her evening cheer. A pedlar, a man about 40 years old, was also her guest, who talked with great feeling of the misery of pursuing such a profession as his in the time of war and tumult. "We think much of knights and soldiers," said he, "but the pedder cough who travels the land has need of more courage than them all. I am sure he maun face mair risk, God help him. Here have I come this length, trusting the godly Earl of Murray would be on his march to the borders, for he was to have guestened with the Baron of Avenel, and instead of that comes news that he has gone westland ways, about some Twilsey in Ayrshire. And what to do I wot not, for if I go to the south without a safeguard, the next bonny rider I meet might ease me of sack and pack, and maybe of my life to boot. And then if I try to strike across the moors, I may be as ill off before I can join myself to that good lord's company."
No one was quicker at catching a hint than Halbert Glendinning. He said he himself had a desire to go westward. The pedlar looked at him with a very doubtful air, when the old dame, who perhaps thought her young guest resembled the umquhile Saunders, not only in his looks, but in a certain pretty turn to sleight of hand which the defunct was supposed to have possessed, tipped him the wink, and assured the pedlar he need have no doubt that her young cousin was a true man. "Cousin!" said the pedlar, "I thought you said this youth had been a stranger." "Ill hearing makes ill rehearsing," said the landlady. "He is a stranger to me by eyesight, but that does not make him a stranger to me by blood, more especially seeing his likeness to my son Saunders, poor bairn." The pedlar's scruples and jealousies being thus removed, or at least silenced, the travellers agreed that they would proceed in company together the next morning by daybreak, the pedlar acting as a guide to Glendinning, and the youth as a guard to the pedlar, till they should fall in with Murray's detachment of horse. It would appear that the lady never doubted what was to be the event of this compact, for, taking Glendinning aside, she charged him to be moderate with the poor body, but at all events not to forget to take a piece of black say, to make the old wife a new rokelay. Halbert laughed and took his leave. It did not a little appall the pedlar when, in the midst of a black heath, the young man told him the nature of the commission with which their hostess had charged him. He took heart, however, upon seeing the open, frank, and friendly demeanour of the youth, and vented his exclamations on the ungrateful old traitress. "I gave her," he said, "yesterday in, nay farther gane, a yard of that very black say, to make her a couvre-chef, but I see it is ill done to teach the cat the way to the kern." Thus set at ease on the intentions of his companion, for in those happy days the worst was always to be expected from a stranger, the pedlar acted as Halbert's guide over moss and moor, over hill and many a dale, in such a direction as might best lead them towards the route of Murray's party. At length they arrived upon the side of an eminence, which commanded a distant prospect over a tract of savage and desolate moorland, marshy and waste, an alternate change of shingly hill and level morass, only varied by blue stagnant pools of water. A road scarcely marked winded like a serpent through the wilderness, and the pedlar, pointing to it, said, "The road from Edinburgh to Glasgow. Here we must wait, and if Murray and his train be not already passed by, we shall soon see trace of them, unless some new purpose shall have altered their resolution. For in these blessed days no man, were he the nearest the throne, as the Earl of Murray may be, knows when he lays his head on his pillow at night where it is to lie upon the following even." They paused accordingly and sat down, the pedlar cautiously using for a seat the box which contained his treasures, and not concealing from his companion that he wore under his cloak a pistolet hanging at his belt in case of need. He was courteous, however, and offered Halbert a share of the provisions which he carried about him for refreshment. They were of the coarsest kind, oak bread baked in cakes, oatmeal slaked with cold water, an onion or two, and a morsel of smoked ham completed the feast. But such as it was, no Scotsman of the time, had his rank been much higher than that of Glendinning, would have refused to share in it, especially as the pedlar produced, with a mysterious air, a tup's horn, which he carried slung from his shoulders, and which, when its contents were examined, produced to each party a clam-shell full of excellent usquebaugh, a liquor strange to Halbert, for the strong waters known in the south of Scotland came from France, and in fact such were but rarely used. The pedlar recommended it as excellent, said he had procured it in his last visit to the braes of Doune, where he had securely traded under the safe conduct of the Laird of Buchanan. He also set an example to Halbert, by devoutly emptying the cup to the speedy downfall of Antichrist. Their conviviality was scarce ended, ere a rising dust was seen on the road of which they commanded the prospect, and half a score of horsemen were dimly descried, advancing at considerable speed, their casques glancing, and the points of their spears twinkling as they caught a glimpse of the sun. "These," said the pedlar, "must be the outscorers of Murray's party. Let us lie down in the peat hag, and keep ourselves out of sight." "And why so?" said Halbert. "Let us rather go down and make a signal to them." "God forbid," replied the pedlar. "Do you ken so ill the customs of our Scottish nation? That plump of spears that are spurring on so fast are doubtless commanded by some wild kinsmen of Morton, or some such daring fear-nothing as neither regards God nor man. It is their business, if they meet with any enemies, to pick quarrels and clear the way of them. And the chief knows nothing of what happens. Coming up with his more discreet and moderate friends, it may be a full mile in the rear. Were we to go near these lads of the Laird's Belt, your letter would do you little good, and my pack would do me muckle black ill. They would tirl every steek of claithes from our back, fling us into a moss hag with a stone at our heels, naked as the hour that brought us into this cumbered and sinful world, and neither Murray nor any other man ever the wiser. But if he did come to ken of it, what might he help it? It would be accounted a mere mistake, and there were all the moan made. O credit me, youth, that when men draw cold steel on each other in their native country, they neither can nor may dwell deeply on the offences of those whose swords are useful to them. They suffered, therefore, the vanguard, as it might be termed, of the Earl of Murray's host to pass forward, and it was not long until a denser cloud of dust began to arise to the northward. "Now," said the pedlar, "let us hurry down the hill, for to tell the truth," said he, dragging Halbert along earnestly, "a Scottish noble's march is like a serpent. The head is furnished with fangs, and the tail hath its sting. The only harmless point of access is the main body." "I will hasten as fast as you," said the youth; "but tell me why the rearward of such an army should be as dangerous as the van?" "Because, as the vanguard consists of their picked wild desperates, resolute for mischief, such as neither fear God nor regard their fellow creatures, but understand themselves bound to hurry from the road whatever is displeasing to themselves, so the rear guard consists of misproud serving men, who, being in charge of the baggage, take care to amend by their exactions upon travelling merchants and others, their own thefts on their master's property. You will hear the advanced enfants perdus, as the French call them, and so they are indeed, namely, children of the fall, singing unclean and fulsome ballads of sin and harlotry. And then will come on the middle ward, when you will hear the canticles and psalms sung by the reforming nobles, and the gentry, and honest and pious clergy, by whom they are accompanied. And last of all, you will find in the rear a legend of godless lackeys, palfreniers, and horseboys, talking of nothing but dicing, drinking, and drabbing." As the pedlar spoke, they had reached the side of the high road, and Murray's main body was in sight, consisting of about 300 horse, marching with great regularity, and in a closely compacted body. Some of the troopers wore the liveries of their masters, but this was not common. Most of them were dressed in such colours as chance dictated, but the majority being clad in blue cloth, and the whole armed with cuirass and backplate, with sleeves of mail, gauntlets and poldroons, and either mailed hose or strong jack-boots, they had something of a uniform appearance. Many of the leaders were clad in complete armour, and all in a certain half-military dress, which no man of quality in those disturbed times ever felt himself sufficiently safe to abandon. The foremost of this party immediately rode up to the pedlar and to Halbert Glendinning, and demanded of them who they were. The pedlar told his story, the young Glendinning exhibited his letter, which a gentleman carried to Murray. In an instant after, the word halt was given through the squadron, and at once the onward heavy tramp, which seemed the most distinctive attribute of the body, ceased, and was heard no more. The command was announced that the troop should halt here for an hour to refresh themselves and their horses. The pedlar was assured of safe protection, and accommodated with the use of a baggage horse, but at the same time he was ordered into the rear, a command which he reluctantly obeyed, and not without wringing pathetically the hand of Halbert as he separated from him. The young heir of Glendearg was in the meanwhile conducted to a plot of ground more raised, and therefore drier than the rest of the moor. Here a carpet was flung on the ground by way of tablecloth, and around it sat the leaders of the party, partaking of an entertainment as coarse with relation to their rank as that which Glendinning had so lately shared. Murray himself rose as he came forward, and advanced a step to meet him. This celebrated person had in his appearance as well as in his mind much of the admirable qualities of James V, his father. Had not the stain of illegitimacy rested upon his birth, he would have filled the Scottish throne with as much honour as any of the Stuart race. But history, while she acknowledges his high talents, and much that was princely, nay royal, in his conduct, cannot forget that ambition led him farther than honour or loyalty warranted. Brave amongst the bravest, fair in presence and in favour, skilful to manage the most intricate affairs, to attach himself to those who were doubtful, to stun and overwhelm by the suddenness and intrepidity of his enterprises those who were resolute in resistance, he attained, and as to personal merit certainly deserved, the highest place in the kingdom. But he abused, under the influence of strong temptation, the opportunities which his sister Mary's misfortunes and imprudence threw in his way. He supplanted his sovereign and benefactress in her power, and his history affords us one of those mixed characters, in which principle was so often sacrificed to policy, that we must condemn the statesman, while we pity and regret the individual. Many events in his life gave likelihood to the charge that he himself aimed at the crown, and it is too true that he countenanced the fatal expedient of establishing an English, that is, a foreign and a hostile interest, in the councils of Scotland. But his death may be received as an atonement for his offences, and may serve to show how much more safe is the person of a real patriot than that of the mere head of a faction, who is accounted answerable for the offences of his meanest attendants. When Murray approached, the young rustic was naturally abashed at the dignity of his presence. The commanding form and the countenance, to which high and important thoughts were familiar, the features which bore the resemblance of Scotland's long line of kings, were well calculated to impress awe and reverence. His dress had little to distinguish him from the high-born nobles and barons by whom he was attended. A buff coat, richly embroidered with silken lace, supplied the place of armour, and a massive gold chain, with its medal, hung round his neck. His black velvet bonnet was decorated with a string of large and fair pearls, and with a small tufted feather. A long heavy sword was girt to his side, as the familiar companion of his hand. He wore gilded spurs on his boots, and these completed his equipment. "This letter," he said, "is from the godly preacher of the Word, Henry Warden, young man. Is it not so?" Halbert answered in the affirmative. "And he writes to us, it would seem, in some strait, and refers us to you for the circumstances. Let us know, I pray you, how things stand with him." In some perturbation, Halbert Glendinning gave an account of the circumstances which had accompanied the preacher's imprisonment. When he came to the discussion of the handfasting engagement, he was struck with the ominous and displeased expression of Murray's brows, and, contrary to all prudential and politic rule, seeing something was wrong, yet not well aware what that something was, had almost stopped short in his narrative. "What ails the fool?" said the Earl, drawing his dark red eyebrows together, while the same dusky glow kindled on his brow. "Hast thou not learned to tell a true tale without stammering?" "So please you," answered Halbert, with considerable address, "I have never before spoken in such a presence." "He seems a modest youth," said Murray, turning to his next attendant, "and yet one who in a good cause will neither fear friend nor foe. Speak on, friend, and speak freely." Halbert then gave an account of the quarrel betwixt Julian Avenel and the preacher, which the Earl, biting his lip the while, compelled himself to listen to as a thing of indifference. At first he appeared even to take the part of the Baron. "Henry Warden," he said, "is too hot in his zeal. The law both of God and man maketh allowance for certain alliances, though not strictly formal, and the issue of such may succeed." This general declaration he expressed, accompanying it with a glance around upon the few followers who were present at this interview. The most of them answered, "There is no contravening that." But one or two looked on the ground, and were silent. Murray then turned again to Glendinning, commanding him to say what next chanced, and not to omit any particular. When he mentioned the manner in which Julian had cast from him his concubine, Murray drew a deep breath, set his teeth hard, and laid his hand on the hilt of his dagger. Casting his eyes once more around the circle, which was now augmented by one or two of the reformed preachers, he seemed to devour his rage in silence, and again commanded Halbert to proceed. When he came to describe how Warden had been dragged to a dungeon, the Earl seemed to have found the point at which he might give vent to his own resentment, secure of the sympathy and approbation of all who were present. "Judge you," he said, looking to those around him, "judge you, my peers, and noble gentlemen of Scotland, betwixt me and this Julian Avenel. He hath broken his own word, and hath violated my safe conduct. He hath put his hand forth upon a preacher of the gospel, and perchance may sell his blood to the worshippers of Antichrist." "Let him die the death of a traitor," said the secular chiefs, "and let his tongue be struck through with the hangman's fiery iron to avenge his perjury." "Let him go down to his place with Baal's priests," said the preachers, "and be his ashes cast into Tophet." Murray heard them with the smile of expected revenge. Yet it is probable that the brutal treatment of the female, whose circumstances somewhat resembled those of the Earl's own mother, had its share in the grim smile which curled his sunburnt cheek and its haughty lip. To Halbert Glendinning, when his narrative was finished, he spoke with great kindness. "He is a bold and gallant youth," said he to those around, "and formed of the stuff which becomes a bustling time. There are periods when men's spirits shine bravely through them. I will know something more of him." He questioned him more particularly concerning the Baron of Avenel's probable forces, the strength of his castle, the dispositions of his next heir, and this brought necessarily forward the sad history of his brother's daughter, Mary Avenel, which was told with an embarrassment that did not escape Murray. "Ha! Julian Avenel," he said, "and do you provoke my resentment, when you have so much more reason to deprecate my justice? I knew Walter Avenel, a true Scotsman and a good soldier. Our sister, the Queen, must right his daughter, and were her land restored, she would be a fitting bride to some brave man who may better merit our favour than the traitor Julian." Then looking at Halbert, he said, "Art thou of gentle blood, young man?" Halbert, with a faltering and uncertain voice, began to speak of his distant pretensions to claim a descent from the ancient Glendonwines of Galloway, when Murray interrupted him with a smile. "Nay, nay, leave pedigrees to bards and heralds. In our days each man is the son of his own deeds. The glorious light of Reformation hath shone alike on prince and peasant, and peasant as well as prince may be illustrated by fighting in its defence. It is a stirring world, where all may advance themselves who have stout hearts and strong arms. Tell me frankly while thou hast left thy father's house." Halbert Glendinning made a frank confession of his duel with Piercie Shafton, and mentioned his supposed death. "By my hand," said Murray, "thou art a bold sparrowhawk, to match thee so early with such a kite as Piercie Shafton. Queen Elizabeth would give her glove filled with gold crowns to know that meddling coxcomb to be under the sod. Would she not, Morton?" "Ay, by my word, and esteem her glove a better gift than the crowns," replied Morton, "which few Border lads like this fellow will esteem just valuation." "But what shall we do with this young homicide?" said Murray. "What will our preachers say?" "Tell them of Moses and of Benaiah," said Morton. "It is but the smiting of an Egyptian when all is said out." "Let it be so," said Murray, laughing; "but we will bury the tale, as the prophet did the body, in the sand. I will take care of this swanky. Be near to us, Glendinning, since that is thy name. We retain thee as a squire of our household. The master of our horse will see thee fully equipped and armed." During the expedition which he was now engaged in, Murray found several opportunities of putting Glendinning's courage and presence of mind to the test, and he began to rise so rapidly in his esteem, that those who knew the Earl considered the youth's fortune as certain. One step only was wanting to raise him to a still higher degree of confidence and favour. It was the abjuration of the popish religion. The ministers who attended upon Murray, and formed his chief support amongst the people, found an easy convert in Halbert Glendinning, who, from his earliest days, had never felt much devotion towards the Catholic faith, and who listened eagerly to more reasonable views of religion. By thus adopting the faith of his master, he rose higher in his favour, and was constantly about his person during his prolonged stay in the west of Scotland, which the intractability of those whom the Earl had to deal with protracted from day to day, and week to week. Chapter 36, Part A, of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36, Part A. Faint the din of battle brayed, distant down the hollow wind. War and terror fled before, wounds and death were left behind. Penrose. The autumn of the year was well advanced, when the Earl of Morton, one morning, rather unexpectedly, entered the antechamber of Murray, in which Halbert Glendinning was in waiting. "Call your master, Halbert," said the Earl. "I have news for him from Teviotdale, and for you too, Glendinning. News! News, my Lord of Murray!" he exclaimed at the door of the Earl's bedroom. "Come forth instantly." The Earl appeared and greeted his ally, demanding eagerly his tidings. "I have had a sure friend with me from the south," said Morton. "He has been at St. Mary's Monastery, and brings important tidings." "Of what complexion?" said Murray, "and can you trust the bearer?" "He is faithful on my life," said Morton. "I wish all around your lordship may prove equally so." "At what and whom do you point?" demanded Murray. "Here is the Egyptian of trusty Halbert Glendinning, our Southland Moses, come alive again, and flourishing, gay and bright as ever, in that Teviotdale Goshen, the Halidome of Kennaquhair." "What mean you, my lord?" said Murray. "Only that your new henchman has put a false tale upon you. Piercie Shafton is alive and well, by the same token that the gull is thought to be detained there by love to a miller's daughter, who roamed the country with him in disguise." "Glendinning," said Murray, bending his brow to his darkest frown, "thou hast not, I trust, dared to bring me a lie in thy mouth in order to win my confidence." "My lord," said Halbert, "I am incapable of a lie. I should choke on one were my life to require that I pronounced it. I say, that this sword of my father was through the body, the point came out behind his back, the hilt pressed upon his breastbone, and I will plunge it as deep in the body of any one who shall dare to charge me with falsehood." "How, fellow?" said Morton, "wouldst thou beard a nobleman?" "Be silent, Halbert," said Murray, "and you, my Lord of Morton, forbear him. I see truth written on his brow." "I wish the inside of the manuscript may correspond with the superscription," replied his more suspicious ally. "Look to it, my lord. You will one day lose your life by too much confidence." "And you will lose your friends by being too readily suspicious," answered Murray. "Enough of this. Let me hear thy tidings." "Sir John Foster," said Morton, "is about to send a party into Scotland to waste the Halidome." "How? Without waiting my presence and permission?" said Murray. "He is mad. Will he come as an enemy into the Queen's country?" "He has Elizabeth's express orders," answered Morton, "and they are not to be trifled with. Indeed, his march has been more than once projected and laid aside during the time we have been here, and has caused much alarm at Kennaquhair. Boniface, the old abbot, has resigned, and whom do you think they have chosen in his place?" "No one, surely," said Murray. "They would presume to hold no election until the Queen's pleasure and mine were known." Morton shrugged his shoulders. "They have chosen the pupil of old Cardinal Beaton, that wily determined champion of Rome, the bosom friend of our busy primate of St. Andrews. Eustace, late the Sub Prior of Kennaquhair, is now its abbot, and, like a second Pope Julius, is levying men and making musters to fight with Foster if he comes forward." "We must prevent that meeting," said Murray hastily. "Whichever party wins the day, it were a fatal encounter for us. Who commands the troop of the Abbot?" "Our faithful old friend, Julian Avenel, nothing less," answered Morton. "Glendinning," said Murray, "sound trumpets to horse directly, and let all who love us get on horseback without delay. Yes, my lord, this were indeed a fatal dilemma. If we take part with our English friends, the country will cry shame on us. The very old wives will attack us with their rocks and spindles. The very stones of the street will rise up against us. We cannot set our face to such a deed of infamy. And my sister, whose confidence I already have such difficulty in preserving, will altogether withdraw it from me. Then, were we to oppose the English warden, Elizabeth would call it a protecting of her enemies, and what not, and we should lose her." "The she-dragon," said Morton, "is the best card in our pack, and yet I would not willingly stand still and see English blades carve Scots flesh. What say you to loitering by the way, marching far and easy for fear of spoiling our horses? They might then fight dog, fight bull, fight abbot, fight archer, and no one would blame us for what chanced when we were not present." "All would blame us, James Douglas," replied Murray. "We should lose both sides. We had better advance with the utmost celerity, and do what we can to keep the peace between them. I would the nag that brought Piercie Shafton hither had broken his neck over the highest hooch in Northumberland. He is a proper coxcomb to make all this bustle about, and to occasion perhaps a national war." "Had we known in time," said Douglas, "we might have had him privily waited upon as he entered the borders. There are strapping lads enough would have rid us of him for the lucre of his spurwhang. [Footnote: Spurwhang, spur leather.] But to the saddle, James Stewart, since so the phrase goes. I hear your trumpets. Bound to horse and away. We shall soon see which nag is best breathed." Followed by a train of about 300 well-mounted men at arms, these two powerful barons directed their course to Dumfries, and from thence eastward to Teviotdale, marching at a rate which, as Morton had foretold, soon disabled a good many of their horses, so that when they approached the scene of expected action, there were not above 200 of their train remaining in a body, and of those, most were mounted on steeds which had been sorely jaded. They had hitherto been amused and agitated by various reports concerning the advance of the English soldiers, and the degree of resistance which the Abbot was able to oppose to them. But when they were 6 or 7 miles from St. Mary's of Kennaquhair, a gentleman of the country, whom Murray had summoned to attend him, and on whose intelligence he knew he could rely, arrived at the head of 2 or 3 servants, bloody with spurring, fiery red with haste. According to his report, Sir John Foster, after several times announcing, and as often delaying, his intended incursion, had at last been so stung with the news that Piercie Shafton was openly residing within the Halidome, that he determined to execute the commands of his mistress, which directed him at every risk to make himself master of the Euphuist's person. The Abbot's unceasing exertions had collected a body of men almost equal in number to those of the English warden, but less practised in arms. They were united under the command of Julian Avenel, and it was apprehended they would join battle upon the banks of a small stream which forms the verge of the Halidome. "Who knows the place?" said Murray. "I do, my lord," answered Glendinning. "'Tis well," said the Earl. "Take a score of the best mounted horse, make what haste thou canst, and announce to them that I am coming up instantly with a strong power, and will cut to pieces, without mercy, whichever party strikes the first blow. Davison," said he to the gentleman who brought the intelligence, "thou shalt be my guide. Hie thee on, Glendinning. Say to Foster, I conjure him, as he respects his mistress's service, that he will leave the matter in my hands. Say to the Abbot, I will burn the Monastery over his head, if he strikes a stroke till I come. Tell the dog Julian Avenel that he hath already one deep score to settle with me. I will set his head on the top of the highest pinnacle of St. Mary's, if he presume to open another. Make haste, and spare not the spur for fear of spoiling horseflesh." "Your bidding shall be obeyed, my lord," said Glendinning, and choosing those whose horses were in best plight to be his attendants, he went off as fast as the jaded state of their cavalry permitted. Hill and hollow vanished from under the feet of the chargers. They had not ridden half the way, when they met stragglers coming off from the field, whose appearance announced that the conflict was begun. 2 supported in their arms a third, their elder brother, who was pierced with an arrow through the body. Halbert, who knew them to belong to the Halidome, called them by their names, and questioned them of the state of the affray. But just then, in spite of their efforts to retain him in the saddle, their brother dropped from the horse, and they dismounted in haste to receive his last breath. From men thus engaged, no information was to be obtained. Glendinning, therefore, pushed on with his little troop, the more anxiously, as he perceived other stragglers, bearing St. Andrew's cross upon their caps and corslets, flying apparently from the field of battle. Most of these, when they were aware of a body of horsemen approaching on the road, held to the one hand or the other, at such a distance as precluded coming to speech of them. Others, whose fear was more intense, kept the onward road, galloping wildly as fast as their horses could carry them, and when questioned, only glared without reply on those who spoke to them, and rode on without drawing bridle. Several of these were also known to Halbert, who had therefore no doubt, from the circumstances in which he met them, that the men of the Halidome were defeated. He became now unspeakably anxious concerning the fate of his brother, who, he could not doubt, must have been engaged in the affray. He therefore increased the speed of his horse, so that not above 5 or 6 of his followers could keep up with him. At length he reached a little hill, at the descent of which, surrounded by a semicircular sweep of a small stream, lay the plain which had been the scene of the skirmish. It was a melancholy spectacle. War and terror, to use the expression of the poet, had rushed on to the field and left only wounds and death behind them. The battle had been stoutly contested, as was almost always the case with these border skirmishes, where ancient hatred and mutual injuries made men stubborn in maintaining the cause of their conflict. Towards the middle of the plain, there lay the bodies of several men who had fallen in the very act of grappling with the enemy, and there were seen countenances which still bore the stern expression of unextinguishable hate and defiance, hands which clasped the hilt of the broken falchion, or strove in vain to pluck the deadly arrow from the wound. Some were wounded, and, cowed of the courage they had lately shown, were begging aid, and craving water, in a tone of melancholy depression, while others tried to teach the faltering tongue to pronounce some half-forgotten prayer, which, even when first learned, they had but half understood. Halbert, uncertain what course he was next to pursue, rode through the plain to see if among the dead or wounded he could discover any traces of his brother Edward. He experienced no interruption from the English. A distant cloud of dust announced that they were still pursuing the scattered fugitives, and he guessed that to approach them with his followers, until they were again under some command, would be to throw away his own life and that of his men, whom the victors would instantly confound with the Scots, against whom they had been successful. He resolved, therefore, to pause until Murray came up with his forces, to which he was the more readily moved, as he heard the trumpets of the English warden sounding the retreat, and recalling from the pursuit. He drew his men together, and made a stand in an advantageous spot of ground, which had been occupied by the Scots in the beginning of the action, and most fiercely disputed while the skirmish lasted. While he stood here, Halbert's ear was assailed by the feeble moan of a woman, which he had not expected to hear amid that scene, until the retreat of the foes had permitted the relations of the slain to approach, for the purpose of paying them the last duties. He looked with anxiety, and at length observed, that by the body of a knight in bright armour, whose crest, though soiled and broken, still showed the marks of rank and birth, there sat a female wrapped in a horseman's cloak, and holding something pressed against her bosom, which he soon discovered to be a child. He glanced towards the English. They advanced not, and the continued and prolonged sound of their trumpets, with the shouts of the leaders, announced that their powers would not be instantly reassembled. He had, therefore, a moment to look after this unfortunate woman. He gave his horse to a spearman as he dismounted, and, approaching the unhappy female, asked her, in the most soothing tone he could assume, whether he could assist her in her distress. The mourner made him no direct answer, but endeavouring with a trembling and unskilful hand to undo the springs of the visor and gorget, said in a tone of impatient grief, "Oh, he would recover instantly could I but give him air. Land and living, life and honour, would I give for the power of undoing these cruel iron platings that suffocate him. He that would soothe sorrow must not argue on the vanity of the most deceitful hopes. The body lay as that of one whose last draught of vital air had been drawn, and who must never more have concern with the nether sky." But Halbert Glendinning failed not to raise the visor, and cast loose the gorget, when, to his great surprise, he recognized the pale face of Julian Avenel. His last fight was over. The fierce and turbid spirit had departed in the strife in which it had so long delighted. "Alas, he is gone!" said Halbert, speaking to the young woman, in whom he had now no difficulty of knowing the unhappy Catherine. Chapter 36, Part A. Chapter 36, Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36, Part B. "Oh, no, no, no," she reiterated. "Do not say so. He is not dead. He is but in a swoon. I have lain as long in one myself." And then his voice would arouse me, when he spoke kindly, and said, "Catherine, look up for my sake. And look up, Julian, for mine," she said, addressing the senseless corpse. "I know you do but counterfeit to frighten me, but I am not frightened," she added, with an hysterical attempt to laugh. And then, instantly changing her tone, entreated him to speak were it but to curse my folly. "Oh, the rudest word you ever said to me would now sound like the dearest you wasted on me before I gave you all. Lift him up," she said, "lift him up, for God's sake. Have you no compassion? He promised to wed me if I bore him a boy, and this child is so like to its father. How shall he keep his word if you do not help me to awaken him? Christie of the Clinthill, Rowley, Hutcheon, ye were constant at his feast, but ye fled from him at the fray, false villains as ye are." "Not I, by heaven," said a dying man, who made some shift to raise himself on his elbow, and discovered to Halbert the well-known features of Christie. "I fled not a foot, and a man can but fight while his breath lasts. Mine is going fast. So, youngster," said he, looking at Glendinning and seeing his military dress, "thou hast ta'en the basnet at last? It is a better cap to live in than die in. I would chance had sent thy brother here instead. There was good in him, but thou art as wild, and wilt soon be as wicked as myself." "God forbid," said Halbert hastily. "Marry and amen, with all my heart," said the wounded man. "There will be company enow without thee where I am going. But God be praised I had no hand in that wickedness," said he, looking to poor Catherine, and with some exclamation in his mouth, that sounded betwixt a prayer and a curse, the soul of Christie of the Clinthill took wing to the last account. Deeply wrapt in the painful interest which these shocking events had excited, Glendinning forgot for a moment his own situation and duties, and was first recalled to them by a trampling of horse, and the cry of St. George for England, which the English soldiers still continued to use. His handful of men, for most of the stragglers had waited for Murray's coming up, remained on horseback, holding their lances upright, having no command either to submit or resist. "There stands our captain," said one of them, as a strong party of English came up, the vanguard of Foster's troop. "Your captain! With his sword sheathed, and on foot in the presence of his enemy? A raw soldier, I warrant him," said the English leader. "So, ho! Young man, is your dream out, and will you now answer me if you will fight or fly?" "Neither," answered Halbert Glendinning with great tranquillity. "Then throw down thy sword and yield thee," answered the Englishman. "Not till I can help myself no otherwise," said Halbert, with the same moderation of tone and manner. "Art thou for thine own hand, friend, or to whom dost thou owe service?" demanded the English captain. "To the noble Earl of Murray." "Then thou servest," said the Southron, "the most disloyal nobleman who breathes, false both to England and Scotland." "Thou liest," said Glendinning, regardless of all consequences. "Ha! Art thou so hot, how? And wert so cold but a minute since? I lie, do I? Wilt thou do battle with me on that quarrel?" "With 1 to 1, 1 to 2, or 2 to 5, as you list," said Halbert Glendinning. "Grant me but a fair field." "That thou shalt have. Stand back, my mates," said the brave Englishman. "If I fall, give him fair play, and let him go off free with his people." "Long life to the noble captain!" cried the soldiers, as impatient to see the duel as if it had been a bull baiting. "He will have a short life of it, though," said the sergeant, "if he, an old man of 60, is to fight, for any reason, or for no reason, with every man he meets, and especially the young fellows he might be father to. And here comes the warden besides, to see the sword play." In fact, Sir John Foster came up with a considerable body of his horsemen, just as his captain, whose age rendered him unequal to the combat with so strong and active a youth as Glendinning, was deprived of his sword. "Take it up for shame, old Stawarth Bolton," said the English warden. "And thou, young man, tell me who and what thou art." "A follower of the Earl of Murray, who bore his will to your honour," answered Glendinning; "but here he comes to say it himself. I see the van of his horsemen come over the hills." "Get into order, my masters," said Sir John Foster to his followers. "You that have broken your spears, draw your swords. We are something unprovided for a second field. But if yonder dark cloud on the hill edge bring us foul weather, we must bear as bravely as our broken cloaks will bide it. Meanwhile, Stawarth, we have got the deer we have hunted for. Here is Piercie Shafton, hard and fast betwixt two troopers." "Who, that lad?" said Bolton. "He is no more Piercie Shafton than I am. He hath his gay cloak, indeed, but Piercie Shafton is a round dozen of years older than that slip of roguery. I have known him since he was thus high. Did you never see him in the tilt yard, or in the presence?" "To the devil with such vanities," said Sir John Foster. "When had I leisure for them or anything else? During my whole life has she kept me to this hangman's office, chasing thieves one day and traitors another, in daily fear of my life, the lance never hung up in the hall, the foot never out of the stirrup, the saddles never off my nags' backs. And now, because I have been mistaken in the person of a man I never saw, I warrant me, the next letters from the Privy Council will rate me as I were a dog. A man were better dead than thus slaved and harassed." And a Scottish pursuivant who attended declared that the noble Earl of Murray desired, in all honour and safety, a personal conference with Sir John Foster, midway between their parties, with 6 of company in each, and 10 free minutes to come and go. "And now," said the Englishman, "comes another plague. I must go speak with yonder false Scot, and he knows how to frame his devices, to cast dust in the eyes of a plain man, as well as ever a knave in the north. I am no match for him in words, and for hard blows we are but too ill provided. Pursuivant, we grant the conference, and you, Sir Swordsman," speaking to young Glendinning, "draw off with your troopers to your own party. March, attend your Earl's trumpet. Stawarth Bolton, put our troops in order, and be ready to move forward at the wagging of a finger. Get you gone to your own friends, I tell you, Sir Squire, and loiter not here." Notwithstanding this peremptory order, Halbert Glendinning could not help stopping to cast a look upon the unfortunate Catherine, who lay insensible of the danger and of the trampling of so many horses around her, insensible, as the second glance assured him, of all and forever. Glendinning almost rejoiced when he saw that the last misery of life was over, and that the hoofs of the war horses, amongst which he was compelled to leave her, could only injure and deface a senseless corpse. He caught the infant from her arms, half ashamed of the shout of laughter which rose on all sides, at seeing an armed man in such a situation assume such an unwonted and inconvenient burden. "Shoulder your infant," cried a harquebusier. "Port your infant," said a pikeman. "Peace, ye brutes," said Stawarth Bolton, "and respect humanity in others if you have none in yourselves. I pardon the lad having done some discredit to my grey hairs, when I see him take care of that helpless creature, which ye would have trampled upon as if ye had been littered of bitch wolves, not born of women." While this passed, the leaders on either side met in the neutral space betwixt the forces of either, and the Earl accosted the English warden. "Is this fair or honest usage, Sir John? Or for whom do you hold the Earl of Morton and myself, that you ride in Scotland with a rayed banner, fight, slay, and make prisoners at your own pleasure? Is it well done, think you, to spoil our land and shed our blood, after the many proofs we have given to your mistress of our devotion due to her will, saving always the allegiance due to our own sovereign?" "My Lord of Murray," answered Foster, "all the world knows you to be a man of quick engine and deep wisdom, and these several weeks you have held me in hand with promising to arrest my sovereign mistress's rebel, this Piercie Shafton of Wilverton, and you have never kept your word, alleging turmoils in the west, and I wot not what other causes of hindrance. Now, since he has had the insolence to return hither, and live openly within 10 miles of England, I could no longer, in plain duty to my mistress and queen, tarry upon your successive delays, and therefore I have used her force to take her rebel by the strong hand wherever I can find him." "And is Piercie Shafton in your hands, then?" said the Earl of Murray. "Be aware that I may not, without my own great shame, suffer you to remove him hence without doing battle." "Will you, Lord Earl, after all the advantages you have received at the hands of the Queen of England, do battle in the cause of her rebel?" said Sir John Foster. "Not so, Sir John," answered the Earl, "but I will fight to the death in defence of the liberties of our free kingdom of Scotland." "By my faith," said Sir John Foster, "I am well content. My sword is not blunted with all it has done yet this day." "By my honour, Sir John," said Sir George Heron of Chipchase, "there is but little reason we should fight these Scottish lords even now, for I hold opinion with old Stawarth Bolton, and believe yonder prisoner to be no more Piercie Shafton than he is the Earl of Northumberland. And you were but ill advised to break the peace betwixt the countries for a prisoner of less consequence than that gay mischief maker." "Sir George," replied Foster, "I have often heard you herons are afraid of hawks. Nay, lay not hand on sword, man, I did but jest. And for this prisoner, let him be brought up hither, that we may see who or what he is. Always under assurance, my lords," he continued, addressing the Scots. "Upon our word and honour," said Morton, "we will offer no violence." The laugh turned against Sir John Foster considerably, when the prisoner, being brought up, proved not only a different person from Sir Piercie Shafton, but a female in man's attire. "Pluck the mantle from the Queen's face, and cast her to the horse boys," said Foster. "She has kept such company ere now, I warrant." Even Murray was moved to laughter, no common thing with him, at the disappointment of the English warden; but he would not permit any violence to be offered to the fair Molinara, who had thus a second time rescued Sir Piercie Shafton at her own personal risk. "You have already done more mischief than you can well answer," said the Earl to the English warden, "and it were dishonour to me should I permit you to harm a hair of this young woman's head." "My lord," said Morton, "if Sir John will ride apart with me but for one moment, I will show him such reasons as shall make him content to depart, and to refer this unhappy day's work to the judgment of the commissioners nominated to try offences on the Border." He then led Sir John Foster aside, and spoke to him in this manner: "Sir John Foster, I much marvel that a man who knows your Queen Elizabeth as you do, should not know that, if you hope anything from her, it must be for doing her useful service, not for involving her in quarrels with her neighbours without any advantage. Sir Knight, I will speak frankly what I know to be true. Had you seized the true Piercie Shafton by this ill-advised inroad, and had your deed threatened, as most likely it might, a breach betwixt the countries, your politic princess and her politic council would rather have disgraced Sir John Foster than entered into war on his behalf. But now that you have stricken short of your aim, you may rely on it you will have little thanks for carrying the matter farther. I will work thus far on the Earl of Murray, that he will undertake to dismiss Sir Piercie Shafton from the realm of Scotland. Be well advised, and let the matter now pass off. You will gain nothing by farther violence; for if we fight, you, as the fewer and the weaker through your former action, will needs have the worse." Sir John Foster listened with his head declining on his breastplate. "It is a cursed chance," he said, "and I shall have little thanks for my day's work." He then rode up to Murray, and said that, in deference to his lordship's presence and that of my Lord of Morton, he had come to the resolution of withdrawing himself, with his power, without farther proceedings. "Stop there, Sir John Foster," said Murray. "I cannot permit you to retire in safety, unless you leave some one who may be surety to Scotland, that the injuries you have at present done us may be fully accounted for. You will reflect that by permitting your retreat, I become accountable to my sovereign, who will demand a reckoning of me for the blood of her subjects, if I suffer those who shed it to depart so easily." "It shall never be told in England," said the Warden, "that John Foster gave pledges like a subdued man, and that on the very field on which he stands victorious. But," he added after a moment's pause, "if Stawarth Bolton wills to abide with you on his own free choice, I will say nothing against it; and as I bethink me it were better he should stay to see the dismissal of this same Piercie Shafton. I receive him as your hostage, nevertheless, and shall treat him as such," said the Earl of Murray. But Foster, turning away as if to give directions to Bolton and his men, affected not to hear this observation. "There rides a faithful servant of his most beautiful and sovereign lady," said Murray aside to Morton. "Happy man! He knows not whether the execution of her commands may not cost him his head, and yet he is most certain that to leave them unexecuted will bring disgrace and death without reprieve. Happy are they who are not only subjected to the caprices of Dame Fortune, but held bound to account and be responsible for them, and that to a sovereign as moody and fickle as her humorous ladyship herself." "We also have a female sovereign, my lord," said Morton. "We have so, Douglas," said the Earl, with a suppressed sigh, "but it remains to be seen how long a female hand can hold the reins of power in a realm so wild as ours. We will now go on to Saint Mary's, and see ourselves after the state of that house. Glendinning, look to that woman, and protect her. What the fiend, man, hast thou got in thine arms? An infant, as I live! Where couldst thou find such a charge at such a place and moment?" Halbert Glendinning briefly told the story. The Earl rode forward to the place where the body of Julian Avenel lay, with his unhappy companion's arms wrapped around him like the trunk of an uprooted oak borne down by the tempest with all its ivy garlands. Both were cold dead. Murray was touched in an unwonted degree, remembering perhaps his own birth. "What have they to answer for, Douglas," he said, "who thus abuse the sweetest gifts of affection?" The Earl of Morton, unhappy in his marriage, was a libertine in his amours. "You must ask that question of Henry Warden, my lord, or of John Knox. I am but a wild counsellor in women's matters." "Forward to Saint Mary's," said the Earl. "Pass the word on. Glendinning, give the infant to this same female cavalier, and let it be taken charge of. Let no dishonour be done to the dead bodies, and call on the country to bury or remove them. Forward, I say, my masters." Chapter 36. Chapter 37, Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37, Part A. Gone to be married, gone to swear a peace. King John. The news of the lost battle, so quickly carried by the fugitives to the village and convent, had spread the greatest alarm among the inhabitants. The sacristan and other monks counselled flight. The treasurer recommended that the church plate should be offered as tribute to the bribe of the English officer. The abbot alone was unmoved and undaunted. "My brethren," he said, "since God has not given our people victory in the combat, it must be because he requires of us, his spiritual soldiers, to fight the good fight of martyrdom, a conflict in which nothing but our own faint-hearted cowardice can make us fail of victory. Let us assume, then, the armour of faith, and prepare, if it be necessary, to die under the ruin of these shrines, to the service of which we have devoted ourselves. Highly honoured are we all in this distinguished summons, from our dear brother Nicholas, whose grey hairs have been preserved until they should be surrounded by the crown of martyrdom, down to my beloved son Edward, who, arriving at the vineyard at the latest hour of the day, is yet permitted to share its toils with those who have laboured from the morning. Be of good courage, my children. I dare not, like my sainted predecessors, promise to you that you shall be preserved by miracle. I and you are alike unworthy of that especial interposition, which in earlier times turned the sword of sacrilege against the bosom of tyrants by whom it was wielded, daunted the hardened hearts of heretics with prodigies, and called down hosts of angels to defend the shrine of God and of the Virgin. Yet, by heavenly aid, you shall this day see that your father and abbot will not disgrace the mitre which sits upon his brow. Go to your cells, my children, and exercise your private devotions. Array yourselves also in alb and cope, as for our most solemn festivals, and be ready, when the tolling of the largest bell announces the approach of the enemy, to march forth to meet them in solemn procession. Let the church be opened to afford such refuge as may be to those of our vassals, who, from their exertion in this day's unhappy battle, or the cause, are particularly apprehensive of the rage of the enemy. Tell Sir Piercie Shafton, if he has escaped the fight." "I am here, most venerable Abbot," replied Sir Piercie, "and if it so seemeth meet to you, I will presently assemble such of the men as have escaped this escaramouche, and will renew the resistance, even unto the death.
Certes, you will learn from all, that I did my part in this unhappy matter. Had it pleased Julian Avenel to have attended to my counsel, especially in somewhat withdrawing of his main battle, even as you may have marked the heron eschew the stoop of the falcon, receiving him rather upon his beak than upon his wing, affairs, as I do conceive, might have had a different face, and we might then, in a more bellicose manner, have maintained that affray. Nevertheless, I would not be understood to speak anything in disregard of Julian Avenel, whom I saw fall fighting manfully with his face to his enemy, which hath banished from my memory the unseemly term of meddling coxcomb, with which it pleased him something rashly to qualify my advice, and for which, had it pleased Heaven and the saints to have prolonged the life of that excellent person, I had it bound upon my soul to have put him to death with my own hand." "Sir Piercie," said the Abbot at length interrupting him, "our time allows brief leisure to speak what might have been." "You are right, most venerable lord and father," replied the incorrigible Euphuist. "The preterite, as grammarians have it, concerns frail mortality less than the future mood, and indeed our cogitations respect chiefly the present. In a word, I am willing to head all who will follow me, and offer such opposition as manhood and mortality may permit, to the advance of the English, though they be my own countrymen. And be assured, Piercie Shafton will measure his length, being 5 feet 10 inches, on the ground as he stands, rather than give 2 yards and retreat, according to the usual motion in which we retrograde." "I thank you, Sir Knight," said the Abbot, "and I doubt not that you would make your words good. But it is not the will of Heaven that carnal weapons should rescue us. We are called to endure, not to resist, and may not waste the blood of our innocent commons in vain. Fruitless opposition becomes not men of our profession. They have my commands to resign the sword and the spear. God and Our Lady have not blessed our banner." "Bethink you, reverend lord," said Piercie Shafton very eagerly, "ere you resign the defence that is in your power, there are many posts near the entry of this village, where brave men might live or die to the advantage, and I have this additional motive to make defence, the safety, namely, of a fair friend, who, I hope, hath escaped the hands of the heretics." "I understand you, Sir Piercie," said the Abbot; "you mean the daughter of our convent's miller?" "Reverend my lord," said Sir Piercie, not without hesitation, "the fair Mysinda is, as may be in some sort alleged, the daughter of one who mechanically prepareth corn to be manipulated into bread, without which we could not exist, and which is therefore an employment in itself honourable, nay, necessary. Nevertheless, if the purest sentiments of a generous mind, streaming forth like the rays of the sun reflected by a diamond, may ennoble one, who is in some sort the daughter of a molendinary mechanic—" "I have no time for all this, Sir Knight," said the Abbot. "Be it enough to answer, that with our will we war no longer with carnal weapons. We of the spirituality will teach you of the temporality how to die in cold blood, our hands not clenched for resistance but folded for prayer, our minds not filled with jealous hatred, but with Christian meekness and forgiveness, our ears not deafened, nor our senses confused, by the sound of clamorous instruments of war, but, on the contrary, our voices composed to Hallelujah, Kyrie eleison, and Salve Regina, and our blood temperate and cold as those who think upon reconciling themselves with God, not of avenging themselves of their fellow mortals." "Lord Abbot," said Sir Piercie, "this is nothing to the fate of my Molinara, whom I beseech you to observe I will not abandon, while golden hilt and steel blade bide together on my falchion. I commanded her not to follow us to the field, and yet methought I saw her in her page's attire amongst the rear of the combatants." "You must seek elsewhere for the person in whose fate you are so deeply interested," said the Abbot, "and at present I will pray of your knighthood to inquire concerning her at the church, in which all our more defenceless vassals have taken refuge. It is my advice to you, that you also abide by the horns of the altar. And, Sir Piercie Shafton," he added, "be of one thing secure, that if you come to harm, it will involve the whole of this brotherhood; for never, I trust, will the meanest of us buy safety at the expense of surrendering a friend or a guest. Leave us, my son, and may God be your aid." When Sir Piercie Shafton had departed, and the Abbot was about to betake himself to his own cell, he was surprised by an unknown person anxiously requiring a conference. who, being admitted, proved to be no other than Henry Warden. The Abbot started as he entered, and exclaimed angrily, "Ha! Are the few hours that fate allows him who may last wear the mitre of this house not to be excused from the intrusion of heresy?" "Dost thou come," he said, "to enjoy the hopes which Fate holds out to thy demented and accursed sect, to see the bosom of destruction sweep away the pride of old religion, to deface our shrines, to mutilate and lay waste the bodies of our benefactors, as well as their sepulchres, to destroy the pinnacles and carved work of God's house, and Our Lady's?" "Peace, William Allen," said the Protestant preacher, with dignified composure. "For none of these purposes do I come. I would have these stately shrines deprived of the idols which, no longer simply regarded as the effigies of the good and of the wise, have become the objects of foul idolatry. I would otherwise have its ornaments subsist, unless as they are, or may be, a snare to the souls of men. And especially do I condemn those ravages which have been made by the heady fury of the people, stung into zeal against will worship by bloody persecution. Against such wanton devastations I lift my testimony." "Idle distinguisher that thou art," said the Abbot Eustace, interrupting him, "what signifies the pretext under which thou dost despoil the house of God? And why at this present emergence wilt thou insult the master of it by thy ill-omened presence?" "Thou art unjust, William Allen," said Warden, "but I am not the less settled in my resolution. Thou hast protected me some time since at the hazard of thy rank, and what I know thou holdest still dearer, at the risk of my reputation with thine own sect. Our party is now uppermost, and believe me, I have come down the valley, in which thou didst quarter me for sequestrian's sake, simply with the wish to keep my engagements to thee." "Ay," answered the Abbot, "and it may be that my listening to that worldly and infirm compassion which pleaded with me for thy life, is now avenged by this impending judgment. Heaven hath smitten, it may be, the erring shepherd, and scattered the flock." "Think better of the divine judgments," said Warden. "Not for thy sins, which are those of thy blended education and circumstances, not for thine own sins, William Allen, art thou stricken, but for the accumulated guilt which thy misnamed Church hath accumulated on her head, and those of her votaries, by the errors and corruption of ages." "Now, by my sure belief in the Rock of Peter," said the Abbot, "thou dost rekindle the last spark of human indignation for which my bosom has fuel. I thought I might not again have felt the impulse of earthly passion, and it is thy voice which once more calls me to the expression of human anger. Yes, it is thy voice that comest to insult me in my hour of sorrow with these blasphemous accusations of that Church which hath kept the light of Christianity alive from the times of the Apostles till now." "From the times of the Apostles?" said the preacher eagerly. "Negatur guilielme, Allen. The primitive Church differed as much from that of Rome as did light from darkness, which, did time permit, I should speedily prove. And worst dost thou judge in saying I come to insult thee in thy hour of affliction, being here, God wot, with the Christian wish of fulfilling an engagement I had made to my host, and of rendering myself to thy will while it had yet power to exercise aught upon me, and if it might so be, to mitigate in thy behalf at the rage of the victors whom God hath sent as a scourge to thy obstinacy." "I will none of thy intercession," said the Abbot sternly. "The dignity to which the Church has exalted me, never should have swelled my bosom more proudly in the time of the highest prosperity, than it doth at this crisis. I ask nothing of thee, but the assurance that my lenity to thee hath been the means of perverting no soul to Satan, that I have not given to the wolf any of the stray lambs whom the great Shepherd of souls had entrusted to my charge." "William Allen," answered the Protestant, "I will be sincere with thee. What I promised I have kept. I have withheld my voice from speaking even good things. But it has pleased Heaven to call the maiden Mary Avenel to a better sense of faith than thou and all the disciples of Rome can teach. Her I have aided with my humble power. I have extricated her from the machinations of evil spirits to which she and her house were exposed during the blindness of their Romish superstition, and praise be to my Master, I have not reason to fear she will again be caught in thy snares." "Wretched man," said the Abbot, unable to suppress his rising indignation,
Is it to the Abbot of St. Mary's that you boast having misled the soul of a dweller in Our Lady's halidome into the paths of foul error and damning heresy? Thou dost urge me, Wellwood, beyond what it becomes me to bear, and movest me to employ the few moments of power I may yet possess, in removing from the face of the earth one whose qualities, given by God, have been so utterly perverted as thine to the service of Satan." "Do thy pleasure," said the preacher. "Thy vain wrath shall not prevent my doing my duty to advantage thee, where it may be done without neglecting my higher call. I go to the Earl of Murray." Their conference, which was advancing fast into bitter disputation, was here interrupted by the deep and sullen toll of the largest and heaviest bell of the convent, a sound famous in the chronicles of the community, for dispelling tempests and putting to flight demons, but which now only announced danger, without affording any means of warding against it. Hastily repeating his orders, that all the brethren should attend in the choir, arrayed for solemn procession, the Abbot ascended to the battlements of the lofty monastery, by his own private staircase, and there met the sacristan, who had been in the act of directing the tolling of the huge bell, which fell under his charge. "It is the last time I shall discharge mine office, most venerable father and lord," said he to the Abbot, "for yonder come the Philistines. But I would not that the large bell of St. Mary's should sound for the last time, otherwise than in true and full tone. I have been a sinful man for one of our holy profession," added he, looking upward, "yet may I presume to say, not a bell hath sounded out of tune from the tower of the house, while Father Philip had the superintendence of the chime and the belfry." The Abbot, without reply, cast his eyes towards the path which, winding around the mountain, descends upon Kennaquhair, from the southeast. He beheld at a distance a cloud of dust, and heard the neighing of many horses, while the occasional sparkle of the long line of spears, as they came downwards into the valley, announced that the band came thither in arms. "Shame on my weakness," said Abbot Eustace, dashing the tears from his eyes. "My sight is too much dimmed to observe their motions. Look, my son Edward," for his favourite novice had again joined them, "and tell me what ensigns they bear." "They are Scottish men, when all is done," exclaimed Edward. "I see the white crosses. It may be the western borderers, or Ferniehirst and his clan." "Look at the banner," said the Abbot. "Tell me, what are the blazonries?" "The arms of Scotland," said Edward, "the lion and its treasure, quartered, as I think, with 3 cushions. Can it be the royal standard?" "Alas, no," said the Abbot, "it is that of the Earl of Murray. He hath assumed with his new conquest the badge of the valiant Randolph, and hath dropped from his hereditary coat the bend which indicates his own base birth. Would to God he may not have blotted it also from his memory, and aim as well at possessing the name as the power of a king." "At least, my father," said Edward, "he will secure us from the violence of the Southron." "Ay, my son, as the shepherd secures a silly lamb from the wolf, which he destines in due time to his own banquet. O, my son, evil days are on us. A breach has been made in the walls of our sanctuary. Thy brother hath fallen from the faith. Such news brought my last secret intelligence. Murray hath already spoken of rewarding his services with the hand of Mary Avenel." "Of Mary Avenel!" said the novice, tottering towards and grasping hold of one of the carved pinnacles which adorned the proud battlement. "Ay, of Mary Avenel, my son, who has also abjured the faith of her fathers. Weep not, my Edward, weep not, my beloved son, or weep for their apostasy and not for their union. Bless God, who hath called thee to himself out of the tents of wickedness. But for the grace of Our Lady and Saint Benedict, thou also hadst been a castaway." End of chapter 37, part A. Chapter 37, part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37, part B. "I endeavour, my father," said Edward, "I endeavour to forget. But what I would now blot from my memory has been the thought of all my former life. Murray dare not forward a match so unequal in birth. He dares do what suits his purpose. The castle of Avenel is strong, and needs a good castellan, devoted to his service. As for the difference of their birth, he will mind it no more than he would mind defacing the natural regularity of the ground, were it necessary he should erect upon it military lines and entrenchments. But do not droop for that. Awaken thy soul within thee, my son. Think you part with a vain vision, an idle dream, nursed in solitude and inaction. I weep not, yet what am I now like to lose? Look at these towers, where saints dwelt, and where heroes have been buried. Think that I, so briefly called to preside over the pious flock, which has dwelt here since the first light of Christianity, may be this day written down the last father of this holy community? Come, let us descend, and meet our fate. I see them approach near to the village." The Abbot descended, the novice cast a glance around him. Yet the sense of the danger impending over the stately structure with which he was now united was unable to banish the recollection of Mary Avenel, his brother's bride. He pulled the cowl over his face, and followed his Superior. The whole bells of the Abbey now added their peal to the death toll of the largest which had so long sounded. The monks wept and prayed as they got themselves into the order of their procession for the last time, as seemed but too probable. "It is well our Father Boniface hath retired to the inland," said Father Philip. "He could never have put over this day. It would have broken his heart." "God be with the soul of Abbot Ingelram," said old Father Nicholas. "There were no such doings in his days. They say we are to be put forth of the cloisters, and how am I to live anywhere else than where I have lived for these 70 years, I wot not. The best is, that I have not long to live anywhere." A few moments after this, the great gate of the Abbey was flung open, and the procession moved slowly forward from beneath its huge and richly adorned gateway. Cross and banner, pyx and chalice, shrines containing relics, and censers steaming with incense, preceded and were intermingled with the long and solemn array of the brotherhood, in their long black gowns and cowls, with their white scapularies hanging over them, the various officers of the convent each displaying his proper badge of office. In the centre of the procession came the Abbot, surrounded and supported by his chief assistants. He was dressed in his habit of high solemnity, and appeared as much unconcerned as if he had been taking his usual part in some ordinary ceremony. After him came the inferior persons of the convent, the novices in their albs or white dresses, and the lay brethren distinguished by their beards, which were seldom worn by the fathers, bewailing the apprehended desolation of their ancient sanctuary. They moved, however, in order, and restrained the marks of their sorrow to a low wailing sound, which rather mingled with than interrupted the measured chant of the monks. In this order the procession entered the market-place of the village of Kennaquhair, which was then, as now, distinguished by an ancient cross of curious workmanship, the gift of some former monarch of Scotland. Close by the cross, of much greater antiquity and scarcely less honoured, was an immensely large oak tree, which perhaps had witnessed the worship of the Druids, ere the stately monastery to which it adjoined had raised its spires in honour of the Christian faith, like the bentang tree of the African villages, or the plaistow oak mentioned in White's Natural History of Selborne. This tree was the rendezvous of the villagers, and regarded with peculiar veneration. A feeling common to most nations, and which perhaps may be traced up to the remote period when the patriarch feasted the angels under the oak at Mamre. [Footnote: It is scarcely necessary to say that in Melrose, the prototype of Kennaquhair, no such oak ever existed.] The monks formed themselves each in their due place around the cross, while under the ruins of the aged tree crowded the old and the feeble, with others who felt the common alarm. When they had thus arranged themselves, there was a deep and solemn pause. The monks stilled their chant, the lay populace hushed their lamentations, and all awaited in terror and silence the arrival of those heretical forces whom they had been so long taught to regard with fear and trembling. A distant trampling was at length heard, and the glance of spears was seen to shine through the trees above the village. The sounds increased, and became more thick, one close continuous rushing sound, in which the tread of hoofs was mingled with the ringing of armour. The horsemen soon appeared at the principal entrance which leads into the irregular square or market place which forms the centre of the village. They entered two by two, slowly, and in the greatest order. The van continued to move on, riding round the open space, until they had attained the utmost point, and then turning their horses' heads to the street, stood fast. Their companions followed in the same order, until the whole market-place was closely surrounded with soldiers, and the files who followed, making the same manoeuvre, formed an inner line within those who had first arrived, until the place was begirt with a quadruple file of horsemen closely drawn up. There was now a pause, of which the Abbot availed himself, by commanding the brotherhood to raise the solemn chant De Profundis Clamavi. He looked around the armed ranks, to see what impression the solemn sounds made on them. All were silent, but the brows of some had an expression of contempt, and almost all the rest bore a look of indifference. Their course had been too long decided to permit past feelings of enthusiasm to be anew awakened by a procession or by a hymn. "Their hearts are hardened," said the Abbot to himself in dejection, but not in despair. "It remains to see whether those of their leaders are equally obdurate." The leaders, in the meanwhile, were advancing slowly, and Murray, with Morton, rode in deep conversation before a chosen band of their most distinguished followers, amongst whom came Halbert Glendinning. But the preacher Henry Warden, who, upon leaving the Monastery, had instantly joined them, was the only person admitted to their conference. "You are determined, then," said Morton to Murray, "to give the heiress of Avenel, with all her pretensions, to this nameless and obscure young man." "Hath not Warden told you," said Murray, "that they have been bred together, and are lovers from their youth upward?" "And that they are both," said Warden, "by means which may be almost termed miraculous, rescued from the delusions of Rome, and brought within the pale of the true church. My residence at Glendearg hath made me well acquainted with these things. Ill would it beseem my habit and my calling to thrust myself into match-making, and giving in marriage, but worse were it in me to see your lordships do needless wrong to the feelings which are proper to our nature, and which, being indulged honestly and under the restraints of religion, become a pledge of domestic quiet here, and future happiness in a better world. I say, that you will do ill to rend those ties asunder, and to give this maiden to the kinsman of Lord Morton, though Lord Morton's kinsman he be." "These are fair reasons, my Lord of Murray," said Morton, "why you should refuse me so simple a boon as to bestow this silly damsel upon young Bennygask. Speak out plainly, my lord. Say you would rather see the castle of Avenel in the hands of one who owes his name and existence solely to your favour, than in the power of a Douglas, and of my kinsmen." "My Lord of Morton," said Murray, "I have done nothing in this matter which should aggrieve you. This young man Glendinning has done me good service, and may do me more. My promise was in some degree passed to him, and that while Julian Avenel was alive, when aught beside the maiden's lily hand would have been hard to come by. Whereas you never thought of such an alliance for your kinsman, till you saw Julian lie dead yonder on the field, and knew his land to be a waif free to the first who could seize it. Come, come, my lord, you do less than justice to your gallant kinsman, in wishing him a bride bred up under the milk pail. For this girl is a peasant wench in all but the accident of birth. I thought you had more deep respect for the honour of the Douglases." "The honour of the Douglases is safe in my keeping," answered Morton, haughtily. "That of other ancient families may suffer as well as the name of Avenel, if rustics are to be matched with the blood of our ancient barons." "This is but idle talking," answered Lord Murray. "In times like these we must look to men and not to pedigrees. Hay was but a rustic before the battle of Lancarty. The bloody yoke actually dragged the plough ere it was emblazoned on a crest by the herald. Times of action make princes into peasants, and boors into barons. All families have sprung from one mean man, and it is well if they have never degenerated from his virtue who raised them first from obscurity." "My Lord of Murray will please to except the house of Douglas," said Morton haughtily. "Men have seen it in the tree, but never in the sapling; have seen it in the stream, but never in the fountain." [Footnote: The late excellent and laborious antiquary, Mr. George Chalmers, has rebuked the vaunt of the house of Douglas, or rather of Hume of Godscroft, their historian, but with less than his wonted accuracy. In the first volume of his Caledonia, he quotes the passage in Godscroft for the purpose of confuting it. The historian of the Douglases cries out, "We do not know them in the fountain, but in the stream, not in the root, but in the stem. For we know not which is the mean man that did rise above the vulgar." This assumption Mr. Chalmers conceives ill-timed, and alleges that if the historian had attended more to research than to declamation, he might easily have seen the first mean man of this renowned family. This he alleges to have been one Theobaldus Phlegmaticus, or Theobald the Fleming, to whom Arnold, Abbot of Kelso, between the year 1147 and 1160, granted certain lands on Douglas Water by a deed which Mr. Chalmers conceives to be the first link of the chain of title deeds to Douglasdale. Hence, he says, the family must renounce their family domain, or acknowledge this obscure Fleming as their ancestor. Theobald the Fleming, it is acknowledged, did not himself assume the name of Douglas, but, says the antiquary, his son William, who inherited his estate, called himself, and was named by others, de Douglas, and he refused to the deeds in which he is so designed. Mr. Chalmers' full argument may be found in the first volume of his Caledonia, page 579. This proposition is one which a Scotsman will admit unwillingly, and only upon undeniable testimony, and as it is liable to strong grounds of challenge, the present author, with all the respect to Mr. Chalmers which his zealous and effectual researches merit, is not unwilling to take this opportunity to state some plausible grounds for doubting that Theobaldus Phlegmaticus was either the father of the first William de Douglas, or in the slightest degree connected with the Douglas family. It must first be observed, that there is no reason whatever for concluding Theobaldus Phlegmaticus to be the father of William de Douglas, except that they both held lands upon the small river of Douglas, and that there are two strong presumptions to the contrary. For first, the father being named Fleming, there seems no good reason why the son should have assumed a different designation. Secondly, there does not occur a single instance of the name of Theobald during the long line of the Douglas pedigree, an omission very unlikely to take place had the original father of the race been so called. These are secondary considerations indeed, but they are important, in so far as they exclude any support of Mr. Chalmers' system, except from the point which he has rather assumed than proved, namely, that the lands granted to Theobald the Fleming were the same which were granted to William de Douglas, and which constituted the original domain of which we find this powerful family lords. Now it happens, singularly enough, that the lands granted by the Abbot of Kelso to Theobaldus Phlegmaticus are not the same of which William de Douglas was in possession. Nay, it would appear, from comparing the charter granted to Theobaldus Phlegmaticus, that, though situated on the water of Douglas, they never made a part of the barony of that name, and therefore cannot be the same with those held by William de Douglas in the succeeding generation. But if William de Douglas did not succeed Theobaldus Phlegmaticus, there is no more reason for holding these two persons to be father and son than if they had lived in different provinces, and we are still as far from having discovered the first mean man of the Douglas family as Hume of Godscroft was in the 16th century. We leave the question to antiquaries and genealogists. In the earliest of our Scottish annals, the Black Douglas was powerful and distinguished as now. "I bend to the honours of the house of Douglas," said Murray, somewhat ironically. "I am conscious we of the royal house have little right to compete with them in dignity. What though we have worn crowns and carried sceptres for a few generations, if our genealogy moves no farther back than to the humble Alanus Dapifer?" [Footnote: To atone to the memory of the learned and indefatigable Chalmers for having ventured to impeach his genealogical proposition concerning the descent of the Douglases, we are bound to render him our grateful thanks for the felicitous light which he has thrown on that of the House of Stuart, still more important to Scottish history. The acute pen of Lord Hailes, which, like the spear of Ithuriel, conjured so many shadows from Scottish history, had dismissed among the rest those of Banquo and Fleance, the rejection of which fables left the illustrious family of Stewart without an ancestor beyond Walter the son of Allen, who is alluded to in the text. The researches of our late learned antiquary detected in this Walter, the descendant of Allen, the son of Flaald, who obtained from William the Conqueror the castle of Oswestry in Shropshire, and was the father of an illustrious line of English nobles by his first son William, and by his second son Walter, the progenitor of the royal family of Stewart. Morton's cheek reddened as he was about to reply, but Henry Warden availed himself of the liberty which the Protestant clergy long possessed, and exerted it to interrupt a discussion which was becoming too eager and personal to be friendly. Chapter 37, Part B. Chapter 37, Part C of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37, Part C. My lords, he said, I must be bold in discharging the duty of my master. It is a shame and scandal to hear two nobles, whose hands have been so forward in the work of reformation, fall into discord about such vain follies as now occupy your thoughts. Bethink you how long you have thought with one mind, seen with one eye, heard with one ear, confirmed by your union the congregation of the Church, appalled by your joint authority the congregation of Antichrist, and will you now fall into discord about an old decayed castle, and a few barren hills, about the loves and likings of an humble spearman, and a damsel bred in the same obscurity, or about the still vainer questions of idle genealogy? The good man hath spoken right, noble Douglas, said Murray, reaching him his hand. Our union is too essential to the good cause to be broken off upon such idle terms of dissension. I am fixed to gratify Glendinning in this matter. My promise is past. The wars in which I have had my share have made many a family miserable. I will at least try if I may not make one happy. There are maids and manors enow in Scotland. I promise you, my noble ally, that young Bennygask shall be richly wived. My lord, said Warden, you speak nobly, and like a Christian. Alas, this is a land of hatred and bloodshed. Let us not chase from thence the few traces that remain of gentle and domestic love. And be not too eager for wealth to thine noble kinsman, my Lord of Morton, seeing contentment in the marriage state no way depends on it. If you allude to my family misfortune, said Morton, whose countess, wedded by him for her estate and honours, was insane in her mind, the habit you wear, and the liberty, or rather license of your profession, protect you from my resentment. Alas, my lord, replied Warden, how quick and sensitive is our self-love! When pressing forward in our high calling, we point out the errors of the sovereign. Who praises our boldness more than the noble Morton? But touch we upon his own sore, which most needs lancing, and he shrinks from the faithful chirurgeon in fear and impatient anger. Enough of this, good and reverend sir, said Murray. You transgress the prudence yourself recommended even now. We are now close upon the village, and the proud Abbot is come forth at the head of his hive. Thou hast pleaded well for him, Warden, otherwise I had taken this occasion to pull down the nest, and chase away the rooks. Nay, but do not so, said Warden. This William Allen, whom they call the Abbot Eustatius, is a man whose misfortunes would more prejudice our cause than his prosperity. You cannot inflict more than he will endure. And the more that he is made to bear, the higher will be the influence of his talents and his courage. In his conventual throne he will be but coldly looked on, disliked it may be, and envied. But turn his crucifix of gold into a crucifix of wood, let him travel through the land, an oppressed and impoverished man, and his patience, his eloquence, and learning will win more hearts from the good cause than all the mitred abbots of Scotland have been able to make prey of during the last 100 years. Tush, tush, man, said Morton. The revenues of the Halidome will bring more men, spears, and horses into the field in one day than his preaching in a whole lifetime. These are not the days of Peter the Hermit, when monks could march armies from England to Jerusalem. But gold and good deeds will still do as much or more than ever. Had Julian Avenel had but a score or two more men this morning, Sir John Foster had not missed a worse welcome. I say, confiscating the monk's revenues is drawing his fang teeth." "We will surely lay him under contribution," said Murray; "and moreover, if he wishes to remain in his Abbey, he will do well to produce Piercie Shafton." As he thus spoke, they entered the market place, distinguished by their complete armour and their lofty plumes, as well as by the number of followers bearing their colours and badges. Both these powerful nobles, but more especially Murray, so nearly allied to the crown, had at that time a retinue and household not much inferior to that of Scottish royalty. As they advanced into the market place, a pursuivant, pressing forward from their train, addressed the monks in these words: "The Abbot of St. Mary's is commanded to appear before the Earl of Murray." "The Abbot of St. Mary's," said Eustace, "is in the patrimony of his convent superior to every temporal lord. Let the Earl of Murray, if he seeks him, come himself to his presence." On receiving this answer, Murray smiled scornfully, and dismounting from his lofty saddle, he advanced, accompanied by Morton, and followed by others, to the body of monks assembled around the cross. There was an appearance of shrinking among them at the approach of the heretic lord, so dreaded and so powerful. But the Abbot, casting on them a glance of rebuke and encouragement, stepped forth from their ranks, like a courageous leader, when he sees that his personal valour must be displayed to revive the drooping courage of his followers. "Lord James Stewart," he said, "or Earl of Murray, if that be thy title, I, Eustatius, Abbot of St. Mary's, demand by what right you have filled our peaceful village, and surrounded our brethren, with these bands of armed men. If hospitality is sought, we have never refused it to courteous asking. If violence be meant against peaceful churchmen, let us know at once the pretext and the object." "Sir Abbot," said Murray, "your language would better have become another age, and a presence inferior to ours. We come not here to reply to your interrogations, but to demand of you why you have broken the peace, collecting your vassals in arms, and convocating the Queen's lieges, whereby many men have been slain, and much trouble, perchance breach of amity with England, is likely to arise." "Lupus in fabula," answered the Abbot scornfully. "The wolf accused the sheep of muddying the stream when he drank in it above her, but it served as a pretext for devouring her. Convocate the Queen's lieges! I did so to defend the Queen's land against foreigners. I did but my duty, and I regret I had not the means to do it more effectually." "And was it also a part of your duty to receive and harbour the Queen of England's rebel and traitor, and to inflame a war betwixt England and Scotland?" said Murray. "In my younger days, my lord," answered the Abbot, with the same intrepidity, "a war with England was no such dreaded matter, and not merely a mitred abbot, bound by his rule to show hospitality and afford sanctuary to all, but the poorest Scottish peasant would have been ashamed to have pleaded fear of England as the reason for shutting his door against a persecuted exile. But in those olden days the English seldom saw the face of a Scottish nobleman, save through the bars of his visor." "Monk," said the Earl of Morton sternly, "this insolence will little avail thee. The days are gone by when Rome's priests were permitted to brave noblemen with impunity. Give us up this Piercie Shafton, or by my father's crest I will set thy abbey in a bright flame. And if thou dost, Lord of Morton, its ruins will tumble above the tombs of thine own ancestors. Be the issue as God wills, the Abbot of St. Mary's gives up no one whom he hath promised to protect." "Abbot," said Murray, "bethink thee ere we are driven to deal roughly. The hands of these men," he said, pointing to the soldiers, "will make wild work among the shrines and cells, if we are compelled to undertake a search for this Englishman." "Ye shall not need," said a voice from the crowd, and advancing gracefully before the earls, the Euphuist flung from him the mantle in which he was muffled. "Via the cloud that shadowed Shafton," said he, "behold, my lords, the Knight of Wilverton, who spares you the guilt of violence and sacrilege." "I protest before God and man against any infraction of the privileges of this house," said the Abbot, "by an attempt to impose violent hands upon the person of this noble knight. If there be yet spirit in a Scottish Parliament, we will make you hear of this elsewhere, my lords." "Spare your threats," said Murray. "It may be, my purpose with Sir Piercie Shafton is not such as thou dost suppose. Attach him, pursuivant, as our prisoner, rescue or no rescue." "I yield myself," said the Euphuist, "reserving my right to defy my Lord of Murray and my Lord of Morton to single duel, even as one gentleman may demand satisfaction of another." "You shall not want those who will answer your challenge, Sir Knight," replied Morton, "without aspiring to men above thine own degree." "And where am I to find these superlative champions," said the English knight, "whose blood runs more pure than that of Piercie Shafton?" "Here is a flight for you, my lord," said Murray. "As ever was flown by a wild goose," said Stawarth Bolton, who had now approached to the front of the party. "Who dared to say that word?" said the Euphuist, his face crimson with rage. "Tut, man," said Bolton, "make the best of it. Thy mother's father was but a tailor, old Overstitch of Holderness. Why, what, because thou art a misproud bird, and despiseth thine own natural lineage, and rufflest in unpaid silks and velvets, and keepest company with gallants and cutters, must we lose our memory for that? Thy mother, Moll Overstitch, was the prettiest wench in those parts. She was wedded by wild Shafton of Wilverton, who men say was akin to the Piercie on the wrong side of the blanket." "Help the knight to some strong waters," said Morton. "He hath fallen from such a height that he is stunned with the tumble." In fact, Sir Piercie Shafton looked like a man stricken by a thunderbolt, while, notwithstanding the seriousness of the scene hitherto, no one of those present, not even the Abbot himself, could refrain from laughing at the rueful and mortified expression of his face. "Laugh on," he said at length, "laugh on, my masters," shrugging his shoulders. "It is not for me to be offended. Yet would I know full fain from that squire who was laughing with the loudest, how he had discovered this unhappy blot in an otherwise spotless lineage, and for what purpose he hath made it known." "I make it known!" said Halbert Glendinning in astonishment, for to him this pathetic appeal was made. "I never heard the thing till this moment." [Footnote: The contrivance of provoking the irritable vanity of Sir Piercie Shafton, by presenting him with a bodkin indicative of his descent from a tailor, is borrowed from a German romance by the celebrated Tieck, called Das Peter Manchem, in other words, the Dwarf Peter. The being who gives name to the tale is the Burggeist or castle spectre of a German family, whom he aids with his counsel as he defends their castle by his supernatural power. But the Dwarf Peter is so unfortunate an adviser, that all his counsels, though producing success in the immediate results, are in the issue attended with mishap and with guilt. The youthful baron, the owner of the haunted castle, falls in love with a maiden, the daughter of a neighbouring count, a man of great pride, who refuses him the hand of the young lady, on account of his own superiority of descent. The lover, repulsed and affronted, returns to take counsel with the Dwarf Peter how he may silence the count, and obtain the victory of the argument, the next time they enter on the topic of pedigree. The dwarf gives his patron or pupil a horseshoe, instructing him to give it to the count when he is next giving himself superior airs on the subject of his family. It has the effect accordingly. The count, understanding it as an allusion to a misalliance of one of his ancestors with the daughter of a blacksmith, is thrown into a dreadful passion with the young lover, the consequences of which are the seduction of the young lady and the slaughter of her father. If we suppose the dwarf to represent the corrupt part of human nature, that law in our members which wars against the law of our minds, the work forms an ingenious allegory. "Why, did not that old rude soldier learn it from thee?" said the knight, in increasing amazement. "Not I, by heaven," said Bolton. "I never saw the youth in my life before." "But you have seen him ere now, my worthy master," said Dame Glendinning, bursting in her turn from the crowd. "My son, this is Stawarth Bolton, he to whom we owe life, and the means of preserving it, if he be a prisoner, as seems most likely. Use thine interest with these noble lords to be kind to the widow's friend." "What, my Dame of the Glen," said Bolton, "thy brow is more withered, as well as mine, since we met last. but thy tongue holds the touch better than my arm. This boy of thine gave me the foil so sorely this morning. The brown varlet has turned as stout a trooper as I prophesied. And where is Whitehead?" "Alas," said the mother, looking down, "Edward has taken orders, and become a monk of this abbey." "A monk and a soldier! Evil trades both, my good dame. Better have made one a good master fashioner, like old Overstitch of Holderness. I sighed when I envied you the two bonny children, but I sigh not now to call either the monk or the soldier mine own. The soldier dies in the field, the monk scarce lives in the cloister." "My dearest mother," said Halbert, "where is Edward? Can I not speak with him?" "He has just left us for the present," said Father Philip, "upon a message from the Lord Abbot." "And Mary, my dearest mother," said Halbert. Mary Avenel was not far distant, and the three were soon withdrawn from the crowd, to hear and relate their various chances of fortune. While the subordinate personages thus disposed of themselves, the Abbot held serious discussion with the two earls, and, partly yielding to their demands, partly defending himself with skill and eloquence, was enabled to make a composition for his convent, which left it provisionally in no worse situation than before. The earls were the more reluctant to drive matters to extremity, since he protested that if urged beyond what his conscience would comply with, he would throw the whole lands of the Monastery into the Queen of Scotland's hands, to be disposed of at her pleasure. This would not have answered the views of the earls, who were contented for the time with a moderate sacrifice of money and lands. Matters being so far settled, the Abbot became anxious for the fate of Sir Piercie Shafton, and implored mercy in his behalf. "He is a coxcomb," he said, "my lords, but he is a generous, though a vain fool. And it is my firm belief you have this day done him more pain than if you had run a poniard into him." "Run a needle into him, you mean, Abbot," said the Earl of Morton. "By mine honour, I thought this grandson of a fashioner of doublets was descended from a crowned head at least." "I hold with the Abbot," said Murray. "There were little honour in surrendering him to Elizabeth, but he shall be sent where he can do her no injury. Our pursuivant and Bolton shall escort him to Dunbar, and ship him off for Flanders. But soft, here he comes, and leading a female, as I think." "Lords and others," said the English knight with great solemnity, "make way for the Lady of Piercie Shafton. A secret which I listed not to make known till fate, which hath betrayed what I vainly strove to conceal, makes me less desirous to hide that which I now announce to you." "It is Mysie Happer, the miller's daughter, on my life," said Tibb Tacket. "I thought the pride of these Piercies would have a fa." "It is indeed the lovely Mysinda," said the knight, "whose merits towards her devoted servant deserved higher rank than he had to bestow." "I suspect, though," said Murray, "that we should not have heard of the miller's daughter being made a lady, had not the knight proved to be the grandson of a tailor." "My lord," said Piercie Shafton, "it is poor valour to strike him that cannot smite again; and I hope you will consider what is due a prisoner by the law of arms, and say nothing more on this odious subject. When I am once more mine own man, I will find a new road to dignity." "Shape one, I presume," said the Earl of Morton. "Nay, Douglas, you will drive him mad," said Murray. "Besides, we have other matter in hand. I must see Warden wed Glendinning with Mary Avenel, and put him in possession of his wife's castle without delay. It will be best done ere our forces leave these parts." "And I," said the miller, "have the like grist to grind, for I hope some one of the good fathers will wed my wench with her gay bridegroom." "It needs not," said Shafton; "the ceremonial hath been solemnly performed." "It will not be the worse of another bolting," said the miller. "It is always best to be sure, as I say when I chance to take multure twice from the same meal sack." "Stave the miller off him," said Murray, "or he will worry him dead. The Abbot, my lord, offers us the hospitality of the convent. I move we should repair hither, Sir Piercie and all of us. I must learn to know the Maid of Avenel. To-morrow I must act as her father. All Scotland shall see how Murray can reward a faithful servant." Mary Avenel and her lover avoided meeting the Abbot, and took up their temporary abode in a house of the village, where next day their hands were united by the Protestant preacher in presence of the two earls. On the same day Sir Piercie Shafton and his bride departed, under an escort which was to conduct him to the seaside, and see him embark for the Low Countries. Early on the following morning the bands of the earls were under march to the castle of Avenel, to invest the young bridegroom with the property of his wife, which was surrendered to them without opposition. But not without those omens which seemed to mark every remarkable event which befell the fated family, did Mary take possession of the ancient castle of her forefathers. The same warlike form which had appeared more than once at Glendearg was seen by Tibb Tacket and Martin, who returned with their young mistress to partake her altered fortunes. It glided before the cavalcade as they advanced upon the long causeway, paused at each drawbridge, and flourished its hand as in triumph, as it disappeared under the gloomy archway, which was surmounted by the insignia of the house of Avenel. The two trusty servants made their vision only known to Dame Glendinning, who, with much pride of heart, had accompanied her son to see him take his rank among the barons of the land. "O my dear baron," she exclaimed, when she heard the tale, "the castle is a grand place to be sure, but I wish ye dinna desire to be back in the quiet braes of Glendearg before the play be played out." But this natural reflection, springing from maternal anxiety, was soon forgotten amid the busy and pleasing task of examining and admiring the new habitation of her son. While these affairs were passing, Edward had hidden himself and his sorrows in the paternal tower of Glendearg, where every object was full of matter for bitter reflection. The Abbot's kindness had dispatched him thither upon pretence of placing some papers belonging to the Abbey in safety and secrecy, but in reality to prevent his witnessing the triumph of his brother. Through the deserted apartments, the scene of so many bitter reflections, the unhappy youth stalked like a discontented ghost, conjuring up around him at every step new subjects for sorrow and for self-torment. Impatient at length of the state of irritation and agonized recollection in which he found himself, he rushed out and walked hastily up the glen, as if to shake off the load which hung upon his mind. The sun was setting when he reached the entrance of Corri nan Shian, and the recollection of what he had seen when he last visited that haunted ravine burst upon his mind. He was in a humour, however, rather to seek out danger than to avoid it. "I will face this mystic being," he said. "She foretold the fate which has wrapped me in this dress. I will know whether she has aught else to tell me of a life which cannot be but miserable." He failed not to see the White Spirit seated by her accustomed haunt, and singing in her usual low and sweet tone. While she sung, she seemed to look with sorrow on her golden zone, which was now diminished to the fineness of a silken thread. "Fare thee well, thou holly green, Thou shalt seldom now be seen, With all thy glittering garlands bending, As to greet my slow descending, Startling the bewildered hind, Who sees thee wave without a wind. Farewell, fountain! Now not long shalt thou murmur to my song, While thy crystal bubbles glancing Keep the time in mystic dancing, Rise and swell, are burst and lost, Like mortal schemes by fortune crossed. The knot of fate at length is tied, The churl is lord, the maid is bride. Vainly did my magic sleight Send the lover from her sight. Wither bush and perish well, Fallen is lofty Avenel." The vision seemed to weep while she sung, and the words impressed on Edward a melancholy belief that the alliance of Mary with his brother might be fatal to them both. Here terminates the first part of the Benedictine's manuscript. I have in vain endeavoured to ascertain the precise period of the story, as the dates cannot be exactly reconciled with those of the most accredited histories. But it is astonishing how careless the writers of Utopia are upon these important subjects. I observe that the learned Mr. Lawrence Templeton, in his late publication entitled Ivanhoe, has not only blessed the bed of Edward the Confessor with an offspring unknown to history, with sundry other solecisms of the same kind, but has invented the order of nature, and feasted his swine with acorns in the midst of summer. All that can be alleged by the warmest admirer of this author amounts to this: that the circumstances objected to are just as true as the rest of the story, which appears to me, more especially in the matter of the acorns, to be a very imperfect defence, and that the author will do well to profit by Captain Absolute's advice to his servant, and never tell him more lies than are indispensably necessary. End of Chapter 37, Part C. And End of the Monastery, by Walter Scott.